divine mystic continent, martial arts hold paramount importance, with sects and powers dominating the sacred mountains and holy lands, claiming territorial supremacy, while imperial authority wanes, reducing various dynasties to mere vassals of the myriad sects. Chen transmigrated to the Xuantian Dynasty, becoming its final sovereign. With the aid of a luck-based lottery system, he leads illustrious civil and military figures from history to wage war across the vast world, ultimately establishing an unparalleled sacred dynasty. Chapter 1. The collapse begins. In the divine, mysterious continent lies the royal cemetery of the Xuantian Dynasty, where the remains of past emperors rest in eternal slumber. Within the cemetery, a regal figure, a man of strikingly handsome features and piercing gaze, kneels outside the tomb, his expression dimmed by despair. Ancestors, I, Chen, am deeply ashamed for failing to safeguard our legacy. His eyes glimmer with a cold light, reddened with suppressed emotion. The Xuantian Dynasty stands as one of the three great dynasties under the banner of the Luyan sect. The previous emperor, in a fateful encounter within a secret realm, defied the will of the sect's elder, incurring their wrath, resulting in the annihilation of the emperor and the elite warriors who accompanied him. As the sole heir of the Xuantian emperor, Chen was destined to inherit the throne. However, with the untimely demise of his father, his ambitious uncle, Ming Wang, seized the moment, rallying a faction of courtiers he had secretly bribed to usurp the throne. During the morning court session, the ministers turned against him, demanding that he issue a decree of self-reproach to abdicate in favor of Ming Wang, a ludicrous spectacle. Ming Wang's confidence in Chen's compliance stemmed from a sinister tactic. He had imprisoned Chen's mother in the dungeons of the monitoring pavilion to exert pressure. They are all traitors. Their feigned reverence was merely a facade. Chen seethed, recalling the faces of those who once lavished him with praise, now revealing their true colors. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside the cemetery. Who goes there? Intruders. Stop them. Protect His Majesty. Surround the cemetery. Leave no one alive. The sounds of chaos intensified, heralding the approach of a fierce battle. Chen's guard seemed utterly incapable of repelling the assailants. Through the haze, a figure emerged, flanked by hundreds of guards, encircling the royal tomb with an aura of formidable power. Your Majesty, we meet again, the leader remarked coldly, gazing down at Chen with an air of supremacy. Xuantian, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the borders? Chen roared, his voice trembling with rage, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart. Of course, I am here on the orders of Ming Wang to bring your head back, Xuantian replied nonchalantly, wiping blood from his blade. A chill crept over Chen, his heart pounding as he stared at Xuantian. You dare betray me? Indeed, Xuantian had come to hunt him down. This was the very man he had trusted most, his loyal captain since his days as the crown prince, whom he had saved on numerous occasions. The very soldiers now surrounding him were once his protectors. Your Majesty, the flow of water is always downward, and men aspire upward. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Ming Wang holds all the power. Before him, you are but a feeble ant. Who do you think I should side with? Xuantian sneered, disdain evident in his eyes. How fitting, you abandon your savior for your own gain. So, you have divulged all I entrusted to your new master. Chen ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze. In an effort to quell the unrest within the court, Chen had discreetly instructed Xuantian to communicate with the general stationed at the borders, summoning them for aid. Yet, Xuantian's demeanor suggested he had sold out to Ming Wang, rendering Chen's contingency plans a mere jest. Xuantian's mocking smile widened. You guessed correctly. Those letters? I delivered them to Ming Wang, and they became my bargaining chip. I am now the commander of the monitoring pavilion, a second-tier official, far more prestigious than your third-tier position as commander of the guards. Serving this wretched emperor leads to no good end. If you wish to survive, step aside, he continued, or perhaps join us. Although Xuantian's voice was low, it resonated clearly within the cemetery. His words ignited both shock and fury within Chen. Scoundrel! What nonsense is this? We will never betray the emperor. Someone, quick, repel them. Protect His Majesty. Chen's devoted eunuch, Zhao Zhongxiang, shouted with a trembling voice. He feared that the guards might indeed be swayed by Wang Yunshan's words and turn against him. However, Wang Yunshan's rhetoric had undeniably stirred doubt among the guards, their faces reflecting uncertainty as they exchanged glances. Faced with hundreds of bloodthirsty elite guards, these skilled warriors found themselves utterly defenseless. Resistance would only lead to their gruesome demise at the hands of the assassins. Witnessing fallen comrades, fear took root within the remaining guards, leading to hesitation and turmoil. Will you lie here as corpses, or will you join us in opulence? I trust you are not foolish enough to misunderstand the choice before you. Wang Yunshan taunted, a glimmer of contempt in his eyes. With the emperor deceased and the royal family's strength extinguished in the secret realm, it was clear that the Xuantian Dynasty was ripe for a change of power. Please do not kill me. I am willing to join you. One guard pleaded, "It matters not who governs this realm. Your Majesty, do not hold it against us," another added. "We all have families, Your Majesty. Forgive us," a third guard lamented. As the first guard, swayed by Wang Yunshan's words, turned against Chen. Brandishing his weapon, the remaining guards' hesitation was swiftly extinguished, and they too betrayed their sovereign. "You dare to betray His Majesty." Zhao Zhongxiang's sharp voice pierced the air. Panic and fury etched upon his face as he gazed at the guards turning against their emperor. He could scarcely believe that these once loyal protectors would be swayed by the treachery of Wang Yunshan. With each guard's defection, Wang Yunshan's smile grew ever brighter, dripping with derision. "Your Majesty, it seems you are not favored by the people." "Xuantian has fallen," Chen murmured, despair overwhelming him as he closed his eyes, his face paling as the reality of betrayal sank in. The sight of guards turning against him nearly sent him into unconsciousness. System binding initiated. Sensing host life in peril. Commencing physical transformation. As Chen raged against the injustices of his plight, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him from his despair. System. In that moment of hopelessness, the sound ignited a flicker of hope within him. A system. This was an invaluable tool. Having read countless novels in his past life, Chen recognized this quintessential artifact of transmigrators, a means to defy fate. He had awaited the awakening of the system for years, yet it had eluded him until this dire moment. Once overwhelmed by despair, Chen now found himself invigorated by the voice that resonated in his mind, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. Chapter 2. The System's Grand Gift, Capital for a Turnaround. As Chen's dantian surged with an influx of pure vitality, it swiftly nourished and transformed his physical form. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Host, you have received a novice gift package. Do you wish to open it?" A novice gift package. What a splendid treasure. My fortunes may hinge upon what it contains, Chen murmured to himself. Gathering his focus, he silently intoned, "Activate the lottery." Upon signing in, he received the imperial body of the 9 dragons, the sword of the fortunate sovereign, a contingent of 1,000 Gene Wei, first-tier realm, awaiting summons. 1 Gene Wei commander, postnatal realm, awaiting summons, the art of qi observation, and a portion of spiritual energy enlightenment. As the system's voice faded, an enigmatic aura enveloped Chen, and he could distinctly sense a profound transformation occurring within his physique, influenced by an unseen force. Faintly, he perceived the resonant roars of dragons emanating from within his own body. A regal and imposing aura radiated from Chen, exuding authority without the need for anger. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, categorized into 3 tiers, the weakest being 3rd tier and the strongest 1st tier. Each realm further subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak stages followed by postnatal, innate, master, and transcendent stages. With the presence of these 1,000 first-tier Gene Wei, Chen had acquired the means for self-preservation. The existence of first-tier warriors within the Imperial Guard denoted a commanding level of strength, and with a postnatal peak Gene Wei commander at his disposal, he felt emboldened to enhance his own power first. Steadying his resolve, Chen concentrated on the spiritual energy enlightenment. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy fill his entire being, as a tremendous flow of spiritual essence poured into him, causing his strength to ascend instantaneously. In an instant, Yi Chen's cultivation soared to the peak of the postnatal realm, a transformation unnoticed by all but the closest observer, Zhao Zhongxiang. It was time to settle accounts with these traitors. As he felt the formidable power within him, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. With such strength, he had the means for self-defense, and bolstered by the presence of the genie Wei, he felt confident in opposing his royal uncle. Thus began this game of rectification, commencing with the annihilation of the traitors before him. With the sword drawn, he would reforge imperial might. A system quest was triggered: eliminate all invading assassins. Upon completion of the task, a reward of a top-tier prodigy summoning card awaited him. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen lifted. This task was indeed fortuitous. He hoped that this summoning card would bring him good tidings. Summon the Jin Wei commander. In an instant, a figure clad in a flying fish robe, with a spring knife at his waist and a resolute demeanor, suddenly materialized before Yi Chen, kneeling in submission. "Who dares?" Wang Yunshan growled, gripping his long knife in fury, startled by the unexpected appearance of the Jinyui. The leader of the Jinyui, Shun Qinglong, had previously encountered His Majesty and disregarded Wang Yunshan's ire, half kneeling on the ground. Yi Chen cast a glance at the astonished Wang Yunshan before his gaze settled on the kneeling Shun Qinglong. Coldly, he inquired, "Shun Qinglong, do you and your Jinyui possess the confidence to eradicate our formidable foes?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Shun Qinglong replied, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Excellent," Yi Chen declared, fixing his eyes on Shun Qinglong. "I command you to eliminate all who dare trespass. Not a single assassin shall escape." His voice, laced with palpable fury, resonated with an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. The betrayal of Wang Yunshan filled Yi Chen with profound shame. Having chosen treachery, he should not lament the ensuing ruthlessness. "Understood," Shun Qinglong responded, his tone brimming with lethal determination. "Your Majesty," Zhao Zhongxiang, an elderly eunuch adorned in court attire, his silver hair and wrinkled visage betraying his age, regarded Shun Qinglong with trepidation. "Who is this?" he queried, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the enigmatic guardian beside the emperor. Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his features. A surge of anger seemed to transform into a thunderous dragon's roar, the imperial aura enveloping the surroundings with overwhelming force. Zhao Zhongxiang felt as though he were burdened by a mountain of stone, the pressure rendering him unable to stand, his knees collapsing beneath him. "I acknowledge my transgressions." He trembled internally, cold sweat beading on his back, chilled to the bone by the emperor's formidable presence. He chastised himself for daring to meddle in the emperor's affairs, feeling he deserved a fate far worse than death. Yet, what an awe-inspiring imperial might. "Very well, I shall grant you leniency for your loyalty. Stand aside," Yi Chen remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Zhongxiang, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he silently summoned the Jinyui. In the next moment, 1,000 figures clad in flying fish robes, wielding spring knives, emerged from the thickets surrounding the mausoleum, swiftly encircling the area. Who were these people? Where did such a multitude of guards come from? Wang Yunshan, having previously swayed the guards of the mausoleum to his side, was taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. He had not anticipated that the opposition possessed such a backup, nor that they had laid an ambush. Puzzled, Wang Yunshan could not fathom from whence Yi Chen had summoned these elite guards. The aura they exuded clearly rivaled that of his own elite forces, making them formidable adversaries. "Brother, I am Wang Yunshan, Grand Commander of the Xuantian Pavilion, loyal to the Mingwan. The reign of the Dog Emperor has reached its end. Why would you align yourself with a doomed individual? I extend an invitation on behalf of the Xuantian Pavilion. I shall inform the Mingwan to appoint you as the second commander of the Xuantian Pavilion. As the esteemed monarch ascends the throne, all of you shall revel in opulence and grandeur." Wang Yunshan, gripping his long blade, gazed intently at the formidable Shun Qinglong, his expression laden with trepidation. He sensed an extraordinary force emanating from Shun Qinglong, clearly indicative that this individual was no less powerful than himself. Wang Yunshan harbored no desire to engage in conflict, hoping instead to subdue Xuantian through a strategy of appeasement. However, he appeared to have underestimated the loyalty of those summoned by the system. Their allegiance to Chen was unwavering and absolute. The Imperial Guards, those who dare to offend His Majesty, deserve a fate most dire. Do you not agree they should be vanquished? Within the mausoleum, Xuantian disregarded Xuantian's proclamations, suddenly drawing his sword and exclaiming with ferocious intent, "They must perish." The chorus of the Imperial Guards echoed his sentiment, their fervent cries resounding with a terrifying might, causing some of Chen's protectors to instinctively retreat, seemingly intimidated by the battle cries. "Let His Majesty witness the sharpness of our embroidered spring blades. Kill them." In an instant, he darted towards the assassins like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a powerful strike that illuminated the sky with a breathtaking flash of his blade. The thunderous clang of the sword reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of awe and dread. Xuantian had taken the initiative. His Majesty had previously instructed him not to concern himself with protection. Rather, he was to be the harbinger of death. Therefore, his sole purpose was to eradicate these assassins. The mausoleum was encircled by countless Imperial Guards, and Xuantian was certain that these intruders would not escape. Chapter 3. Slaying the traitors. Xuantian's dismissal of him ignited a tempest of fury within Xuantian. "Advance! Annihilate them!" As Xuantian unleashed a strike, Xuantian commanded several of his elite guards to charge forward. He intended to utilize these subordinates to gauge Xuantian's prowess. Foreknowledge of oneself and the enemy assures victory in every battle. The elite guards approached without a shred of fear, unperturbed by Xuantian's formidable presence. To them, his strike appeared impressive, yet they believed it to be ultimately inconsequential. In the current era of the Xuantian Dynasty, true experts were either within the monitoring hall or among their elite guards. To consider this man as a master was nothing short of ludicrous. However, Xuantian's strike was far from mere theatrics. Boom! With a single sweep of his blade, several elite guards were instantly slain, none surviving the onslaught. It was a massacre of overwhelming proportions. How is this possible? Witnessing Xuantian's explosive might, expressions of shock spread among the elite guards present. This man is formidable. He exists at the postnatal realm. We must unite to eliminate this guard. Swiftly, several leaders among the elite guards regained their composure and shouted, as figures soared into the air, launching themselves towards Xuantian. The figures before him were all peak first-rank warriors, among whom were even two individuals who had just entered the postnatal realm. In an instant, several commanders of the Imperial Guards joined forces to confront Xuantian. Clad in resplendent garments, the heads of enemies fell to the ground. Witnessing Xuantian's formidable display of power, the 1,000 elite guards surrounding the tomb drew their blades in unison, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Each of these guards had weathered countless battles, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, exuding an aura that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers, akin to gods of slaughter. As the Imperial Guards engaged in fierce combat, the sight of the elite guards charging forth evoked images of rivers running red with blood and fields strewn with corpses. This 1,000-strong assembly of elite guards emanated a sense of hellish wrath. All were first-rank masters. It was inconceivable. How could this seemingly inept emperor command such a terrifying force? Having followed him for so many years, Xuantian had never encountered such individuals. The display of prowess by these elite guards left him utterly astounded. Before betraying Chen, he had been the latter's shadow, entrusted with every task, kept in near total ignorance. As a shadow, he was entirely unaware of the existence of such formidable strength. 1,000 first-rank masters as protectors, along with a peak postnatal guardian. This formidable force was something even the Tianjin pavilion he had recently joined could not muster. While Xuantian was shaken by the presence of the elite guards, the 1,000 drawn blades surged forth from the cemetery. Each one resembled a god of slaughter. Each one exuded sheer terror. The traitorous guards, influenced by Xuantian, felt a chilling sense of dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They seemed to glimpse the scene of the emperor turning the tide, envisioning the grim fate that awaited them as traitors. They understood that they had chosen the wrong side, and their outcome today would be dire. Originally filled with despair due to the betrayal of the guards, Zhao Zhongxiang watched in astonishment as a protective force emerged from the cemetery, blocking the traitors who sought to kill them, methodically reaping their enemies like harvesting wheat. His worries began to dissipate. What a formidable power! The emperor had concealed it so deeply. Zhao Gonggong stared in disbelief at this unfolding spectacle. The waves of events left Zhao Zhongxiang feeling as though his mind were shattering, involuntarily gasping in awe, every cell in his body trembling. Soon, Zhao Zhongxiang was overcome with ecstatic joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. He saw hope rising anew for the emperor, envisioning a future where the Xuantian Dynasty could be saved. Each elite guard was powerful to a despairing degree. With every charge, countless imperial guards and treacherous turncoats fell into pools of blood, slaughtering them with the ease of dispatching chickens. The once formidable imperial guards, who had surrounded and threatened with unbridled arrogance, now found themselves relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the Jin Wei. This dramatic reversal of fortune transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhao Zhongxiang in disbelief, questioning whether this was merely a figment of his desperate imagination. The Jin Wei, under orders from His Majesty to spare no one, acted with chilling efficiency. Shen Qinglong effortlessly dispatched a commanding officer of the early post-heaven realm with a single stroke, coldly proclaiming the directive. Upon hearing Shen Qinglong's command, the already bloodthirsty Jin Wei seemed to become even more ferocious and merciless. How could such a formidable figure exist beside that treacherous emperor? Wang Yinshan, who led the imperial guards in pursuit of Yi Chen, watched in horror as his men fell one by one, the tide of battle shifting against him. Disbelief etched across his face. Observing Shen Qinglong's ruthless slaughter, an icy dread crept over him. Here was a being of peak post-heaven realm, an existence more potent than himself. Before defecting to the Ming king, he had been Yi Chen's shadow, entrusted with significant conspiracies concerning border generals. How could he remain utterly oblivious to the presence of such a powerful ally? His strength was formidable. Even I could not contend with him, faced with such an opponent. My demise is inevitable. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If I eliminate this treacherous emperor, without a figure to pledge allegiance to, the others may not turn against me. Then I could extend an offer of wealth and honor to him. Surely he would join the Jian pavilion. Casting a wary glance at Shen Qinglong, Wang Yinshan quickly resolved to act. With a gaze as fierce as a predator fixated on its prey, he turned his eyes upon Yi Chen, akin to a wolf stalking a defenseless lamb, looking down upon a feeble and fragile insect. Wang Yinshan's stare was devoid of warmth, cold and merciless. As he set his sights on me, Yi Chen immediately discerned Wang Yinshan's unabashed gaze, and he merely smiled, a smile laced with disdain and indifference. Treacherous emperor. Wang Yinshan erupted with sudden violence, darting forward like a flash of sword light, drawing his blade and aiming a lethal strike at Yi Chen. Beware! His Majesty is in danger. Quickly protect His Majesty. Zhao Zhongxiang, witnessing Wang Yinshan's sudden ambush aimed at Yi Chen, was overcome with dread, shouting at the top of his lungs. Instinctively, he rushed to shield Yi Chen from the deadly blow. From a distance, Shen Qinglong, alongside other Jin Wei engaged in the slaughter of the imperial guards, wore expressions of contempt. They were acutely aware of the emperor's formidable prowess. Since Shen Qinglong had yet to engage Wang Yinshan, it was because His Majesty had declared that this adversary was to be dealt with personally. Let be clear, not even a mere post-heaven realm adversary like Wang Yinshan stood a chance. Even a peak post-heaven master would find only death before them. Gazing at the approaching figure of Wang Yinshan, who wielded his blade with intent to strike, Yi Chen's demeanor remained indifferent, and he spoke calmly. You have chosen to turn against me, a betrayal most complete. Betrayal? No, this is not betrayal. It is merely an understanding of the shifting tides of fate. This realm belongs to the Ming king. Perish. With that, Wang Yinshan swung his blade, the distance between the weapon and Yi Chen's head diminishing with each heartbeat. A sinister expression crept upon Wang Yunshan's face as he envisioned the imminent severing of Yi Chen's head. Even with your formidable array of guards and a peak postnatal protector by your side, you shall still meet your demise today. As the lethal blade approached, a chilling light emanated from it, accompanied by Wang Yunshan's grotesque visage. I offered you a chance, Yi Chen remarked, his countenance serene. Suddenly, he thrust his left hand forward, pushing Zhao Zhongxiang aside, while his right hand conjured the heavenly emperor's sword, which he wielded with sudden ferocity. As the sword cleaved through the air, a brilliant beam of light illuminated the entire mausoleum, casting it in a brightness akin to day. One strike shall chill all 14 states. In that instant, Wang Yunshan's expression shifted to one of horror. He attempted to utter a sound, yet found himself utterly voiceless. All he could perceive was the radiant sword light advancing towards him, a sharp pain piercing his eyes as despair surged within him. In the blink of an eye, when everyone regained their senses beneath the gleaming light, they beheld the once threatening Wang Yunshan now cleaved in twain, his lifeless head crashing to the ground. The splattered blood and the shattered blade served as testament to the existence of Wang Yunshan. Chapter 4. The unyielding pursuit of victory. The surviving members of the Imperial Guard stood in shock, their eyes glazed over in disbelief. Their leader had fallen. Wang Yunshan is dead. We must flee, cried one voice, filled with terror as if facing death itself. The remaining guards, paralyzed by fear, dared not confront the fearsome Imperial Guards, akin to gods of death, and fled desperately towards the mausoleum's exit. For them, this place felt like hell. Yet could they escape? No. Yi Chen showed no mercy for traitors. Kill. Leave none alive, bellowed Shen Qinglong, his murderous intent palpable as his men advanced, blades drawn, towards the fleeing Imperial Guards. With thousands of Imperial Guards mobilized, the escapees stood no chance. In mere moments, hundreds of the Imperial Guards, including their leader Wang Yunshan, were annihilated within the royal mausoleum. After eradicating all assassins from the monitoring pavilion, a voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing your first system task. Reward, one top-tier prodigy. Shall you commence the summoning? Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Yi Chen unhesitatingly repeated in his heart, summon. Yi Chen felt a profound anticipation, pondering what kind of extraordinary figure he would acquire upon completing this task. He envisioned unlocking a novice gift pack, which would grant him the imperial body of the 9 dragons, the sword of the Son of Heaven, and the Imperial Guards, among other treasures. Now, he was eager to witness the rewards of successfully finishing his first mission. A mechanical voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the top-tier hero, Duguqiubai, at the late innate stage. Duguqiubai? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He was well aware of the illustrious name of Duguqiubai. This was a true prodigy of the sword, master of the Dugan 9 swords, feared by all under heaven. He possessed the ability to shatter the void with his sword and ascend to the celestial realm. To his astonishment, just when he needed a top-notch expert to contend with his uncle, the system bestowed upon him such a significant surprise. Yi Chen resolved to purge the malevolent forces within the court and restore imperial authority. Naturally, his subordinates could not consist solely of Shen Qinglong and the Imperial Guards. While they were adequate for dealing with the people of the monitoring pavilion, they were insufficient to confront his innate stage uncle. With Duguqiubai at his disposal, he faced no such dilemma. As Yi Chen's anticipation grew, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air before everyone present. This figure was a young man clad in simple cloth, with a handsome countenance, and an ancient long sword slung across his back. Upon the appearance of Duguqiubai, Yi Chen beheld the specifics of his data panel. Name, Duguqiubai, cultivation, late innate stage technique. Dugan 9 swords rank, top-tier prodigy talent, innate sword body, capable of defeating opponents at higher levels, currently capable of contending with innate peak experts. An innate sword body? Capable of battling peak innate experts? Upon reviewing Duguqiubai's data panel, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a formidable talent. Not only was Duguqiubai immensely powerful, but he could also engage foes beyond his level. However, considering Dugu Qiubai's extraordinary caliber, Yi Chen found it comprehensible. In any realm, Dugu Qiubai's talent ranked among the most exceptional. Dugu Qiubai pays homage to your majesty. Upon his sudden appearance, Dugu Qiubai knelt before Yi Chen and proclaimed loudly. The moment he was summoned, the system had implanted information about this world and Yi Chen's identity into his mind. This scenario was akin to that of Shun Qinglong and the Imperial Guards. Each summoned individual held unwavering loyalty towards Yi Chen. Very well, rise, Yi Chen said with satisfaction, allowing Dugu Qiubai to stand. With him by his side, his uncle was no longer a concern. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhongxiang observed in astonishment, bewildered by yet another mysterious expert materializing out of nowhere. Gazing at the figure before him, emanating an overwhelming aura, Zhao Zhongxiang was filled with shock and confusion, questioning just how many hidden cards His Majesty possessed. As Zhao Zhongxiang was shaken by the emergence of Dugu Qiubai, Shun Qinglong, accompanied by 1,000 imperial guards. Approachit Yi Chen, Your Majesty, the assassins from the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion have been completely eradicated. Not a single one remains. Shen Qinglong knelt respectfully before Yi Chen, proclaiming with unwavering conviction. He held no doubts regarding Dugu Qiubai, for the system would promptly rewrite their memories, allowing those under its influence to accept the existence of one another as a given. Clear the remains from the mausoleum. I do not wish for the blood and flesh of these traitors to taint my Xuantian imperial tomb. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before addressing Shen Qinglong. Do you understand? He entrusted Shen Qinglong with this task, confident in his capabilities. If he failed even in this minor matter, he would be unworthy of his esteemed position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Understood, Your Majesty, Shen Qinglong replied, his face a mask of reverence. Seal this location and dispatch some of the Imperial Guards to the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion to gather intelligence. I must obtain news of my mother. Ensure your men are prepared for a rescue. If even a single hair of hers is harmed, you shall present your head to me. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qinglong, speaking with a calm yet authoritative tone. Yes. Shen Qinglong nodded vigorously, his voice low and resolute. Zhao Gonggong. Yi Chen squinted slightly. Your Majesty. Zhao Zhongxiang bowed his head, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Yi Chen recognized the man before him well. Zhao Zhongxiang, a devoted steward of the royal family, had served the late emperor since his days as the crown prince, and now attended to Yi Chen, possessing considerable seniority. His loyalty to the Xuantian Dynasty and to Yi Chen was unwavering. When Yi Chen was attacked by Yi Guqing, it was this elder who risked his life to escort him out of the palace with a team of guards. Alas, even with such valor, Yi Chen ultimately fell victim to the venomous hands of the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. Assessing Zhao Zhongxiang, Yi Chen noted he was at the peak of the first rank, merely a sliver away from breaking through to become a postnatal powerhouse. Unfortunately, his advanced age and waning vitality rendered the likelihood of such a breakthrough slim. Rise. Yi Chen spoke gently, though he had ascended to the throne as the sole heir of the late emperor following his demise. The influence of his uncle in the court was far greater than that of the newly crowned emperor. Those with treacherous intentions had already aligned themselves with the old emperor's faction. Only a handful of loyal ministers, undaunted by the uncle's power, continued to stand by him. And Yi Chen was naturally lenient toward these individuals. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Yi Chen's words, Zhao Zhongxiang felt much of the pressure dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet within, he remained profoundly astonished. Just the aura emanating from Yi Chen was enough to render him incapable of lifting his head, although he was unaware of the specifics of Yi Chen's cultivation. The ability to slay Wan Yinshan with a single sword stroke indicated that Yi Chen was at the very least at the peak of the postnatal stage. With formidable cultivation and the majesty of an emperor, Zhao Zhongxiang now finds himself utterly in awe of His Majesty. You have performed admirably. Your service in protecting the throne shall be duly rewarded. Continue to accompany me, Yi Chen stated coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Zhongxiang expressed his profound gratitude as he knelt. It was time to settle accounts with the royal uncle. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. If they do not die this time, it will surely be their turn next. As he spoke, Yi Chen gazed beyond the great doors, up to the sky above the mausoleum. The dawn was breaking, and the luminous moon slowly descended. Morning would soon arrive. It was time to return to the palace. Lest he miss the spectacle of the morning court. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Some heads are no longer worth keeping. They would be discarded. The day he returned to the palace would be the day rivers of blood flowed. Chapter 5. The darkness before dawn, Yi Chen strode forward with purpose, his gaze sharp as he made his way out of the mausoleum. He was eager to witness the morning court, curious to see how many remained loyal to him and how many were eager to meet their demise. Let us depart for the palace, Zhao Zhongxiang declared loyally, his voice echoing through the mausoleum. Under the protection of the imperial guards, Yi Chen swiftly exited the royal mausoleum. While it was poetically referred to as the royal tomb, in reality, it was merely an expansive graveyard, littered with the remnants and blood of the assassins from the watchtower. With no particular fondness for lingering there, Yi Chen was quick to leave. He left several dozen imperial guards behind to clean and restore order, while Shen Qinglong personally led the way, ensuring the emperor's safe passage. The elusive sword demon remained hidden in the shadows, safeguarding Yi Chen from the darkness. They understood well that the palace would be a treacherous place. They must ensure the emperor's safety. With the imperial guards clearing a path, Yi Chen returned to the palace without alerting anyone within. Once inside the palace, he sensed the intertwining currents of 3 massive dragon veins, akin to mountain ranges swirling above. These dragon energies exuded an aura of majesty, from which Yi Chen could feel the reverence of the populace. This was the fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty, the essence of the dragon. With the people united in their loyalty, the fortune remained intact. This collective energy of the populace formed a protective dragon vein that sheltered the dynasty and its sovereign. Moreover, this imperial fortune could assist the ruler in their cultivation. Emperors who grasped the essence of fortune could harness these dragon energies to combat formidable foes. However, at present, the dragon chi of the Xuantian Dynasty was dissipating outward. Yi Chen, as the future sovereign, astonishingly commanded half of this dragon vein's fortune. This significant power was closely tied to his royal bloodline, as the people placed their trust in the monarchy. The most substantial currents surged toward the watchtower, while numerous others flowed toward various locations outside the palace. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, fully aware of the true destinations of this imperial fortune. One naturally found himself in the presence of his esteemed uncle, who, through his control of the celestial monitoring pavilion, seizes power and covets the throne, thereby fracturing the imperial fortune and claiming a quarter of it for himself. The remaining factions, numbering in the dozens, have similarly divided nearly a quarter of the dragon's vein fortune among the feudal lords. Through the art of divination, Yi Chen perceives that the fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty has been partially claimed by these nefarious entities. Should the status quo persist, it is likely that the dynasty will soon change hands. The imperial fortune encompasses myriad elements, including the true dragon's destiny. Once this fortune collapses, not only will the Xuantian Dynasty fall, but as the true dragon of heaven, he too will suffer its backlash, culminating in a tragic demise. Indeed, these individuals either manipulate the court or partition the imperial territory, unwittingly fracturing the dynasty's fortune. Yi Chen scoffed lightly. The entire court is essentially under the control of Yi Guqing, who, with the oversight of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, monopolizes authority and wields unprecedented power. During the reign of the late emperor, Yi Guqing exhibited considerable restraint. However, following the emperor's demise, he has completely unleashed himself, brazenly commandeering the state affairs and establishing a regime of absolute rule. Consequently, the Xuantian Dynasty has become a farce. To alter this dismal scenario and resolve the predicament, there exists but one course of action: to eliminate Yi Guqing and vanquish all adversaries. Yi Guqing, my dear uncle, it is time we settled our accounts. A palpable aura of murderous intent flickered across Yi Chen's visage. The animosity between him and Yi Guqing had become irreconcilable. The recent assassination attempt revealed his uncle's desperate desire to eradicate him. Furthermore, Yi Chen's biological mother has been placed under house arrest within the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, serving as a sharp blade poised against him. These two transgressions alone are sufficient grounds for a death sentence. A chilling voice resonated from Yi Chen's lips. He understood that upon returning to the palace, he would find himself ensnared in a deadly struggle, heralding a resurgence of turmoil. During Yi Guqing's tenure overseeing the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, he has, leveraging his power and influence, covertly amassed a cadre of formidable experts to serve his ambitions. Since the pavilion cannot be utilized for his benefit, it is no longer necessary to retain its existence. Yi Chen cast a cold glance toward the pavilion and smirked. As for the ministers, a display of brutality shall serve as a warning. I shall relish the sight of those foolish enough to present their necks. With the late emperor's assassination, the uncle has finally revealed his true colors. He is unwilling to merely oversee the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, but seeks to grasp the reins of power, ruling with an iron fist. Many ministers have already pledged their allegiance to this uncle, who wields substantial authority over the court. Since these opportunists dare to betray him, they should prepare for the inevitable consequences. Of course, for the sake of the court's functionality, Yi Chen does not intend to annihilate all the ministers. After all, wiping out every last one would leave him utterly isolated. Let us return to the palace, Yi Chen stated flatly, then proceeded to walk forward. Understood. Zhao Zhongxiang hurriedly followed the emperor's side, taking small, measured steps. He understood that the morning court was a time when the storm would descend. Yet at this moment, Zhao Zhongxiang felt an unwavering confidence toward his majesty. Yi Chen returned to the palace, quickly refreshed and donned in a pristine dragon robe. He stood calmly in the imperial garden, gazing at the intertwining dragon energy above the palace. Du Qiubai and Shen Qinglong respectfully awaited at one side. Shen Qinglong, ensure that everything is arranged at the observatory. Should the Empress Dowager lose even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable, Yi Chen stated, his gaze steady upon Shen Qinglong. When it came to dealing with Yi Guqing, Yi Chen did not wish for any leverage to be in the opponent's hands. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to be led astray. The very reason Yi Guqing dared to coerce him into issuing a self-punishing edict was precisely because he had the Empress Dowager as a bargaining chip, threatening Yi Chen with her life to force his submission. Before taking action against Yi Guqing, Yi Chen had to resolve this matter, though no energy surged within him. The pervasive aura of imperial authority caused Shen Qinglong to tremble slightly, as if sensing the temperature around them had dropped. Shen Qinglong half knelt on the ground, his tone grave as he replied, "Your Majesty, everything is in place. Should the Empress Dowager suffer even the slightest harm, I shall present my head to you." Prior to returning to the palace, Shen Qinglong had already made arrangements with the imperial guards. Some lay in wait within the palace for His Majesty's summons, while others hastened to the observatory to execute the rescue plan. "Very well, do not let me down. Rise." Yi Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. These two held 100% loyalty to him. No admonition was necessary. At this moment, the first rays of sunlight broke through the high heavens, cascading down through the clouds. The glazed tiles of the Xuantian Dynasty palace reflected a faint golden light in the morning sun. The light of hope dispelled the darkness before dawn. Yi Chen gazed at the golden glow reflecting off the palace, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his tranquil eyes, an air of lethal intent emanating from him. "Let me wield the sword of the Emperor to bury this darkness and usher in the dawn of a new era." Chapter 6. Did I grant you leave to rise? In the Xuantian Palace, the Taiji Hall. "Your Majesty has arrived." Zhao Zhongxiang's sharp voice echoed as Yi Chen entered the Grand Hall, under the watchful eyes of the civil and military officials. He strode to the dragon throne at the highest point of the hall, sitting imposingly upon it. Beside the throne was a slightly smaller chair, engraved with the words Regent. Yi Guqing sat upon it, his expression cold and indifferent. This boy truly had a charmed life. Who would have thought that the useless Xuantian Shan, accompanied by so many, could not bring about his demise? It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Yi Guqing narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yi Chen with a sinister glare. a flicker of malice shining in his gaze. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's presence at court today. He had overestimated the incompetence of Wang Yinshan. Yet this was fortuitous. It provided a toy for him to play with for a while. Yi Guqing gazed at Yi Chen, who sat upon the imperial throne, his complexion flushed with vitality, and inwardly scoffed. Wang Yinshan had failed to return last night to report, leaving Yi Guqing unaware that the former had not accomplished his task of eliminating the worthless emperor, and was oblivious to the fact that Wang Yinshan and his entourage had already met their demise. Yi Guqing was indifferent to this. In his eyes, Yi Chen's continued existence merely delayed his ascension to the throne by a couple of days. This situation presented a perfect opportunity for him to draft the imperial edict of self-accusation, allowing for a legitimate claim to the rightful succession. As Yi Guqing cast a sinister glare at Yi Chen, the latter was equally scrutinizing him, harboring a singular thought towards his royal uncle, to kill. To court. Zhao Zhongxiang's sharp voice resonated within the Tai Chi hall. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! All the ministers and generals in the court performed their obeisance to the two figures upon the high platform. The cries of long live echoed resoundingly. However, a closer inspection revealed that many were bowing towards the regent, Yi Guqing. Aside from a few who paid their respects to the legitimate Emperor Yi Chen, the majority were prostrating before Yi Guqing. This sight incited a bitter resentment among those loyal to Emperor Yi Chen. Previously, there were many who pledged their fidelity to the rightful emperor, but a significant number had been dealt with by the agents of the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. Despicable, absurd. Zhao Zhongxiang trembled in anger. The true dragon occupied the throne, yet these ministers bowed to Yi Guqing beside him, entirely disregarding the emperor's presence. They were all opportunists, treacherous ministers. When the late emperor was alive, they professed their unwavering loyalty to the Xuantian royal family, only to reveal themselves as shameless sycophants, rushing to flatter and ingratiate themselves with Yi Guqing after the fall of the late emperor. Zhao Zhongxiang seethed within, wishing he could charge down and thrash the leading ministers who had knelt. Alas, without the emperor's command, he could only endure his fury. Yi Guqing observed the actions of the ministers below the steps, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he directed a mocking grin towards Yi Chen. He then bypassed Yi Chen entirely and addressed the assembly of ministers. You may rise, my esteemed courtiers. In the presence of Yi Chen, the legitimate emperor, he overtly assumed the posture of an emperor himself, brazenly usurping authority and showing utter disregard for Yi Chen's status. Yet at that moment, the majority of the ministers in the hall raised their voices in unison, proclaiming, "Thank you for your benevolence." It was evident that these individuals had long since pledged their allegiance to the regent Yi Guqing, becoming his minions. In the court, Yi Guqing's actions were a blatant power grab, ignoring Yi Chen, the emperor, under the guise of his regent status. Witnessing this, Zhao Zhongxiang's face was a mask of indignation, his heart ablaze with fury, yearning to strike down the treacherous minister before him. As the ministers prepared to rise from their kneeling positions, an unexpected event was about to unfold. "Did I command you to rise?" A chilling voice suddenly resonated. Yi Chen sat upon the imperial throne, his gaze coldly surveying the ministers below who dared to stand. An aura of supreme authority, imperious and disdainful, emanated from him, a regal presence. The overwhelming imperial air that surrounded Yi Chen instantly caught the attention of Yi Guqing, filling his heart with astonishment. Was his nephew truly not a mere puppet? Since ascending to the throne, he had been a docile figure, yet suddenly he seemed transformed. Moreover, he radiated such a potent aura of sovereignty. This display of imperial might bewildered Yi Guqing, leaving him perplexed about the transformation of his seemingly ineffectual nephew. However, sensing no energy fluctuations from Yi Chen, Yi Guqing dismissed the matter, not placing much importance on this change. Initially, the ministers were startled by Yi Chen's newfound imperial aura, as it diverged from their previous perceptions of him. However, they quickly regained their composure, scoffing at the words of this puppet emperor as if they were mere jest. Most of them had already pledged allegiance to the regent, Yi Guqing. How could they be unaware that the true power of the Xuantian Dynasty lay firmly in his hands? The entire dynasty was under the scrutiny of the supervisory pavilion, rendering the puppet emperor's authority virtually meaningless. More critically, following the demise of the late emperor, the military, the most crucial force of the dynasty, had fallen under the control of Yi Guqing, with 2 of the 3 elite military camps now commanded by his sons. Even the imperial guards, originally under the emperor's direct command, were largely influenced by the supervisory pavilion, with 2 of the 3 leaders aligned with Yi Guqing, while the third merely sought to preserve his own safety, remaining uninvolved. Both the court and the military, including the imperial guards, were nearly entirely under Yi Guqing's dominion. With no real power, merely an empty throne, how could this puppet emperor possibly command respect from his ministers, who wielded far greater influence and wealth? Before long, 5 of Yi Guqing's sycophantic ministers rose, blatantly disregarding Yi Chen's words, and bowed before Yi Guqing, exclaiming, "Long live the regent, 10,000 years." Their actions not only dismissed Yi Chen, but also embodied a flagrant provocation. Yet, such behavior brought a satisfied gleam to Yi Guqing's face. Truly, he thought, these loyal sycophants were a source of personal gratification. Yi Chen's eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Zhao Zhongxiang. How should the intentions of these 5 to rebel be punished? They deserve to be implicated to the 9th degree. Zhao Zhongxiang replied vehemently. Excellent. I command you to execute them on the spot, as a warning to others. Yi Chen's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. His demeanor was as casual as one might be when discussing the slaughter of a mere chicken. Indeed, what Yi Chen was about to do was precisely that, kill a chicken to warn the monkey. Chapter 7. To kill those before you, Yi Chen disregarded the presence of his royal uncle, exuding an overwhelming imperial might. As he spoke, a formidable aura enveloped him, instilling a sense of pressure even in the seasoned martial artist Yi Guqing. This oppressive sensation? Yi Guqing furrowed his brow. He was a master at the late, innate stage. Yet the aura emanating from this young man managed to impose upon him. Could it be attributed to the dragon energy of the imperial city? Having divided a quarter of the royal city's dragon vein fortune, Yi Guqing was acutely aware of the presence of such fortunes and their remarkable utility, particularly their significance in martial cultivation. This was precisely why he was so eager to eliminate this puppet emperor and seize the throne for himself. Yi Guqing aspired to become the true ruler of the Xuantian Dynasty, seeking to harness the dragon vein's imperial energy to propel himself towards mastery. Once he achieved mastery, he would feel confident in confronting the Luyun sect, even if they sought to retaliate against the Xuantian Dynasty due to his unfortunate imperial brother. With the power of a master, he would no longer need to fear the Luyun sect. This was the reason he wished to become the true sovereign of the Xuantian Dynasty, despite knowing it had offended the Luyun sect. While Yi Guqing pondered the source of the overwhelming presence emanating from Yi Chen, a voice interrupted his thoughts. As commanded, my lord. Zhao Zhongxiang's voice, gravelly and resolute, echoed. He gazed at the 5 treacherous ministers who had dared to provoke the emperor, his expression transforming into one of cold indifference and sharp intensity. Although he was unaware of why the emperor had ordered him to eliminate these 5 traitors in the presence of Yi Guqing, openly challenging him and tearing their facade, he understood his duty as the emperor's loyal servant, to uphold the majesty of the sovereign. Sensing the malice radiating from Zhao Zhongxiang, Yi Guqing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malevolence igniting within them. Where did these individuals find their audacity? Yi Guqing refrained from taking any action, choosing instead to observe what schemes his ineffectual nephew was concocting. Under the scornful gazes of the 5 treacherous ministers, Zhao Zhongxiang vanished from Yi Chen's side. With his second-grade prowess, the 20-meter distance was traversed in an instant. His figure soared towards the 5 treacherous ministers, closing in under their provoking stares. Death. Vital energy coalesced within Zhao Zhongxiang's palm, unleashing a fierce aura as he advanced to strike down the 5 treacherous ministers before him. This is bad. This eunuch truly dares to take action. Zhao Zhongxiang has gone mad. The 5 treacherous ministers, sensing the ferocity of Zhao Zhongxiang's strike, changed their expressions in an instant. They had never anticipated that this Zhao Zhongxiang would dare to take action. Nor could they fathom that this incompetent emperor would allow his subordinates to attack them in the presence of the regent. The astonishment was not confined to these five. The court, filled with civil and military officials, displayed expressions of shock, struggling to believe the scene unfolding before them. Faced with the threat of death, the five ministers hastily attempted to defend themselves against Zhao Zhongxiang's assault. Holding esteemed positions with boundless prospects ahead, they were unwilling to relinquish their lives so easily. However, they were mere civil officials, and among them, the strongest was but a sixth-tier martial artist. How could they possibly withstand the might of Zhao Zhongxiang, a second-tier expert? In an instant, the five ministers were mercilessly slain upon the Tai Chi Hall, blood splattering across the chamber. They had truly been killed. How could this happen? This scene left some officials, who had intended to rise, trembling in fear, unable to move. They never expected that an emperor, who usually behaved like a fool, would today commit such a ruthless act, killing with such ease. Chen's decisive action directly intimidated them, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Observing the slain ministers, Guqing's countenance turned exceedingly grim. They were dead. They had truly been killed. Those five sycophants, who had once been loyal to him, had been executed before his very eyes, in front of the entire court. Just moments ago, had Guqing chosen to intervene, his innate late-stage cultivation would have allowed him to do so in time. Yet, he wished to witness whether Chen, this so-called fool, would truly dare to kill his own. Thus, this gruesome spectacle unfolded. It was akin to a resounding slap across his face. Very well. Fueled by indignation, a terrifying murderous intent erupted from Guqing. It surged toward Chen like a tangible force, as he mused that his dear nephew had grown, perhaps too ambitious. Initially, he had considered allowing Chen to live a while longer. Since he no longer wished for life, he would grant him that wish. Guqing glittered at Chen, snorting coldly as he spoke. As he did, an overwhelming oppressive force emanated from him, bearing down upon Chen. Was this the pressure of a late-stage, innate expert? Indeed, formidable. Chen braced himself against the encroaching force, his pupils narrowing slightly. Such an overwhelming pressure, combined with Guqing's terrifying intent to kill, would have rendered his former self unconscious, if not dead. However, having now surpassed the acquired realm, while Guqing's formidable killing intent impacted him, it was not as exaggerated as he had feared. Moreover, within the palace, the convergence of the world's dragon veins and the collective fortune of the people created an atmosphere rich with dragon energy. As the ruler of the Xuantian Dynasty, even after having lost half of his dragon energy, he still retained a significant portion. With the enhancement of the dragon qi and under the protection of the imperial fortune, Chen's strength was undoubtedly on par with exceptional innate warriors. More importantly, with the hidden safeguard of the unmatched Du Gu Bai, Chen felt no trepidation in the presence of Guqing. Ming Wang, what audacity you possess to reveal murderous intent towards His Majesty. Are you plotting treason? After executing the five treacherous ministers, Zhao Zhongxiang swiftly returned to Chen's side. He sensed the menacing aura emanating from Guqing, and despite his profound fear of this powerful innate master, he summoned his formidable true energy to assist His Majesty in countering the murderous intent and pressure. However, as Guqing's oppressive force swept towards Zhao Zhongxiang, the latter coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in pallor. This is a conversation between the king and His Majesty. When did a mere lackey like you have the right to speak? Guqing's gaze was cold and piercing as it bore down on Zhao Zhongxiang. The overwhelming pressure that had just brushed past him was sufficient to slay Zhao Zhongxiang. Yet at the critical moment, Chen had deflected it with the power of imperial fortune. Guqing gazed darkly at Chen. Your Majesty, it seems you have concealed your capabilities well, being able to harness the power of the dragon qi. Is this your confidence? I had thought you had some significant trump card to warrant such bravado. Is this all? Guqing regarded Chen with disdain, as if he were merely a jester. Chen, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Guqing, a glint of fervor suddenly sparking in his eyes. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Eliminate Ming Wang Guqing, Reward. 1 top-tier prodigy summoning card. Chapter 8. This is Destiny. The emergence of the system task ignited an intense fervor within Yi Chen's gaze. He looked at Yi Gucheng like a starving wolf encountering a delectable morsel. He had long desired to send Yi Gucheng to the depths of hell, and now the system had graciously offered a reward for such an act. Yi Chen's avaricious, wolfish gaze caused Yi Gucheng to furrow his brow, for he could discern both slaughter and greed reflected in Yi Chen's eyes. Where does this fellow derive his confidence? Yi Gucheng pondered silently, unable to comprehend Yi Chen's audacity. As their eyes met, both harbored a flicker of fierce, murderous intent. Under the augmentation of the dragon veins' imperial energy, Yi Chen stood his ground, unyielding before his adversary. You have managed to control the imperial fortune to such an extent, Yi Gucheng remarked darkly, aware that he too wielded a portion of the imperial energy, yet his proficiency was inferior to that of his inept nephew. Yi Chen responded with scorn. Do you know why? Because I am the true heir, while you, merely a rebellious traitor attempting to usurp power. Think to command the imperial dragon, Qi? His derisive words echoed through the Tai Chi hall, causing the officials within to blanch, their faces turning ghostly pale. Some trembling subtly in response. Such arrogance. Within the grand hall, the multitude of civil and military officials knelt, consumed by their inner thoughts. Some gazed at Yi Chen with a glint of schadenfreude, convinced that this useless emperor was destined for demise. The Ming king, rising in rebellion, proclaimed the righteousness of restoring the rightful ruler, thus positioning himself as the legitimate successor. Yi Chen's accusation of treason struck a nerve deep within Yi Guocheng. As he bowed his head in self-deprecating laughter, the other ministers instinctively lowered their bodies further, daring not to breathe. They understood that, at this moment, the Ming king resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Yi Guocheng ceased his self-mockery and lifted his gaze to the figure seated upon the dragon throne, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Do you not comprehend that you are of royal blood, as am I? Our lineage is identical. Thus, wherefore the talk of rebellion? Why should this throne be yours simply because your deceased father has fallen? In terms of strength, you are naught but a waste. While I am the mightiest of the Xuantian Dynasty, a master of the late innate stage. In wisdom, I can manipulate the court like a puppet, whilst you are merely a jester in the eyes of the populace. In power, I command the military forces of the realm, overseeing the 3 armies. And even the imperial guards, which ought to be under the emperor's control, have now pledged allegiance to me. And what do you possess? A useless dead eunuch. What do you have to challenge me? You, in your current state, have no qualification to contend with me. Yi Guocheng roared his questions at Yi Chen, each word intensifying the malevolence emanating from him, the surrounding aura thickening with his rising energy. This soul-stirring interrogation marked the first time Yi Guocheng had unleashed such a roar within the Tai Chi hall. Yet, none of this bore significance anymore, for the mask of civility had been torn asunder. With the long-suppressed grievances finally voiced, Yi Guocheng felt a weight lift from his chest, a sense of relief washing over him. Yi Chen regarded the raging Yi Guocheng with an air of calm, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of sunlight breaking through clouds. Uncle, should you wish to know, I can provide you with an answer. Yi Chen spoke slowly, prompting Yi Guocheng to turn his gaze, taken aback that Yi Chen could offer insight on such matters. Instinctively, Yi Guocheng perked up his ears to listen. He was not alone. The officials kneeling below also leaned in, intrigued by the prospect of an answer to such a question. With a serene smile, Yi Chen spoke plainly. This is fate. Do you comprehend, my dear uncle? This is fate. The brevity of those 4 words ignited a tempest of murderous intent in Yi Guocheng's eyes. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's audacity in mocking him. In his fury, Yi Guocheng muttered to himself, this is fate. Indeed fate? This is fate. He knew that Yi Chen's words bore truth. His ascension to the throne was indeed intertwined with destiny. As the sole scion of the Xuantian emperor, the throne rightfully belonged to him. However, he was merely a prince, unworthy of such qualification. What a poignant statement. This is fate. A cold and harsh voice resonated as Yi Guocheng glared fiercely at Yi Chen, laughing maniacally. Alas, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. If this is indeed fate, then I shall defy it and alter my destiny. Today, this throne shall be bestowed upon me, whether willingly or not." The chilling and merciless voice, laced with a frigid aura of impending death, echoed within the Taiji hall. Yi Guqing turned his gaze toward a kneeling general at the side and nodded. He was about to begin his defiance against fate. With a subtle gesture, a general who had been prostrated on the ground produced a whistle from his bosom and blew it sharply. Immediately, a series of sharp notes reverberated throughout the Taiji hall. The sound of the whistle was piercing, carrying far beyond the hall. As the whistle echoed, a synchronized thunder of footsteps approached from outside the Taiji hall. Hundreds of soldiers clad in armor, wielding long and deadly blades, surged toward the hall, traversing the prostrate ministers. These guards, who were meant to protect the emperor, now surrounded Yi Chen with their weapons drawn. The Xuantian guard arrived too late to rescue. "We beseech the prince for forgiveness." The leader of the Xuantian guard, Wen Rinqing, knelt before Yi Guqing, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. It seemed that this man was indeed his true master. "Do you still possess any shame? You are the emperor's personal guards, the Xuantian guard meant to protect his majesty, and this is how you safeguard him." Zhao Zhongxiang roared hoarsely. He had long been aware that the palace had fallen under the control of the prince, but he never anticipated that even these imperial guards would choose betrayal. When Rinqing disregarded Zhao Zhongxiang's outcry, maintaining his reverent kneel before Yi Guqing. Upon receiving the prince's signal, he rose, drawing his long blade towards Yi Chen, embodying the stance of loyalty to his master. Regrettably, his conscience seemed to have been devoured by a dog, recognizing the thief as his lord. "Scoundrel!" Zhao Zhongxiang spat contemptuously at Wen Rinqing, gravely standing guard beside the emperor. The situation appeared more perilous than he had imagined, and he could only wonder if the emperor's Jinyui could be relied upon. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, even at the cost of his life. He must protect the emperor's safety and ensure his escape. "My dear nephew, how does it feel to be surrounded by your own guards with blades drawn against you?" Yi Guqing rose from his regent's position, mockingly gazing at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with derision, as if he were observing a jester. "Is this all?" As anticipated, Yi Chen remained expressionless, casting a detached glance at Yi Guqing. "Since my royal uncle's men have made their appearance, I shall not hold back." Yi Chen simirkit distainfui. A resounding voice erupted within the hall. "Where are the Jinyui?" Chapter 9. The Unyielding Jinyui. Where are the Jinyui? The forceful inquiry from Yi Chen's lips elicited astonishment among those in the Taiji hall. The civil and military officials, kneeling on the ground, exchanged bewildered glances. They were oblivious to the significance of the Jinyui. "Jinyui? What on earth is that?" "Listen, they resemble the imperial guards, both serving as protectors. When did our Xuantian Dynasty acquire such a guard? Could this be a force secretly cultivated by the one on stage?" The ministers exchanged hushed whispers, their words tinged with astonishment and surprise at the mention of the Jinyui. "Jinyui?" Yi Guqing furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He, who commanded the Xuantian pavilion and oversaw the realm, was well aware of the factions within the Xuantian Dynasty. Where did the Jinyui, as mentioned by Yi Chen, originate? As the crowd grappled with their shock and confusion regarding the Jinyui, a series of low, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the Taiji hall, drawing nearer with each moment. In the blink of an eye, 500 figures adorned in robes embroidered with flying fish patterns surged into the Taiji hall. Under the astonished gazes of the ministers, these 500 individuals, wielding chilling long blades, swiftly passed by, encircling the Xuantian guards who dared to besiege the emperor. The sudden appearance of these 500 individuals filled the ministers in the Taiji hall with dread. Even the Xuantian guards appeared flustered and apprehensive, for they soon realized that those clad in peculiar attire were far superior in strength, all being first-rate martial artists. "Your Highness," Yi Chen said with a smile directed at Yi Guqing, "what do you think of my Jinyui?" Yi Guqing's eyes scrutinized the 500 intruding figures, the so-called Jinyui, before turning to Yi Chen with a cold smile. "Impressive. You've managed to assemble a guard of 500 Jinyui. Such formidable power has eluded even our Xuantian pavilion." My elder brother certainly hides his capabilities well. Yi Guqing did not believe that this guard of 500 first-rate martial artists was cultivated by Yi Chen. Only his elder brother, who tragically perished at the hands of the Luyuan Sects elder, could achieve such a feat. Noticing Yi Guqing's misunderstanding of the Jinyui's origins, Yi Chen chose not to clarify, as this misconception served to further the Jinyui's narrative. Uncle, do you think these Xuantian guards can withstand the slaughter by my Jinyui? Yi Chen remarked with a faint smile. By directly using the term slaughter, he displayed complete disdain for the Xuantian guards, these traitors. Why should he regard a mere 100 or so second-rate martial artists in the presence of 500 first-rate warriors? There was no need whatsoever. Hey, Yi Guqing chocolate coldy. Fixating his indifferent gaze on the smiling Yi Chen. Do you truly believe that these 500 first-rate martial artists can ensure your safety? As he spoke, a hint of contempt and disdain shone in his eyes, and a mocking tone escaped his lips. Before innate experts, those below are but ants. Even if 5,000 were come, I could eradicate them all. What a pity, such power is wasted on the wrong master. A trace of regret laced Yi Guqing's words. Though the Jinyui were formidable, Yi Guqing was momentarily astonished by such a guard. However, it was merely a fleeting impression. In the presence of innate masters, those beneath them were but mere ants. And 500 first-tier martial artists would only require him a bit more time to eliminate. Hardly worth mentioning. Ignoring Yi Chen. Yi Guqing turned his gaze towards the encircled Xuantian guard and proclaimed, "Lay down your weapons, and I shall offer you an opportunity to ally with me. Following a worthless individual, you risk your lives daily. Yet, by joining me, not only shall you survive, but you will also attain riches and honors. I will grant you positions of power and influence. Surely, you know how to choose wisely." One must admit, this Jinyui comprised of first-tier warriors greatly intrigued Yi Guqing. He yearned for these individuals to pledge their loyalty to him, transforming them into sharp instruments at his disposal. Should he acquire this strength with these 500 men, Yi Guqing could seize control of the Xuantian Dynasty, eliminating those treacherous vassal kings at the slightest opportunity, thereby consolidating the dynasty's fortune. This was the rationale behind his extravagant promises to the Jinyui. Yi Guqing harbored no illusions that all 500 would resist temptation. Human nature is inherently greedy. When faced with life and death, alongside the allure of wealth and power, one is inclined to choose survival. Attempting to sway my Jinyui? Yi Chen retorted with a mocking smile, disdain flickering in his eyes. Undoubtedly, Yi Guqing's words were enticing. Promises of wealth and high office presented a stark contrast to the peril of following Yi Chen, who faced an innate powerhouse, and were thus profoundly alluring. Had it been anyone else, they might have already acquiesced. Wasn't Wang Yinshan and the Xuantian guards precisely such examples? Unfortunately, for Yi Guqing, he miscalculated. He had no inkling that these Jinyui were not susceptible to his persuasion, for they had been summoned by him through the system, possessing unwavering loyalty. Not even the promise of riches could sway them. Even if he pressed a dagger to their throats, they would remain steadfast, refusing to betray him. Uncle, it seems your conditions fail to entice my Jinyui. Perhaps offering your head might convince them. Yi Chen jested, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. Listening to Yi Chen's mockery and observing the Jinyui who disregarded him, Yi Guqing's brow furrowed in disbelief. The choices of these Jinyui left him incredulous. Were they truly so loyal? Even in the face of death and the seduction of wealth, they would rather accompany Yi Chen, that worthless fool, to the grave than pledge allegiance to him? How could such loyalty exist? Were they death-bound warriors? Yi Guqing muttered softly to himself. It is worth noting that Wang Yinshan, a trusted confidant of Yi Chen, chose to betray him under the conditions of his surrender. Faced with life-and-death decisions and the allure of personal gain, few possessed the fortitude to remain unperturbed. However, the 500 imperial guards before Yi Guqing left him utterly astonished. They displayed not the slightest hint of temptation in response to his enticing offers, unwavering in their resolve. Apart from the death warriors, Yi Guqing could fathom no other type of individual. Yet, even among the death warriors, one would expect a modicum of wavering in the face of such temptation. Nevertheless, these 500 imperial guards remained steadfast, unmoved. Disregarding Yi Chen's mockery, Yi Guqing's gaze fixed upon the imperial guards, his eyes glinting with a fierce, murderous intent. Since they failed to seize the opportunity presented to them, their lives would be forfeit today. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Yi Guqing, a torrent of energy surging within him, erupting forth. He could not permit such a formidable force, one beyond his control, to exist in this world. They must perish. Chapter 10. Who are these people? The indifference of the imperial guards and the derision from Yi Chen were intolerable to Yi Guqing, igniting a conflagration of rage within him. A tempest of killing intent erupted from him, causing the surrounding imperial guards, who encircled Xuantian and Yi Guqing, to adopt expressions of grave concern, their eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. The energy emanating from Yi Guqing conveyed an overwhelming threat, evoking an instinctual urge to retreat. Yet despite this, the imperial guards remained resolute, their cold gazes intensifying, their grips on their long blades tightening. They harbored but a singular thought: to protect Yi Chen, to defend their master. Were these individuals truly mad? Did they harbor no fear of death? Their eyes were terrifying, resolute in their intent to engage in battle. From whence did these imperial guards emerge, exhibiting such fervor? Would the Tai Chi Hall truly witness bloodshed today? The civil and military officials kneeling on the ground observed the tense standoff between the two factions, some trembling, their heads bowed as they exchanged furtive whispers. The entire court was gripped by fear at this unexpected turn of events. They longed to retreat, to distance themselves from the impending violence. Yet they understood that any movement on their part might provoke the wrath of the two adversaries engaged in confrontation, risking their own lives. Amidst their hushed discussions, Yi Guqing's cold gaze swept across the assembly, his voice laced with anger. Those prepare to follow me, stand up and move to the right. Those who do not comply will be deemed my enemies. All of you at the first rank of cultivation, come to my side. Yi Guqing was decidedly displeased with the officials who remained kneeling. He had already commanded them to rise, yet they remained prostrate, intimidated by Yi Chen's words and the deaths of 5 worthless individuals at the hands of Zhao Zhong. Now that the facade had been stripped away, Yi Guqing sought to compel the officials to declare their allegiance, demonstrating to Yi Chen just how many among them viewed him as a worthless individual. To become my enemy is to court death. The furious voice of Yi Guqing caused those kneeling on the ground to instinctively tremble. Numerous ministers, having long since pledged their allegiance to the Ming Wang, swiftly rose and moved to the right, having already aligned themselves with this formidable force. This faction comprised a significant portion of the bureaucrats within the court. However, this appeared to be merely the beginning. As soon as these individuals stood, 2/3 of those remaining exchanged glances, and after a moment's contemplation, they too rose and gravitated toward the right. Ultimately, only a scant few, merely a dozen or so, remained kneeling in the Tai Chi Hall. Out of over 100 officials, only a handful chose not to align with Yi Guqing, many of whom were over 100 years old, seasoned veterans who had served 2 emperors prior to Yi Chen's ascension. Some of the younger ones were descendants of these venerable ministers, opting to follow in their forebears' footsteps. They were the only ones who had not succumbed to Yi Guqing's threats or temptations, remaining as a counterbalance to him within the court. Without these influential figures, who still wielded some authority and could voice their opinions, the court would have long fallen under Yi Guqing's control. Yi Chen cast a cold glance at those ministers who had sided with Yi Guqing, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. When his gaze fell upon the dozen or so officials still standing in the Tai Chi Hall, a smile graced his face as he warmly remarked, "Elder Fei, Elder Yang, Elder Jean, your loyalty has not gone unnoticed. Please rise and step aside. Simply observe the unfolding drama." He gestured to several members of the Jinyui, instructing them to assist the loyal ministers, guiding them to the left side of the Tai Chi Hall to ensure their safety. You need not concern yourself with such gestures, for soon they shall accompany you to the grave, Yi Guqing retorted, his eyes glinting with malice. After today, the Tai Chi Hall will have a new master. A rare light flickered in his eyes, as if he could envision himself seated upon the dragon throne. For Yi Guqing, the tearing of facades was a fortuitous turn, for he no longer needed to bide his time. "Uncle, The innate realm may not be insurmountable, Yi Chen calmly observed, gazing steadily at the flickering eyes of Yi Guqing. He slowly commanded, "Jinyui, heed my order, eliminate all the Xuantian guards present." Even in the face of Yi Guqing's innate power, Yi Chen chose to strike first, opting for a preemptive assault. Yes, the Jinyui roared in unison, their thunderous voices reverberating throughout the Taichi Hall. The glint of blades surged forth as 500 Jinyui charged, wielding their sharp sabers with lethal intent, mercilessly slaughtering the Xuantian guards, who primarily belonged to the second-grade realm. Indeed, against these adversaries, the Jinyui waged a massacre, the Xuantian guards having no hope of resistance beneath the onslaught of their blades. In a mere few breaths, hundreds of Xuantian guards, along with their leader, were mercilessly slaughtered by the Jinyui. Vivid blood flowed across the floor of the Taiji Hall, staining it crimson. The demise of these guards inflicted only minor injuries on a few of the Jinyui, failing to claim a single life. However, amidst the massacre, several martial generals among the ministers allied with Yi Guqing's sword into action, seizing swords and blade from the ground to charge at the Jinyui. "Do not offend His Majesty, the Ming King. You brigands dare to unleash such carnage within the court." These martial generals, not lacking in prowess, boasted formidable capabilities, with the weakest among them standing at the pinnacle of the first rank. Their intervention immediately constrained all Jinyui, branding them as thieves, as if Yi Guqing were the legitimate ruler and Emperor Yi Chen a mere brigand. For a first-rank warrior to confront those of acquired realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to reverse the tide. While hundreds of Jinyui collaborated to fend off these adept fighters, they could not inflict any fatal blows upon them. "Are you afraid that I shall spare your families?" Yi Chen observed the handful of martial generals obstructing the Jinyui, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Amidst the bloody turmoil in the court, a similar scene unfolded at the headquarters of the monitoring pavilion. Shen Qinglong, who did not accompany Yi Chen to the Taiji Hall, led 500 Jinyui to the stronghold of the monitoring pavilion. Attack! Upon signaling, the concealed Jinyui at several critical entrances launched a frenzied assault on the guards of the monitoring pavilion, initiating a brutal massacre. Shen Qinglong and his men encountered little resistance, swiftly breaching what appeared to be an impregnable fortress within mere moments. This success stemmed from the guards' excessive complacency and negligence, resulting in their swift demise before they could even call for help or alert others. Who would have anticipated an assault on the monitoring pavilion while it basked in its zenith of power and prestige? As Shen Qinglong led the 500 Jinyui into the depths of the monitoring pavilion, the air erupted with roars of alarm. Enemy attack. Instantly, chaos engulfed the monitoring pavilion. While Yi Guqing instigated turmoil in the Taiji Hall, his stronghold was simultaneously besieged by another force dispatched by Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to Yi Guqing, he discreetly sent someone back to the monitoring pavilion, intending to bring Yi Chen's mother to stage a grand spectacle for him. Simultaneously, a glint of cold light flickered in Yi Guqing's eyes as he transformed his right hand into a claw, lunging toward Yi Chen with the intent to capture him. To seize the thief, one must first capture the king. Yi Guqing understood well that halting the Jinyui required taking down their master. As his claw reached forth, poised to grasp Yi Chen, a fervent contempt gleamed in his gaze. As disdain welled up within him, he seemed to sense something, and his expression abruptly shifted. "Who goes there?" A startled exclamation escaped his lips, and Yi Guqing retreated in haste. Chapter 11. "I want your head, who?" Yi Guqing thundered, his figure retreating beneath the watchful gaze of the officials in the Taiji Hall, moving back a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. This sudden turn of events elicited expressions of astonishment from the civil and military officials in the hall, equally taken aback by the reaction of the Ming King. The people in the Taiji Hall turned their gaze towards the direction of Yi Guqing's ire. On the steps before the dragon throne, the sound of a howling wind arose, heralding the arrival of a figure. He appeared from nowhere, swiftly materializing before Emperor Yi Chen. This individual appeared slender and bore no aura of a formidable warrior, resembling an ordinary person, making it nearly impossible to associate him with the term expert. Yet, Upon his emergence, Yi Guqing exhibited an unprecedented seriousness. He was acutely aware that the sword intent which had forced him to retreat emanated from this very person. The attempt on Yi Chen's life had also been thwarted by him. From a distance of several meters, he sensed an extraordinarily sharp sword energy radiating from this seemingly ordinary, yet enigmatic swordsman. The intensity of that sword aura pricked his skin with a tingling sensation, compelling him to furrow his brow in response to such overwhelming might. A late-stage innate realm swordsman. Yi Guqing's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the swordsman standing before Yi Chen, his pupils reflecting a hint of apprehension. Yi Chen, I never anticipated that you had an innate realm warrior as your backing. No wonder you dare to provoke me so audaciously. Yi Guqing's gaze shifted from the mysterious swordsman to Yi Chen, his expression darkening as he finally comprehended why this so-called waste dared to challenge him in court. It turned out he had such a formidable supporter. Yet, could one innate realm warrior truly save him? Where did these powerful figures and protectors emerge from? Why had my monitoring pavilion failed to provide any intelligence? Yi Guqing's mind raced with frustration. Both the swordsmen and the imperial guards seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Prior to their appearance, the so-called monitoring pavilion, tasked with overseeing the realm, had provided no intel whatsoever, an utterly unfathomable situation. Du Guqiu pays his respects to your majesty. After thwarting Yi Guqing's attack, Du Guqiu turned, planting his sword into the ground, and knelt before Yi Chen with utmost respect, bowing his head in deference. Du Guqiu's actions left Yi Guqing in a state of shock, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this late-stage innate realm swordsman would display such reverence before Yi Chen, devoid of any semblance of the demeanor expected from a powerful innate realm warrior. How can this be? Yi Guqing murmured to himself, unable to accept the scene unfolding before him. It is noteworthy that even Yi Chen's father, the emperor at the pinnacle of the innate realm, never demanded the act of kneeling from his fellow innate warriors during their interactions. While not advocating for absolute equality, he treated them with respect, engaging as friends and honoring the innate strong as revered figures. Yet here, before his very eyes, stood an innate swordsman from the late stage, who revered Yi Chen to such an extent that he performed the act of kneeling. This was a feat that even the former emperor could not accomplish. Why did this waste have to do so? Not only was Yi Guqing astonished, but those within the court, possessing considerable cultivation themselves, were rendered speechless upon realizing the prowess of Du Guqiu. They were utterly taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Yi Chen relished the shock evident on Yi Guqing's face, nodding at Du Guqiu and calmly stating, "You may rise. This individual is entrusted to you. Do you possess the confidence to subdue him?" "Thank you, your majesty." Du Guqiu clasped his hands together, gradually rising, drawing his formidable sword. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Yi Guqing. "You can entrust him to me without reservation." The exchange between Yi Chen and Du Guqiu incited a mixture of fury and amusement within Yi Guqing, with a hint of madness in his eyes. He gazed at Yi Chen. "Subdue me? If you believe that having such a late-stage innate swordsman will safeguard your life, you are sorely mistaken. Before me, he is merely a slightly more powerful insect." Yi Guqing felt no trepidation in the presence of the late-stage swordsman, for he himself was an innate peak warrior. Dealing with this swordsman would merely require a bit more time. "I do not know where you found this late-stage swordsman, but I can assure you, he will not be able to protect you." He perceived Yi Chen as becoming overly confident and detached from reality. As he spoke, Yi Guqing turned his gaze toward Du Guqiu, adopting a sincere tone. "Brother, I am unaware of what promises my worthless nephew has made to you. However, I can offer you a promise of my own. Should you join my ranks, I will double whatever he has promised you. You may request anything that I possess." Yi Guqing was eager to recruit this innate swordsman, recognizing the immense value such a powerful figure held for the Xuantian Dynasty, especially since most of its innate warriors had perished, leaving the dynasty nearly devoid of such strength. Should he successfully win over this individual, Yi Guqing's influence would amplify significantly. Dugu Qiubai cast a cold glance at Yi Gucheng. I have but one request. What is it? Yi Gucheng's eyes brightened with hope. I demand your head, Dugu Qiubai replied indifferently. In that moment, Dugu Qiubai stepped forward, gripping his long sword tightly, and swiftly advanced toward Yi Gucheng with lethal intent. Without any visible buildup of sword momentum, he unleashed an astonishingly sharp sword strike, aimed directly at Yi Gucheng. The sword light tore through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling toward him. The brilliance of the sword appeared suddenly, devoid of any warmth. As a chilling voice resonated throughout the Tai Chi Hall, the breaking sword style of the 9 swords of solitude. Gazing at the sword light slicing through the air, feeling its sharpness, Yi Gucheng's expression changed abruptly. He never anticipated that this individual would dare to mock him, choosing instead to spurn his goodwill. Yi Gucheng's countenance grew stern, his eyes glinting with a hint of ferocity as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on barging in. If you seek death, I shall oblige." As he spoke, Yi Gucheng drew the sword at his waist and struck fiercely. As a pinnacle existence of the innate realm, he naturally did not fear the late-stage sword demon, Dugu Qiubai. "You spurn my offer of allegiance. Then you shall descend into the abyss." The hall was filled with the sound of whistling winds as the 2 figures darted through the space, their blades clashing with fervor. The air was suddenly filled with the incessant clang of metal, their swords colliding in a cacophony, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that swept through the chamber. The floor of the hall crumbled under the force of their battle, stones flying in every direction. The clash of these 2 innate masters sent shivers through the gathered officials, who instinctively retreated in alarm. They had never anticipated that today's confrontation would be so intense, with blades drawn in the Taiji Hall, staining the ground with blood, and even a fierce battle between innate experts erupting. What formidable sword intent! Yi Gucheng was profoundly shaken as he engaged in fierce combat with Dugu Qiubai. In that brief exchange, he was astonished by the might of his opponent's sword. The other seemed no weaker than himself. Chapter 12. The innate battle. How could his sword be so sharp? What overwhelming sword momentum! Yi Gucheng parried Dugu Qiubai's onslaught, his brow furrowed, his eyes heavy with realization. He discovered that Dugu Qiubai's sword was far more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. Despite recognizing the strength of Dugu Qiubai's sword, Yi Gucheng did not yield in the slightest. Instead, he unleashed an even more potent wave of killing intent, clashing fiercely with the presence before him. Though his opponent's sword momentum was formidable, Yi Gucheng, as a pinnacle master of the innate realm, remained confident in his ability to prevail. This was the essence of his self-assurance. The 2 long swords clashed violently, sword energy surging in every direction. The ground and surrounding pillars bore countless fine scars from their fierce duel. Dugu Qiubai wielded his sword with unyielding ferocity, his silver hair swirling amidst the intense battle, revealing a noticeable fluctuation in his emotions during the confrontation with Yi Gucheng. Facing the pinnacle of the innate realm, Dugu Qiubai felt immense pressure. With his late-stage cultivation, attempting to overcome such a foe was no small feat. Yi Gucheng, exuding the might of the pinnacle of the innate realm, swung his sword with lethal intent. Surrounding him was an aura of malevolence, his visage fierce as he coldly regarded Dugu Qiubai, stating, "Since you cannot seize the chance to preserve your life, then you shall meet your demise." The long sword struck forth with the swiftness of lightning, its blade radiating a fierce energy that enveloped the formidable figure of Dugu Qiubai. Each thrust was imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, evoking a grave expression upon Dugu Qiubai's countenance. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the Dugu 9 swords break sword technique. A flurry of sharp, icy brilliance erupted from his sword, a torrent of radiant sword lights surging through the air, clashing violently with the horrific assault unleashed by Yi Gucheng. Armed with a profound understanding of the sword path, the lethal force emanating from Dugu Qiubai was no less formidable than that of Yi Gucheng. As Dugu Qiubai retaliated, Yi Gucheng's figure faltered momentarily before transforming into a streak of lightning, launching a strike. "Cease your actions now, and I may yet forgive your insolence. Do not squander this opportunity." With each of Yi Guqing's strikes, chaotic energy surged forth, the sharpness of his blade sending tremors through the air. Despite his assertions of mercy towards Dugu Qiubai, his actions betrayed no compassion, only the ruthless intent to kill. When the time to strike arrived, he showed no hesitation. Dugu Qiubai parried with his sword, and as their blades met, an invisible force reverberated through the air, shattering the ground beneath them into a cascade of dust and debris. These seemingly solid stones crumbled like mere trifles before the ferocity of the two innate warriors' clash. The officials who had retreated to the corners of the hall were now engulfed in shock, their spirits shaken by the fierce combat taking place within the Tai Chi Hall. They had never anticipated that the emperor would command such a powerful warrior, a master of such formidable prowess. How could such strength withstand the onslaught of the Ming king? Could it be that the emperor might truly turn the tide today? It seemed implausible, regardless of the Ming king's immense strength. Could this swordsman truly contend with him? The empress dowager remained imprisoned in the celestial watchtower, after all, unless the emperor was willing to forsake his biological mother. He would ultimately be led by the nose by the Ming king. The officials huddled in the corner whispered among themselves. Yi Chen had innate warriors loyal to him, which astonished them greatly. Yet, they were acutely aware that Yi Chen stood no chance of prevailing. Those postnatal warriors engaged in combat with the imperial guards chose not to intervene in this innate battle. They understood that, in the presence of such masters, even a collective assault would yield little effect. The postnatal could not hope to match the innate. All eyes in the Tai Chi Hall were fixed upon the central clash. Witnessing the fierce struggle between Dugu Qiubai and Yi Guqing, a tempest of sharp sword energies roamed freely within the hall, the brilliance of the blades illuminating the entire space. In that moment, the hall was filled with interweaving sword energies. Even the air they breathed felt infused with the cutting essence of the sword. Truly, the legendary sword demon embodied an extraordinary innate sword body. Observing Dugu Qiubai's ability to stand against Yi Guqing, Yi Chen could not help but reflect in awe. Throughout history, many have pursued the sword path, yet Dugu Qiubai's innate talent for swordsmanship undoubtedly set him apart among practitioners. As Yi Chen contemplated the formidable talent of Dugu Qiubai, Yi Guqing wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. Engaged in a fierce duel, he had not anticipated that the opponent's swordsmanship would possess such remarkable power. How could this individual, clearly only at the late stage of the innate realm, unleash combat prowess that rivaled his own? When he first confronted Dugu Qiubai, Yi Guqing had been brimming with confidence, convinced that he could swiftly dispatch this late-stage swordsman, believing it to be merely a matter of time, a trivial inconvenience. In his mind, although the swordsman was at the late stage of the innate realm, the gap between them was still immense. With his own mastery at the pinnacle of the innate realm, he thought it would be a simple task to defeat him. However, as the clash continued, Yi Guqing's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that Dugu Qiubai would prove to be so formidable, matching him blow for blow. He understood all too well that the greatest obstacle here was this swordsman. Once he was vanquished, the 500 elite genie Wei would be inconsequential. With his extraordinary prowess, he could easily eliminate those hundreds of lesser opponents, for the speed of an innate master would leave them struggling to keep up. As clear notes of swordplay resonated between them, the air crackled with the sound of steel meeting steel, and the two innate masters clashed fiercely, each sustaining injuries. Blood splattering in the heat of battle. Neither was able to gain a decisive advantage. Realizing that this opponent's strength was on par with his own, Yi Guqing understood that he could not afford to prolong the engagement. He had not anticipated that the swordsman would be his equal, and the prospect of defeating him in a short time seemed increasingly bleak. A shift in strategy was imperative. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Guqing's eyes. He was a ruthless adversary. No longer entangled with Dugu Qiubai, he suddenly altered his offensive, soaring towards Yi Chen with a commanding shout. "Capture the leader first. Let us see if you can save this fool from my lethal strike." With that proclamation, he unleashed a devastating sword strike. "Farewell, my dear nephew. channeling his innate power into the blade. It seemed to move with paradoxical swiftness, appearing before Yi Chen in an instant. The sword's radiance surged forward, a tempest of fury descending with thunderous speed, as if intent on extinguishing Yi Chen's life. A sense of alarm washed over Du Guqiubai. He had not expected Yi Guqiang to attempt a sneak attack on the emperor amidst their duel. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards Yi Guqiang, his sword emanating brilliant light, striving to intercept the lethal blow. Sensing Du Guqiubai's movement behind him, Yi Guqiang's lips curled into a derisive smirk. Viewing him as an inexperienced fool, with a sudden burst of speed, he struck out with his sword, envisioning the moment when Yi Chen would be pierced through the heart by his blade. Chapter 13. Your sword seems lacking. Royal Uncle, the sudden assault and the abrupt turn of events left Yi Guqiang with a choice to ambush Yi Chen amidst the fierce battle, which indeed drew expressions of astonishment from the onlookers in the Taiji Hall. Even the ministers who had aligned themselves with the Ming Wang seemed taken aback by the Lord's decision to strike at the one seated upon the dragon throne while engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a formidable foe. Did this not imply that the Ming Wang deemed himself incapable of defeating this swordsman, thus resorting to a strategy of attacking Yi Chen instead? As this thought crossed their minds, many ministers cast glances at Du Guqiubai, silently pondering. Is this person truly that powerful? The despicable villain, Du Guqiubai, witnessing Yi Guqiang's lethal strike, felt a surge of alarm wash over him, unleashing a roar of desperation. His eyes reddened as he fervently surged his internal vitality, attempting to hasten his speed to rush forth and shield his majesty from this vicious blow. However, Yi Guqiang's meticulously calculated strike already possessed the upper hand, and coupled with his peak innate cultivation, the explosive speed left Du Guqiubai at a disadvantage, rendering interception impossible. It was too late. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Yi Guqiang's lips as he spoke mockingly, his eyes glinting with contempt. The sword light flashed like lightning, hurtling towards Yi Chen's head with ferocity. This strike seemed intent on severing his head from his body. Yi Chen, gazing at the oncoming threat of Yi Guqiang, felt a weight of gravity in his eyes, yet his countenance betrayed no fear or panic. He fervently summoned the vitality within him, channeling a portion of the true dragon's fortune from the imperial palace through his Jiulong emperor body, pouring it into the heavenly emperor's sword in his grasp. He aimed to harness every ounce of strength at his disposal to counter Yi Guqiang's brutal attack. Yi Guqiang charged towards Yi Chen, wielding his sword with unrelenting ferocity. The brilliance of the sword shone resplendently as it unleashed the might of the innate realm, a devastating strike aimed to obliterate Yi Chen. As he executed the strike, Yi Guqiang envisioned the gruesome scene of Yi Chen's severed head, a triumphant smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Gazing at the ferocious sword strike imbued with innate malevolence, Yi Chen remained expressionless, suddenly drawing forth the heavenly emperor's sword from its sheath. Clang! The sound of the sword being unsheathed resonated, and under Yi Chen's command, he swung the sword fiercely to meet the incoming blade. Overestimating oneself, Yi Guqiang sneered at Yi Chen's actions. His peak innate strike, though not at the zenith of innate power, was still comparable to the later stages of the innate realm, intended solely to thwart Du Guqiubai's intervention. What could such a worthless nephew possibly use to counter this? Yet, the derisive smile on Yi Guqiang's face swiftly vanished. The scene unfolding before him rendered his expression a deep shade of pale, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yi Chen unleashed a sword strike from the heavens, a regal pressure erupting forth as the formidable emperor's sword cleaved through the radiant beam of light. A resounding explosion echoed, and the invisible yet overwhelming sword energy surged forth with abandon. The force of Yi Chen's strike effortlessly neutralized Yi Guqiang's lethal blow. Your sword seems rather lackluster, uncle. Yi Chen's voice resonated, both commanding and robust. A powerful aura erupted from him, the dragon robe he wore billowing dramatically with his movement, exuding an air of mastery. Those who witnessed this spectacle gasped in shock, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Yi Chen's display left the officials within the Tai Chi Hall utterly dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Chen was not the martial arts failure they presumed. His strength was exceedingly formidable. At the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, wielding innate power, Chen stared at Chen in disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. His gaze, sharp as lightning, remained fixed on Chen, his expression grave. I never imagined you concealed your true capabilities so deeply. The entire Xuantian Dynasty has been deceived by you. He struggled to comprehend that his seemingly worthless nephew possessed such extraordinary prowess. How could this be? Cheng's mind was in turmoil, a chaotic whirlpool of thoughts. He could not accept the reality unfolding before him, as if everything had slipped from his grasp. As Cheng was momentarily stunned by Chen's display, a razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air from behind him, striking his shoulder before he could evade, causing a spray of crimson. I have failed in my duty to protect, and thus I deserve the gravest punishment, Dugu Qiubai declared, having launched a counterattack against Cheng that forced him back. He appeared before Chen, his demeanor a mix of trepidation and respect. Internally, he wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that his majesty's strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Bring me the head of Ming Wang, Chen commanded, empowered by the royal dragon aura. Although he could indeed contend with the innate realm through sheer force, he recognized the challenge posed by the peak of innate strength that Chen represented. Dugu Qiubai, gripping his long sword tightly, nodded solemnly. I shall obey your command. To think you are such a despicable character, launching a sneak attack while engaged with me. Dugu Qiubai stepped forward, sword in hand, his tone grave. Today, there are but two outcomes for us. Either I sever your head, or we perish together. His eyes glinted with ferocity, a palpable aura of death surrounding him as he fixed his gaze upon Chen, the sword in his hand shimmering ominously. His earlier oversight had nearly resulted in a catastrophic fate for His Majesty, and he was determined to avert such a grievous sin. In this moment, Dugu Qiubai held only one thought: to engage Chen in a battle to the death. The outcome of today could only be one of the two fates he had proclaimed. Chen pressed his palm against his bleeding arm, the vigorous true energy surging within. Over this period, the wounds on his arm had been largely treated. Furthermore, there was one conclusion: I shall send you all to hell. Chen spoke in a deep voice, his heart ablaze with an overwhelming fury. The situation had repeatedly slipped beyond his control, leaving him deeply agitated. Do you truly believe that with such a late-stage innate swordsman, you can contend with me? Even if you and those 500 first-grade warriors strike together, it will only lead to your demise. You will achieve nothing of significance. Chen cast a resentful glance at Chen and coldly declared, Today, you shall all meet your end here. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. His right hand grasped the gleaming long sword, and with a sudden, fierce slash, he unleashed a strike that appeared devoid of grandiosity, lacking earth-shattering waves, seemingly unremarkable, as if it bore no formidable prowess. However, this seemingly ordinary strike instilled a sense of dread in Dugu Qiubai. The inability of others to perceive the strength of this strike did not imply that Dugu Qiubai was blind to it. Chen's blow had indeed reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Every edge was contained within the long sword, coalescing without dispersion, without a trace of energy diffusing outward, representing utmost concentration. The sheer magnitude of power concealed in this strike was beyond comprehension. When strength ascends to a certain level, all techniques lose their significance. Only power reigns supreme. Chen sought to crush Dugu Qiubai through the disparity of strength. Chapter 14. This group know. This is a band of madmen gazing at the lethal sword light approaching. Dugu Qiubai's expression turned grave. Having devoted his life to the sword, he understood all too well the state Chen was in, a return to simplicity and absolute mastery of one's own strength. Their earlier clash had afforded them a mutual understanding, and he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Chen's power. Yet, he never anticipated the extent of control his opponent possessed over his own strength would be so profound. Just in time, Although Dugu Qiubai felt a sense of shock at Yi Guqing's power, he was not deterred. He held unwavering confidence in his own Dugu 9 swords. The Dugu 9 swords represented the purest form of swordplay, a distillation to the utmost simplicity of fundamental techniques. However, Dugu Qiubai had transformed it into his own lethal sword art, for to him, the essence of the sword lay in lethal force. And the killing moves of the Dugu 9 swords were equally straightforward, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Like the absolute force pursued by Yi Guqing in this moment, Dugu Qiubai's sword cut forth, as heavy as a mountain. As the long sword cleaved through the air, a crisp crackle resonated through the surrounding atmosphere. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the two long swords collided violently. At the moment of impact, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the swords, unleashing chaos. The azure bricks below succumbed to the onslaught of force, shattering into a cloud of dust that scattered into the air. The combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their garments billowing and rustling like banners in the wind, fighting with unrestrained fervor. "What a remarkable sword!" exclaimed Yi Guqing as he clashed blades with the formidable sword of Dugu Qiubai. By their second encounter, Yi Guqing had gained profound insight into both Dugu Qiubai's swordsmanship and his formidable prowess. Indeed, his opponent wielded an exceptionally powerful sword, one that dominated the battlefield, allowing him to unleash a force that rivaled Yi Guqing's own in an instant. Yet, Yi Guqing discerned a method to suppress such swordplay, by relying on superior strength to overpower it, to subdue it with greater force. He understood that there was no immediate need to eliminate Dugu Qiubai. He merely needed to entangle him until his men could bring Yi Chen's mother to this location, resolving everything. Yi Guqing was no mere brute relying solely on strength. His ability to command such power in the court stemmed not only from his own might, but, more crucially, from his strategic mind. As Yi Guqing and Dugu Qiubai clashed violently within the Taiji Hall, they awaited the arrival of the Tianjin Pavilion's people to bring the Empress Dowager as leverage against Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the Tianjin Pavilion was engulfed in a fierce battle, with thousands of formidable warriors engaged in a frenzied melee, including numerous first-grade and postnatal fighters. "Jinyui, heed my command. Wield your blades and carve a bloody path forward. We may perish, but we must ensure the safety of the Empress Dowager," roared Shen Qinglong. He shielded a woman clad in prison garb, fiercely wielding his long knife to slay any enemies attempting to breach their defenses. In that moment, Shen Qinglong's expression was as cold as ice as he declared, "I will say this only once. I seek only to leave. Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall face certain death." Although Shen Qinglong harbored the intent to annihilate every individual within the Tianjin Pavilion, he understood that his priority was the protection of the Empress Dowager. He could not allow her delicate form to suffer even the slightest harm, lest he present his head to the emperor. Thus, he chose to spare some of the Tianjin Pavilion's personnel rather than risk pursuing them. "Jinyui, heed my command. Offer your lives for the fight and break through." With this command, Shen Qinglong, while safeguarding the Empress Dowager, advanced swiftly, his long knife unleashing waves of lethal energy that sliced through the air, vanquishing those Tianjin Pavilion warriors who dared to approach. His postnatal peak strength enabled him to thwart any ambushes, with hundreds of first-grade Jinyui fighting valiantly in front. Paving the way with their own flesh and blood, Shen Qinglong gradually led the Empress Dowager out of the Tianjin Pavilion, their path unimpeded. The Tianjin Pavilion was indeed a den of dragons and tigers, teeming with experts, among whom were numerous postnatal masters. However, faced with the reckless onslaught of 500 first-grade warriors, these postnatal fighters dared not act rashly, fearing encirclement by the relentless Jinyui. It is important to note that initially, a number of practitioners sought to thwart this group of lunatics, only to be ruthlessly slain by the hundreds of desperate warriors. Their bodies were cleaved asunder, falling in gruesome pieces to the ground. Where did these madmen originate? Why do they seek to rescue the Empress? Within the monitoring pavilion, the practitioners observed the frenzied onslaught of the Imperial Guards, feeling a chilling breeze sweep through their ranks, sending shivers down their spines. This was no ordinary group. They were a band of maniacs, truly terrifying. Several practitioners met a tragic end, their bodies used as shields by these unknown assailants, their flesh serving to block the blades, allowing others a fleeting opportunity to strike back. Who could have anticipated that such fearless beings existed in this world? Charge, they commanded. We must not allow them to take the Empress. The powerful figures within the monitoring pavilion knew they could not let these enigmatic individuals succeed in their mission, lest it thwart the grand designs of the prince. Faced with such madness, they would have long retreated, had it not been for their sacred duty. Caution was paramount. None were to harm the Empress. Furthermore, they were apprehensive of accidentally injuring her in the chaos, for they were forbidden from causing her even the slightest harm before the prince's orders were issued. Consequently, their efforts to impede the assailants were limited to encirclement, aiming to prevent these mysterious figures from absconding with the Empress. Yet, these attempts were met with the relentless charge of Xuantian and the imperial guards, who carved a bloody path through the blockade, racing towards the palace. Brothers, he urged, the sovereign has entrusted us with this mission, placing his faith in us. Can we afford to disappoint him? Absolutely not. We must fight with all our might to forge a way forward. Xuantian commanded 100 imperial guards to lead the charge, wielding their blades to carve a path. He himself shielded the Empress with 100 guards, while another 100 held the rear, fending off the relentless pursuit by the monitoring pavilion's forces. Tragically, 200 of their comrades had already fallen within the pavilion, bravely sacrificing themselves. The monitoring pavilion, a perilous den of dragons and tigers within the imperial city, naturally exacted a heavy toll for any rescue attempt. The ease with which they managed to extricate the Empress was not merely due to the formidable prowess of the imperial guards, but also because their assault had taken the monitoring pavilion by surprise, leaving many of its defenders unable to react in time, thus facilitating their incursion into the otherwise impregnable stronghold. This harrowing chase and battle left the citizens of the imperial city in a state of shock. Many hastily shut their doors, fearing the impending calamity. As Xuantian raced towards the imperial palace with the Empress Dowager, a military officer who had just emerged from the palace, intending to head to the observation tower, caught sight of the figure clad in a flying fish robe escorting the Dowager. His complexion turned ashen. Disaster had struck. Chapter 15. A desperate combat within the Tai Chi Hall. The relentless assault of Dugu Qiubai rendered the confrontation extraordinarily fierce. Each strike of Dugu Qiubai's 9 swords was akin to the essence of swordsmanship, embodying the most tyrannical essence of slaughter. His swift sword transcended the speed limits typical of innate masters, producing a velocity that even the esteemed swordsman Yi Guqing could not disregard. As the two premier swordsmen clashed within the palace, streaks of silver light flickered, leaving ghastly blood trails upon their bodies. This man was nothing short of a madman. Why hadn't that group of inept fools apprehended the Empress Dowager yet? Yi Guqing pondered heavily to himself. Dugu Qiubai's willingness to engage in a mutually destructive struggle meant that every strike aimed to exchange lives with Yi Guqing, disregarding his own mortality, which forced Yi Guqing into a position of desperate defense. Dugu Qiubai was willing to seek death, but Yi Guqing was not ready to perish. For his grand ambitions lay just within reach. He was poised to become the emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty, unwilling to be dragged down with this man. Yi Guqing's trepidation enabled Dugu Qiubai to seize complete control of the duel. Dressed in a billowing robe, Dugu Qiubai ignored Yi Guqing's lethal maneuvers. Each sword stroke pursued absolute lethality. By employing an aggressive strategy, he compelled Yi Guqing to default to defense. Boom! In an instant, as Dugu Qiubai's sword repelled Yi Guqing, a flash of clarity illuminated his mind. Now was the moment. The thoughts surged through his consciousness as he darted forward, plunging his sword into the retreating Yi Guqing's path. Swish! The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated as Yi Guqing's sword impudently drove into Dugu Qiubai's chest. The sudden turn of events astonished the ministers present, their gazes riveted on the chaos unfolding before them. This man? The ministers were taken aback, and even Yi Guqing himself was startled. He never anticipated that Dugu Qiubai would collide with his sword. This was self-mutilation. However, As Yi Guqing grappled with disbelief and shock, Dugu Qiubai's sword sliced through the air, grazing the right side of Yi Guqing's body. Time seemed to freeze. The razor-sharp brilliance erupted from the sword in Dugu Qiubai's grasp, expanding into an unbearable radiance. Like a brilliant flash of lightning, it streaked through the air, appearing and vanishing in an instant, penetrating Yi Guqing's form. That fleeting brilliance left an indelible scene etched in the minds of those present, unforgettable for a lifetime. As the sword light swept through the air, a spray of blood erupted almost simultaneously with the disappearance of that dazzling glow. My arm! A cry of anguish erupted from Yi Guqing's lips as he staggered backward, clutching the severed stump of his right arm, desperately channeling his vital energy in a frantic attempt to staunch the flow of blood that gushed forth. Before him, a dismembered arm, dripping with crimson, plummeted from the air. It was only at this moment that the onlookers comprehended the grim reality. Yi Guqing's sword-wielding right hand had been severed. A single stroke had cleaved it cleanly away. Only the echoes of Yi Guqing's tortured cries filled the Taiji hall. Dugu Qiubai, with Yi Guqing's sword embedded in his chest, bore the weight of 2 fractured ribs. A torrent of blood cascading from his wound. Yet he appeared oblivious to his plight. Sword in hand, he advanced a step forward, intent on closing in on Yi Guqing. He had vowed to take his life, and there would be no respite granted. Yi Guqing, face contorted in fury, poured his vital energy into the wound of his severed arm, ignoring the blood that flowed like a spring. Almost simultaneously, Dugu Qiubai's blade struck like lightning, encircling the disarmed Yi Guqing with a fierce sword aura. Confronted with the ferocity of Dugu Qiubai's assault, Yi Guqing dared not underestimate his foe. In a desperate bid for survival, he summoned his vitality, drawing a dagger from his waist with his left hand to parry the descending sword. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact, sparks flying as the sword energies collided. The ferocity of the sword's power, unleashed upon contact, wreaked havoc upon both combatants. The brutal sword energy ravaged their bodies, causing skin and flesh to rupture under the relentless assault, vibrant blood erupting from their wounds and splattering across the ground. Dugu Qiubai's full-force strike was undeniably immense, especially considering his reckless intent to exchange life for life, ensuring that the collision of their blades was nothing short of terrifying. Witnessing Dugu Qiubai's desperate tactics sent a tremor through Yi Guqing's heart. Damned lunatic! Surely, he wouldn't leave me here to perish today? Where are those useless fools from the monitoring pavilion? Dugu Qiubai's sword was too swift, his demeanor too unhinged, even though Yi Guqing had anticipated this. The reality of their fierce battle left him astounded. The earlier clash had nearly cost him his life. All the ministers present in the Taiji hall were momentarily frozen in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. None had foreseen that the swordsman summoned by His Majesty would possess such formidable strength, capable of inflicting such devastation even upon a transcendental master like Ming Wang. Was this man truly mad, utterly disregarding his own life? Could he possibly be a death warrior? The spectators within the Taiji hall were deeply shaken by this confrontation. Yi Chen, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow ever so slightly. He certainly did not wish for the legendary Dugu Qiubai to perish alongside Yi Guqing in this fierce confrontation. That treacherous minister was unworthy of having a remarkable figure sacrificed for his demise. Dugu Qiubai, do not let me down. Yi Chen remained silent, quietly observing, as he did not want to disrupt Dugu Qiubai's performance by speaking. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Dugu Qiubai unleashed his desperate assault, forcing Yi Guqing to retreat step by step. Waves of sword energy struck Yi Guqing, leaving behind ghastly trails of blood upon his body, an alarming sight indeed. Yi Chen, compel this madman to cease at once. I have summoned your mother. Should he not relent, I shall have the people of the monitoring pavilion execute your biological mother by slow slicing. Yi Guqing roared at Yi Chen, his desperation overwhelming him as he resorted to threatening Yi Chen with his mother. It must be said that Yi Guqing's words indeed somewhat diminished Dugu Qiubai's onslaught. Yi Guqing, you possess great audacity to threaten me with the safety of the Empress Dowager. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he spoke in fury. Seizing the moment when Dugu Qiubai's assault faltered, Yi Guqing retreated, creating distance, and mockingly gazed at Yi Chen, saying, "My dear nephew, you would not wish for your mother to suffer a gruesome fate because of your actions, would you?" Upon hearing such a threat, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering within. It must be noted that until he received a definitive reply from Shen Qinglong, he found it difficult to be at ease. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the Taiji Hall. The figure that had hastily departed moments ago now flew back with urgency. Upon seeing this person, Yi Guqing's face illuminated with a radiant smile, and he laughed heartily. "Yi Chen, your mother has arrived. Let us see if you truly possess the heart to disregard her life or death." He envisioned the scene of Yi Chen kneeling in supplication. Chapter 16. The demise of Yi Guqing. Dugu Qiubai, initially intent on continuing his offensive, was signaled to halt by Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen remained far from reassured, for Shen Qinglong had yet to respond. As I anticipated, capturing your mother will render you hesitant, easily manipulable." Yi Guqing's arrogant laughter echoed through the grand hall, prompting those ministers who sided with the crown prince to join in his mocking mirth. They were acutely aware of the crown prince's secret weapon, a means to easily balance the new emperor's power. "This is secure. As long as we capture the Empress Dowager, the emperor will not dare to act. Indeed, unless he could harden his heart to disregard the Empress Dowager's life, he would be left helpless. Having seen the crown prince suppressed earlier nearly made my heart leap from my chest. I could finally breathe easy now." Numerous ministers, hidden in the corners of the Taiji Hall, whispered among themselves. The day's upheavals had their hearts racing, nearly inducing a heart attack. They had feared that the crown prince would suffer a dire fate, which would spell disaster for them all. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The Ming Wang truly lived up to his title, always leaving himself a way out. As the ministers engaged in fervent discussion, a beleaguered marshal general sent by Yi Guqing rushed into the Taiji Hall. "Your Highness, your hand?" He had intended to report the scene he witnessed outside the palace. But upon seeing Yi Guqing's condition, he was left speechless. The Ming Wang had suffered the loss of an arm. This implied that after his departure, he had been defeated in his duel with that deranged swordsman. At this thought, he instinctively swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. "What are you standing there for? Where are the men I instructed you to bring?" Yi Guqing glared at the dazed general, his eyes flickering with dissatisfaction. "They're gone," the general replied, his face a mask of despair. "Your Highness, everything has been lost." "Gone? What do you mean by that? Speak clearly." A sudden sense of unease gripped Yi Guqing as he seized the general's right arm tightly, his eyes burning crimson. He sensed an ominous premonition. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside the Taiji Hall. A flurry of footsteps followed, accompanied by the clashing sounds of swords and the din of battle. Outside the hall, hundreds of imperial guards formed a protective phalanx around a woman clad in prison garb as she entered the grand hall. Shen Qinglong, gripping his blood-stained blade, stood protectively beside the Empress Dowager as they made their entrance. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. I have fulfilled my mission and rescued the Empress Dowager from the monitoring pavilion," Shen Qinglong declared, bowing respectfully with his sword in hand. "Excellent, Shen Qinglong. You have indeed not disappointed me," Yi Chen remarked, his gaze brightening as he looked upon Shen Qinglong and the Empress Dowager, now shielded by the guards. Yi Chen burst into hearty laughter, mockingly addressing Yi Guqing. "Ha, uncle, the Empress Dowager you have awaited has arrived. Pray tell, how do you intend to control me now?" "How could this be?" Yi Guqing stared at the Empress Dowager, now under the protection of the imperial guards, disbelief etched on his face. "You had arrangements for the monitoring pavilion as well." He never anticipated that Yi Chen had devised further plans, in addition to confronting him within the Taiji Hall. He had dispatched individuals to execute a prison break. Even more alarming was that those he sent had succeeded. "Uncle, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" "If none, then you are left with but one path, death," Yi Chen proclaimed, rising from the dragon throne and casting a lofty gaze upon Yi Guqing. With the one person who had held power over him now rescued, he no longer had any concerns. Yi Guqing was destined for his end. "You cannot kill me." Should I perish, the troops guarding the borders will surely revolt. Do not forget, those commanding the forces at the frontier are all my trusted allies. My death would incite their thirst for vengeance. When they march upon the palace, you too shall find your reign unstable. Spare me, and we shall maintain our original arrangement. You shall be the emperor, and I shall continue as the Ming Wang. I assure you that the Xuantian Dynasty will remain undisturbed, Yi Guqing declared through gritted teeth. He did not wish for death. His only hope lay in inciting a rebellion among the frontier troops to threaten Yi Chen and thus preserve his life. Yi Chen's icy gaze fixed upon Yi Guqing, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill, as if he were the unrivaled hero destined to send him to the depths of hell. The situation was firmly under his control, yet Yi Guqing still dared to negotiate, displaying an utter disregard for his own mortality. Understanding this, the unrivaled hero, Du Guqiu Bai, sprang into action, launching himself toward Yi Guqing with a fierce sword thrust. With a tyrannical strike, he aimed to obliterate him. A piercing scream erupted as Yi Guqing shoved a nearby general toward Du Guqiu Bai, attempting to block the lethal blow. In a swift motion, he rolled on the ground, seizing a sharp sword, and charged at Yi Chen with fervor. Then you shall accompany me to the grave, he bellowed, consumed by madness, seemingly intent on dragging Yi Chen along the path to the underworld. His strike was as swift as lightning, a terrifying speed that brought him face to face with Yi Chen, intent on extinguishing his life. Your Majesty, be cautious, cried Shen Qinglong, the Imperial Guard, and the Empress, witnessing the unfolding scene in horror. Yet, in the face of this deadly attack, Yi Chen remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, as if the impending strike did not concern him at all. Just as Yi Guqing's sword was about to find its mark, a flash of sword light akin to thunder surged from behind him. A powerful strike descended from above, colliding forcefully with Yi Guqing's blade. The resounding impact shattered his sword, accompanied by a cacophony of metallic friction. A tempest of energy surged forth, causing his heart to churn and his momentum to falter. At that moment, Yi Chen made his move. Gripping the Emperor's sword, he swung it with sudden ferocity. The elongated blade sliced through the air, its arc so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Remember, never underestimate anyone. Yi Chen's voice resonated in Yi Guqing's ears. An overwhelming chill enveloped him as Yi Chen's sword descended, effortlessly cleaving his body in two. With a single stroke, Yi Guqing's lifeless body and severed head plummeted to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend the source of Yi Chen's power, nor the nature of his own failure. Despite having overseen the vast realm and wielded the formidable strength of the Xuantian Dynasty, why had he been unable to control so many forces beyond his grasp? Holding the Emperor's sword, Yi Chen gazed down upon Yi Guqing's lifeless head with its still open eyes. Uncle, in this struggle, you have met your defeat. Yi Chen observed the corpse before him with a chilling indifference. Traitors must be slain, he stated calmly. You have betrayed the Yi family, and you are unworthy of a burial in the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 17. The taste of change. Yi Guqing, bolstered by his military might and innate cultivation, harbored ambitions of usurpation. He had nearly succeeded, and had it not been for Yi Chen's timely acquisition of the system, the Xuantian Dynasty might have found itself under new dominion. Alas, fate dealt him a cruel hand, and he ultimately met with failure, for in this world, there are no what-ifs. The consequence of his downfall was unequivocal, a tragic demise on the spot. Below, witnessing Yi Guqing's severed head fall, the ministers were engulfed in terror, their ranks dissolving in panic as they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. With their leader meeting such a grim fate, they realized that any further defiance would lead them to a similar end, their heads severed like that of the Ming king. Your Majesty, spare us. We were merely coerced by the Ming king and had no choice but to follow his orders. Indeed, Your Majesty, our loyalty has always been unwavering. We were forced to submit under the threat of death. As the Ming king lay slain, the ministers hastily turned against him, casting aspersions in a desperate bid to distance themselves and preserve their own lives. The emperor's sword trembled ominously, the sound of its ringing echoing throughout the hall. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with icy fury as he retorted, "So was the Ming king who threatened you? Were all those riches also extorted under duress? When you compelled me to issue a self-reproach edict, did you not foresee this day? Your Majesty, we acknowledge our errors. Please grant us another chance. We beseech you for mercy." The ministers, now thoroughly panicked, knelt and cried out in desperation. "Seize these individuals and confine them to the dungeons. We shall settle accounts with them in due course," Yi Chen commanded with a wave of his hand, his demeanor unperturbed. His mind was preoccupied not with the fate of these men, but with the multitude of pressing matters that still plague the tumultuous dynasty following Yi Guqing's execution. "Understood," replied Shun Qinglong, accompanied by a retinue of loyal guards. The guards, exuding an aura of menacing ferocity, swiftly apprehended those ministers who had sided with Yi Guqing. Any military officers who dared to resist were met with swift retribution, mercilessly cut down in an instant, their capacity for resistance obliterated. The remaining ministers, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed by fear. None dared to further oppose the decree, but instead cried out in despair. "Your Majesty, I am truly innocent. I have served you loyally, and heaven can attest to that. Your Majesty, I have erred. I implore you to forgive me, considering my years of service to the Xuantian Dynasty." The echoes of their pitiful pleas resonated throughout the hall as those ministers who had allied with Yi Guqing were seized by the guards and cast into the dungeons. Yi Chen showed no leniency to the scores of high-ranking officials. Their betrayal of the imperial family warranted no mercy. To spare their lives by not executing them was, in itself, the greatest clemency he could offer. With Yi Guqing's demise resolved, Yi Chen proceeded towards the Empress Dowager, who was under the protection of the guards. The son humbly greeted his mother, expressing regret for her suffering. Yi Chen displayed great courtesy towards the woman before him. Even though he had traversed time, this woman remained, in name, his biological mother, deserving of the utmost respect. "My dear Chener, you are the one who has truly suffered," the Empress said, embracing Yi Chen tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. She was unaware of the immense struggle her son had endured to attain such strength. Yet she sensed that the challenges he faced were beyond imagination. Though the Ming king has been slain, his death may lead to chaos throughout the dynasty, the Empress remarked. Wiping away her tears, a hint of worry etched on her face. Despite Yi Chen rescuing her and vanquishing the Ming king, the crisis facing the Xuantian Dynasty had not been resolved. Yi Chen smiled confidently, reassuring his mother, "Do not worry, everything is under control." As time passed, following Yi Chen's decisive victory over Yi Guqing, he seized control of the palace with the aid of hundreds of elite guards and formidable experts such as Du Gu Qiubai. News of Yi Guqing's demise and the assault on the monitoring pavilion spread throughout the capital, causing a stir. Is it possible? The Ming king has been killed? People whispered in disbelief. And by the new emperor, no less. This cannot be true. They expressed their astonishment at the attack on the monitoring pavilion. Surely, the Xuantian Dynasty is on the brink of upheaval. Excited discussions erupted within the walls of the imperial city as the populace grappled with the shocking news. Yi Guqing, the most formidable expert of the Xuantian Dynasty, a terrifying presence at the pinnacle of innate realm, was virtually unmatched in combat. Known for his cunning and treachery, he had manipulative designs even during the reign of the late emperor, stealthily building his own power and controlling the influential factions within the dynasty. According to rumors, the late emperor and other innate realm experts fell victim to his schemes. Now, the revelation of his death, especially at the hands of the reportedly inept new emperor, sent shockwaves through the realm. No one expected that a figure branded as a waste would slay the fearsome Yi Guqing. Consequently, the capital erupted in uproar following the dissemination of this news. I suspect this information is likely true. Otherwise, who would dare to spread such a claim? The Ming king's estate is no place for the faint-hearted. Indeed, if this news were false, the messenger would face dire consequences. It seemed that significant turmoil was brewing within the palace. The inhabitants of the imperial city are by no means fools. This matter pertains to the life and death of the Ming Wang, touches upon the new emperor, the monitoring pavilion, and even involves the civil and military officials. In the midst of such fierce struggles for imperial power, everything appears far from straightforward. Even the most simple-minded can discern that a significant upheaval must have occurred within the palace. It is highly probable that the Ming Wang has fallen, for such news could not otherwise have emerged. After all, the Ming Wang currently holds the position of regent and commands various military powers. Who would dare to indiscriminately spread rumors about him? Contemplating this, the mere release of such information, regardless of its veracity, sends a clear signal that all is not well within the palace. People will not believe your words. They will trust only what they can see. Until they witness the actual situation, they will not hastily embrace these rumors. However, given the passage of time since this news broke and the absence of the Ming Wang, coupled with the monitoring pavilion's intervention to suppress the unrest, it is likely that the accuracy of this information is exceedingly high. Even the most naive in the imperial city can sense the impending storm. Chapter 18. Disturbances at the borders in a lavishly adorned royal residence. A voice rang out, filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could my father be slain? Where could such false news originate? My father is a being at the pinnacle of the innate realm, the strongest and most formidable in the Xuantian Dynasty. Who has the power to kill him? Upon receiving the news at the Ming Wang's estate, his third son, Yi Muqing, slammed his palm down on the table, shattering both the letter and the table itself. His eyes glinted with a fierce crimson, harboring a tempest of fury. My prince, this news is indeed true. It was delivered by a servant from the monitoring pavilion. That treacherous emperor commands a guard of several hundred first-class martial artists. And there have even been clashes of innate power within the palace, the steward of the Ming Wang's residence said, his demeanor one of sorrow and despair. What shall we do now, young prince? That vile emperor possesses the means to slay the princes. Our current forces within the Ming Wang's estate may not be able to contend with them. Wang Geng, immediately relay this information to my elder brother and second brother, instructing them to summon the border troops to the capital. Once they return with their legions, what do we have to fear? Yi Muqing spoke with a grave expression. The foundation of the Ming Wang's estate, aside from the Ming Wang himself, lies in its command of 500,000 troops. Such a force is sufficient to trample the imperial city, even if Yi Chen possesses innate warriors. They would be rendered a mere joke in the face of such an army. Yes, I shall convey the message to the two princes at once, Wang Geng replied solemnly. Wait, take my father's token to the monitoring pavilion and summon all its members to the Ming Wang's estate for my protection. Furthermore, prepare to escort me to the monitoring pavilion. It is fortified like a bastion, easy to defend and difficult to assault. As long as we maintain vigilance, even innate warriors will find it challenging to breach. Yi Muqing's countenance was stern and cold, yet there was a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Wang Geng, perceiving the young master's thoughts, understood well the fear that lay beneath. He was indeed afraid of death. Yes, your highness, I shall arrange this matter immediately. The old steward, Wang Geng, spoke in a deep voice, equally eager to accompany the young prince into the observatory, lest the one from within the palace come to slay him. The Ming Wang residence hastily evacuated, with Yi Muqing leading everyone into the observatory, seeking refuge behind its formidable walls while awaiting his elder brother to rally the forces for a counteroffensive against the imperial city. At this moment, in the eastern region of the Xuantian Dynasty, a border area adjoining the Xuantian Dynasty, a young man, consumed by fury, delivered a fierce kick that sent a soldier clad in armor flying. What did you say? You claim my father was slain by that worthless Yi Chen in the Taiji Hall? You dare to malign my father? You seek death. His face twisted in rage. He drew a long blade, intent on ending the life of the soldier who dared to speak such nonsense. The enraged youth was Yi Muqing, the second son of the Ming Wang, a peak existence of the postnatal realm. He could hardly fathom that this soldier, who had audaciously intruded upon his dwelling, would jest in such a manner, displaying a blatant disregard for life. Stop this at once. Just as Yi Muqing prepared to strike down the messenger, a booming voice resonated from outside the hall. A spear, gleaming with lethal intent, sliced through the air, deflecting his long blade and forcing him back. What on earth has transpired to incite you to draw your weapon against our own brother? The eldest son of the Ming Wang, Yimu Tian, entered the hall. His countenance darkened with discontent. His brother's actions were clearly unacceptable, despite their family's tendency to regard the lives of these soldiers as insignificant. They still required their loyalty. Elder brother, this scoundrel dares to claim that our esteemed father was beheaded in the palace by Yi Chen, his body severed from his head. Is this not the height of slander? Yi Mu Yun glared fiercely at the soldier he had kicked, who now lay on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. Were it not for Yi Mu Tian's presence, he would have already dealt a fatal blow. Impossible. Yi Mu Tian's body trembled at the news, concern etched across his face. His voice tinged with panic. How can this be? Our father is a pinnacle existence of the innate realm. Only a master could slay him. That Yi Chen is merely a waste. How could he possibly kill our father? I know full well the extent of our father's strength. Despite being in the early stages of the innate realm, he would be like an ant before Yi Gucheng, utterly inconsequential. As he absorbed this alarming news, Yi Mu Tian's expression darkened further. Bring me the letter. A cold, sinister aura emanated from him as his gaze bore down on the prostrate soldier. At that moment, all thoughts of brotherly bonds within the military were cast aside. He was solely focused on discovering the truth about his father's condition. The soldier, gritting his teeth against the pain, gestured weakly towards Yi Mu Yun, indicating that the letter was with the general. Yi Mu Yun handed a letter to Yi Mu Shen. Without hesitation, Yi Mu Shen took it and began to read it intently. Yi Chen, that good-for-nothing, had amassed several hundred first-tier guards, along with a late-stage innate expert, a peak-acquired expert, and a swordsman capable of challenging the king himself. As Yi Mu Shen perused the letter, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He initially thought it was a jest, but the stark reality proved otherwise. The letter was penned by his younger brother, complete with his seal. How could this be? How did Yi Chen acquire such formidable power? Yi Mu Shen's expression twisted in rage as he crumpled the letter in his fist. He never anticipated that while he was away from the imperial city, such calamity would befall it. Not only had his father been murdered, but his brother was also in peril, compelling him to lead an army for rescue. Damn it! Yi Chen was courting death. I shall turn the Xuantian Dynasty upside down. Yi Mu Shen holit in fury. With his father brutally slain and his brother facing imminent death, Yi Mu Shen could no longer maintain his composure. He was not an ordinary individual. His cunning rivaled that of his scheming father, perhaps even surpassing Yi Gucheng's ruthless nature. Otherwise, Yi Gucheng would not have entrusted him with command over the 50,000 troops stationed at the borders. Among Yi Gucheng's 3 sons, only Yi Mu Shen was inept in military affairs, remaining at the Ming Wangfu, while Yi Mu Shen and Yi Mu Yun were formidable commanders. Elder brother, let us heed our younger brother's call and march north to vanquish the tyrant. Avenging our father, Yi Mu Yun exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. After a brief silence, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him, and a cold, merciless voice echoed through the hall. Yi Mu Yun, take command. Dispatch orders to the border troops to commence immediate mobilization. In 3 hours, we shall march on the imperial city to eradicate the tyrant. Our banner shall read, clear the tyrant's faction, eliminate the tyrant. Understood. Yi Mu Yun departed the hall in haste, driven by his thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, in the distant Xuantian palace, Yi Chen remained oblivious to the upheaval at the borders as he was preparing for a significant event, his lottery draw. Chapter 19. General Zhao Yun after slaying Yi Gucheng. The mechanical voice of the system reverberated in Yi Chen's mind, notifying him that his task was complete and he had earned a chance for a distinguished summon. In the chaos of the Taiji Hall, Yi Chen struggled to contain his excitement. Now, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to discover the remarkable individual he could summon this time. He gazed at the system panel, inhaled deeply, and hoped that this draw would not disappoint him. The system panel materialized before his eyes, and with a thought, he activated the summon function. Shall I begin the summon? The mechanical voice inquired. Without hesitation, Yi Chen silently commanded, summon. His heart brimmed with anticipation for this forthcoming summon. After all, during his first eradication of the rebellious forces at Wanyan Mountain, he had summoned the legendary Dugu Qiubai. This time, the qualification for summoning was earned through his defeat of the formidable Yi Guqing. He did not believe that this summoning would be inferior to the last. He eagerly anticipated the kind of extraordinary talent he would acquire this time. In the next moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yi Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have summoned the supreme hero and General Zhao Yun, along with 10,000 Yunyu cavalry." Zhao Yun possesses late-stage, innate cultivation, and the Yunyu cavalry consist of all second-tier warriors. Would you like to materialize them? Zhao Yun, upon hearing the system's words, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Naturally, he was well aware of Zhao Yun's illustrious name. The name of Zhao Zilong from Changshan was renowned, known by all. He was the epitome of a well-rounded individual, embodying both loyalty and righteousness. The tales of Zhao Yun are numerous, such as the legendary Battle of Changban Slope, where he fought valiantly, entering and exiting the fray 7 times, earning him fame across the land. Zhao Yun's talents were akin to a dragon among men. His innate gifts were extraordinary. While his strategic prowess might not surpass that of the highest-ranking commanders, his ability to lead troops in a battle was exceptionally formidable. He commanded cavalry with the precision of the sharpest spear, often capable of piercing the heart of enemy forces. Now, with the Jinyui overseeing the realm and the unparalleled swordsman Dugu Qiubai as his personal guard, what Yi Chen lacked was a capable general to lead troops into battle. The summoning of Zhao Yun, accompanied by 10,000 second-tier warriors forming the Yunyu cavalry, perfectly completed the missing piece of his strategy. Excellent, fortune favors me. A glimmer of light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, and a hint of joy graced his countenance. Compared to a swordsman like Dugu Qiubai, Zhao Yun held greater value for Yi Chen. After all, while Dugu Qiubai's strength lay solely in his individual prowess, Zhao Yun's might resided in his ability to train armies and lead them into combat. For a dynasty, it was essential not only to possess top-tier warriors, but also to have generals with superior capabilities in warfare. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment and spoke coldly. With Zhao Yun and the 10,000 Yunyu cavalry by my side, I now have the confidence to confront those rebellious forces. The Xuantian Dynasty now stood on shaky ground. The greatest threat was not the betrayal of the officials, whom Yi Chen regarded as myriads. Though they wielded some power, it was insufficient to destabilize the dynasty. The true peril came from the military. The 50,000 frontier troops under the control of the 2 sons of the Ming king, along with the local armies commanded by various princes, constituted the most significant threat at present. The news of Yi Guqing's demise would soon spread. Once the 2 sons, who commanded the frontier armies, learned of their father's death, they would likely rally their forces and march towards the imperial city, seeking vengeance. This would pose a formidable trial ahead. If not thwarted, the imperial city would face annihilation. Even with the presence of the Jinyui and the formidable Dugu Qiubai at his disposal, Yi Chen understood that the prospects for resistance were bleak. He was acutely aware that even if he were to slay Yi Guqing and decimate a significant portion of the imperial guards, compelling some of them to surrender through the brutality of the Jinyui, the forces he could truly command were merely the 20,000 guards designated to protect the imperial city. Although the imperial guards were not weak, relying on these 20,000 who had scarcely seen battle to safeguard the city was, without a doubt, a farcical notion. However, the situation had changed, with the addition of the remarkable Zhao Yun leading an army of 10,000 Yunyu cavalry. Yi Chen felt confident in his ability to repel any invading forces. System summoned Zhao Yun. Yi Chen intoned solemnly. Before him appeared a radiant figure, a young general standing 8 feet tall, his imposing presence accentuated by a red-tasseled spear, clad in silver armor, and draped in a flowing white robe. "I, Zhao Yun, pay my respects to your majesty," Zhao Yun declared, bowing deeply before Yi Chen. In that instant of his arrival in this realm, the system had imparted fragments of memory about this world to Zhao Yun, ensuring he recognized Yi Chen as his sovereign. Indeed, it was no surprise that the legendary Zhao Yun, who had fought valiantly at Changban Slope, radiated an aura of fierce determination that captivated Yi Chen. "Rise," Yi Chen instructed, gesturing for Zhao Yun to stand aside. Sensing that Shun Qinglong was approaching the Grand Hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. The Ming prince's residence is now deserted. Yi Muqing and his entourage have all entered the monitoring pavilion, Shun Qinglong announced respectfully as he entered the hall and knelt in reverence. Although intrigued by the mysterious general beside his majesty, whose cultivation eluded his perception, Shun Qinglong was wise enough to temper his curiosity. As I suspected, with such a significant event unfolding in the palace, it is implausible that Yi Muqing, with all his spies within the royal court, would remain uninformed. Yi Chun remarked with an air of calmness, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Their entry into the monitoring pavilion was anticipated. I knew that once word of the palace's circumstances reached that young scion's ears, he would be seized by fear and choose to take refuge there. This is the grave I have chosen for him, since the Ming prince has gone to great lengths to construct a fortress-like monitoring pavilion. It would be a travesty not to honor it with the blood of his progeny, to pay homage to my esteemed uncle. Yi Chen's voice was cold, and a fierce, killing intent shimmered in his eyes. Shun Qinglong, absorbing the chilling words of his majesty, bowed his head, refraining from interjecting, and awaited further orders. Shun Qinglong, heed my command. Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon him. Your servant is here, Shun Qinglong replied, kneeling respectfully with clasped fists. I command you to marshal all the Jinyue, mobilize half of the imperial guards, and assault the monitoring pavilion. I intend to level it. Your mission is to capture Yi Muqing alive, as I wish to personally bid him farewell within the monitoring pavilion. Yi Chen's icy voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. I shall obey the decree. Shun Qinglong responded respectfully before hastily departing the Grand Hall, determined to arrange all matters pertaining to the assault on the Monitor Tower. A tempest of bloodshed had just passed, yet the imperial city was on the brink of another gruesome upheaval. Chapter 20. Despair of Yi Muqing as Yi Chun commanded Shun Qinglong to lead the imperial guards and the royal army in the attack on the Monitor Tower. Yi Muqing concealed himself within its walls, anxiously awaiting news from the frontier. Wang Geng, have we received any word from my elder brother or second brother? Yi Muqing paced restlessly within a grand hall of the Monitor Tower, having dispatched urgent missives to his two brothers regarding the upheaval in the imperial city. He was now waiting for their responses. Yi Muqing understood, well, that while the defenses of the Monitor Tower were formidable, reputed to be as strong as iron and bronze, they might not withstand Yi Chun, who had slain their father. Your Highness, the distance between the imperial city and the frontier is considerable. It may take time for messages to be conveyed. However, I firmly believe that once the two princes learn of the old lord's tragic fate, they will heed your counsel and lead the frontier forces to the imperial city, Wang Geng said respectfully. He was acutely aware that since the day he became the steward of the Ming prince's residence, his fate had been irrevocably intertwined with that of the estate. Should misfortune befall the Ming prince's residence, he too would be unable to escape unscathed. You speak the truth. If my elder brother and second brother receive my missives, they will undoubtedly mobilize the frontier army to march upon the imperial city and avenge our father. As their most cherished younger brother, they will surely come to my aid upon learning of my perilous situation, Yi Muqing remarked, his anxious eyes glimmering with a hint of confidence. He was convinced that upon receiving his letters, his brothers would hastily summon troops to rescue him. Wang Geng, do you believe our letters will reach my elder brother and second brother? If they are intercepted, we could find ourselves in dire straits, Yi Muqing expressed, a flicker of worry crossing his gaze. Wang Geng pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Your Highness, that is unlikely. We have dispatched over 100 individuals along varied routes and at different times to deliver your letters to the frontier. Unless all missives are intercepted, at least some will reach their destination. Therefore, you need not worry. Indeed, they will surely arrive. We shall wait here in peace. My elder brother and second brother will soon lead their armies to rescue me. Yi Muqing sighed in relief, reflecting on the numerous letters he had prepared. To ensure the gravity of the events in the imperial city was conveyed, Yi Muqing had crafted over 100 identical letters, sending them to the frontier in hopes that at least one would breach Yi Chen's blockade and reach his brothers. His plan had indeed borne fruit. While most of the letters were intercepted by the imperial guards, a small portion successfully escaped the imperial city, making their way to the frontier. The relentless stream of plea letters from Yi Muqing ignited an overwhelming sense of urgency and anxiety in Yi Muqing Tian and Yi Muqing Yun, who were far away. Mobilizing their forces, they gazed at the numerous identical letters in their hands, sensing the urgency of their younger brother's peril and the tension enveloping the imperial city. Hastily organizing the military provisions, Yi Mutian commanded the army to depart, hastening towards the imperial city with utmost speed. Within the monitoring pavilion, Yi Muqing anxiously awaited news when suddenly the distant sounds of battle and the clash of metal reverberated through the air, causing his complexion to pale and panic to fill his eyes. What could have transpired? Why were there sounds of conflict emanating from the monitoring pavilion? Yi Muqing anxiously turned to Wang Geng, urging him to venture forth and investigate. Wang Geng, not daring to hesitate, rushed from the room towards the source of the tumult. Before long, Wang Geng returned in a state of disarray. "Your Highness, an incident has occurred." Even before he entered the main hall, his frantic voice reached Yi Muqing. "But Wang, what has happened? Where did the sounds of battle originate?" Yi Muqing looked at the disheveled Wang Geng with alarm. A premonition gnawed at his heart, instilling in him a profound sense of unease. "Your Highness, they have breached our defenses. The Jinui have infiltrated." Wang Geng gasped for breath, delivering the unsettling news to Yi Muqing. "Impossible. This is the monitoring pavilion, a fortress of iron and steel, easily defended yet difficult to assault. Even if that wastrel Yi Chen had innate experts and formidable guards at his disposal, he could not penetrate the monitoring pavilion so swiftly." Yi Muqing was acutely aware of the fortress's formidable defenses. It was akin to an impenetrable chasm, fortified against assault. The walls, constructed of refined iron, were capable of withstanding attacks from innate warriors. On the day the monitoring pavilion was completed, his father personally tested the resilience of these iron walls, and even he, at the pinnacle of innate strength, could merely leave imprints upon them, unable to breach their integrity. For those beneath the innate level, leaving even a scratch upon such walls was a remarkable feat, let alone breaching them. The entirety of the monitoring pavilion, including its gates, was forged from refined iron. How could anyone hope to assault it from the outside? Indeed, not long ago, an incursion had occurred, resulting in the deaths of several guards and the liberation of the Empress Dowager imprisoned within. However, that breach had been facilitated by the fact that the iron gates had been left ajar and the guards had been excessively complacent. Upon Yi Muqing's entry into the monitoring pavilion, the sole entrance had been secured. How could such a situation arise now? "Your Highness, they have truly invaded. When I ventured out, the Jinui were mercilessly slaughtering the guards of the monitoring pavilion. I heard that during the last incursion, someone had hidden within the pavilion. This time, as they launched their attack from the outside, those concealed Jinui stealthily opened the iron gates, allowing their comrades to enter." Wang Geng recounted the distressing events with a visage of terror. Listening to Wang Geng's words, Yi Muqing was rendered speechless with fear. Yi Muqing's eyes were bloodshot, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that left him on the brink of tears. How could this be? Were the individuals within the watchtower truly incompetent? How could they allow an intruder to infiltrate unnoticed? In a fit of rage, Yi Muqing began to smash the items in his room, despair gnawing at his heart. Originally, he had thought that the watchtower, touted as an impenetrable fortress, would provide him safety until his elder brothers returned to the imperial city. Little did he know that he had unwittingly delivered himself into the hands of the Jinui. It was over. Hope had fled. With despair etched across his face, Yi Muqing collapsed onto the floor. He realized that, in the eyes of Yi Chen, he was akin to a turtle trapped in a jar. Instead of finding refuge within the watchtower, he had effectively severed his own escape routes, leading himself to a dead end. Yi Muqing scoffed at his own hopelessness. The watchtower, with its formidable defenses and a sole entrance, made it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to breach its walls. Yet if that entrance were sealed, those within would find themselves equally trapped. With no avenue for escape, he could only place his hopes on the ineptitude of those in the watchtower, praying they could carve a path to survival. However, the individuals in the watchtower clearly disappointed him. Numerous Jinui stormed into the watchtower, and the battle quickly turned in their favor, resulting in the massacre of many guards. Ultimately, Yi Muqing was captured alive by the Jinyui. Chapter 21. One-on-one, do you dare? Inside the watchtower, screams echoed incessantly, and blood flowed like rivers. One by one, the guards fell to the ferocious onslaught of the invading Jinyui and imperial guards. The watchtower had gathered many formidable masters, including first-class warriors and postnatal experts, with the grand offering and the second offering being early innate realm powerhouses. To annihilate them, even with the combined might of the Jinyui and imperial guards, was a feat as challenging as ascending to the heavens. However, those who had come to besiege the watchtower were not solely led by Shun Qinglong and the numerous Jinyui. There is also a figure capable of instilling despair in all the masters of the watchtower, Dugu Qiubai. The two innate realm powerhouses of the watchtower found themselves utterly suppressed by Dugu Qiubai, forced to watch helplessly as their comrades were slaughtered. Grand offering. Shall we not take action? The second offering, Bei Yunshen, questioned, a flicker of trepidation and panic crossing his eyes. The grand offering by Xiaoa cast a fearful glance at Dugu Qiubai and, in a hushed tone, replied, "Do you dare to act? This individual could slay even the pavilion master, if we provoke him. Death is certain. Did you not see that even Prince Qing has been captured? Do you seek your own demise?" They understood all too well that this man could eliminate their pavilion master, and dealing with them would likely require only 2 strikes. Since he had refrained from slaughtering them, it might be the palace's intent to keep them alive for a purpose. Regardless of the reasoning, survival was a boon for them. The slaughtered sentinels of the sky monitoring pavilion paid little heed to their fate. After all, in dire times, self-preservation reigned supreme. Although they served as the pavilion's guardians, they were ultimately mere mercenaries, each pursuing their own interests. Their primary concern lay with their own lives and fortunes. The deaths of others were of no consequence to them. A brutal massacre ensued, leaving the pavilion strewn with corpses, as all who dared to resist were mercilessly eliminated. Only the 2 innate realm guardians, Yi Muqing and Wang Gong, remained alive, while the others had become the restless souls of the sky monitoring pavilion. "Spare me. I surrender, I surrender." Yi Muqing, paralyzed by fear, sat on the ground, gazing at the brocade-clad guard with a blade poised at his throat, his voice trembling. Regret consumed him as he lamented his decision not to flee the imperial city and seek refuge at the borders, but instead to enter this very pavilion. He had never anticipated that the so-called Dragon's Den of the Xuantian Dynasty would be so swiftly decimated by Yi Chen's forces. In a desperate bid for survival, he had unwittingly placed himself at the mercy of his enemies. "Rest assured, we shall not take your life, Your Highness of the Ming Prince," Shun Qinglong remarked, disdain flickering in his eyes as he observed Yi Muqing's pitiful pleas. The ambitious son of the Ming Prince, he had expected some semblance of fortitude, yet was met with utter disappointment. "Your fate shall be determined personally by His Majesty." With that terse declaration, Shun Qinglong instructed his men to keep a close watch on Yi Muqing before commanding the imperial guards to clear the bodies from the ground, creating a path. Leading a contingent of brocade-clad guards, he made his way towards the exterior of the pavilion, leaving sentinels stationed at various points to maintain vigilance as he prepared to greet His Majesty. Outside the sky monitoring pavilion, Shun Qinglong and a dozen guards awaited, and after about an hour, Yi Chun emerged, flanked by numerous guards. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." Shun Qinglong and the guards outside the pavilion knelt in reverence. "There is no need for such formality. Rise. Tell me of the situation within," Yi Chun instructed as he descended from the dragon carriage and approached the pavilion. Zhaoyan following closely beside him, spear in hand, ensuring his protection against any threats. "Your Majesty, within the pavilion, aside from the 2 innate realm guardians you commanded and the 3rd son of the Ming Prince, Yi Muqing, as well as the chief steward Wang Gong, all others have been subdued. These 4 await your judgment," Shun Qinglong reported respectfully, trailing behind the emperor as he detailed the circumstances within the pavilion. "Excellent work," Yi Chen replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I wish to see my dear cousin, the son of the emperor's younger brother." As he spoke, he followed Shun Qinglong towards the main hall of the pavilion, the stench of blood from the surrounding corpses causing him to frown slightly. Our people shall be properly buried, while the bodies of those treacherous minions from the monitoring pavilion shall be discarded to feed the dogs, Chen stated with an air of indifference, completely disregarding the corpses of those from the monitoring pavilion as if they were mere objects. Indeed, Xuantian replied respectfully, discreetly signaling the nearby imperial guards to dispose of all the bodies within the monitoring pavilion. In the main hall of the monitoring pavilion, Chen sat at the head of the table, elegantly savoring his tea, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding corpses and the stench of blood. Xiaoyan stood behind him, wielding a silver spear adorned with red tassels, standing guard closely. Before long, Yi Muqing and his entourage of four were brought into the hall by Dugu Qiubai and the imperial guards. Yi Muqing's demeanor was notably poor. He had been thoroughly intimidated by the imposing presence of the imperial guards and sat on the ground, dazed and bewildered. "We have seen your majesty. Long live the emperor." Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshan, and Wang Geng immediately knelt upon seeing Yi Chen seated in the hall. They understood all too well that when a tiger falls to the plains, it is preyed upon by dogs. Under the roof of the sovereign, they had no choice but to bow their heads in submission. Yet, Yi Muqing, lost in confusion, suddenly lifted his gaze to Yi Chen, his eyes ablaze with animosity. The fear that once gripped his heart dissipated as he bellowed furiously, "Yi Chen, you ambitious wolf! How dare you slay my father? You are courting death. My elder brother and second brother are already leading the frontier army towards the imperial city. You would do well to spare me, or they will surely raise the imperial city and send you to hell." Yi Muqing's frenzied words caused Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshan, and Wang Geng to pale in terror, their eyes wide with dread. They had never anticipated that the third son of the Ming king would be so reckless as to utter such threats in the face of impending doom. Presumptuous! Speak not so irreverently before his majesty. Xuantian thundered, stepping forward and unleashing a pressure of unparalleled might, bearing down upon Yi Muqing. The overwhelming force drained the color from Yi Muqing's face, yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he defiantly proclaimed, "Even with these people by your side, you, Yi Chen, remain a worthless wretch. Await my elder brother and second brother with their army at the gates of the imperial city, and prepare to meet your demise. If you possess any valor, face me one-on-one." Yi Muqing permitted himself to feel fear before anyone else, but he would never allow himself to show the slightest trepidation before this worthless Yi Chen. Just as Xuantian was about to strike at Yi Muqing, Yi Chen raised his hand, signaling him to retreat. Yi Chen regarded Yi Muqing with a playful expression, "One-on-one. You say? Very well, do you dare?" Yi Muqing glared fiercely at Yi Chen, his eyes brimming with mockery. He sought to provoke Yi Chen into a one-on-one confrontation, believing that should he capture this worthless opponent, using him as a hostage, no matter how many guards or innate experts Yi Chen had, it would amount to naught. With his mid-stage postnatal cultivation, dealing with a crippled individual with blocked meridians would be simplicity itself. How intriguing, he mused. Yi Chen playfully gazed at Yi Muqing, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Yi Muqing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in his darkest hour. Chapter 22. Grant me the chance to be a dog. Upon hearing the emperor's decision to engage Yi Muqing in a one-on-one battle, Xuantian and his companions were taken aback. However, their confidence in the emperor's prowess led them to dismiss any notion that Yi Muqing could pose a threat. In contrast, Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshan, and Wang Geng exhibited expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the sovereign before them would extend such an opportunity to Yi Muqing. Having closely monitored Yi Chen during this period, they were well aware of his status as a martial arts inept, utterly incapable of cultivation. Fajing Yi Muqing, who was in the midst of the acquired realm, was tantamount to courting death. Could there be a glimmer of hope for a turnaround today? Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshan, and Wang Geng pondered silently, their eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. Observing the subtle gleam within their gazes, Dugu Qiubai's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, mocking their ignorance. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. How could they fathom the vastness of the ocean? turning his attention to Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunshan. Yi Chen's voice rang out without the slightest hint of hesitation. I have heard that your monitoring pavilion possesses a serpent prison crafted from venomous snakes. Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunshan knelt in reverence, replying, "Your Majesty, indeed, there exists a serpent prison within the monitoring pavilion, composed of thousands of venomous snakes. A commendable establishment." Yi Chen responded with a smile, laced with a hint of sarcasm as he regarded Yi Muqing. Summon someone to sever all the meridians in Yi Muqing's body and cast him into the serpent prison, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with those venomous snakes. Understood. Shen Qinglong respectfully acknowledged, brandishing his long blade as he approached Yi Muqing. For this audacious criminal, who dared to provoke the emperor, his singular thought was to eradicate him. Initially brimming with confidence, Yi Muqing had intended to seize Yi Chen as a hostage using his overwhelming strength. However, upon hearing these words, his expression shifted dramatically to one of confusion and despair. Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunshan shuddered at the mention of the serpent prison. As two esteemed members of the monitoring pavilion, they were acutely aware of the true nature of that prison. It was an execution method more brutal than death by 1,000 cuts, as those cast inside would be devoured alive by the thousands of venomous snakes, enduring a torturous and despairing demise. "No, not that kind of one-on-one. I'm in a duel between you and me," Yi Muqing stammered, panic rising within him as fear and hopelessness took root in his heart. As the son of the Ming king, he had visited the monitoring pavilion on several occasions and was well aware of what the serpent prison entailed, a veritable inferno. The mere thought of being thrown into that prison sent shivers through his entire being. Yi Chen glanced disdainfully at Yi Muqing. Who you face in a one-on-one duel is not for you to decide. A prisoner at the foot of the stairs, seeking to exercise choice? Do you believe yourself worthy? As the conversation unfolded, Yi Chen signaled for Shen Qinglong to take the person away. Regarding a traitor, Yi Chen felt no need to extend any form of clemency. "No, Yi Chen, you cannot treat me this way. I am your cousin. We share the same ancestry. If you must kill me, grant me a swift end. I beg you, spare me from being torn apart by those venomous serpents." Shen Qinglong dragged the wailing Yi Muqing away, who, having long been deprived of his Dantian's energy, lacked the strength to resist. "Yi Chen, may you meet a dire fate. I curse you to share my end. When my two brothers conquer the imperial city, you shall suffer the same fate as I." Yi Muqing's anguished roars echoed around, resonating with his despair that all present could palpably feel. The fates that awaited them were all too vivid in the minds of Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yunshan, and Wang Geng as they watched Yi Muqing being taken away. Trembling in fear, they had never anticipated such a tragic outcome for him, and a sense of sorrowful empathy enveloped them. Their concern did not lie with Yi Muqing's life or death. Rather, they were terrified of meeting a similar fate and perishing within these walls. If they were to face the same grim end as Yi Muqing, they would prefer to end their lives on their own terms, thus avoiding a hellish punishment. "It is your turn now." Yi Chen's indifferent voice broke the silence as he turned towards Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yunshan, and Wang Geng. "You treacherous ministers, how do you believe I should deal with you? Should it be a one-on-one fate akin to Yi Muqing's?" His tone remained calm, devoid of any visible rage. Yet it instilled a profound fear in the kneeling Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yunshan, and Wang Geng, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In a frenzy, they bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, spare us. We are willing to submit to you, to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire for you. Your Majesty, please show mercy." They had experienced the horrors of the serpent's lair firsthand and wished to avoid such a fate. If there was any hope of survival, they would choose to cling to life. "Submit to me?" Yi Chen observed the three with keen interest, seemingly intrigued as he inquired, "Pray tell, what services could you render for me?" Yi Chen deliberately spared these individuals from execution, harboring ulterior motives. "Your Majesty, my cultivation is at the innate realm. I am willing to serve as a blade in your hand. Wherever you wish to strike, I shall follow. I too, Your Majesty, am prepared to offer my useful self as your loyal hound." Hoping for the opportunity to serve diligently, Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunshan fervently proclaimed, bowing their heads. They were uncertain whether such declarations would sway the emperor to spare their lives. After all, they had already witnessed two formidable individuals at the emperor's side, both at the peak of the innate realm, far surpassing their own strength. Who could say whether the emperor still desired them as mere dogs? They had abandoned any notions of dignity as powerful beings, their sole thought now being the desperate wish to survive. Your Majesty, this old servant can also act as a dog. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall do so fiercely, disregarding my own life. Witnessing the abject submission of Bai Xiaohe and Bai Yundasheng, Wang Geng became increasingly alarmed, prostrating himself to the ground until his forehead was drenched in blood. He understood that his position was more unique than that of Bai Xiaohe and Bai Yundasheng, as he was the aged steward of the Ming Wangfu. Yet, Wang Geng truly wished to escape death. Do you wish to serve me as a dog? Yi Chun mused, observing the trio before him with great interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, in light of your eagerness to embrace such a role, I shall grant you an opportunity. As he spoke, Yi Chun approached the three. Surrender your resistance. I offer you the chance to serve me as dogs. Those who resist shall meet their demise. As he spoke, a violent surge of true energy emanated from Yi Chun, targeting the dantian of the three. Upon sensing this ferocious energy, Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng instinctively yearned to defend themselves, but the thought of the consequences of resistance compelled them to suppress their instincts. They felt the overwhelming force radiating from Yi Chun, their eyes reflecting profound shock, utterly astounded by the might of their sovereign. The energy in Yi Chun's hands revealed him to be a formidable martial artist of innate strength. Initially, they believed his reluctance to engage Yi Muqing in direct combat stemmed from fear of the latter's prowess. Now, they comprehended that it was born from disdain. Chapter 23. The formation of the heavenly net, the imperial dragon energy intertwined, transforming into a long sword of true energy, suspended over the dantian of Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng. From this moment forth, you shall be my three dogs. If you wish to live, serve me loyally. Otherwise, do not blame me for detonating the sword of fate resting upon your dantian. Do not entertain the notion of neutralizing this sword with your own power. Any external force that touches it will cause it to self-detonate, turning you into human bombs. Yi Chun regarded the trio with an indifferent gaze, akin to surveying mere ants. The presence of this sword would not disrupt the daily lives of Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng. They could still harness their own powers as before. However, with this sword of fate in place, they had unwittingly become carriers of a ticking time bomb. Should Yi Chun trigger its explosion, it would unleash an unimaginable destructive force, annihilating their dantian. The sword, coalescing within their dantian, loomed like a fatal weapon above their very lives, casting a pall of despair upon Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng. Their fates were no longer under their control. What? Are you unwilling? Yi Chun's indifferent gaze scrutinized Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. I dare not defy you. I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for your majesty. Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundasheng, and Wang Geng, in a state of panic, repeatedly bowed their heads, striking the ground with their foreheads. With their very lives now at the mercy of their sovereign, provoking him at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Overlooking the three individuals who fervently bowed their heads, seemingly wishing to shatter the very floor beneath them, Yi Chun gradually retracted his fierce aura. Rise, for I shall assign you a task, a military order signifying your allegiance. Your Majesty, please command us. This old servant shall dedicate himself entirely to fulfilling your task. Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshun, and Wang Geng responded in unison, their eyes reflecting a weight of understanding. They were acutely aware that the task bestowed by His Majesty would undoubtedly be formidable. Yi Chun chuckled softly and glanced at Zhao Yun, who emerged from behind him, presenting an envelope to Bai Xiaohe. The task is inscribed within this. You need only adhere to its directives. If you succeed, I shall bestow rewards. If you fail, do not blame my ruthlessness. Depart now. With the task entrusted to Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshun, and Wang Geng, Chen dismissed them directly. This old servant comprehends by Xiaohe, Bei Yunshun, and Wang Geng replied respectfully, bowing and cautiously retreating from the grand hall, careful not to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Your Majesty, why retain them? The task they can accomplish, I am capable of as well, Du Gu Qiubai queried, gazing at Chen with confusion. Deep down, he harbored distrust for these treacherous individuals. From the onset, Chen had commanded their attention. Otherwise, Du Gu Qiubai would have long since unsheathed his sword to eliminate them. With their abilities, a single sword from each would suffice. Chen watched by Xiaohe, Bei Yunshun, and Wang Geng, who had vanished from sight, and smiled softly. Even the inept possess their utility. Indeed, they are treacherous, yet their dantions are under my control. They shall live at my behest, and perish when I desire. For now, they serve merely as instruments in my hand. As for you, I have other endeavors for you. Turning his serious gaze toward Du Gu Qiubai and the others, Chen spoke gravely. The Xuantian Dynasty is in a state of revival, and there is much work for us. Your Majesty, please command us. We shall exert our utmost efforts in your service. Du Gu Qiubai, Zhao Yun, and Shun Qinglong replied, respectfully half-kneeling, their eyes brimming with reverence. Rise, Chen said calmly. He regarded Shun Qinglong steadily. Commander Shun, henceforth, the monitoring pavilion shall be entrusted to your Jinyui. The monitoring pavilion shall be renamed as the Tianwan. I permit you to establish this as your stronghold, swiftly recruiting and training the Jinyui to bolster your forces. You are authorized to expand the ranks of the Jinyui to a scale of 10,000, overseeing the realm with unwavering vigilance. Let quality prevail over quantity. All who join the Jinyui must be devoid of ulterior motives and the influence of outsiders. I require a cadre capable of scrutinizing the inner workings of the Xuantian and discerning the myriad whispers of the world. Chen's solemn voice echoed through the hall, as he aspired to mold the Jinyui into an all-seeing net that would monitor every corner of the dynasty. Shun Qinglong, with a respectful clasp of his fists, replied earnestly, I shall certainly live up to your Majesty's expectations. Very well. I trust you shall not disappoint me, Chen affirmed. Chen spoke in a solemn tone. The primary task of establishing the heavenly network is to monitor the movements of the frontier army. I require a thorough understanding of their specific circumstances and strategic plans. I have already assigned by Xiaohe, Bei Yunshun, and Wang Geng to undertake this mission, infiltrating Yimutian's ranks to relay intelligence to you. Your duty as the Jinyui is to expedite the return of this information. Furthermore, dispatch some Jinyui into the territories of the various vassal kings. The frontier army is on the move, advancing toward the imperial city, as I had anticipated. Now, having heard Yi Muqing's threatening words, it is clear to me that the frontier army has received intelligence and is mobilizing toward the capital. This will be a formidable battle, although I harbor no fear. Knowing both myself and my enemy ensures victory in 100 encounters. I must ascertain the situation of Yimutian leading the frontier army before launching a counterattack to defeat them. Your humble servant acknowledges the decree. Shun Qinglong accepted the command and, with Chen's permission, departed the Grand Hall to commence various arrangements. He was determined to transform the Jinyui into the most formidable intelligence apparatus, gathering the desired information for His Majesty in the shortest possible time. Aside from 100 Jinyui remaining with Shun Qinglong as support for the heavenly network, he dispatched all others to swiftly proceed toward the direction of the frontier army, utilizing various disguises. After assigning Shun Qinglong's tasks, Chen, accompanied by the legendary Du Gu Qiubai, Zhao Yun, and a contingent of imperial guards, made his way to the outskirts of the imperial city. They arrived at a vast and tranquil valley, imbued with an aura of secluded beauty. Chen instructed the imperial guards to remain outside the valley while he, alongside Du Gu Qiubai and Zhao Yun, ventured deeper within. His purpose for coming here was not merely to admire the scenery. He intended to summon the 10,000 Yunyu cavalry from this valley. They represented his formidable strength against the 500,000 soldiers of the frontier army. Standing at the center of the valley, Chen felt a surge of determination as Du Gu Qiubai and Zhao Yun stood steadfastly behind him. He silently chanted the incantation to summon the Yunyu cavalry. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, dust billowing forth, followed by the resounding cries of warhorses. It was as if a divine army descended from the heavens, materializing within the valley. As the dust settled, an elite cavalry emerged before Chen. Chapter 24. The Yunyu cavalry rides out. Storm clouds gather clatter. The sound of iron hooves striking the ground reverberated, breaking through the skies. The neighing of war horses filled the air. That thunderous sound surged through the valley, ascending to the heavens with majestic might. The sheer strength of their formation moved the very heavens and earth, echoing through the ages, unceasing and powerful. Merely hearing this spectacle ignited an uncontrollable fervor within the hearts of all present. What a remarkable elite force! Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could discern from the thunderous sound of their hooves that this was a battle-hardened elite unit, exuding an overwhelming aura. The numerous guards stationed outside the valley, upon hearing the sounds of cavalry within, swiftly drew their swords and charged into the valley, eager to protect His Majesty. However, as the dust settled, revealing the formidable cavalry before them, they were overwhelmed with trepidation, their forward momentum momentarily arrested. Some of the more impetuous guards, struck by fear, faltered and retreated, their faces pale, the swords in their hands trembling as if they could scarcely maintain their grip. What manner of army is this? How could such a cavalry exist within this valley? The guards were struck with astonishment, their internal dread intensifying. At the moment the guards surged into the valley, the cavalry seemed to sense their presence, simultaneously raising their long spears, pointing ominously at the intruders. The sound of the wind slicing through the air accompanied their movements. Witnessing such a display, the guards felt their pupils constrict, an unnameable fear gripping their hearts. Through the dissipating dust, they could clearly discern a formidable line of dark figures atop magnificent steeds, clad in black armor and helmets. Each warrior wielded a keen spear, radiating a chilling glimmer, mounted on the finest of blood-red steeds. In front of these blood-red horses stood an even mightier warhorse, quietly commanding the forefront of the cavalry. Merely gazing upon these warriors instilled an inexplicable pressure upon guards. Observing the guards' reaction, Chen felt a wave of dissatisfaction, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The fright exhibited by the guards only served to underscore the formidable prowess of the Yunyu cavalry before them. What an impressive contingent of Yunyu cavalry! Living up to their elite reputation, Chen remarked with satisfaction. He was thoroughly impressed by this cavalry, each warrior emanating the aura of peak second-tier strength. With 10,000 riders, not a single one fell short of this pinnacle. The combined presence of these horsemen evoked in Chen a profound realization. Even a congenital expert would likely perish under the onslaught of such an elite cavalry. The Yunyu cavalry salutes His Majesty. Please grant your audience. Zhao Yun suddenly bellowed. The Yunyu cavalry salutes His Majesty. Please grant your audience. The thunderous shout echoed as the cavalry joined in unison, their voices piercing the heavens, creating a cacophony that resonated powerfully. In an instant, their momentum surged, infused with palpable ferocity. The guards, already intimidated by the cavalry's presence, found some among them so shaken by the roar that they dropped their swords, the clang echoing against the ground. What kind of army is this, possessing such terrifying might? Some guards stood frozen, their voices trembling, their bodies chilled to the bone. As the emperor's personal guards, accustomed to the royal city, they had never before witnessed such a spectacle. Chen paid no heed to the disgraceful display of the imperial guards behind him, instead focusing his attention on the cavalry before him. "Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous!" he exclaimed thrice, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at the 10,000 Yunyu cavalry. Their presence filled him with immense satisfaction. With them, he was certain they would annihilate the border forces without leaving a trace. In both morale and combat prowess, they surpassed any army he had ever known. To Chen, these 10,000 cavalrymen could rival the formidable 500,000 of the border army. "Leave no remnants! Leave no remnants!" The Yunyu cavalry echoed his call, their voices rising to a crescendo that reverberated throughout the valley. "Zhao Yun, heed my command," Yi Chen declared loudly. "I am here." Zhao Yun stepped forward from behind Yi Chen, kneeling on one knee. "I command you to lead the Yunyu cavalry, and, within 5 days, suppress all traitors within 100 miles of the imperial city, assembling a mighty army to confront the approaching border forces. Your orders are acknowledged." Zhao Yun replied respectfully, a fierce glint of murderous intent surging in his eyes, directed at the traitors. At Yi Chen's signal, Zhao Yun leapt onto the warhorse before him. The steed reared up, letting out a resounding neigh, as if expressing its own exhilaration. Upon closer inspection, one could see the crimson sweat dripping from its body. It was a blood-sweating steed. The legendary Qishu Alongma, Yunyu cavalry. Zhao Yun, astride the Qishu Alongma, surveyed the ranks of cavalry behind him. "If traitors threaten his majesty, what shall we do?" His low growl, amplified by his innate strength, echoed through the valley, reaching every soldier's ear. "Kill!" A synchronized roar erupted among the Yunyu cavalry. Over 10,000 voices bellowing the word "kill," causing even the clouds drifting above to scatter in the wake of their battle cry. Satisfied with their response, Zhao Yun turned to Yi Chen and clasped his fists in respect. "Your Majesty, I shall return swiftly." With Yi Chen's nod, Zhao Yun let out a fierce shout and charged forward. The cavalry surged forth, rushing out of the valley. The ground trembled beneath the stampede of hooves, stirring up immense clouds of dust that clouded the valley. The Imperial guards, caught off guard, scrambled to the sides, seeking refuge from the overwhelming force of the cavalry. A colossal energy shield enveloped Yi Chen, composed of countless sword chi, effectively shielding him from the swirling dust, creating a sanctuary where no debris could encroach. This protective barrier was conjured by the legendary Dugu Qiubai. On this day, a fearsome cavalry emerged, heralding a tempest of blood and carnage. The Iron Cavalry has emerged, poised to trample the imperial city and eradicate any traitors, lords, or brigands who dare to scorn the imperial authority within 100 miles of the capital. A suffocating atmosphere of menace envelopes the surroundings as the cavalry rushes forth, enacting a series of bloody massacres. Those who resist are swiftly consigned to hell in the wake of their passage. Those who have previously insulted His Majesty find that even surrender avails them nothing, as are mercilessly cleansed by blood. The brutal slaughter carried out by the Cloudwing Cavalry has established their fearsome reputation throughout the vicinity of the imperial city. Such terror! The rebel leaders, who once believed themselves formidable, now gasp in horror at the might of the Cloudwing Cavalry, rendered speechless by their astonishment. Although they wield considerable power, they find themselves utterly incapable of resisting these horsemen, their elite soldiers proving to be no match against such overwhelming force. Initially, they had thought that with their armies, they could secure titles and power, only to find themselves swiftly transformed into prisoners. It is as though they have awakened from a nightmarish dream. Realization dawns upon them, their hearts trembling with fear. The depths of His Majesty's cunning are unfathomable. Each leader is consumed by despair, mourning their lost power as if they have lost a beloved kin. They are thoroughly terrified, their dread magnified infinitely, as if they have plummeted into an abyss. It is evident to all that a storm is brewing, and within the palace, the sovereign has begun to retaliate. Chapter 25. The soldiers have become bandits. The vast army from the frontier marches toward the imperial city. Smoke signals rising in the air as they pillage and plunder every town they traverse, ruthlessly requisitioning the grain supplies within. Like a swarm of locusts, they devastate the livelihoods of the common people, leaving them hungry and destitute, provoking widespread discontent throughout the cities. However, Yi Mutian and his cohorts remain unperturbed by this turmoil. Their singular focus is to mobilize the frontier army with utmost urgency, racing toward the imperial city to avenge their father. As the army sets forth, one would expect meticulous preparations, with provisions leading the way. Yet, in Yi Mutian's fervor for vengeance, he hastily gathers a mere fraction of supplies before deploying the forces. Such scant reserves are woefully inadequate for the army's needs. To remedy this, Yi Mutian leads 500,000 troops northward, pillaging the grain of the populace to sustain their march toward the imperial city. They're driven solely by the desire for speed, intent on reaching the capital. The actions of the frontier army incite widespread outrage among the populace of various cities. Some, unable to bear the onslaught, rise in defiance against the troops, only to be met with brutal slaughter. Yi Mutian is fully aware of the massacre and plunder perpetrated by his forces, yet he remains indifferent. In his eyes, as long as the frontier army can seize sufficient supplies to facilitate their advance and lay waste to the imperial city, every cost is justified. At most, it would be at the moment they slaughtered Yi Chen, seized the imperial city, and performed a heavenly sacrifice to crown themselves, that they would consider how to pacify these wretched commoners. Absurd. Listening to Shun Qinglong's report, Yi Chen was filled with indignation, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. In order to prepare provisions for the Grand Army, they had actually allowed the troops to enter the city, plundering and even slaughtering the innocent populace. Such behavior was no different from that of marauding bandits. Yi Chen could hardly fathom the depths of Yi Mutian's insanity. To expedite the arrival of the border forces to the imperial city, he permitted those ruffians to wreak havoc. Murder, arson, plundering, these actions bore no distinction from those of mountain bandits and outlaws. Initially, I believed that the reason my royal uncle entrusted the command of 50,000 border troops to his two sons was because they were at least talented and capable in warfare. I regarded them as worthy adversaries, eagerly anticipating a confrontation in the imperial city. To my dismay, they turned out to be utterly mediocre, displaying the traits of brigands. I was unaware that issuing military orders would not only lead the border army to commit unspeakable atrocities, but also foster a mindset akin to that of bandits. Yi Chen, filled with rage, expressed his profound dissatisfaction with the actions of Yi Mutian and Yi Muyun. The Xuantian Dynasty is mine. Those who have been plundered and slaughtered are my own people. A prosperous nation ensures the strength of its subjects. The more formidable and devoted the populace, the more robust the fortune of the dynasty. Now, as my subjects suffer, the dynasty's fortune has suffered a severe blow, diminished by 1/5, which naturally incited Yi Chen's wrath. The fortune of the dynasty is intrinsically linked to its rise and fall, and it is also pivotal to my own ascendance. Yi Chen would not permit this situation to deteriorate any further. Your Majesty, the Jinyui have currently disguised themselves along the route of the border army as scouts, gathering intelligence on their movements. Some Jinyui have even replaced the soldiers of the border army in order to swiftly collect the latest developments, Shun Qinglong reported cautiously. Sensing the emperor's fury, ensure the Jinyui closely monitor the movements of the border army and summon Zhao Yun to present himself before me. It is time for action. With these orders given, Shun Qinglong departed swiftly, and Zhao Yun soon arrived, clad in battle armor. General Zhao, how goes the sweeping of the treacherous rebels within 100 miles of the imperial city? Yi Chen inquired as soon as they met. Zhao Yun on one knee, clasping his hands in salute, reporting to your Majesty, the treacherous rebels within 100 miles of the imperial city have been vanquished by the Yunyu cavalry. During this period, we have recruited 150,000 soldiers who are currently training outside the city and will soon be ready for battle. Under Zhao Yun's leadership, the Yunyu cavalry has swept through the enemy ranks with a thunderous might, subduing all the rebellious forces within the vicinity of the imperial city. To ensure these newly recruited soldiers could be of use, he enforced the most rigorous and demanding training regimen upon them. Excellent. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, gazing at Zhao Yun. The training shall cease here. From this point onward, you will serve as deputy general commanding the troops. I shall personally lead the charge in 3 days. I intend to annihilate those 50,000 rogues without leaving a trace. The performance of the frontier army during their march incensed Yi Chen to an unprecedented degree. He had never anticipated that the troops cultivated by the Xuantian Dynasty with considerable effort would engage in such heinous acts of oppressing innocent civilians, pillaging, and slaughtering the populace. Such behavior bore no distinction from that of bandits and robbers. Your servant obeys, Zhao Yun replied respectfully, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. For him, the emperor's command superseded all else. When the emperor declared a campaign, he would prepare for it with unwavering diligence. The news of Yi Chun's intention to lead the charge soon spread throughout the imperial city. Upon learning of the frontier army's atrocities and the emperor's resolution to personally quell the forces that resembled vile brigands, the city erupted in fervent cheers for their sovereign. Many even expressed a desire to enlist and accompany the emperor onto the battlefield to eradicate those nefarious troops. Chen did not turn away these eager youths. He entrusted Zhao Yun and Xuantian Dynasty to meticulously select them. They would receive thorough training, as they might one day become the pillars of the nation, the sharp blades of the realm. Chen held these fervent volunteers in high regard, even if they had never tasted the bloodshed of battle, and might be terrified by the gruesome sights they encountered. Their genuine patriotism convinced Chen of their worthiness for cultivation. All able-bodied men meeting the enlistment criteria were permitted to join, receiving the same treatment as regular soldiers. In a mere 2 days of assembly, over 100,000 strong men had enlisted, undergoing basic organizational training and practicing battle formations. Zhao Yun's training regimen for these recruits was as rigorous as that for seasoned soldiers, aimed at molding them into capable fighters who might possess a greater chance of survival on the battlefield. 3 days of gathering and training culminated in the day of the army's expedition to quell the chaotic forces at the frontier. Beyond the city walls, 10,000 Yinyu cavalrymen stood at the forefront, followed by 10,000 imperial guards, and then the recently subdued 15,000 rebel soldiers, alongside 13,000 fervent new recruits. In a short span, Chen had amassed an army of 300,000. Although this force was somewhat inferior in capability compared to the 500,000 stationed at the borders, the sheer number of troops presented an imposing sight. As the multitude assembled beneath the city walls, Chen ascended the gate of the imperial city. Gazing down upon the throng, everyone understood that a storm of blood and carnage was imminent. Chapter 26. The sovereign guards the nation's borders. The monarch sacrifices for the state atop the city gate. Chen surveyed the dark mass of troops below. "My beloved subjects, my army," he proclaimed, his resonant voice echoing throughout the imperial city. The Xuantian Dynasty faced an unprecedented upheaval as the frontier army fell into the hands of treacherous individuals, becoming a weapon wielded against the very state they once served. Rushing towards the imperial city, not only did we seize the granaries of various cities along the way, but also plundered the sustenance of the common folk. When confronted by resistance, we wielded our blades mercilessly, slaughtering them with ferocity. Once, these heroes guarded our borders. Now, they have transformed into marauding brigands, wielding their swords for malevolence. You ask, should these transformed miscreants be slain? A voice filled with wrath and indignation resonated from Chen. With 500,000 border troops advancing northward, mercilessly slaughtering the populace along their path, how could Chen contain his fury? They must be exterminated. They must be exterminated. Kill! Kill! The thunderous cries echoed throughout the imperial city. The roar did not only emanate from the troops outside the city. Even the civilians within joined in the tumult. This illustrates the extent of their anger provoked by the atrocities committed by the border army. I have sensed the fervent hearts of the people. The establishment of the Xuantian Dynasty aimed to shield our citizens from foreign armies, protecting the millions of Xuantian subjects. Now, with 2 neighboring dynasties eyeing us covetously yet refraining from assault, our once cherished army has turned against us, wielding swords under the direction of traitors. Across the vast land, from the southern borders to the icy north, the realm belongs to the king, and the shores belong to the king's ministers. Within our territory, these villainous brigands aspire to slaughter the citizens of Xuantian. I shall be the first to oppose such tyranny. Chen's resonant voice spread far and wide. The emperor guards the borders, and the sovereign dies for the state. As long as I live, I shall not allow my people to be humiliated. These declarations reverberated throughout the imperial city, igniting the passions of many citizens, bringing them to tears. Especially the statement, "The emperor guards the borders, and the sovereign dies for the state. As long as I live, I shall not allow my people to be humiliated," deeply resonated within their hearts, instilling a profound sense of belonging. We are willing to pledge loyalty to our nation, to sacrifice ourselves for our country, to use our very bones to quell the insurrection, to cultivate the land for our homeland, and to remain loyal until death. Zhao Yun roared from outside the city, his fervor igniting a response across the city. We are willing to pledge loyalty to our nation, to sacrifice ourselves for our country, to use our very bones to quell the insurrection, to cultivate the land for our homeland, and to remain loyal until death. Everyone joined in the roar, profoundly moved by the emperor's words, responding with their own fervent spirits. Chen, feeling the collective passion of the people, nodded in satisfaction, his voice booming across the land. Today, as the border brigands massacre our citizens, I shall personally lead the charge, dispatching troops to eradicate these villains. Exterminate the villains. Exterminate the villains. The army roared in unison, each soldier radiating an aura of determination. The troops surged forth. Chen drew the emperor's sword, its sharpness glinting as he aimed it skyward. The army surged forth. Zhao Yun mounted his crimson dragon steed, leaping into action, leading the troops onward. The Yunyu cavalry followed suit, paving the way for the advancing army. Chen leapt down and mounted a warhorse, leading the imperial guards and other troops towards the front. The grand army surged forth with great momentum. As they set out, the citizens of the imperial city emerged from the gates, cheering and praying for their success, wishing for their triumphant return. Everyone understood that should the frontier forces truly breach the imperial city, their lives would be irrevocably shattered by the chaos of war. Dynastic changes invariably usher in turmoil and strife, leaving the populace in despair. Only the emperor, by commanding the army to quell the unrest, could bring this upheaval to a decisive end. Chen, personally leading the charge southward, made Shun Qinglong the busiest man. To ensure the emperor's safety and the likelihood of victory, Shun Qinglong mobilized the Jinyui to operate at full capacity, transforming them into an unparalleled intelligence network, continually relaying information from the front lines. In the expedition, while provisions were of utmost importance, intelligence was another critical element. Shun Qinglong's task was to guarantee the utmost precision in intelligence, capturing all movements of the frontier forces and their various strategies. Under the meticulous operation of the Heavenly Net, intelligence regarding the frontier army continuously flowed in. The forces commanded by Yi Mutian had been significantly weakened. As it appeared, he was convinced that an army of 500,000 could indiscriminately charge and annihilate them. He showed little concern for controlling these troops, focusing solely on seizing more provisions and hastening their march to the imperial city. Chen perused the intelligence in his hands and spoke to Zhao Yun at his side. With only 3 capable aides at his disposal, Dugu Qiubai could merely serve as a personal guard or execute certain assassination tasks. Shun Qinglong excelled in gathering intelligence, but, like Dugu Qiubai, lacked experience in commanding troops in battle. The only one who could contribute meaningfully in this regard was Zhao Yun, with whom he could discuss battlefield arrangements. General Zhao, how do you think we should strike to deal a heavy blow to these frontier forces? Chen inquired, gazing intently at Zhao Yun. Upon absorbing the intelligence, a glint of brilliance flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. Your Majesty, I propose that I lead 10,000 Yunyu cavalry in a swift assault. Although the enemy boasts 500,000 troops, their movements are disorganized, as they are preoccupied with marching and pillaging provisions, leaving them woefully unalert. I am confident that, leveraging the advantage of cavalry, we can eliminate a portion of their forces before they even realize what has transpired. As an elite commander, Zhao Yun recognized that this was an opportune moment for a surprise attack. Excellent. I share your sentiments, Chen replied, satisfaction evident in his gaze. He concurred that this was indeed a superb tactical approach. Zhao Yun, he my command. Chen's tone turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yun. I order you to lead 10,000 Yunyu cavalry to strike first, seeking an opportunity to ambush the frontier army. I accept the decree, Zhao Yun responded, receiving the military orders and setting off with his 10,000 Yunyu cavalry, with the intelligence continuously relayed by the Sky Network. Zhao Yun adeptly led the Cloud Feather Cavalry to locate the troops stationed at the border. Armed with the advantage of prior knowledge, Zhao Yun, accompanied by the valiant Cloud Feather Cavalrymen, charged fiercely into battle, clashing for the first time with the border forces. Enemy attack. To arms, enemy attack. In an instant, chaos ensued among the border troops as they marched. A fierce confrontation erupted between the two armies, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and carnage initiated by their formidable legions. As the close-quarters combat commenced, torrents of blood fell amidst swirling dust, igniting a terrifying melee that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 27. The might of the cloud feather cavalry, a colossal and menacing cavalry, surged forth, shaking the very earth beneath them. The iron steeds trampled the ground, their obsidian armor exuding a chilling aura. Faced with such a fearsome cavalry, the border troops were filled with dread, their voices echoing with cries of alarm. They envisioned their own demise beneath the hooves of these iron horses. Block them. Wield your blades and hold them back. A wave of panic surged through the ranks of the border army, disrupting their formation. How could such a cavalry exist? Cried a commander from the front lines, his face pale with terror. As a practitioner of the post-heaven realm, he discerned that the charging cavalry was composed entirely of second-rank warriors. A battalion of second-rank fighters? How could this be possible? The commander felt a prickling fear and cold sweat trickling down his spine as he beheld the approaching force. Where did this cavalry emerge from? Quickly, organize a defense, shouted the squad leaders amidst the turmoil. It was evident to all that the oncoming cavalry was of the utmost elite. Should they breach this location, slaughter would ensue. The black-armored cavalry advanced with great momentum, led by none other than Xuantian. Cloud, feather cavalry, heed my command. These marauders defy the Emperor's decree, slaughtering the innocent people of Xuantian. Today, we march in the name of imperial authority to eradicate these bandits. By the Emperor's order, exterminate the rebels. Xuantian commanded his iron cavalry as they plunged into the border forces, their sharp lances piercing through the chaos, ruthlessly dispatching the now flustered soldiers of the border army. The cloud feather cavalry charged into the fray, their long spears striking with unyielding ferocity against the enemy ranks. Spare me, block them quickly, cut them off. The border troops fell into disarray, frantically attempting to counter the relentless onslaught of the cloud feather cavalry. Many were left stunned, overwhelmed by the sudden ferocity of the iron cavalry. Form a serpentine formation. A furious roar echoed from the center of the border army, the voice belonging to Yi Mu-yun, who was racing from the rear. He had not anticipated that, upon the border army's departure from the imperial city, someone would dare to launch a surprise attack against them. Witnessing his soldiers being slaughtered, Yi Mu-yun's expression darkened with fury. In a brief yet intense skirmish, thousands of soldiers fell. Fortunately, the frontier army, under his command, swiftly formed a serpentine formation to thwart the cavalry's charge. Yi Mu-yun, mounted upon his steed, gazed at the encircled cavalry, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he declared, "The treacherous minions of the Dog Emperor dare to slaughter my frontier forces. Today, I shall ensure your arrival is met with no return." With a pause, he brandished his long sword and commanded, "Strike." Serpentine formation, constrict. The frontier army surged forth like a colossal serpent, their formation both awe-inspiring and formidable. The battle cries resonated like thunder, shaking the very heavens and instilling fear in the hearts of all. As 500,000 troops rallied to encircle the enemy, they were suddenly ambushed by a cavalry unit, resulting in many comrades lost to the fray, igniting their fury. This formidable force, emboldened by their ambition to overthrow the imperial city, had come to achieve glory and ascendancy, yet found themselves mercilessly slaughtered. The Yunyu cavalry faced encirclement by the serpentine formation, surrounded by menacing black-armored warriors wielding long blades. Xuantian remained unperturbed, regarding the frontier army with indifference. "Advance," he commanded, raising his silver spear toward the imposing enemy ranks. "Kill." At his behest, the Yunyu cavalry transformed into a torrent of steel, surging forward under Xuantian's lead. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent filled the battlefield, rendering the earth silent and stripping the sky of color. Xuantian launched a fierce assault against the encroaching forces. The air erupted with a cacophony of battle cries as steeds thundered forward, the sounds of neighing horses clattering armor. and frantic shouts melded into an atmosphere thick with impending doom. The entire army charged forth, with Zhao Yun at the forefront, a figure of cold ferocity. The infantry within the serpentine formation, attempting to withstand their charge, appeared laughable in their futile efforts. Zhao Yun unleashed an extraordinary display of innate prowess, ruthlessly breaking through the serpentine lines, creating a breach that none could withstand. Accompanied by the cavalry's onslaught, the serpentine formation was rendered a mockery. The Yunyu riders displayed astonishing lethality, cutting down foes in their path. Those confronted by the iron cavalry either fell victim to its charge or, in terror, pressed against their comrades, inadvertently endangering those beside them, leaving them vulnerable to trampling. In the face of death, instinct drove men to seek refuge, some retreating involuntarily, which led to utter chaos within the ranks of the serpentine formation. As Yimayun beheld the serpentine formation ahead being torn asunder, chaos engulfing the vanguard army, a foreboding sensation gripped his heart, rendering him restless and agitated. How could this be? How could that worthless fool command such an elite cavalry? He had assumed that the expeditionary forces at the border, with their formidable contingent of 500,000 elite troops, would effortlessly seize the imperial city. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The one within the palace, far more cunning than he had anticipated, possessed hidden cards capable of countering their might. Amidst the rising panic within Yimayun, doubt began to creep into his mind when a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "Elder brother," Yimayun respectfully addressed, riding his warhorse to stand beside Yiming Tian. "What shall we do now? Let the sky fall. I shall bear its weight," Yiming Tian replied resolutely. "Is it merely a cavalry? Indeed, they are elite, but our border is not without its own formidable cavalry." His gaze remained icy as he observed the enemy cavalry swiftly maneuvering, ruthlessly decimating the infantry. With a snort, he commanded, "Summon the war drums. Let the Jinshi cavalry charge forth and encircle these iron steeds." The optimal strategy against cavalry is indeed cavalry, for the mobility of these iron riders allows them to launch sudden and ferocious assaults upon the enemy. With the momentum of their steeds, they could effortlessly shatter the defenses of the opposing forces. Orders were swiftly disseminated, and from the heart of the border army, thousands of war horses neighed, surging forth. As the Jinshi iron cavalry approached, the tremors of the earth grew ever more pronounced. A full 50,000 iron steeds galloped forth from behind the infantry, their resonant neighs echoing across the battlefield. These iron riders trampled the ground, their thunderous charge rising like a tidal wave. The advancing Yunyu cavalry could not help but be drawn by such commotion. Before their eyes loomed the dark mass of iron cavalry, each warrior wielding a sharp spear that glinted ominously in the light. This was the Jinshi cavalry, the most elite force guarding the borders of the Xuantian Dynasty. Once a source of terror, they had protected the dynasty for many years. Little did they expect that the very elite cavalry that once shielded the Xuantian Dynasty would now turn their sharp spears against it. "It seems our true adversaries have arrived," Zhao Yun mused, gazing toward the galloping cavalry, a fierce battle intent igniting within his eyes. Chapter 28. The contest of iron cavalry, the emergence of the Jinshi cavalry, captured Zhao Yun's attention. He stood tall like a deity, his spear raised repeatedly, pointing unwaveringly at the approaching Jinshi riders. In that moment, his gaze turned frigid, his expression steely, resembling a god of death. The Jinshi cavalry, composed entirely of third-grade martial artists, indeed exuded an impressive aura. Zhao Yun spoke solemnly, through intelligence gathered by the Jinyui. He was acutely aware of the origins and combat capabilities of the cavalry before him. He could sense a chilling aura emanating from the cavalry of the West Town, an elite force that represented true resilience. Eradicate them. The commander of the West Town cavalry, a formidable general at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, Chen, with his icy gaze, raised his spear and let out a chilling roar. Instantly, 50,000 cavalrymen surged forth, a mighty tide charging towards the Yunyu cavalry. The Yunyu cavalry. Trample them. Zhao Yun launched a powerful assault, leading his cavalry in a ferocious attack. Kill. In an instant, thousands of war horses roared in unison. their sounds reverberating with awe-inspiring intensity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two elite cavalry forces, infused with overwhelming murderous intent, collided fiercely and mercilessly. In that moment, torrents of blood gushed forth as many cavalrymen fell, pierced by the sharp lances and spears. As they charged, neither the Westtown cavalry nor the Yunyu cavalry hesitated for a moment, both propelled by an irrepressible momentum towards each other, engaging in a fierce onslaught. Each pair of eyes gleamed like blades, sharp and unyielding, radiating an insatiable desire for bloodshed. Both sides stood their ground, unwilling to yield. The sounds of spears piercing flesh and the clash of warhorses filling the air with the shattering of bones echoed through the battlefield. As surges of blood erupted from the point of collision, kill! The roars shook the heavens and the earth. In a flash of cold light, the riders of the Westtown cavalry wore expressions of ferocity, their war spears thrusting towards the opposing Yunyu cavalry with astonishing speed. Kill! The cavalry's movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any superfluous actions, executed with utmost precision. They sought not to target vital spots, but to strike with unparalleled speed, overwhelming their opponents with the sheer force of their charge. Some of the Yunyu cavalry, caught off guard, met their demise in a single blow. The jarring sounds of metal clashing and the dull thuds of warhorses colliding filled the air as both sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. However, in terms of speed, the Yunyu cavalry exhibited a notable advantage. The prowess of second-grade martial artists endowed the Yunyu cavalry with an incredible reaction time to various attacks and unexpected situations. Amidst the violent onslaught, more of the Westtown cavalry fell victim to the charge. In the ferocious assault, some were even cleaved in two by the lances, blood spilling across the ground. A fierce atmosphere enveloped the battlefield, interwoven with the scent of blood, as if this place were a purgatory of slaughter. Under the relentless charge of the cavalry, even the armor they wore could not withstand such impact, as more and more were pierced and torn apart. Blood flowed freely upon the earth, countless warhorses reduced to mere pulp in the wake of the terrifying charge. While many soldiers were slain, their bodies trampled into the ground. Whether the Yunyu cavalry or the Westtown cavalry, both were elite horsemen, and the battle between them was fiercely intense beyond imagination. However, as Chen gazed intently at the ever-shifting battlefield, his countenance grew increasingly grim. He discerned that while the iron cavalry charged fiercely, the forces of Jinshi appeared to hold the upper hand in terms of momentum. They had, in reality, suffered significant losses. In the recent clash, the Jinshi Iron Cavalry had slain 1,000 of the Yunyu Iron Cavalry, yet they themselves had incurred casualties nearing 7,000. A bunch of useless fools. Chen seethed as he observed the Jinshi Iron Cavalry engaging in combat, unable to subdue the opposing forces before him. His face turned a shade of ashen fury, contorted in rage. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from within Chen, akin to a tempest. This formidable force surged forth, sending several nearby soldiers hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing violently into their comrades. "Commander, please restrain your anger. Vitne sink ye mutians e plusiverat." Everyone present was gripped with fear and trepidation, hastily kneeling upon the ground. "You command the mightiest and most elite force of the Xuantian Dynasty. 50,000 Jinshi Iron Cavalry cannot subdue a mere 10,000 cavalrymen?" Chen was on the brink of an explosion of fury. Regardless of whether it was the infantry's advance or the Jinshi Iron Cavalry's charge, all encounters culminated in failure. How could they be unable to overcome merely 10,000 riders? "Brother, it is not that our cavalry is weak. Rather, our adversaries are formidable. They are composed entirely of second-tier martial artists, led into battle by a commander of innate strength, whose presence has instilled fear in our steeds. Our cavalry will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses." Yun interjected, attempting to mediate on behalf of the cavalrymen. "Brother, I volunteer to take the field personally and command the Jinshi cavalry to encircle that unit. I shall confront the commander of innate strength myself." In a bid to curtail the onslaught of the Yunyu cavalry, Yun sought permission to engage. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Mutian replied, "Very well. It is entrusted to you. Exercise utmost caution." Among the border forces, only these two brothers had the potential to restrain the fearsome Zhao Yun. As the commander, Yi Mutian could not recklessly engage. Thus it fell to Yi Mu Yun to take action. Once Yi Mu Yun joined the fray, the tide of battle visibly shifted. The two sides exchanged blows with fervor. The losses among the Yunyu Iron Cavalry began to mount, as Zhao Yun was temporarily occupied by Yi Mu Yun. The Yunyu cavalry had only slaughtered over 3,000 of the Jinshi Iron Cavalry, while suffering the loss of over 1,000 of their own, a grievous toll indeed. Yunyu cavalry, retreat. After the Yunyu Iron Cavalry had been forced to withdraw, losing another 1,000 riders, Zhao Yun opted to pull back. In his view, the mission of ambush had been accomplished. As Zhao Yun led the Yunyu cavalry in retreat, a multitude of archers in their rear drew their bows, intent on preventing their escape. With a thunderous cacophony of arrows slicing through the air, a barrage of crossbow bolts surged forth from the ranks of the border forces, aimed directly at the retreating Yunyu Iron Cavalry, seemingly intent on intercepting their path and raining death upon them. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the Cloud Feather Cavalry retreated with astonishing speed, leaving the arrows in vain pursuit. Countless waves of arrows descended like a tempest, attempting to deliver a devastating blow to the cavalry. Yet, after multiple volleys aside from a mere dozen of the Cloud Feather Riders, the majority had successfully escaped. The battlefield, swept by the Cloud Feather Cavalry, was a macabre tableau of corpses strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. In the brief span of an hour's clash, the frontier forces suffered catastrophic losses, with 50 to 60,000 infantrymen and over 10,000 Western Iron Cavalry succumbing in a bloody mire, becoming restless spirits in that forsaken land. Their triumph amounted to the preservation of only 2,000 Cloud Feather Riders. The soldiers of the frontier army, beholding the hellish scene before them, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. It was as if they had encountered the most dreadful nightmare, a specter that constricted their very breath. Cold, fear, trepidation, yet the most profound dread lay still ahead. Just as the Cloud Feather Cavalry withdrew, a synchronized sound of marching emerged from the front. Before their eyes, the banners of the Xuantian Dynasty rose like mushrooms after a rain. Where the battle flags stood, throngs of figures gradually materialized, occupying the collective gaze as hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged forth like a deluge, continuously advancing from the front. The very cavalry that had just retreated now led the charge, acting as the vanguard. How could this be? Was it not said that the imperial city was defended by merely 10,000 elite guards? How could such an immense army be present? Witnessing the scene left everyone in profound shock. Chapter 29. No place I cannot go. The ominous mass of troops loomed ahead, instilling dread in the hearts of the frontier soldiers who had just endured a fierce battle. More terrifying still, in addition to the dark throng, a small fortress had been hastily constructed from timber, with sharp stakes erected as a makeshift defense. Was this the sign of a depleted force? A ripple of unrest coursed through the ranks of the frontier army. Initially, they had followed their two commanders towards the imperial city, believing it to be lightly defended, convinced of their overwhelming numerical superiority. Yet, the situation before them belied their expectations, revealing an army far greater than they had imagined. Moreover, it appeared that the enemy was acutely aware of their march, having camped here in anticipation of their arrival. Most crucially, the recent defeat and the harrowing scenes of slaughter had extinguished the embers of courage within them, their morale plummeting to an abyss. A rout as monumental as a collapsing mountain. With the clash of cavalry, they had already lost their spirit, and now, upon discovering that the enemy's numbers were no less than their own, many frontier soldiers' faces turned pale with terror and dread. The armies of both sides have yet to clash, yet the morale of the border troops has already crumbled completely. A band of inept individuals. Yi Mutian silently cursed the performance of the border forces in his heart. Once a fiercely aggressive army, they now exhibited such disgraceful behavior. He galloped forward on his steed, pulling the reins to a halt before the troops, his expression grave as he confronted the forces ahead. "I am Yi Mutian, commander of the border army. We are the loyal forces, marching to the capital to uphold the kingdom. As part of the Xuantian army, I have no desire to cross swords with you. Withdraw at once. Yi Mutian's booming voice resonated across the battlefield, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. In his estimation, the commander leading the army to intercept him must be the innate-level general who had just charged into battle. If his assumptions were correct, the one who had slain his father was indeed that innate-level general, of late innate stage cultivation, perfectly aligning with the intelligence he had received. However, the army ahead, led by Zhao Yun, paid him no mind. Yi Mutian's brows furrowed, about to speak when new movements emerged from the front lines. A figure clad in dragon-patterned armor, riding a blood-sweating steed, approached. Dragon-patterned armor? Yi Mutian's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him. The emperor himself is here. General Zhao, well done. You have successfully suppressed the arrogance of these border troops. Yi Chen, mounted on his warhorse, rode beside the gathering storm, casting a calm smile towards the distant border army, exuding an air of strategic mastery and resolute confidence, as if nothing in the world could intimidate him. Yi Chen, how dare you come to the front lines? Very well. This time, I shall ensure you return empty-handed. Yi Mutian roared, an invisible murderous intent emanating from him. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Yi Mutian had initially contemplated storming the imperial city to capture this father-killer and dismember him, but unexpectedly, the foe had come to him. What do I have to fear? Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. On every shore, all subjects are but his servants. Within the territory of the Xuantian Dynasty, there's no place I cannot go. Yi Chen spoke with an untroubled demeanor, his commanding aura amplifying the resonance of his voice across the battlefield. His words were laced with the authority of a monarch, rendering the seemingly youthful figure before them both enigmatic and formidable. Yi Chen disregarded Yi Mutian, directing his gaze towards the border army ahead. Taking a deep breath, he called out with a resounding voice. You were once the elite of the Xuantian Dynasty, the heroes revered by the people. Why do you ally yourselves with the vile scoundrels of the Ming Palace, blinding yourselves to join them in opposing the innocent citizens of our Xuantian? As he spoke, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within his heart. The frontier troops were once the elite of the Xuantian Dynasty, the very heroes of Xuantian. Yet now they followed Yi Mutian, wielding cold blades against innocent civilians. How could he not be enraged? He endeavored to sway the hearts of these frontier soldiers, inciting feelings of regret within them, hoping that some might forsake darkness for the light. Villains? A sharp glimmer flickered in Yi Mutian's gaze. He was taken aback that Yi Chen would refer to their Ming Wang mansion as villains. Yi Mutian's complexion darkened, his teeth clenched in fury. Transmit my military order. Those whose hearts waver shall be executed without mercy. Follow me closely. After we slay the treacherous emperor, you shall all be granted titles and positions of power. Yi Mutian's voice, imbued with innate strength, echoed across the battlefield with a menacing growl. As soon as his words fell, Yi Mutian echoed with his own innate power, kill. Instantly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted on the battlefield, a tsunami of fury. Kill! 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 A terrifying aura of slaughter surged from the frontier troops. They understood well that once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Having embarked on the path to besiege the imperial city, they could only march forward into darkness. Observing the roaring frontier army, Yi Chen realized that persuading them to surrender before utterly defeating them was an impossibility. Yi Chen, you dare to lead this ragtag army in a battle? Then meet your end here. Yi Mutian glared at him with malevolence. Your father could not achieve this. How could you? Yi Chen replied calmly. At his level of cultivation, few things could stir his emotions. Pitch camp and prepare for battle. Yi Mutian beloved. The Jinshi cavalry held the forefront, while engineers swiftly erected a formidable defensive line behind them, constructing a rudimentary encampment. He intended to establish a stronghold here, to engage Yi Chen in a life-and-death struggle. The reason for not launching an immediate charge was his concern that a failed assault would leave the current defenses and encampment intact, resulting in the frontier troops becoming a disorganized, rootless rabble. With a camp established, even if the first charge failed, the soldiers would have a refuge to retreat to, enabling them to regroup and charge again. As the commander of the frontier forces, Xuantian indeed possessed some skill in leading large-scale battles. Observing the distant frontier army setting up camp, Chen did not immediately order an assault. The 40,000 Jinshi iron cavalry guarding the front made him cautious. The terrain here was notably flat and desolate. Although the grass was lush, it could not hinder the cavalry's charge. In such terrain, cavalry posed the greatest threat. The flatness of the ground was a consequence of the marching choices made by Xuantian and his troops, aside from the necessary plundering of supplies. They had deliberately avoided cities and villages to expedite their journey to the imperial city. This choice, in another sense, had inadvertently aided Chen considerably. The location where their armies converged was far removed from the prosperous lands of the common folk, thereby minimizing the impact of war on the innocent. This is precisely why Xuantian harbored ambitions to become the new sovereign of Xuantian. Had it been another dynasty's forces, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for slaughter. However, Xuantian's aspirations rendered this scenario feasible. Chen understood that this situation was merely temporary. Should the forces surrounding him fail to withstand the onslaught from the frontier armies, the Xuantian Dynasty would inevitably succumb to devastation. The sword of Damocles still loomed over them, a foreboding reminder. Everyone was acutely aware that an extraordinarily brutal conflict was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 30. Let me tear you apart, General Zhao. How do you propose we engage in this battle? Chen inquired, gazing into the distant, dark mass of the frontier army, his eyes glinting with intensity. Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, we must refrain from initiating an attack. The frontier troops are regular forces, formidable in strength and seasoned in the art of war. In contrast, apart from the Yunyu cavalry, our ranks are composed of hastily assembled reserves. Engaging them directly in combat would be ill-advised, as we would be no match for their might. Furthermore, this terrain is a vast plain. Should they charge, their cavalry would pose an overwhelming threat. The only viable strategy to counter these frontier forces is to deploy the Yunyu cavalry once more to eradicate all of the Jinshi cavalry, while the 300,000 troops fortify a defensive stance within the encampment. Zhao Yun respectfully articulated, laying out the current predicament to His Majesty. Under his command, the Yunyu cavalry thrived, and he was acutely aware of the power cavalry wielded in such terrain. If this hastily assembled army were to engage merely in infantry skirmishes, they might hold their ground. Yet, when faced with tens of thousands of Jinshi cavalry, they would be utterly inadequate. The true force capable of altering the tide of battle rested solely with the Yunyu cavalry. Before the frontier army, the makeshift troops appeared as mere ants. Zhao Yun, you have yet to grasp the full extent of the situation. It is not that I wish to confront them head-on. Rather, we have no alternative. They are the ones eager to clash with us. Moreover, the frontier army is merely a segment of this war. The vassal kings are likely observing this battle intently. Should we fail to vanquish them decisively, those kings will surely mobilize their troops, seeking to carve out their share of the spoils. Chen spoke with an air of omniscience, as if he could see through all. Zhao Yun trembled, rendered speechless as he gazed ahead. Do not worry overly much. I possess other contingencies. Xuantian and Xuanyun shall not escape, Chen declared, his gaze piercing toward the opposing encampment. Your Majesty, I request permission to lead the Yunyu cavalry against the Jinshi iron cavalry, determined to shatter their ranks. Zhao Yun proclaimed. Chen did not refuse. He spoke slowly. I trust you. The Yunyu cavalry is entrusted to your command. I hope you can lead them to carve out a radiant destiny for the Xuantian Dynasty. I accept the decree. Zhao Yun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, an aura of lethal intent permeating his being. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled. Zhao Yun gallantly led the 8,000 Yunyu cavalry out of the encampment. The moment the Yunyu cavalry burst forth, they captured the attention of the border forces. What was happening? Those cavalrymen were daring to leave the camp. In the distance, Xuantian, commanding the iron cavalry of Jinshi, was left utterly astounded, scarcely believing his own eyes. On this vast expanse of grassland, the only force capable of rivaling them was this elite cavalry. It was precisely due to their presence that they had not charged into battle earlier. Although the Yunyu cavalry were outnumbered, Yi Muqing and his men regarded them as a significant threat. Now, with the Yunyu cavalry choosing to confront them head-on, were they out of their minds? Since these cavalrymen sought their own demise, let us avenge our fallen brothers. The towering, robust Yi Muqing laughed heartily, addressing the commanders of the Jinshi iron cavalry beside him. Despite his initial caution, having suffered losses in their previous skirmish against the Yunyu cavalry, he knew they could not miss this opportunity now that the Yunyu cavalry had emerged from their encampment. Convey my orders. The entire Jinshi iron cavalry shall charge. Crush this cavalry into dust to relieve my pent-up rage and avenge our valiant soldiers. Yi Muqing clenched his fist, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. These foes were doomed. With a resonant neigh, the war horses of the Jinshi iron cavalry surged forth. Leaping from formation in a frenzied rush, like a tidal wave, they charged towards the Yunyu cavalry. Dust and sand billowed in their wake as the iron steeds trampled the ground. Here they come. As the Jinshi iron cavalry charged, Zhao Yun's gaze flickered. Despite the overwhelming momentum of the approaching cavalry, Zhao Yun remained unperturbed. He understood that he must lead the Yunyu cavalry to vanquish these iron steeds, using this confrontation to influence the crucial battle ahead. If they could not achieve even this, their existence would be rendered meaningless. Let me tear you apart, he silently vowed. The Yunyu cavalry, though fewer in number, were formidable, surpassing the Jinshi iron cavalry in strength. The sole advantage lay in Zhao Yun's superior cultivation compared to Yi Muqing, and the Yunyu cavalry's prowess exceeded that of their adversaries. The disparity between the second and third ranks was significant, and if the Yunyu cavalry effectively utilized their formations, their combat effectiveness could soar. The next moment would reveal Zhao Yun's leadership and martial prowess. As the Jinshi iron cavalry pursued, Zhao Yun led the Yunyu cavalry into battle. Charge forth with precision, in a direct line formation. Onward, the cloud feather cavalry swiftly transformed their formation, converging towards the center. Two riders flanking each other like a sharpened blade, charging forward. A thunderous roar echoed as the air trembled. A formidable energy surged forth from Zhao Yun, akin to a torrential mountain flood. The pinnacle of innate strength erupted in full force. He resembled a war deity, leading the numerous cloud feather iron riders into battle. Under the guidance of innate forces, the speed, power, and agility of the cloud feather iron cavalry soared to unprecedented heights. Towering like dragons, the war horses neighed fiercely as they surged forth like a tempest towards the Jinshi iron riders. Such velocity! How could they achieve such astonishing enhancement? The Jinshi iron riders, witnessing the explosive advance of the cloud feather cavalry, exhibited expressions tinged with trepidation, their startled exclamations filling the air. Before them, the long spears wielded by the cloud feather iron riders gleamed ominously. Their chilling radiance reigned in, yet emanating an awe-inspiring aura of annihilation. Under the pull of innate power, the responses of the cloud feather cavalry quickened, their battle spears becoming extensions of their will. The earth trembled as thousands of iron riders surged forward in unison with Zhao Yun. This is dire. Yi Muqing's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. He could sense the astonishing ferocity emanating from the charging cavalry ahead. Charge! Crush them! Yi Muqing gritted his teeth, not pausing to ponder further. Leading the Jinshi iron riders into the fray, Zhao Yun charged rapidly, his gaze fixated ahead, his eyes radiating a beast-like intensity. In that moment, there was nothing in his sight but the Jinshi iron riders before him. It was time to test their mettle. A blinding light erupted from Zhao Yun's eyes as he plunged into the midst of the Jinshi iron riders. The charge of the cloud feather cavalry pierced through the Jinshi iron riders like a sharp blade. Kill! The earth-shattering battle cries resounded across the battlefield, capturing the attention of both armies. Chapter 31. A three-pronged assault. The two cavalry forces clashed fiercely, the sounds of battle cries and anguished screams echoing across the battlefield. Amidst the carnage, a profound desolation resonated. On the vast expanse of land, a grand and tumultuous war unfolded. Both sides were composed of ferocious and valiant cavalry. The shouts of battle, the eerie whinnies of horses, and the clashing of steel created a cacophony across this boundless terrain. Thousands of cavalrymen shouted and fought together, their ferocity truly terrifying. Surround them. Not a single one must escape. Yi Muqing bellowed frantically, his voice booming with an overwhelming energy as he charged directly towards Zhao Yun. His sole mission was clear: to detain this powerful innate realm warrior, Zhao Yun. The iron cavalry of Zhenxi momentarily succumbed to chaos under the fierce assault of the Yunyu cavalry, whose formation cut through with singular ferocity. However, under the leadership of Yi Muqing, they swiftly regained their composure, rapidly assembling a formidable array to encircle those audaciously charging Yunyu warriors. Drawing upon their seasoned experience, the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry promptly organized a counteroffensive against the onslaught. Although invigorated by Zhao Yun's innate prowess, the Yunyu cavalry was not invulnerable. The Zhenxi Iron Cavalry, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, fiercely obstructed their formation. Strike them down mercilessly, annihilate them. Yi Muqing's thunderous command reverberated across the battlefield. The Yunyu cavalry surged forth, for this was undeniably the opportune moment to vanquish this formidable foe. He would not permit any of the Yunyu warriors to return alive. Break their formation. These cavalrymen are doomed. The commanders of the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry incessantly urged their troops forward. Even though they faced the onslaught of the Yunyu formation, the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry, though somewhat disordered by the impact, still managed to unleash a formidable ferocity, rivaling that of the Yunyu cavalry, thanks to their sheer numbers. If Zhao Yun could not leverage his formidable strength to break through the siege imposed by the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry, it would spell doom for them all. Your Majesty, General Zhao's Yunyu cavalry appears to be encircled by the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry. What should we do? Shen Qinglong, crouching beside Yi Chun, felt a surge of anxiety. In this advance to the front lines, their most potent fighting force consisted primarily of the Yunyu cavalry and the imperial guards, with the former being the most formidable. Yet now, the Yunyu cavalry found themselves ensnared in a trap laid by the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry, and a single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. At that moment, their remaining forces would likely falter against the onslaught of these border troops. Do not panic. Yi Chun gestured with a hand, lowering his voice, his gaze sharp as a hawk fixated on the advancing cavalry. Indeed, the Yunyu cavalry was encircled by the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry. But this predicament arose due to Zhao Yun's choice of an extreme assault formation. Yi Chun trusted that Zhao Yun, having made such a daring decision, must have contemplated the potential of being encircled by the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry. He was certain there was a subsequent strategy in mind. If Yi Chun's intuition was correct, he believed Zhao Yun intended to employ the coiling serpent formation during the battle, utilizing the superior mobility and agility of the Yunyu cavalry to counter the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry. Zhao Yun, summoned by Yi Chun through the system, was someone he knew intimately. While the Zhenxi Iron Cavalry outnumbered the Yunyu cavalry and comprised elite troops, the latter were no ordinary forces. They had endured countless battles and were the creme de la creme of warriors. With Zhao Yun at their helm, there would be no cause for concern. Yi Chun stated resolutely, the renown of Zhao Yun is not mere pretense. He once penetrated and emerged from the battlefield at Changban Slope 7 times, showcasing his unparalleled valor. His prowess and leadership renders him a formidable opponent, one that most cannot contend with. The Yunyu cavalry stands as the pivotal force for the Xuantian Dynasty in vanquishing the forces at the borders, embodying the greatest hope. Yi Chun naturally harbors immense confidence in them. This battle is one that must be secured, for if the war fails to decisively suppress the border forces, it will undoubtedly incite the vassal kings to harbor covetous intentions towards the dynasty, an eventuality that Yi Chun cannot allow. What arrangements have been made regarding those 3 individuals? They are indeed the key to our triumph over the border armies, and any misstep must be avoided. Yi Chun gazed at the nearby Shen Qinglong and spoke slowly. They have been informed to commence their actions. The task will be executed tonight. Shen Qinglong replied respectfully. Then we shall see what unfolds this evening, Yi Chun remarked. his eyes glimmering with wisdom. For this war, Chen has devised an alternate plan. The true determinant of the war's outcome does not lie solely in the clashing of swords on this battlefield, but rather in another realm altogether. He intends to resolve this conflict through different means, bringing it to a definitive conclusion. On the battlefield, Zhao Yun ferociously wielded his silver spear, clashing violently with Yi Muqing, relying on his superior cultivation to deliver deadly strikes aimed at annihilating him. To swiftly dismantle the enemy forces, one must eliminate their commander with utmost haste. Encirclement? Let us see how I can penetrate their ranks thrice. As the iron cavalry charged, Zhao Yun gripped his silver spear tightly, a chill enveloping his heart. Having faced numerous battles of this nature, he possesses an abundance of experience in such encirclements. Everyone heed my command. Follow me, and we shall form the serpent formation to break through their blockade. With our sharp, long spears, we will assault them. The head of the serpent attacking while the tail defends. An offense and defense in harmony will ensure that, even with their numbers, these foes shall not retain us. Zhao Yun declared coldly, utilizing his innate power to project his voice across the entire army. In an instant, Zhao Yun engaged fiercely with Yi Muqing, forcefully repelling him. Had Yi Muqing not evaded in time, that last strike would have sufficed to end his life. After breaking through Yi Muqing's blockade, Zhao Yun thrust his silver spear forward, charging towards the iron cavalry, carving a path with his innate might. Behind Zhao Yun, the Yunyu cavalry moved like a colossal python, swiftly tearing through the defenses of the Jinshi iron cavalry. Amidst the charge of the Yunyu cavalry, chaos erupted within the ranks of the Jinshi iron cavalry as disorder spread. They attempted to bolster their attack and seal the breach once more, but they found themselves too late. The agility of the Yunyu cavalry resembled that of a great serpent, rendering the Jinshi iron cavalry's hasty defenses utterly futile. Damn it, from where did this cavalry emerge? Yi Muqian's gaze burned with intensity as he observed the figures of the Yunyu cavalry engaged in fierce combat with the Jinshi iron riders, his brow furrowing deeply. He had not anticipated that the Jinshi iron riders, despite their numerical superiority, would struggle to encircle their foes, suffering significant losses instead. A moment of profound unease surged within him. Surely this cannot be a genuine crisis. I command hundreds of thousands of frontier troops. How could they possibly withstand my might? Casting aside his troubling thoughts, Yi Muqian fixed his attention on the battlefield ahead, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yi Muqing would annihilate this cavalry, and he himself would sever Yi Chen's head. An air of murderous intent enveloped the battlefield as all waited for this clash of cavalry. Chapter 32. The true contest has yet to begin. Roar. Annihilate them. Leave no one to escape. The general commanded, slay a single cavalryman, and receive a reward of 10 taels of gold. Trap them. We must not allow any to flee. Charge. A cacophony of frenzied battle cries erupted from the Jinshi iron riders. Despite their overwhelming numbers compared to the Yunyu cavalry, they found themselves unable to conquer this group, often allowing their foes to slip away, displaying an extraordinary resilience. This tenacity only fueled the Jinshi iron riders' ferocity, and the prospect of substantial rewards for defeating these cavalrymen further ignited their bloodlust. Long stationed at the border, the frontier army was renowned for its ferocity and valor. And the more the cavalry resisted, the stronger their desire for conquest and slaughter became. Thousands of Jinshi iron riders surged forth like a flood, determined to capture every last member of the Yunyu cavalry. Kill! The deafening battle cries echoed through the skies, hooves thundered, and dust billowed. The long spears in the hands of these iron riders glimmered ominously with the sheen of blood. Chasing? Just as well. Yunyu cavalry, heed my command. Charge forth, and strike them thrice in and out. Under pursuit from the Jinshi iron riders, Zhao Yun, commander of the Yunyu cavalry, swiftly redirected their momentum, charging towards the oncoming enemy. Without hesitation, the Yunyu cavalry executed Zhao Yun's orders, moving with reckless abandon. For the sake of glory, they surged forward. To vindicate the rebels, they charged forth. The Yunyu cavalry, akin to berserkers, plunged into the fray like a sharpened blade, cleaving through the torrent of the frontier army's iron riders, forcibly severing their ranks. Both sides clashed in a bloody melee, with countless cavalrymen falling, their corpses trampled into a gruesome paste by the hooves of warhorses. Witnessing the brutal demise of his cavalry, Zhao Yun felt his heart bleed. Yet, he bore no regrets. War demands sacrifice, and as long as they fulfilled their duty, all of this would be worthwhile. Charge with all your might, Zhao Yun bellowed, his expression devoid of emotion. He lunged towards several Jinshi iron riders, using his spear to lift them into the air with force, sending their bodies crashing down. In the midst of chaos, a fierce clash ensued as the renowned iron cavalry of Jinshi fell victim to his ruthless onslaught, tumbling from their steeds and crashing to the ground, succumbing to his bloodshed. The ferocious charge of the Yunyu cavalry, propelled by swifter momentum, caught the Jinshi iron cavalry off guard, resulting in a loss of over 1,000 horsemen in an instant. Zhao Yun galloped forward, his mind reflecting the surroundings, capturing every detail without omission. He discerned precisely when to act. The Jinshi iron cavalry, driven to madness, roared with ferocity, their faces twisted in rage as they surged like a tidal wave to encircle the advancing Yunyu cavalry. Whenever the Yunyu cavalry sought to breach the gaps and charge forth, the enemy recklessly collided with them, determined to intercept at the cost of their lives. In that moment, both sides fought with a frenzy, blinded by the bloodlust of battle. The incessant neighing of Shi Yuyu's steed echoed amidst the din. With each charge, be it from the Jinshi iron cavalry or the Yunyu cavalry, numerous combatants were felled on the spot. Zhao Yun understood that the only way to counter such a massive assault was to break the enemy's formation, preventing them from leveraging their numerical superiority. As they fragmented the Jinshi iron cavalry's ranks, the Yunyu cavalry wildly brandished their long spears, slashing at their foes with relentless vigor. With only over 6,000 Yunyu cavalrymen facing a daunting 30,000 Jinshi warriors, fear was a foreign concept. Upon infiltrating the Jinshi iron cavalry, they executed the serpent formation, following Zhao Yun through the breach, aiming to carve their way once more. Quickly, seal the gap. Do not let them escape, he commanded fervently. All of you, charge with me. Among the Jinshi ranks were formidable generals who swiftly responded to the Yunyu cavalry's movements. Having defended the frontier for years and safeguarded the Xuantian Dynasty from invasions, they were not to be trifled with. Annihilate them. Do not allow them to break free. The eyes of the Jinshi iron cavalry gleamed with bloodlust, all yearning to encircle and eradicate these cavalrymen. At that moment, both sides were consumed by the frenzy of battle, reaching a boiling point as they exerted every ounce of strength. The clashing of steel, the neighing of horses, and the cries of men filled the air. Slay them. We absolutely cannot allow them to escape again. The eyes of the Jinshi warriors burned with intensity. They were also undefeated iron cavalry on the frontier. If the Yunyu cavalry were to triumph against such odds, it would be a profound disgrace for the Jinshi iron cavalry. The mere thought of the humiliation was unbearable, regardless of the punishment they might face post-battle. Break through. We shall enter and exit thrice. Zhao Yun growled coldly, exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity as he wielded his silver spear, engaging fiercely with the iron cavalry. Today, he would lead the Yunyu cavalry in and out of battle. If he could dominate this skirmish, it would not only suppress the morale of these frontier forces, but also elevate the spirits of his own troops. With a surge of fierce determination, Zhao Yun led the Yunyu cavalry into the fray of the town west iron cavalry, cutting through the chaos with relentless ferocity. It is nearly time. Yichen observed the cavalry engaged in brutal combat ahead. Sound the retreat horn. General Zhao and his men must return. The true contest has yet to commence. Tonight is our moment for vengeance. A cold smile crept upon Yi Chen's lips. Shen Qinglong cast a glance at the fierce battle unfolding before him, contrasting it with the faint smile gracing the emperor's lips, and he discerned the emperor's true strategy. The horn blared, and Zhao Yun, who had intended to charge once more, reacted to the sound. We retreat. He promptly led the remaining 5,000 Yunyu cavalry back towards their encampment. Catch up to them. Encircle them. Do not let them escape. Annihilate them. commanded the town West Iron Cavalry, fiercely pursuing the Yunyu cavalry that had struck them thrice. Archers, take your positions. Within a 500-meter radius, unleash a concentrated barrage. Yi Chen ordered. Boom, boom, boom. At the sound of Yi Chen's command, without a moment's hesitation, every archer in the camp released their long arrows into the sky. As the deluge of arrows rained down, the pursuing town West Cavalry found themselves mercilessly assailed. The air was filled with the chilling cries of horses in distress. Although the armor of the Iron Cavalry could withstand some arrows, their mounts fell victim to the relentless storm, succumbing to grievous wounds. One by one, both rider and steed collapsed to the ground, and the rear cavalry, unable to halt their momentum, crashed into their comrades, trampling many beneath them. The sudden onslaught of arrows caught them unawares, plunging the town West Iron Cavalry into disarray. Chapter 33. Strong yet weak, the town West Iron Cavalry continued to fall, resulting in utter chaos. Yimuching had no alternative but to order a halt and retreat. Damn it, they have escaped once more. Yimutian's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the fierce struggle ahead, his heart ablaze with fury. The town West Iron Cavalry had encircled 8,000 cavalrymen, yet it took a toll of 10,000 Iron Cavalry to eliminate merely 3,000 of their foes. In his decade of military service, having fought countless battles, this was the first time he had faced such a significant setback. However, having participated in numerous skirmishes, he had never encountered anyone who wielded cavalry formations with such prowess. Fortunately, the enemy's cavalry was limited in number. With a few more charges, the town West Iron Cavalry could obliterate them. Were such cavalry to multiply, they could easily sway the tide of war. Dispatch orders. Prepare for potential night assaults. Let the troops rest and recuperate. Tomorrow we advance on all fronts. Yi Mutian issued a direct command, intent on leading the entire army into battle without allowing Yi Chen to prolong the confrontation. He was eager to send Yi Chen to his demise. More importantly, he possessed absolute confidence in the border army. Had it not been for the earlier cavalry charge, which had inflicted some losses and dampened morale, he would likely have already initiated the assault. Before Yi Chen stood Zhao Yun and Shen Qinglong, both respectfully awaiting his words. Zhao Yun, having engaged with the Western Iron Cavalry, what are your impressions? Yi Chen inwided calmly. Zhao Yun clasped his fists and replied, Your Majesty, the Western Iron Cavalry possesses both strength and weaknesses. Strength and weaknesses? Pray, elaborate, Yi Chen responded, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Seemingly unprepared for Zhao Yun's assessment of the Western Iron Cavalry. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Yun continued, Though the prowess of the Western Iron Cavalry may not rival that of the Cloud Feather Cavalry, they are indeed elite among cavalry units. Their considerable numbers enable them to form various formations for assault. Should a skilled commander harness the true potential of the Western Iron Cavalry, my Cloud Feather Cavalry would find it challenging to maneuver past them effortlessly. Thus, it is not the Western Iron Cavalry that is lacking, but rather the inadequacy of their commander. Yi Chen acknowledged Zhao Yun's analysis, having witnessed the earlier conflict in its entirety, and understood how Yi Muqing led the Western Iron Cavalry against Zhao Yun's Cloud Feather Cavalry, while Zhao Yun executed multiple diverse charging formations. Yi Muqing relied solely on the overwhelming numbers of the Western Iron Cavalry, repeatedly launching full-scale charges and encirclements. Yi Chen gazed at Zhao Yun and slowly inquired, Were the Western Iron Cavalry to be under your command against the Cloud Feather Cavalry, how would you approach the encounter? And what would the outcome be? Your Majesty, Zhao Yun replied, if I were to command the Western Iron Cavalry, I would merely need to form a triad formation, luring the Cloud Feather Cavalry into a trap and deploying the Serpent's Lair formation, ensuring the annihilation of the Cloud Feather Cavalry amidst a flurry of blades. Zhao Yun spoke with unwavering confidence. As the commander of the Cloud Feather Cavalry, he understood the true strength of his forces. His recent engagement with the Western Iron Cavalry had granted him insight into their elite capabilities, and he held a discerning perspective on the matter. Yi Chen recognized that Zhao Yun was not indulging in boastful rhetoric. He was acutely aware of the advantages that formations could bestow upon a cavalry unit. While Yi Muqing may possess some military acumen, he still fell short when compared to a figure of Zhao Yun's caliber. Very well. Once we have subdued the border army, the Western Iron Cavalry shall be under your command. I hope to witness a significant enhancement in their combat capabilities, Yi Chen declared resolutely, as if he were on the verge of conquering the border army. I shall not disappoint your majesty, Zhao Yun responded, his conviction in subduing the border army unwavering. Your majesty, would you require me to lead the Cloud Feather Cavalry in a night raid against them tonight? Zhao Yun asked, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen, eager to discern the emperor's intentions regarding a nocturnal assault on the enemy. After all, it was an excellent opportunity. A night raid? Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, a palpable aura of lethal intent swirling within them. Of course we shall launch a nocturnal assault. Tonight is far more than merely a cavalry raid. This shall be a genuine climactic battle, a definitive conclusion to this war. As he observed Zhao Yun's perplexed expression, he exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Qinglong, understanding the unspoken command. Shen Qinglong stepped forward to pay his respects to Yi Chen before relaying the emperor's arrangements and the plans for the evening to Zhao Yun. Your Majesty's stratagem is remarkably astute, Zhao Yun remarked, a mix of admiration and reverence evident in his demeanor. He was acutely aware that should the plan succeed, they would effortlessly vanquish the border forces. Go, rally the troops, and await the signal for the full-scale assault tonight, Yi Chen instructed, his tone composed as if addressing a trivial matter. At once, Your Majesty, Zhao Yun replied, leaving the tent swiftly to organize the army. He understood that tonight would mark an unprecedented confrontation. Shen Qinglong, Yi Chen said solemnly, fixing his gaze upon him after Zhao Yun's departure. Shen Qinglong knelt respectfully, affirming his presence, informed by Xiaohe, Bei Yundong, and Wang Geng that they are to commence their actions immediately. Should they accomplish the tasks I have entrusted to them, their past transgressions shall be forgiven. I shall reward them handsomely. However, should they jeopardize my plans, they shall face a fate worse than death, and their families shall share their doom. As Yi Chen spoke, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I understand, Shen Qinglong replied, maintaining his respectful posture before hastily exiting the tent to execute the emperor's orders. Dugu Qiubai, Yi Chen addressed, staring intently at the sand table before him. I am here. A figure emerged from behind Yi Chen, bowing respectfully. With resolute firmness, Yi Chen commanded, I order you to find an opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Keep a close watch on by Xiaohe, Bei Yundong, and Wang Geng. They must not disrupt my plans. The moment you detect any irregularities, signal me immediately, and seek an opportunity to eliminate the Yi brothers. This plan would influence the entire course of battle. If successful, they would shatter the border forces tonight. If it failed, tomorrow would usher in a bloody onslaught, the toll of lives lost unimaginable. Yi Chen harbored no illusions about the outcome of the impending clash. He regarded tonight's operation with utmost seriousness. I accept the decree, Dugu Qiubai responded gravely. Though he harbored concerns for the emperor's safety, he recognized the significance of the task he was entrusted with. His duty was not to hesitate or refuse, but to execute it swiftly in return to safeguard the emperor. Once Dugu Qiubai departed, Yi Chen surveyed the empty tent and the sand table before him. He drew the imperial sword with sudden ferocity, plunging it into the sand table's representation of the enemy's headquarters. A fierce brilliance ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as he declared, Yi Mutian, Yi Muqing. Tonight shall mark the end of your souls in this place. Chapter 34. The Third Son's Remark. Let you die. Yi Mutian was engaged in a discussion with several generals of the border army regarding the charge plan for the following day within the military camp. Suddenly, a guard entered to deliver a message. Are you saying that the individuals claiming to be from my Ming Wangfu are named by Xiaohe, Bei Yangshan, and Wang Geng? Yi Muqing's brows furrowed at the guard's words. He was well aware of the backgrounds of Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yangshan, and Wang Geng. The former two were esteemed offerings of the monitoring pavilion, while the latter served as the chief steward of the Ming Wangfu, all closely tied to their father. Elder brother, what is your opinion? Yi Muqing turned to his elder brother, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Under normal circumstances, the arrival of Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yangshan, and Wang Geng would not arouse any suspicion in Yi Muqing. However, with their father murdered and the Xuantian imperial city having fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Yi Chen, it was inconceivable that they could have escaped from the monitoring pavilion, let alone appear at the front line. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Yi Muqian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intelligence flashing within them, and spoke to the waiting guard. Allow them to enter. Yes. The guard promptly retreated from the tent. Yi Muqing regarded Yi Muqian gravely. Elder brother, do you trust them? We shall observe first. Yi Muqian gestured for Yi Muqing to remain patient. He instructed the numerous generals in the tent to exit, leaving only himself and Yi Muqing to await the arrival of Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yongshan, and Wang Geng, eager to discern the purpose of their visit to the front line and any peculiarities that may accompany it. Under the guard's guidance, Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yongshan, and Wang Geng soon arrived within the tent. Greetings, young Master Yi. Salutations, eldest and second young masters. They bowed in respect to Yi Muqian and Yi Muqing. Wang Geng appeared notably reverent, while Bai Xiaohe and Bai Yongshan maintained a more casual politeness. Wang Geng, you have journeyed a great distance with these two offerings from the monitoring pavilion to the front line. What is your purpose? Yi Muqian inquired. Should you not be with my third brother? Both Yi Muqian and Yi Muqing pressed for clarification, fully aware that the arrival of Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yongshan, and Wang Geng was shrouded in mystery, necessitating an understanding of their intentions. Bai Xiaohe and Bai Yongshan exchanged glances with Wang Geng, prompting him to speak. Although they were offerings of the monitoring pavilion, Wang Geng's closeness to the two sons of the Ming Wangfu made him more suitable to address their queries. Tears streaming down his face, Wang Geng lamented, Eldest young master, second young master, a grave calamity has befallen the imperial city. Our master has been slain by that scoundrel Yi Chen, and our Ming Wangfu has been raised by the minions of the treacherous emperor. Had we not fled to the monitoring pavilion at the first opportunity, we would surely have lost our heads by now. We are already aware of the turmoil in the imperial city, Yi Muqian interjected. My third brother has notified us through correspondence, which is why I have rallied the border army to confront the treacherous emperor here. We are preparing to march towards the imperial city to rescue my third brother. Should you not be with him? Why are you present at the front line? Yi Muqian's eyes glowed with a menacing intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Geng, his chilling stare seemingly penetrating into the depths of his very being. Wang Geng knelt upon the ground, agony etched upon his face. My lord, the eldest and third young masters have dispatched a total of 100 letters through various channels, striving to inform you of the circumstances in the imperial capital. Despite these missives, the third young master remains unsettled. He has commanded the two esteemed guardians of the observation pavilion to personally escort me out of the capital and towards the frontier. Upon our arrival at the border, we learned that you had received the third young master's letter, leading the border army to march upon the imperial capital. Hence we hastened to reunite with you. Wang Geng's eyes brimmed with apprehension as he implored, My lord, you must swiftly return to the imperial capital. The third young master awaits rescue within the observation pavilion. Moreover, we must avenge our father, whose corpse is still displayed in the capital by that wretched emperor. What? Yi Muqing's countenance contorted with fury. How dare Yi Chen treat my father in such a manner? No matter his transgressions, he remains the emperor's uncle. Cursed be Yi Chen. Yi Muqian seethed with rage at Wang Geng's words. Through his brother's letter, he had learned of their father's murder at the hands of Yi Chen. Yet he could scarcely fathom the latter's cruelty, desecrating their father's body and exposing it to public humiliation. This was a calculated affront, ensuring that their father would find no dignity in death. Brother, we must swiftly vanquish these forces, capture that wretched Emperor Yi Chen, and retrieve our father's remains. Yi Muqing's eyes blazed with fury, his crimson gaze fixed upon his elder brother. The knowledge of how Yi Chen had so heinously sullied their father's corpse ignited a desperate desire within him to storm the imperial capital. He understood better than anyone the importance his father placed on propriety and honor. In life, their father had never lost face. How could he endure such a disgrace and death? Yi Muqian, suppressing the tempest of his rage, glared at Wang Geng, his eyes aflame with crimson intensity as he grit his teeth and demanded, "Is what you say truly factual? Did Yi Chen truly commit such an atrocity against my father's remains?" He struggled to accept that Yi Chen could descend to such depths of inhumanity. After all, he was his own uncle. Though familial ties within the royal family were tenuous, he could not believe that Yi Chen would sink to such a despicable act. Wang Geng knelt before him, sorrow etched upon his features. "My lord, every word I speak is the truth. This is precisely why the third young master urged the guardians of the observation pavilion to risk their lives to escort me out of the capital to find you." Upon hearing Wang Geng's resolute affirmation, Yi Mutian could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. "You vile Yi Chen, how dare you treat my father's remains in such a manner? Tomorrow, I shall rend you asunder," Yi Mutian bellowed in anguish, shattering the furnishings of the tent with his innate power. In that moment, he was consumed by an uncontrollable thirst for vengeance. "Is the commander unharmed?" Just then, two soldiers burst into the tent, evidently concerned about the commotion inside. "Get out!" Yi Mutian roared upon seeing the intruding soldiers. At this moment, he teetered on the brink of an emotional explosion. Had it not been for the desire to avoid unrest before battle, he would have unsheathed his sword and slain the two soldiers who dared to intrude upon his tent. Indeed, the two guards, their faces etched with fear, retreated from the tent. Yi Mutian and Yi Muqing were engulfed in sorrow, oblivious to the furtive glances exchanged between the guards and by Xiaohe, Bei Yunshan, and Wang Geng, their eyes brimming with veiled hostility. The sight of the guards' expressions caused a subtle change in the countenance of Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yunshan, and Wang Geng. "Young master, the third young master sent me with a message for you." Wang Geng spoke respectfully to Yi Mutian. "What message?" Yi Mutian, his eyes aflame with anger, fixed his gaze upon Wang Geng. "The third young master instructed me to relay a message meant solely for your ears," Wang Geng replied, instinctively casting a glance at Yi Muqing, Bai Xiaohe, and Bei Yunshan. Wang Geng's actions stirred a sense of discontent within Yi Muqing, who could not comprehend why his younger brother had secrets he was not privy to. "Come closer," Yi Muqing commanded. Despite his inner turmoil, the weight of grief and fury prevented him from dwelling on his doubts. Upon receiving Yi Mutian's consent, Wang Geng approached and leaned in close. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunshan stealthily shifted forward, with Bai Xiaohe drawing nearer to Yi Mutian and Bei Yunshan edging toward Yi Muqing. With a grave expression, Wang Geng whispered into Yi Mutian's ear, "The third young master says, you are to die." As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted from Wang Geng's right hand, launching a fierce surprise attack against Yi Mutian's back. "What?" Yi Mutian's face paled, his eyes flashing with a mixture of rage and panic. Chapter 35. Public decapitation. Wang Geng's vicious palm struck Yi Mutian's back, the force of his true energy crashing against his heart. Caught off guard, Yi Mutian had no time to react, and he was propelled forward by the force of the blow. "Wang Geng, you dare!" Yi Muqing's face turned a deep crimson with fury as he unsheathed his sword and lunged menacingly at Wang Geng. "Ah!" A scream escaped Yi Muqing's lips, accompanied by the acrid scent of blood as it sprayed from his body. Standing behind him, Bei Yunshan wielded a sword dripping with blood, having been the one to launch the ambush. With a cultivation level superior to that of Yi Muqing, Bei Yunshan seized the opportunity to strike, leaving Yi Muqing unable to mount any defense. At the moment Yi Mutian was attacked by Wang Geng, Bai Xiaohe also sprang into action, swinging his blade toward Yi Mutian's neck, seemingly intent on severing his head. Amidst the relentless onslaught, filled with indignation, Yi Mutian finally regained his wits. In a frantic bid for survival, he reversed his internal energy, summoning his formidable true energy to evade the lethal strike aimed at him. However, his evasion ultimately proved to be a moment too slow, as the sharp blade sliced through his form, delivering a brutal cut to his shoulder and severing his right arm entirely. Had he truly managed to escape? Bai Xiaoxi's fierce gaze fixated on Yi Mutian, who was grimacing in pain as he narrowly fled from the edge of his blade, a hint of malevolence brewing within his brow. Everything was unfolding according to their meticulously crafted plan. His earlier strike was intended to cleave Yi Mutian in two, to sever his head from his body. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Mutian had evaded him, paying the price of only an arm. Elder brother, Yi Muqing, witnessing his brother's arm being severed, disregarded the wounds adorning his own body and instinctively rushed forward to offer aid. You should first tend to your own safety, Bei Yangshan sneered from behind Yi Muqing, his sword striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the vital points of the ladder. His blade flashed like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Yi Muqing with ferocity. Already heavily injured, Yi Muqing could only clumsily parry with his sword, but his cultivation was inferior to Bei Yangshan's, rendering him increasingly beleaguered as he sustained numerous ghastly cuts. Second brother, Yi Mutian's eyes burned crimson as he beheld Yi Muqing struggling against Bei Yangshan's relentless assault, a low growl escaping his throat. Sound the alarm. We are under attack. Futile. No one can save you now. Bai Shaoxi viciously swung his blade, relentlessly pursuing them. His mission was clear, to sever the heads of Yi Mutian and Yi Muqing and send them to the depths of hell. Within the camp, a fierce battle erupted. Yi Mutian and his brother besieged by the combined might of Bei Yangshan, Bai Shaoxi, and Wang Geng, leaving them grievously wounded and in utter disarray. Enemy attack. Yi Mutian roared in fury, attempting to summon the guards outside for assistance to alleviate their plight. However, to their astonishment, the guards outside the tent appeared deaf to their cries. With his innate perception, Yi Mutian could distinctly sense the presence of 8 guards beyond the tent, yet they remained oblivious to his calls. Are those guards outside also in league with you? Yi Mutian glared venomously at Bai Shaoxi, who was advancing with his blade poised to strike. His earlier shout had been anything but quiet. It was likely that even commanders within 100 meters could hear him. The silence outside was ominous, leaving only one possibility. Something had gone awry, and the guard station outside had either betrayed them or were aligned with Bai Shaoxi. Bai Shaoxi, wielding his sword with ruthless intent, coldly remarked, "It seems the young master possesses a modicum of intelligence. I advise you, if you wish to avoid a painful demise, allow me to grant you a swift end." His words dripped with icy indifference, his gaze chilling to the bone. Utter nonsense. Yi Mutian, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally. His fierce eyes locked onto Bai Shaoxi. You dare to invade my domain? You shall all pay dearly today. I will offer your heads as a sacrifice to the heavens. With a surge of blood and energy, Yi Mutian unleashed a formidable strike, forcing Bai Shaoxi to stagger back. He swiftly drew a long spear from the side and struck it against the sky above the tent. With a resounding bang, a large hole was shattered in the canvas, and Yi Mutian surged upward with astonishing speed. He aimed to escape the confines of the tent and alert the nearby commanders to rally their soldiers for the elimination of the 3 assailants. What? As Yi Mutian soared into the air, he had anticipated that Bai Shaoxi would be enraged and pursue him, but to his astonishment, the latter completely disregarded him and instead propelled himself towards Yi Muqing with even greater velocity, joining forces with Bei Yangshan to execute a lethal assault. The combined might of these 2 formidable innate realm masters proved overwhelming. Yi Muqing, already severely injured, stood no chance of retaliation and was brutally slain by their united onslaught. With eyes wide open in disbelief, Yi Muqing met his end at the hands of Bai Shaoxi, who mercilessly severed his head. Crimson blood gushed forth from his lifeless body, splattering onto the tent above. Second brother, Yi Mutian howled in anguish, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. He had never anticipated that his younger sibling would meet such a tragic fate before him. I will not spare you, he bellowed, suspended in midair. We are under attack. Summon reinforcements. Infused with innate power, Yi Mutian's voice shattered the stillness of the night. The border troops, who had been recuperating, were roused by his furious cry. Nearby soldiers grasped their spears and charged towards the commotion, eager to protect their commander. As Yi Mutian's roar drew the attention of the border forces, a wave of chaos ensued within their ranks. Just as the commanders rallied their troops towards Yi Mutian's location, several signal flares erupted before the tent, illuminating the area with brilliant fireworks. In the instant the signal lights ascended into the sky, Yi Mutian and the surrounding border forces were momentarily stunned, and then a figure soared through the crowd, appearing before Yi Mutian. Who are you? Chen stared in shock at the figure that had suddenly manifested in front of him, his pupils constricting as fear washed over his face. He felt a deadly aura emanating from this shadow, as if it were an insurmountable mountain pressing down upon him, a presence akin to that of his father. Instinctively, Chen tightened his grip on his sword, his throat producing a hoarse whisper. The series of unexpected events left him in a state of profound despair. He could hardly fathom the number of skilled warriors surrounding Chen. "I am the one who will take your life." A chilling voice echoed as the shadow before Chen flickered and darted past him with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Under the illuminated night sky, amidst the advancing soldiers, Chen's face contorted in terror as his head was severed from his body, falling before the astonished gaze of the troops. Chapter 36. The Great Battle concludes. The forces at the frontier surged forth to protect their leader. However, what unfolded before them instilled a profound sense of despair within their hearts. Their commander lay before them, slain by a single strike, his head severed in a gruesome display. The shock of such a sight was overwhelming and nearly unbearable for them. Their leader had been murdered. It was over. Their commander was gone. How could they have failed to safeguard him? Where was the deputy commander? Quickly, summon the deputy commander. The commanders rushing forward, upon witnessing the public execution of their leader, were thrown into disarray. They understood all too well the devastating impact that the death of a commanding officer could have on the morale of the troops in the midst of battle. The only course of action was to locate the deputy commander to stabilize the soldiers' spirits. Otherwise, chaos would ensue among the frontier forces. "Your deputy commander is here." A voice, imbued with the weight of experience, echoed within the camp. Bai Xiaohe soared into the air, holding the severed head of Chen, suspended above the ground. "Deputy commander, how could this happen?" The multitude of commanders and soldiers searching for the deputy commander were now left in stunned disbelief. They stood frozen in shock. In a single night, both the commander and the deputy commander, the two paramount figures of military authority, had lost their heads. This catastrophic blow to the frontier forces was akin to a thunderclap striking from above. "Kill!" The battle cries and the blaring of horns erupted without warning from beyond the camp of the frontier army. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling sense of impending doom as the enemy surged forth. Enemy attack. Quickly, ignite the fires, organize the troops, prepare for battle. A cacophony of chaotic roars filled the ranks of the frontier army. In the wake of the unexpected upheaval, the forces, having lost their commanders, descended into a state of utter confusion, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers thrown into a panic. They found themselves engulfed in the most chaotic moment imaginable. "Kill!" The hidden imperial guards, long since infiltrated, swung open the gates of the camp, and the Yunyu cavalry, under Zhao Yun's command, led the charge into the heart of the frontier army's stronghold, ruthlessly slaughtering the disoriented troops. Following the Yunyu cavalry were the elite imperial guards and over 200,000 soldiers, all sharpened and ready to spill blood, eager to achieve glory on the battlefield. In a single night raid, with the two main pillars of command eliminated, the frontier army, initially poised and prepared for a grand offensive, was plunged into utter disarray, unable to mount a counterattack. The frontier forces, besieged by the attacking troops, found themselves in unbearable suffering, with countless men falling victim to the carnage. Many were trampled in the chaotic throng, crushed underfoot in a desperate struggle for survival. The once elite frontier army was now engulfed in turmoil, retreating in disarray, overwhelmed by the onslaught. "I am the Emperor Xuantian. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Lay down your weapons, for you remain subjects of the Xuantian Dynasty." As Chen rides forth on horseback, under the protection of Shun Qinglong and the imperial guards, a powerful voice emanates from him. His words, bolstered by formidable true energy, reverberate throughout the camp, reaching every soldier of the border army. It is His Majesty. His Majesty has decreed that those who surrender shall not be harmed. Do not heed him. We must follow our commander to achieve glory and be honored with titles. How foolish! Our commander has already been slain. What purpose does further fighting serve? Yield, for survival is paramount. A cacophony of unrest surged around, as some soldiers of the border army began to contemplate surrender. For them, Charging in a battle was merely a means to earn merit and improve their futures. Now, with their commander dead, the war had lost all significance. If they continued to fight, they would only earn the infamy of rebels. Those who surrender shall be executed without mercy. Do not lay down your arms. Take up your blades and fight. Some leaders bellowed in fury, enraged at the soldiers contemplating surrender. They could not allow these men to yield, for there remained a slim chance of survival. As conspirators in this rebellion, they knew that after this incident, His Majesty would not show them mercy. Since they had already reached a dead end, they could not let the soldiers cease their fight. They desired resistance. In death or glory, we have but one path. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The roaring cries echoed around, as the advancing army mercilessly slaughtered those who resisted, while simultaneously shouting their battle cries. Among them, Zhao Yun, with innate authority, thundered his voice to instill fear in all directions. I surrender. I too surrender. Spare me. Excited shouts erupted from all around, as soldiers of the border army cast aside their weapons. They were all struck by the sheer terror of the massacre. No one anticipated that this war would conclude in such a manner. What began as a fierce campaign, filled with ambitions for glory and conquest, had now devolved into a rout. Even their two commanders had met their demise before the battle commenced, their heads severed in the night. A cruel blow to the morale of the troops. Within a breath, those who laid down their weapons shall not be harmed. Those who continue to resist, let them all be slain. Observing some still attempting to resist, Chen declared with a voice cold as ice, brimming with lethal intent. Kill them all. Upon hearing His Majesty's command, Zhao Yun led the Cloud Feather Cavalry into a fierce charge against those who persisted in their defiance, targeting the leaders among them. For they were the true traitors seeking to rebel against the imperial city. Given their status, the two commanders of the frontier army would undoubtedly confer on plans for rebellion, as they were supporters of the insurrection. Thus, they were destined to perish. Zhao Yun, brimming with fierce determination, led the Yunyu cavalry into a charge, plunging the frontier army's encampment into chaos once more. Waves of insurgents fell lifeless to the ground, as numerous soldiers were brutally slain on the spot. In the pitch-black night, a gruesome slaughter unfolded within the camp. The once formidable elite of the frontier army faced a night of lamentation. This massacre continued from the depths of night until dawn broke, only concluding as the sun ascended the horizon. On this night, nearly 100,000 troops of the frontier army were mercilessly slain, with almost all of the commanders wiped out, leaving only a few who chose to surrender. As the sun rose and the battle subsided, soldiers gazed at the corpses strewn across the encampment, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, causing many to retch in disgust. Even those who had fought fervently the previous night were now filled with trepidation at the sight of the bodies they had felled. They remained oblivious to the extent of their own brutality that had led to such a horrific bloodbath. On this night, the frontier army was utterly suppressed, becoming a force of surrender. Chapter 37. A great victory. Yet a significant defeat. The surrender of the frontier army marked the conclusion of the internal strife within the Xuantian Dynasty. Within the encampment, Chen sat in the tent, joined by Dugu Qiubai, Zhao Yun, by Xiaohe, and others. Zhao Yun respectfully stood before Chen, cupping his fists. Your Majesty, the battle situation has been assessed. Chen gazed calmly at Zhao Yun. Our forces have achieved a resounding victory. With His Majesty personally leading the charge, our might has prevailed. We have sustained losses of 6,000 Yunyu cavalry, 3,000 imperial guards, and 20,000 reserve troops, while vanquishing 30,000 of the frontier army's iron cavalry and 100,000 soldiers from other divisions. We have subdued nearly 400,000 of the frontier army. Zhao Yun meticulously reported the day's statistics. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Emperor's might has compelled the frontier army to submit, by Xiaohe, Wang Geng, and others praised, eager to curry favor with Chen. Such losses, yet capturing 500,000 of the frontier army, including the slaughter of over 100,000 elite troops, was indeed a remarkable achievement. However, upon hearing Zhao Yun's report, Chen felt no joy within. The battle had indeed been won. Yet the fallen elites were all soldiers of the Xuantian Dynasty, the very foundation of the realm. Chen cast a cold glance at Bai Xiaohe and the others, causing their faces to pale as they lowered their heads in silence, their hearts filled with panic, wondering how they had offended the emperor. A great victory, yet equally a profound defeat, Chen reflected with a heavy heart. This time, the rebellion of the frontier army cannot be blamed on the soldiers. Rather, it is the fault of the Xuantian Dynasty for nurturing a pack of ingrates. The Xuantian Dynasty has suffered a substantial loss of nearly 200,000 troops, with the most significant casualties among the elite Yunyu cavalry and the Jinshi iron cavalry. Fortunately, these losses are insufficient to threaten the very foundation of the nation or undermine the Xuantian Dynasty's stability. Within the tent, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber as everyone sensed Chen's despondency. Silence reigned, and no one dared to utter a word. Chen lifted his gaze to Zhao Yun and declared, "I appoint you as the commander of the frontier army. These captives are now your responsibility. You will be tasked with reorganizing them, as I wish to witness the emergence of a new elite force. I hope this frontier army will once again become the pride of the Xuantian Dynasty. The departure of the frontier army will undoubtedly be seized upon by our external foes. I do not wish for a repetition of the recent turmoil." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Were it not for the fact that these soldiers belong to the Xuantian Dynasty and are needed to guard the borders, Chen would have disregarded any notions of mercy towards their surrender. "I shall obey your command and shall not disappoint your majesty." Zhao Yun responded respectfully before departing at Chen's behest. His current mission was to swiftly integrate the frontier army and lead them to the borders, ensuring their security. Shen Qinglong, Chen glanced at him. "Present, your majesty," Shen Qinglong replied, respectfully approaching Chen, clasping his fists and kneeling on one knee. "Through the heavenly network, disseminate the news of our great victory here throughout the realm of the Xuantian Dynasty. I intend to use this announcement to soothe the populace and to intimidate those with ulterior motives," Chen stated solemnly. "The rebellion of the frontier army has instilled a sense of trepidation among the people of the Xuantian Dynasty, rendering their lives unsettled and their pursuits of happiness unattainable. More critically, the insurrection of the frontier army might inspire the feudal lords to entertain similar rebellious thoughts. This news will serve as a hammer, striking down their misguided ambitions. The long-dormant Xuantian Dynasty requires such uplifting news to rekindle the fighting spirit among its citizens." "I understand," Shen Qinglong acknowledged before exiting the tent to undertake his assignment. After addressing the two most pressing matters, Chen's expression remained impassive as he turned to Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshen, and Wang Gong. "Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshen, Wang Gong." His voice emerged coldly, the chill in his tone causing the trio to pale and hastily kneel before him. "Your Majesty," they called out anxiously. Chen regarded them silently, his demeanor inducing an involuntary tremor in their bodies, their hearts racing with unease. Beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks. The atmosphere within the tent grew exceedingly oppressive, leaving Bai Xiaohe and his companions with an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness. "You have performed admirably on this mission. I am quite satisfied." Chen spoke slowly, his words alleviating the heavy burden that had weighed upon the hearts of Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yunshen, and Wang Gong, allowing them to exhale discreetly. "This is what an old servant ought to do," they replied, trembling with trepidation. They understood well that their distinction from the rebellious forces lay in their earlier surrender, granting them the opportunity to serve His Majesty once. Whether this act of loyalty would ensure their survival depended on the Emperor's willingness to spare them. Chen gazed calmly at the three kneeling before him, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "Rewards must accompany merits. Your ambush successfully ensnared Yi Mutian and Yi Muqing, resulting in the latter's demise and forcing Yi Mutian into a trap we had long prepared. Witnessing his execution before the assembled border troops significantly demoralized them, shattering their morale. This achievement is yours." A flicker of excitement surged within Bai Xiaohe and his companions as they contemplated the possibility of being rewarded. However, Chen's cold, unyielding words sent a shiver down their spines. He looked down at them with a stony expression, his voice laced with an icy edge. Your allegiance to the Ming Wang in plotting rebellion is a capital offense. Consider this merit as a mitigating factor for your transgressions. Do you have any objections? As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped by Xiao, Bei Yangshan, and Wang Gong. This old servant has no objections. We shall abide by his majesty's arrangements. They responded, their bodies trembling slightly as they spoke with fervor. For them, the prospect of amnesty was already the greatest reward. Yi Chen regarded the trio and proclaimed, very well, I hereby reassign you. You shall serve as deputies to Shen Qinglong. Should you perform well, there is no reason you cannot attain high office in the future. We are deeply grateful for your magnanimity. Bai Xiaohe, Bei Yangshan, and Wang Gong replied respectfully, bowing in gratitude. They dared not exhibit any semblance of indifference. You may depart. Yi Chen instructed, granting them a succinct dismissal. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, suppressing the rebels, and reclaiming 1/4 of the Dragon Qi imperial fortune. You have earned a chance to draw from the rewards. A hidden task? Joy illuminated Yi Chen's face, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 38, Abundant Rewards. To have quelled these rebellious forces and accomplished a hidden task was beyond his expectations, filling his heart with exultation over the opportunity to draw a reward. The previous 3 rewards bestowed upon him had granted him the titles of the Jui, Dugu, Qiubai, and Zhao Yun. These accolades fortified his position amidst the tempestuous turmoil, enabling him to quell the rebellion within the Xuantian Dynasty. Naturally, he harbored great expectations for this latest reward. Does the host wish to initiate the lottery? The system's mechanical voice reverberated in Yi Chen's mind. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he silently intoned, "Commence." The mechanical voice echoed within his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spirit dragon soul, which can be refined into your body to enhance your dragon aura and elevate your cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the martial monk Bodhidharma at the early master level. Congratulations, host. You have secured the service of 10,000 spectral cavalry, classified as first-tier warriors. The continuous announcements from the system momentarily stunned Yi Chen. He could hardly fathom the astonishing rewards from this lottery. Setting aside the spirit dragon soul, the acquisition of Bodhidharma filled him with ecstatic joy. This was the first master he had attained. With Bodhidharma by his side, even if adversaries sought to assail the Luyan sect, he would possess the means to mount a defense. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and a spirit of battle surged within him. To his astonishment, despite the losses suffered by the Yunyu cavalry, the system had granted him an even more formidable contingent of 10,000 spectral cavalry, significantly bolstering the dynasty's foundation. In this moment, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. This round of rewards imparted upon him a feeling of meteoric rise and strength. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the fortune system echoed in his mind. The world shall return to its rightful order. Within 5 days, suppress all rebels within the Xuantian Dynasty and eliminate all treacherous feudal lords. Upon completion of this task, a lottery draw will be your reward. The mechanical voice caught Yi Chen off guard. The directive to eliminate all treacherous feudal lords implied that rebellions had indeed surfaced among them. He had not anticipated that the recent military insurrection at the borders would incite such unwarranted ambitions among these lords. However, what truly left Yi Chen momentarily dazed was the issuance of a new task. He had just witnessed the bountiful rewards of the lottery, and the prospect of further rewards for vanquishing the rebellious lords was immensely promising for augmenting his power. More importantly, Yi Chen was eager to ascertain whether the completion of one task would invariably lead to the emergence of new ones, providing him with a continuous stream of opportunities to draw from the lottery. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned to Dugu Qiubai and spoke in a deep, resolute tone. Dugu Qiubai, I am here. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Dugu Qiubai responded loudly. Subtly, Dugu Qiubai sensed a hint of excitement in Yi Chen's voice. Bring forth a secret decree for Shen Qinglong and Zhao Yun. Command Xuantian to fully mobilize the heavenly net to investigate the traitorous princes who have defected from the Xuantian Dynasty. I demand to know how many mice in the border army can no longer contain themselves and have emerged this time. Instruct Zhao Yun to lead the border forces back to secure the frontier and, utilizing the intelligence gathered by Xuantian, eradicate all those princes inciting rebellion. I grant them but 5 days to accomplish this task. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences. I will not tolerate such farce within the Xuantian Dynasty again. Chen spoke each word with overwhelming authority. Concerning the system's mission and the lottery, he would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. Bai was equally taken aback by Chen's words. He was unaware of how His Majesty had learned of the prince's treachery, but it was clear that the emperor demanded all conspirators be identified and quelled within 5 days. Investigating all the princes thoroughly and eliminating them was no simple feat. Moreover, there was another shocking aspect that Bai could not overlook. It was known that these princes were also of the Yi lineage. They were merely granted territories far from the imperial city after failing to compete for the throne in the past, living as carefree princely blood. Unbeknownst to him, the emperor intended to show no mercy to any who harbored rebellious thoughts. Nearby, Eunuch Wang gazed upon Chen's demeanor, his heart filled with astonishment. He mused silently. The emperor is truly formidable. Even the previous monarch pales in comparison to His Majesty, let alone the founding emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty. To follow such a sovereign feels as though I have witnessed the rise of the Xuantian Dynasty. My ancestors must be smiling down upon me. Eunuch Wang felt a surge of excitement within him. In his heart, he believed all who betrayed the emperor deserved death. I obey your command. Though Bai was stunned, he remained respectful and proceeded to act according to the decree. Summoned by the system, he bore unwavering loyalty to Chen. He would not hesitate, even if ordered to take his own life. Bai exited the tent, leaving only Chen and Eunuch Wang within. Notify the troops. Today shall be a day of rest, and we will return to the capital tomorrow. Chen instructed Eunuch Wang before allowing him to depart, choosing to remain in the tent to rest. Once alone, a flicker of light illuminated Chen's hand as a sphere of dragon essence materialized before him. Is this the innate dragon essence? Refining this essence may very well allow me to directly transcend to the innate realm. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chen's eyes as he regarded the dragon essence in his grasp. Among the rewards drawn earlier, this is the sole item capable of augmenting his inherent strength. Chen is acutely aware that in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, possessing formidable personal power is the fundamental truth. Should one's strength falter, even with a legion of generals and countless troops at one's command, one could easily fall victim to those godlike beings who could obliterate an army with a mere swing of their sword. Furthermore, if one, as the sovereign of a dynasty, lacks sufficient strength, the arrival of such celestial beings could lead to one's immediate annihilation. The collapse of a dynasty, bereft of its ruler, would be inevitable. Chen perceives this clearly. The foundation of a dynasty must be robust, its warriors and army must be formidable, for he requires their assistance to sweep across the heavens. However, one must also be strong oneself. As the ruler of the dynasty, he must ascend to unparalleled heights of combat power, capable of suppressing the chaos of the world. He hopes that this dragon soul of essence will not disappoint him. As he murmured to himself, Chen inhaled the dragon soul into his being. Instantly, a resonant dragon's roar reverberated within him. Chapter 39. Half-step master. The dragon's roar echoed through Chen's body, unleashing a surge of mighty energy from his dantian. The dragon soul of essence swiftly melded with his spirit. The imperial dragon energy surged forth, intertwining with the dragon soul of essence as seamlessly as water blends with milk. Merging into one another, the immense power of his soul surged, and an extraordinarily potent aura radiated from Chen. As the vast energy of the dragon soul of essence coursed through him, Chen's cultivation began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. The barrier of the innate realm crumbled before this overwhelming force, akin to a paper-thin window pane shattering effortlessly. The innate power erupted from Chen, enveloping the tent in an aura of tremendous pressure. What pure energy! Chen, feeling the immense energy swirling in his dantian, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes. The purity of the energy contained within the dragon soul of essence filled him with immense satisfaction. This was the first time Chen had encountered such unadulterated power, an unimaginable force. He had breached the innate realm merely by refining 1/5 of the energy from the dragon soul of essence, with an astonishing reservoir of energy still concealed within. Without hesitation, Chen voraciously devoured the vast energy in his dantian, watching as the energy visibly diminished while his cultivation soared. In just a few breaths, Chen's cultivation surged forward. Mid-innate, late-innate, peak-innate. As the dragon soul of essence, brimming with immense energy, was refined by Chen, his cultivation raced towards the peak of the innate realm, beginning to challenge the master realm. During this ascent to mastery, the entirety of the dragon soul of essence within him was fully refined, and his cultivation finally stabilized. Half-step master, Chen murmured to himself. Continuous breakthroughs had led him to the threshold of a half-step master, igniting a fierce determination within his heart, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This recent achievement represented an extraordinary elevation for him. In a brief span of several breaths, he had ascended from the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation to the realm of a half-step master. Gazing across the entire Xuantian Dynasty, he could find no worthy adversary capable of challenging him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," a voice rang out from beyond the tent, belonging to the renowned Dugu Qiubai. Having recently conveyed Chen's orders to Shun Qinglong and Zhao Yun, Dugu Qiubai made his way to the emperor without delay, for his duty was to safeguard the emperor's safety. "Come in," Chen spoke slowly, tempering his formidable aura. As Dugu Qiubai entered the tent, he clasped his hands in salute. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your remarkable advancement." Chen glanced at Dugu Qiubai and smiled faintly. "Have the messages been delivered?" With his cultivation soaring, coupled with the rewards from the recent lottery, Chen's spirits were elevated. While this draw may not have endowed him with the strength to confront the Luoyuan sect, it was certainly sufficient to contend with one of its elders. "Your commands have been relayed to Shun Qinglong and Zhao Yun," Dugu Qiubai replied respectfully. He held no doubt regarding the emperor's rapid ascension in power. Chen, too, did not seek to conceal the truth from Dugu Qiubai, for the warriors summoned by the system possessed unwavering loyalty to him, even under duress. They would never divulge a whisper of information about Chen, nor would they betray him. The system would erase them at the very moment such thoughts emerged. "Excellent," Chen said, regarding Dugu Qiubai with a measured tone. "Allow me to introduce a companion." With a surge of thought, a flash of ethereal light illuminated the tent, revealing a middle-aged monk clad in robes. This figure was the illustrious warrior Chen had recently summoned, the monk Damo. Upon his appearance, Damo clasped his hands together and bowed to Chen. "Damo pays his respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty be at peace." "Rise," Chen commanded, observing Damo with an unperturbed gaze. Although Damo's cultivation surpassed his own, they were merely among the most loyal of his subjects. As the sovereign, Chen felt no need to treat them with exceptional deference. Turning to Dugu Qiubai and Damo, Chen spoke slowly. "You may take a moment to become acquainted. Ample opportunities for collaboration lie ahead." The two exchanged respectful bows and whispered their greetings. Damo, Chen's indifferent voice broke the silence as he regarded Damo. "Your Majesty," Damo replied with utmost reverence. "Follow me. We shall find a place to practice our skills. I wish to see just how great the disparity is between a half-step master and a true master." "I shall obey," Damo responded. Chen, alongside Dharma and the invincible Dugu Qiubai, soared out of the tent, swiftly vanishing into the encampment. Soon after, they found themselves in a desolate mountain forest. Chen gazed calmly at Dharma, stating, "In our forthcoming duel, do not hold back. I wish to comprehend the disparity between myself and a true master." "Understood, Your Majesty," Dharma replied respectfully. "Let's begin." As he spoke, Yi Chen leaped into the air, wielding the imperial sword to launch an attack. He intended to confront a genuine master with his half-step mastery. "Your Majesty, I must apologize." Dharma's eyes glinted with a cold light as he summoned a 9-ringed broadsword, dashing toward Yi Chen like a bolt of lightning. The domineering blade cleaved through the air, and the might of the master erupted instantaneously. A resounding clash ensued as blade met blade, generating an astonishing tempest. Yi Chen harnessed the imperial dragon energy through the imperial sword, unleashing an extraordinarily formidable onslaught. The power of his strikes approached the realm of a master. An overwhelming energy surged around him, ensuring that his momentum was not inferior to that of the master-level Dharma. The two forces appeared evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, a half-step master would find it impossible to contend against a true master. Approaching the master realm did not equate to attaining it. Had it not been for the extraordinary lineage of the imperial sword, a top-tier divine weapon, along with his ability to channel the imperial dragon energy, it would have been inconceivable for him to stand against a master with mere half-step mastery. However, the augmentation from the imperial dragon energy allowed Yi Chen to achieve this. Almost simultaneously with Yi Chen's strike, a terrifying surge of imperial dragon energy erupted from him. The imperial sword slashed through the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance that amplified the power of his strike tremendously. In their direct confrontation, Yi Chen astonishingly forced the master-level Dharma to retreat. Dugu Qiu Bai, observing the duel from the sidelines, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen would gain the upper hand in their earlier clash. "Your Majesty's strength is formidable," he murmured to himself, filled with awe. He recognized that with the power Yi Chen had just unleashed, he would struggle to withstand even a single blow from him. This was a confrontation of master-level prowess. As Dugu Qiu Bai reflected on this, a terrifying energy surged forth. Yi Chen resembled an invincible war god as he swung his sword towards Dharma with deadly intent. The sound of clashing blades reverberated through the desolate mountain forest. Chapter 40. A thought emerges, ruling the world. Boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, causing entire swathes of forest to collapse. Yi Chen, like an undefeated war deity, wielded his blade with unyielding ferocity, charging at Dharma with unrelenting aggression. His fierce assault could mislead onlookers into believing he was the true master, while Dharma appeared as the half-step master in comparison. "Your Majesty, be cautious." With a thunderous roar, Dharma raised his hand, unleashing a formidable blade aura that surged like a celestial force. The blade energy pierced the heavens, seemingly intent on tearing the sky asunder. Just in time, Yi Chen adjusted his robes and advanced rather than retreating. The Emperor's sword emitted a radiant blade light exceeding 3 feet in length, striking forth with fierce velocity to collide with the oncoming blade aura. The invisible clash of sword and blade energy erupted before them, creating a chaotic explosion. The tumultuous interplay of sharp edges swept across, threatening to engulf both Yi Chen and Dharma. In an instant, as the sword and blade energies collided, both figures darted skyward, evading the impending storm. Yi Chen, wielding the Emperor's sword imbued with a majestic imperial dragon aura, launched a powerful strike, seemingly aiming to overwhelm Dharma with this devastating blow. Yet, how could Dharma allow such ease in his defeat? Almost simultaneously with Yi Chen's strike, Dharma's 9-ringed long knife surged forward, cleaving the air with a terrifying blade formation. Hundreds of blade lights shrieked forth, viciously darting towards Yi Chen's attacking direction. With a resounding boom, immense energy rippled outward, the chaotic storm shattering the towering trees into splinters. Even the seemingly solid rocks succumbed to the ferocity of the blade energy storm, exploding into fragments. In midair, Yi Chen felt the fierce impact of the storm, his figure momentarily faltering. Despite the enhancement of the imperial dragon aura, the overwhelming threat of the tempest weighed heavily upon him. As Yi Chen hesitated, Dharma swiftly closed the distance, raising his right hand as the elongated black knife came crashing down. Within the gaze of the legendary Gu Qiu Bai, the blade descended ominously towards Yi Chen's head, startling him into a reflexive readiness to draw his sword. As the narrow blade approached, Yi Chen's body halted abruptly. Then, like a flash of lightning, he retreated with great urgency, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Such swiftness! Dharma's heart sank. The sensation of impending success slipping away was profoundly unsettling. The masterful assault, akin to a sudden strike when least expected, occurred in the blink of an eye, a moment of electric intensity. Even for a master, evasion was exceedingly difficult. Yet in that instant, Yi Chen accomplished the improbable. As Yi Chen's figure surged backward, an extraordinary scene unfolded. He erupted with astonishing speed, avoiding the deadly strike, only to propel himself forward once more, pressing towards Dharma. A dark arc, infused with piercing sword energy, surged forth, its velocity multiplying tenfold as it aimed for Dharma's chest. The blade light erupted, its sharp whistling echoing in the air. The fierce sword energy grazed Dharma's chest, leaving a gory mark upon his monk's robe and revealing a grievous wound. Such a rapid shift in rhythm, such a swift sword, enduring the searing pain in his chest. Dharma retreated, widening the distance between them. In the recent clash, a substantial wound was carved across his chest, blood gushing forth. The vigorous essence surged, and the scar on his chest swiftly mended. What had once been a fountain of blood now bore only a slender scar, with a few droplets of blood trickling down. The mastery of a grandmaster possesses astonishing healing abilities. Such an injury, though seemingly severe, is but a mere superficial wound to one of his caliber. Dharma retreated, his expression grave as he fixated on the horizon, his mind locking onto Yi Chen with a heavy heart. The Emperor's formidable strength necessitated his utmost effort. The Emperor's swordsmanship was both fierce and domineering, embodying the might of the world and the power of the true dragon, a rarity in existence. Each strike unleashed an unimaginable force. Moreover, the true essence of the Emperor's movement was exceedingly elusive, capable of sudden stops and bursts of speed. Engaging him required utmost vigilance, for moments inattention could lead to one's downfall. Though a master-level expert could not be compared to a half-step grandmaster, if this were indeed the Emperor, who could harness the world's might and draw upon the dragon energy of the realm, his strength would be sufficient to obliterate such disparities. Dharma, should you remain careless, my sword shall show no mercy, Yi Chen remarked, observing Dharma as he tended to his injuries with a subtle smile, channeling potent essence into the Emperor's sword. Your Majesty, I have always been fully committed, Dharma replied, his expression solemn as he regarded Yi Chen, fully aware that he was indeed giving his all. Yet, the Emperor's combat prowess was genuinely formidable. Although the Emperor was merely a half-step martial sovereign, his sword concealed the might of the world, capable of summoning the dragon energy, rendering each of his strikes equivalent to that of a grandmaster, even able to suppress Dharma in their exchanges. Dharma surged forth with his own power, wielding his blade with lethal intent, unleashing astonishing killing moves directed at Yi Chen. Faced with such a formidable strike from Dharma, Yi Chen hesitated not for a moment, retreating swiftly to evade the ferocious attack. Even in his arrogance, he did not presume to clash head-on with the Grandmaster. As he retreated, his thoughts raced, and the Emperor's sword shot forth diagonally, aiming to ambush Dharma with a rapid assault, hoping to replicate his previous success. Sequential slash. Dharma bellowed, as the once straightforward blade of light abruptly shifted, now moving horizontally to cleave towards Yi Chen's body. The might of this blow was such that, should Yi Chen choose not to evade, it would surely bisect him. Feeling the fierce blade energy approaching, Yi Chen could only helplessly sidestep. Yet, this brief delay allowed Dharma to position himself behind Yi Chen, unleashing an intangible wave of blade energy that enveloped him with overwhelming force. This strike evolved into a blade array, attacking Yi Chen from three directions. The relentless blade energy seemed poised to extinguish Yi Chen in a single blow. Imperial presence. Yi Chen suddenly cried out. Buzz! A resounding storm of sword energy erupted, enveloping Yi Chen in a radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sword materialized around him, a blade that commanded the world. The fierce and terrifying sword energy emanated from this giant sword, raging outward with abandon. instantly covering a radius of 5 miles. Observing the explosive sword light before him, Dharma's countenance turned pale, a profound sense of peril washing over him. He seemed unable to fathom that His Majesty had mastered such formidable martial arts. Rule the world, a single thought, suppress all beneath. Dharma's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Before this sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Chapter 41. The sword defeats the master. The domineering sword light soared through the air, leaving the master-level Dharma in a state of shock. He could only channel his true energy, frantically pouring it into the long knife in his hand, raising it defensively. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated, sparks flying. An unparalleled sword might surge forth, striking Dharma with a ferocious cleave. The power of this strike sent Dharma flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the forest. Witnessing this scene, the nearby Dugu Chiobai gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. Victory was achieved. His Majesty had forcefully defeated a master-level opponent with merely the cultivation of a half-step master. "You have lost," Chen said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sheathed the Emperor's sword. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your combat prowess is unparalleled." Dugu Chiobai soared to Chen's side, offering his congratulations. Chen relished the praise from Dugu Chiobai. The two hovered silently in the air, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a thunderous explosion erupted from the nearby forest. A figure shot through the air, racing towards Chen. It was Dharma, his monk robe now tattered and torn, appearing utterly battered, with numerous alarming wounds upon him, blood oozing from the injuries inflicted by the fierce sword energy during their clash. Had he not been suspended in midair, his appearance could easily be mistaken for that of a beggar. "Your Majesty's sword is indeed capable of slaying masters." Dharma gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, clasping his hands respectfully. Although that last strike was powerful, he was ultimately a master. Annihilating him with a single blow remained a challenge. Nonetheless, that strike had truly instilled a sense of life and death threat in Dharma. Had he not reacted swiftly and channeled all his true energy into his long knife to block the majority of the sword's might, that single blow would have been sufficient to obliterate him. However, to contend with a master, slaying one is still somewhat difficult, Chen replied calmly. He was aware of his own capabilities. That full-powered strike indeed had a chance to vanquish a master-level warrior, but it was solely reliant on the might of that one blow. If that sword fails to slay the opponent, he shall become a mere pawn, easily manipulated and extinguished, due to the exhaustion of his inner strength. During this period, let Deimos safeguard me, declared Chen, his words eliciting a look of astonishment from the unparalleled swordmaster, who was filled with doubt, pondering whether he had faltered in his duties, leading the emperor to replace him. Before the swordmaster could respond, Chen, with a calm demeanor, continued, "Upon our return to the capital, you shall exert all your efforts to breach the realm of the Grandmaster. Once you achieve this breakthrough, I shall have great use for you." Upon hearing Chen's words, the sword master clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I accept your command." He understood that the emperor sought to replace him due to his diminished prowess. With his innate peak cultivation, he was indeed inferior to the emperor, rendering him unworthy of the task of protection. The only way to remain by the emperor's side was to relentlessly urge himself to strive harder in his training, to strengthen his abilities. Otherwise, it would not be long before he became obsolete, a mere invisible presence beside the emperor. To avert such a fate, the sword master vowed to dedicate himself entirely to cultivation, striving to keep pace with the emperor. "Let us proceed, arrange everything, and march our forces back to the capital." Chen was the first to soar into the air, darting towards the distant encampment, with Deimos and the sword master closely following. The next day, within the encampment, Chen sat in a position of authority. Deimos and the sword master stood behind him, akin to two formidable sentinels, safeguarding his well-being. Shun Qinglong, Zhao Yun, Bai Xiaohe, Bai Yundong, and Wang Geng stood respectfully before Chen. Bai Xiaohe and Bai Yundong cast furtive glances at the unexpected monk that had appeared behind Chen, their hearts struck by a profound shock, as if battered by a heavy hammer. Despite the monk's innate cultivation, he emanated an air of unfathomable depth, reminiscent of a colossal mountain. A grandmaster. How could there be a grandmaster willing to serve as a mere guard? Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yundong were engulfed by waves of unease, struggling to breathe. They were aware that the emperor had several formidable individuals at his disposal, which accounted for his ability to slay the Ming king, wash away the Xuantian pavilion, and even suppress the border armies. Yet, they had always believed the strongest among the emperor's ranks was that late-stage, innate swordsman. Now, confronted with the sudden appearance of the monk, they deeply realized the depth of the emperor's capabilities. A grandmaster, respectfully serving as his guard, implied that the emperor was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. After all, in a behemoth like the Flowing Cloud sect, grandmasters were extremely rare. With a grandmaster in his ranks, the Xuantian Dynasty might not be able to withstand the formidable might of the Flowing Cloud sect. Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yundong mused in silence. They were acutely aware that the Xuantian Dynasty had merely offended an elder of the Luyun sect, a figure of formidable mastery. The sole reason for the elder's aggression towards the Xuantian Dynasty lay in the absence of a master to defend it, rendering the dynasty insignificant in his eyes, akin to mere insects, easy to crush without any sense of pressure. Had the elder of the Luyun sect been cognizant of the Xuantian Dynasty's possession of a master, he might not have dared to sever ties so recklessly. Chen remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunxin, provoked by the emergence of Dharma. His gaze was cold and imperious as he spoke slowly. Next, Zhao Yun shall lead the frontier army to the borders and guard our realm. Along the way, coordinate with the heavenly net to eradicate all vassal kings harboring thoughts of rebellion. Shen Qinglong, you are to command the Jinui within 5 days. Uncover and clarify all vassal kings with treasonous intentions and provide intelligence to the frontier army. I demand that within 5 days, there be no traitorous chaos within the Xuantian Dynasty. Yi Chen's voice, devoid of warmth, resonated within the tent, an aura of ruthlessness permeating the air. We shall obey your command. Zhao Yun and Shen Qinglong replied with utmost respect. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Bai Xiaohe and the others. You three, as Shen Qinglong's right hands, assist him in swiftly identifying the traitors. If there are any errors in this matter, I shall hold you accountable. We understand, Your Majesty. Bai Xiaohe and his companions replied reverently, their hearts filled with trepidation. Particularly Bai Xiaohe and Bei Yunxin, upon sensing the masterful presence behind their sovereign, dared not entertain any thoughts of dissent. Very well, I entrust these matters to you. Wang Gonggong, I shall now return to the palace. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. It was time for him to address the court. Chapter 42. Then let us slay too, for amusement with the army triumphant. Yi Chen led the forces back to the Xuantian imperial city in a grand procession. He had instructed Zhao Yun and the Jinui to command the frontier army to eradicate those vassal kings contemplating rebellion, leaving no elite troops behind. Accompanied by hundreds of thousands of reserve troops, Yi Chen returned to the imperial city without a shred of fear, unconcerned about the possibility of ambushes. It was not that he possessed unwavering confidence in the vast reserve, but rather in the prowess of Dharma, Dugu Qiubai, and his own strength. More importantly, he held a royal trump card, a contingent of the elite Yuming cavalry, surpassing even the Yunyu riders in skill. Who would dare to ambush them? The Yuming cavalry would demonstrate to them the true meaning of despair. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Xuantian Dynasty! The people of the Xuantian Dynasty erupted in cheers as the army returned, celebrating their sovereign. Most of the populace was filled with fervent excitement over the victory of this great battle. When His Majesty personally led the charge, the citizens had not harbored high hopes for his success. After all, the formidable army that has launched an assault on the Xuantian imperial city is the most elite force of the Xuantian Dynasty. A seasoned military unit that has long quelled the borders and thrived in the tumult of battle, with the emperor personally leading the charge. Commanding hundreds of thousands of reserve troops, the quantity and quality of his forces seemed insurmountable compared to the elite border army. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, His Majesty truly wrought a miracle achieving what was deemed impossible by vanquishing the formidable border troops. The Grand Army, amidst the jubilant cheers of the populace, triumphantly returned to the imperial city. Chen's victorious homecoming sent waves of ecstasy throughout the entire realm. The citizens rejoiced, extolling the emperor's name, fervently proclaiming his unparalleled martial prowess. Yet, amid the celebration, there were also those who wore somber expressions. The families of the civil and military officials imprisoned in the dungeons bore heavy hearts. They had once harbored hopes that Xuantian would lead the border army to the imperial city, overwhelming the emperor's forces and rescuing their forebears. To their dismay, the once indomitable border army had met its defeat, swiftly suppressed within mere days, with many dead and others surrendering. The officials confined within the dungeons, having spent considerable wealth, had naturally received news of the emperor's resounding victory. What are we to do? Our greatest hope, the border army, has been crushed by His Majesty. We find ourselves devoid of any trump cards to counter him. Indeed, we possess no soldiers, and our own abilities are but second-rate. The mightiest of our generals are merely in the realm of postnatal transformation. How can we possibly stand against the emperor? I believe we should surrender and submit to His Majesty, beseeching His mercy to forgive our transgressions. Surely, His Majesty would not execute all of us officials. How could the court function otherwise? It is indeed easier to conquer the world than to maintain it. Each of us is a significant minister, holding considerable esteem in our regions. With our presence, governing the realm would become more manageable, as long as we unite in our resolve. His Majesty shall surely show us clemency. Do you truly believe that by submitting to His Majesty, we can earn His mercy and forgiveness? At present, we are merely prisoners awaiting His judgment, and you wish to negotiate terms? In the dungeon, the civil and military officials engaged in heated debate. Most believed that the emperor would take into account the power they wielded and their long-standing loyalty to the dynasty, sparing them from a cruel fate. After all, many had chosen to follow the Ming king down the path of treachery only out of desperation due to his tyranny. Yes, they were indeed coerced. The officials in the dungeon consoled themselves with such thoughts. In the Xuantian imperial palace, within the Taiji Hall, Chen sat upon the dragon throne, with a few scattered ministers kneeling before him. Those who remained kneeling were loyal subjects who had steadfastly defended the imperial authority during the reign of the Ming king and chose to stand by Chen's side. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the resounding military victory. In the Taiji Hall, the few ministers respectfully clasped their fists, offering their heartfelt congratulations to Chen. The ministers present were genuinely elated, celebrating for His Majesty. Rise, loyal subjects. You have remained steadfast in your loyalty during my most challenging times, resisting the temptations of betrayal, which is commendable. I have decided to adjust your official positions, with specific details to be announced on a later date. Chen gazed indifferently upon the assembly of ministers in the Grand Hall, his words imbued with imperial authority, exuding an aura of superiority and inscrutability. The ministers bowed in gratitude, acknowledging the emperor's favor. Today, as I return victorious, it is only fitting that all officials, civil and military alike, share in this joy. Dong Guqiu Bai, take a contingent of the Imperial Guard to the dungeons and bring those individuals here to partake in the celebration. Chen commanded with a cold smile, a glimmer of frost evident in his eyes. Dong Guqiu Bai led a team of Imperial Guards away from the Taiji Hall, and shortly after, the detained officials were escorted back to the Grand Hall. Upon emerging from the dungeons and entering the Taiji Hall, the civil and military officials, upon seeing Chen seated upon the dragon throne, gazing down at them with indifference, hastily performed the ritual of homage, exclaiming, "We bow to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The officials, having just emerged from confinement, knelt in disarray, their foreheads touching the ground, too frightened to raise their heads. They sensed an ominous chill emanating from His Majesty, indicating that their return was not met with goodwill. Chen coldly regarded the officials prostrated before him, his voice devoid of emotion. "Noble ministers, I have personally led my forces to triumph over the frontier armies and return victorious. Do you not wish to congratulate me? Or do you perhaps wish for my campaign to end in failure?" Chen's voice suddenly rose, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloping the hall. As the imperial might descended upon the kneeling ministers, crushing them under its weight. Under the oppressive imperial presence, the already trembling officials felt some of their bodies give way, unable to maintain their kneeling position due to fear. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your magnificent victory. Your imperial might is invincible, and the realm is united in loyalty. The multitude of officials, kneeling upon the ground, shouted fervently, fearful that their voices would not carry enough for the emperor to hear. In the face of such imperial authority, combined with a chilling atmosphere, they envisioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood, engulfed in terror. Those who had previously plotted in the dungeons on how to plead for mercy now found their minds blank, filled only with dread. Well said. Indeed, my victory deserves proper celebration. Chen's cold gaze swept over the ministers as he uttered a statement that left them all in shock. Since everyone is so delighted for me, let us execute two to enhance the festivities. The proclamation sent the officials in the Tai Chi Hall into a state of bewilderment, some believing they had misheard. However, several guards entered, seizing two ministers from behind and dragging them out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am being coerced. It is that Ming monarch who has threatened me with my own secrets. Your Majesty, spare my life. Do not kill me. The pleas for mercy echoed from outside the hall, and it was only then that the civil and military officials within the hall realized the gravity of the situation. The emperor's words were indeed true. A pair of anguished cries rang out, followed by a chilling silence as the sounds of despair faded away. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted into the hall, and the guards who had just departed returned, two of them visibly stained with blood. The lingering scent further weakened the knees of some ministers kneeling on the ground, causing them to collapse in terror. Some even lost control of their bodily functions. The foul odor permeating the grand hall. The emperor truly intended to execute them. Indeed, this spectacle heightened the entertainment. The emperor's mood appeared to brighten considerably. Chen, with a delighted expression, laughed heartily, his eyes glimmering with profound depth as he looked down upon the prostrate ministers. Is this how you pay your respects? Simply lying on the ground? Do you hold me in such contempt? Chen's icy voice resonated throughout the hall. It was not loud, yet to those kneeling in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, it sounded like thunder from the heavens, sending shivers down their spines and making them tremble. Some ministers, despite their weakness, gritted their teeth, striving to regain the strength to kneel properly. However, many remained too shaken to rise, their limbs unresponsive. Bring forth these disrespectful individuals and drag them out to be executed. Otherwise, it would be a blatant disregard for the law and the court. Chen's cold command reverberated, causing those already trembling to shudder even more, while those collapsed in fear were now in a state of utter panic, some losing control completely. They internally screamed, forcing themselves to rise, yet their bodies betrayed them. Your Majesty, I am unwell, my legs are weak. I mean no disrespect. Your Majesty, spare me. I am ever loyal to you, willing to brave fire and water for you, sacrificing everything. I have only loyalty for you. Please see my sincerity. Having witnessed the fate of those before them, the ministers who had exhausted all their strength to kneel were now in a state of sheer panic. Many, overwhelmed by despair, wept uncontrollably, not wishing to meet the same grim end as those outside the hall. As dignitaries, they had enjoyed a life of luxury and wished to continue their indulgence in the twilight of their years. Death was not an option they entertained. In response to their pleas, Chen remained indifferent. A contingent of guards entered the hall, escorting the ministers who were weeping and begging for mercy, dragging them out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. As the ministers were dragged out of the Tai Chi Hall by the Imperial Guard, some finally succumbed to despair, unable to restrain their vitriol. Chen, you wretched scoundrel, devoid of any conscience, may you meet a miserable end. Today you have slain me, but tomorrow, another will take your life. My fate shall be yours in due course. Dog Emperor, I curse you to an ill fate. Waves of curses and cries echoed outside the hall. In the face of impending death, each individual unleashed their pent-up terror through fervent denunciations. Listening to the cacophony of insults emanating from outside, Chen remained impassive, surveying the kneeling ministers within the grand hall. In a grave tone, he addressed them. "What say you? Should these men be executed?" "Indeed, they must be punished." The chancellor, kneeling at the forefront, responded first, his tone reverent. "These traitors show disrespect to your majesty and deserve death. I propose that, in addition to their execution, we must also eradicate their kin to prevent any lingering resentment towards your majesty from their relatives." He implored the emperor to decree that those outside, who insult the sovereign and seek to provoke imperial authority, be punished along with their entire families. The white-haired chancellor pressed his forehead to the ground, speaking with fervent zeal to uphold the imperial power. His reasoning resonated. Such traitorous ministers dared to insult the sovereign, a provocation to the emperor's majesty that warranted the punishment of their entire lineage. "I beseech your majesty to decree the same," intoned Lord Su, one of the three dukes, his voice ringing clear. His words found unanimous support among all the kneeling ministers in the Tai Chi Hall. "I implore your majesty to enact the punishment upon those treacherous ministers and their families," echoed a resounding chorus within the hall. As if all present were united in reverence for the imperial authority, loyal subjects defending the emperor's dignity. What a ruthless assembly! The standing ministers regarded the fervent outcry of their kneeling counterparts with heavy hearts. They had not anticipated such cruelty from their peers. It is worth noting that those dragged from the Tai Chi Hall were once their allies, some even bound by mentorship. Yet, they displayed a mercilessness that suggested a complete disregard for camaraderie, advocating the execution of others without a shred of loyalty. This was the essence of loyalty, the so-called shared heart. The standing ministers, observing the actions of those on their knees, were filled with derision. Indeed, those capable of betraying the emperor would also resort to despicable acts when faced with self-preservation, willing to sacrifice former comrades to save themselves, a fittingly treacherous behavior for those of their ilk. Very well, Chen coldly surveyed the kneeling ministers, his voice echoing through the hall. "Let it be as you have suggested. Those traitors outside shall face the punishment of being eradicated along with their families. I shall entrust this matter to Chancellor Li and Lord Su. I expect to see the heads of the involved parties within 3 days." Chen's words were imbued with chilling indifference, as though he truly endorsed the actions proposed. "Your Majesty is wise," the ministers exclaimed. "We shall not fail your expectations." The court officials, both civil and military, resounded with praises of wisdom. Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the echoes of curses and cries gradually faded, mingling with the increasingly pungent scent of blood that wafted into the hall. Chen gazed down upon the multitude of ministers kneeling before him, his indifferent voice reverberating within the grand chamber. "Rise. Your transgressions may spare you from death, yet living punishment is inescapable. All your ranks shall be reduced by 2 levels, and the specific arrangements will be announced." As Chen's words fell, a chorus of gratitude erupted within the hall. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The trembling ministers cautiously regained their footing. This tempest within the court had reached a temporary cessation. Chen, however, refrained from delivering fatal retribution to these individuals. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Chapter 44. "Indeed, I call you a fool. How dare you impede my path? I am Shiman Alphen, a direct disciple of the war elder of the Luoyuan sect. Even your so-called Ming King must treat me with utmost respect." The sounds of a scuffle echoed from outside the hall. This commotion stirred the already anxious hearts of the officials within, as they sensed another impending upheaval. "Your Majesty, allow me to deal with him." Du Guqiubai intently observed the disturbance outside, his eyes glimmering with a hint of frost. As the emperor's personal guard, he could not tolerate any disrespect towards his majesty. "Do not," Chen interjected, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his gaze as he coldly smiled. "Let us see what the Luoyuan sect intends to do and what capabilities they possess." The Luoyuan sect was a formidable name within the Xuantian Dynasty, akin to a celestial entity compared to their realm. Chen's own father had been slain for offending an elder of the Luoyuan sect. Rather than seeking retribution, they had come to him. Chen was keen to observe their intentions. conceal your auras, and maintain your presence at the acquired realm. I wish to see what this direct disciple of the Luyun sect aims to accomplish. With a detached tone, Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed ahead, his own aura dissipating, rendering him as ordinary as any commoner. Outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a figure brandished his fists, sending the elite guards attempting to obstruct him sprawling aside as he forcefully breached the hall. A bunch of useless fools. Shimin Aofeng disdainfully surveyed the battered guards, his eyes reflecting the scorn one might have for mere insects. You all seem well gathered. I trust my arrival has not disrupted your court session? Shimin Aofeng approached the front of the hall, a mocking glint in his eyes, his demeanor entirely devoid of civility. He turned to face Yi Chen, seated upon the dragon throne, his expression one of utter disdain. So you are the so-called emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty? Truly, as the rumors suggest, a waste incapable of cultivation. Shimin Aofeng cast a disdainful gaze upon Yi Chen, his presence exuding an innate pressure that bore down upon the figure seated upon the dragon throne. It appeared as though he sought to compel Yi Chen to tumble from his seat, either crawling or rolling. Every gesture and word from him radiated an air of superiority, akin to a deity surveying mere insects. In his perception, the Xuantian Dynasty was but a small realm entirely subject to his whims. Beyond his formidable strength, it was paramount to note that he was backed by the Luyun sect. Where's your so-called Ming Wang? He questioned, addressing the assembly. He summoned me here to provide an explanation to our Luyun sect, and now that I have arrived, where is he? Shimin Aofeng surveyed the gathered officials, his eyes brimming with contempt. As a direct disciple of the Luyun sect, each visit to these minor dynasties rendered him a figure of almost divine nature, accustomed to arrogance. He naturally regarded this so-called emperor with utter disdain. Within the Taiji Hall, the officials regarded Shimin Aofeng with expressions of bewilderment. Previously, they had perceived members of the Luyun sect as celestial beings, lofty and ethereal, far removed from the mundane. Yet, the Shimin Aofeng before them was nothing short of a brash youth. Those who had once revered the Luyun sect as divine and considered aligning themselves with the Ming Wang now silently pondered whether they had lost their senses in contemplating allegiance to such a faction. While the officials were indeed struck by Shimin Aofeng's lineage and the formidable power of the Luyun sect, none believed that this brash youth could contend with his majesty. It was well known that even the pinnacle of innate realm, the Ming Wang, had met a tragic fate at the hands of the emperor, who had subdued the border armies with ease. What could a mere direct disciple of the Luyun sect, of lesser cultivation than the Ming Wang, possibly achieve before the emperor? The incredulous expressions of the numerous ministers in the Taiji Hall caused Shimin Aofeng's brow to furrow, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that these mere insects would dare to regard him, a figure akin to a deity, with such condescension. What manner of gaze is this? He demanded, an overwhelming innate pressure emanating from him as he fixed a fierce glare upon the officials. Such gazes ought to be reserved for fools, he declared. Just then, a cold voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed from behind him. It was none other than Yi Chen, seated upon the dragon throne, who now regarded Shimin Aofeng with an expression of incredulity. You deem me a fool, Shimin Aofeng retorted, his face contorted with rage as he turned to confront Yi Chen, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Though he was aware that the emperor had somehow thwarted his innate pressure, his fury blinded him to this detail as he glared at Yi Chen, fists clenched, poised to strike. Indeed, I call you a fool, Yi Chen responded. Yi Chen gazed calmly at Shimin Aofeng, his eyes reflecting only indifference, as if this true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect held no more significance to him than poultry. Very well, you are seeking your own demise. It seems you are indeed the so-called worthless emperor that Yi Gu-chung spoke of. I never imagined he would allow you to live this long. However, today marks the end of your life. This place shall be your grave. Shimin Aofeng spoke through gritted teeth, a violent, innate pressure emanating from him, bearing down upon Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked down at Shimin Aofeng and slowly inquired, Are you not curious why Yi Gu-chung summoned you here, yet is absent? His words piqued Shimin Ao Feng's interest despite his fury, prompting him to ask, "Why?" "Because he is dead. Right here by my own hand," Yi Chun stated flatly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "What?" Shimin Ao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a wild laugh, his eyes filled with derision. "What nonsense are you spouting? You, a mere waste who cannot even cultivate martial arts, dare claim to have killed Yi Gucheng? Do you even comprehend what it means to be at the innate realm? Even if Yi Gucheng stood before you, offering you a knife, you would not be able to slay him." Shimin Ao Feng's face was a mask of mockery, his disdain for Yi Chun palpable. "Oh, are you certain?" Yi Chun regarded Shimin Ao Feng with indifference, a powerful aura beginning to surge around him. His cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace, swiftly reaching the threshold of a half-step master. A formidable pressure surged forth, merging with the imperial dragon energy, and ruthlessly pressed down upon Shimin Ao Feng. Bang! Under the immense pressure, Shimin Ao Feng found himself uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, utterly disheveled. A cold, unfeeling voice echoed within the Tai Chi hall. "And now? Do you still find it impossible?" Half-step master. As he felt the pressure bearing down on him, Shimin Ao Feng's countenance changed dramatically, murmuring to himself, his eyes widening with profound terror. A thick cloud of doubt enveloped his heart. How could this renowned waste of the Xuantian Dynasty possibly be a half-step master? How could this be? How could you be a half-step master? Shimin Ao Feng stared at Yi Chun in disbelief, trembling with fear. "You are not a martial arts waste, incapable of cultivation, are you? How can this be?" He kept murmuring, overwhelmed not just with disbelief, but with a suffocating sense of dread. The power Yi Chun had displayed had utterly shocked him. Suppressing his inner fear, Shimin Ao Feng regarded Yi Chun with trepidation, his tone heavy as he remarked, "A half-step master, truly unexpected. So, it seems that the infamous Yi Gucheng must have been killed by you." Having spent considerable time in the Xuantian imperial city, I have yet to see Yi Gucheng, who was supposed to extend an invitation and present treasures as a token of apology. Instead, it is Yi Chun who occupies the throne, exuding the aura of a half-step master. This can only mean one thing. Yi Gucheng's treacherous plot to usurp the throne has failed. Traitors must be punished. Should you wish to meet him, I would not mind escorting you there, Yi Chun stated flatly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. "This is your affair. I have no interest in knowing." Shimin Ao Feng glared at Yi Chun, his teeth clenched. "I am a direct disciple of the war elder of the Luoyuan sect, whose true mastery is beyond your mere half-step prowess. I advise you to retract this so-called pressure and offer a proper apology. Otherwise, my master will personally come to the Xuantian Dynasty soon, and at that time, you shall witness great suffering." Despite being in a perilous situation, Shimin Ao Feng maintained a proud demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance. "Luoyuan sect? A mere innate realm dares to act recklessly in my Xuantian Dynasty?" Yi Chun gazed at Shimin Ao Feng with indifference, his condescending stare akin to that of one observing an insignificant insect. "Is it the name of the Luoyuan sect that has inflated your ego?" Shimin Ao Feng stared at Yi Chun in disbelief, never anticipating that even the reputation of the Luoyuan sect would fail to intimidate the man before him. Though the words seemed casual and the tone lacked severity, Shimin Ao Feng sensed an unmistakable implication. "No matter your backing, it holds no power here today. This man is a lunatic. Could it be that he truly fears nothing from the Luoyuan sect? Is he willing to engage in mutual destruction?" A whirlwind of thoughts churned in Shimin Ao Feng's mind. "Your Majesty, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions." Shimin Ao Feng hastily explained upon realizing the name of the Luoyuan sect held no sway over Yi Chun. "I have come precisely because Yi Gucheng attempted to rebel, and I wish to assist you in quelling the chaos within the Xuantian Dynasty and expelling those traitors." The court officials in the Taiji Hall exchanged glances, bemused by Shimin Ao Feng's desperate pleas for mercy. Just moments ago, he had spoken so arrogantly, yet now his supplications seemed futile. "I see. So according to your words, I ought to express my gratitude?" Yi Chun regarded Shimin Ao Feng with a hint of an elegant smile. Shimin Ao Feng blinked in surprise and replied, "Indeed, I come on behalf of the Luyan sect to help you restore order." What a splendid declaration of assistance. Yi Chen's demeanor shifted, a fierce aura emanating from him as he spoke calmly. "Dugu, this man is now in your hands." Yi Chen's attitude transformed abruptly, his gaze icy and devoid of compassion as he regarded Shimin Ao Feng, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. "Understood, your majesty." A cold voice resonated throughout the Taiji hall, and a figure, bearing a long sword, emerged from behind the screen. As Dugu Qiubai stepped forth, an overwhelming chill radiated from him. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and Shimin Ao Feng, bearing a grave expression, looked at Yi Chen and said with a trace of anger, "Xuantian Emperor, I am a true disciple of the Luyan sect, and my master is the war elder. If you truly dare to kill me, the Luyan sect will undoubtedly not spare you. A half-step master is but an ant in the presence of a true master." Yi Chen's eyes were devoid of warmth as he cast a cold glance at the raucous Shimin Ao Feng within the grand hall, a flicker of intense killing intent crossing his brow. "I await your move." At Yi Chen's command, Dugu Qiubai soared from the side, landing gracefully before Shimin Ao Feng, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupting from his being. The fierce sword aura rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire hall, ruthlessly pressing down upon Shimin Ao Feng. The encroaching sword energy sent tremors through Shimin Ao Feng's entire body, a potent sword intent emanating from the pinnacle of innate mastery. Shimin Ao Feng stared in shock at Dugu Qiubai, who wielded an iron sword. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress his fear, his body continued to quiver. "Make your move. You have but one chance." Dugu Qiubai's expression remained impassive as he regarded Shimin Ao Feng, his gaze as frigid as that of one surveying a corpse. Struggling against the terrifying pressure that emanated from Dugu Qiubai, Shimin Ao Feng's complexion shifted dramatically, trembling all over. "I will fight you to the death." He suddenly roared in a frenzy, his sword radiating a fierce brilliance as he lunged at Dugu Qiubai, intent on vanquishing him with his blade. He had discerned that the individuals from the Xuantian Dynasty were indeed madmen, heedless of the consequences. Too slow. Dugu Qiubai regarded the incoming sword light with an air of indifference, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Breaking sword technique," he uttered coldly, unleashing his long sword with breathtaking speed, charging at Shimin Ao Feng with ferocity. There were neither the anticipated sounds of clashing steel nor sparks flying. The fierce wind swept through. Two beams of sword light flashed across the Taiji hall, the two combatants intertwining midair, their positions exchanged in an instant. The civil and military officials within the hall looked on in bewilderment, observing the two who, after their initial strike, seemed to have halted all other actions. What astonishing speed! Shimin Ao Feng's eyes glimmered with despair, his grip on the sword trembling. With eyes filled with resentment, he glared at Yi Chen, seated upon the dragon throne, who regarded him with an air of superiority. He rasped, "You will regret this. You are doomed. The Xuantian Dynasty is finished, utterly finished." His anguished roar sent shockwaves through the assembly, their faces paling in horror. In the blink of an eye, Shimin Ao Feng, who had been bellowing and growling moments before, now bore a crimson line upon his neck. The line widened, and a torrent of scarlet blood erupted forth as a grotesque head fell away, the headless corpse crashing to the ground. The arrogant Shimin Ao Feng had been slain. His Majesty had indeed commanded the execution of a true disciple of the Luyan sect. The expressions of the civil and military officials turned to sheer terror. They understood that a great change was upon them. Slaying Yi Guqing was merely an internal struggle within the Xuantian Dynasty, a contest among mere mortals. However, the situation with the Luyan sect is entirely different. The Emperor has ordered the assassination of Luyan sect's true disciples, an act that provokes the sect and positions them as mortal enemies. A tempest is brewing, and the Xuantian Dynasty stands on the brink of peril. Chapter 46. The storm approaches. Yi Chen exhibited an unyielding demeanor, ruthlessly commanding the extermination of the true disciples of the Luyan sect, completely disregarding the imminent threat posed by them. The officials in the court trembled as they gazed upon the dismembered body of Shimin Ao Feng, their hearts shrouded in a dark cloud of foreboding. They were acutely aware that they were about to face the repercussions of Luoyuan Sect's vengeance. The Xuantian Dynasty is doomed. Within the Taiji Hall, the court officials were engulfed in such thoughts. His corpse shall be cast beyond the city to be devoured by dogs, a gesture of my disdain for the Luoyuan sect. Chen declared coldly. Yes, 2 imperial guards entered the Taiji Hall and dragged the lifeless body away. In the eyes of the court officials, the emperor appeared as a tyrant. Yet, Chen remained indifferent, for he sought to instill fear in all as their sovereign. In a sacred place among the spiritual mountains, where ethereal mists entwined the forest, rich with spiritual energy, a sudden crash resounded within the great hall of the Luoyuan sect. The war elder convened with several other elders, and his pupils narrowed sharply, revealing a glint of cold steel in his gaze. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the stone table before him, shattering the intricately carved surface. The elders seated upon their stone thrones furrowed their brows at the war elder's unexpected fury, perplexed by his sudden outburst. Xuantian, the war elder, surveyed the faces of the bewildered elders, his knuckles cracking ominously. "My cherished disciple, Xuantian, has met his demise at the hands of the Xuantian Dynasty." The Xuantian Dynasty? That feeble kingdom whose strongest warrior is but at the innate realm? An elder named Xuantian raised an eyebrow, recalling something. He looked up at Xuantian and inquired, "Did not that small kingdom send envoys to us seeking peace, offering treasures in exchange for your clemency? How could Alfing have perished there? Alfing was sent in my stead to accept their reparative treasures. I never anticipated that he would meet his end there," Xuantian replied, a flash of determination igniting in his eyes as he spoke to Elder Huang. As he spoke, a flicker of spiritual light emanated from his hand, revealing a shattered jade token inscribed with the name of Xuantian. The Xuantian Dynasty is courting its own destruction for daring to slay Alfing, Xuantian growled, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The other elders, sensing the wrath of the war elder, felt no surprise. They understood that Xuantian was not merely his favored disciple, but also his progeny. The death of his offspring left him unable to quell his emotions. It appears that the Xuantian Dynasty is destined for calamity. A shared thought arose among the numerous elders of the Flowing Cloud sect within the Grand Hall. Xuantian gazed at the prominent elders before him, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "The Xuantian Dynasty, fully aware of Ao Feng's true identity, still dare to lay hands on him. This is a provocation against our Flowing Cloud sect. I believe this dynasty requires a new ruler. I have no objections. I concur." The elders in the hall expressed their support for the martial elder sentiments. The might of the Flowing Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Should the people of the Xuantian Dynasty dare to assault those of the Flowing Cloud sect, especially with lethal intent, they must prepare to endure the wrath of the sect. The demise of Ao Feng ultimately incited a greater storm, placing the Xuantian Dynasty on the precipice of disaster. Xuantian took personal command. Accompanied by 3 elders and leading over 100 disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, they surged forth towards the Xuantian Dynasty. Among these disciples, more than 20 were at the innate level, while the remainder were at the acquired stage. With such a formidable force bolstered by 4 masters, it was more than sufficient to confront the Xuantian Dynasty, even capable of subjugating other sections. Driven by a resolute intent to annihilate the Xuantian Dynasty, Xuantian advanced with the fury of vengeance. Meanwhile, within the Xuantian Dynasty, chaos erupted across various regions. Chen commanded the heavenly net to monitor the realm, gathering evidence of the prince's treachery, with Zhao Yun leading the frontier army to quell the insurrection. The covert investigations of the imperial guards revealed that few princes could withstand scrutiny. Nearly all had plotted rebellion at some point, whether they had already revolted or were secretly preparing to do so, once evidence was obtained by the imperial guards. Zhao Yun was to be promptly notified, commanding the frontier army to ruthlessly obliterate them. Within a mere 3 days, General Zhao Yun had led the army to eliminate 12 princes, each sweep accompanied by brutal clashes, rivers of blood marking their path. The extent of the bloodshed within these 3 days was staggering. General Zhao, this is intelligence delivered to me by Commander Chen 30 miles away. Prince Da has previously conspired to rebel. His estate harbors a vast arsenal and has secretly trained a legion of private soldiers. This is your next target. Bai Xiaohe respectfully handed a letter to Zhao Yun. Fully aware of the general's esteemed position and the regard in which he was held by His Majesty, Bai Xiaohe held a profound respect for this innate-level powerhouse, whose strength far surpassed his own. 30 miles to the estate of Prince Da, Zhao Yun took the letter, opened it, and read it intently. Gradually placing the letter down, a glint of brilliance illuminated his eyes. Out of the 17 princes of the Xuantian Dynasty, I've already vanquished 12. Now, Prince Da is also among the targets. It seems that all these princes harbor treasonous intentions. Since they dare to entertain thoughts of usurping the throne, let me be the one to send them on their way. No one shall provoke His Majesty. Zhao Yun, filled with an air of menace, commanded, have Commander Chen expedite the gathering of intelligence on the remaining 4 vassal kings. We are left with but 2 days. With that proclamation, he violently cracked his whip against the rear of his steed, charging forward with fervor. To the east 30 miles. Follow closely. The border army surged forth with great momentum, advancing towards their objective. The cacophony of the border troops could not escape the notice of the Dawang's residence. Situated 30 miles away, this formidable force had already vanquished 12 vassal kings, creating a stir that resonated throughout the dynasty. The surviving vassals were enveloped in dread, their hearts gripped by fear. Presently, the fiefdom housing the Dawang was thick with an atmosphere of impending slaughter, as numerous soldiers, armed with sharp blades, prepared to follow their lord into battle. Amidst the incessant internal strife within the dynasty, Zhao Yun had allied with the Tianwang operation to eradicate rebels and traitors, systematically eliminating those vassal kings with treacherous intentions. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, far away in the Xuantian imperial capital, sensed the success of Zhao Yun's endeavors. Gazing up at the heavens, Yi Chun mused to himself. He could perceive the celestial dragon energy of the realm converging towards the Xuantian imperial city, drawing near to him. The previously absent quarter of imperial dragon energy had now amassed to 90%, gravitating towards the imperial capital. At this rate, it would not be long before the Xuantian dynasty achieved true unification, and the dragon energy of the dynasty would coalesce into one. As Yi Chun delighted in the impending unification of the realm, a sudden ominous cloud materialized above the imperial city. This dark formation was densely packed with figures, each radiating a terrifying aura. A resonant voice thundered across the skies. Xuantian Emperor, come forth. Chapter 47. The arrival of the Luyun sect. The booming roar reverberated like thunder, casting an oppressive weight over the imperial city. The inhabitants of the city turned pale, their expressions shifting to panic as they gazed skyward at the looming cloud. They could all sense the dreadful pressure emanating from above. Those with keen eyes discerned that within the ominous cloud hovered figures. Immortals of the Luyun sect had arrived. It was said that His Majesty had slain a disciple of the Luyun sect, and now the immortal was enraged, seeking vengeance. Quickly, kneel in supplication and beseech the immortal of the Luyun sect to spare us, to spare the imperial city. How can mere mortals contend with such beings? Within the Xuantian imperial city, common folk trembled in fear, falling to their knees, uttering prayers for mercy from the immortals. The arrival of the Luyun sect was akin to a divine visitation in the eyes of the populace. Meanwhile, certain court officials raised their gazes to the heavens, feeling the ominous cloud advancing towards the palace, muttering anxiously among themselves. It is over. The Luyun sect's retribution has come. The Xuantian dynasty is in peril. Hurry, gather your belongings. We must swiftly escape the imperial city. If we delay any longer, a massacre may soon ensue. The formidable forces of the Luyun sect have arrived. This spells doom. Most of the ministers tremble inwardly, their hearts laden with fear. In their eyes, the Xuantian dynasty's confrontation with the Luyun sect is akin to courting death. How can mere mortals contend with the heavens? Even within the court, they heard a disciple of the Luyun sect declare that His Majesty is merely a half-step master, yet no one believes he can withstand such might. Within the Xuantian palace, Chen gazes coldly into the distance, where ominous clouds loom overhead. An icy voice escapes his lips. They have arrived with remarkable swiftness. Just yesterday, he had slain Chen Alfing, and today, the Luyun sect descends upon the Xuantian palace with unbridled ferocity. Your Majesty, two figures soar in from afar, materializing before Chen, Damo, and Dugu Qiubai. At this moment, these two are the only allies of any worth left in the imperial city. The imperial guards and sentinels are but a jest in the face of such formidable foes. You have arrived. It seems today will witness a fierce battle. Chen states flatly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He is aware that the Luyun sect will seek vengeance for the death of Chen Alfing. Yet he never anticipated that the storm would arrive so swiftly. The Luyun sect, it seems, is rather eager for their own demise. A surge of murderous intent rises within Chen's gaze. The arrival of the Luyun sect ignites within him a tempest of wrath. His own father fell victim to their hands. This is a vendetta for the slaying of his father. Were it not for his insufficient strength, Chen would have already stormed into the Luyun sect to exact his revenge. Your Majesty, we shall surely repel these villains, Damo and Dugu Qiubai declare solemnly, their eyes filled with trepidation as they glance skyward at the encroaching storm clouds. These powerful beings descending from the skies radiate an astonishing aura, and four of them exude an overwhelming sense of danger. From masters of the realm, how highly the Luyun sect regards me. Chen's gaze sharpens as he observes the figures hovering above the Xuantian palace. The Luyun sect has arrived in force, a dark mass of over 100 individuals, among whom there are 4 at the master level, 20 at the innate level, and nearly 100 at the acquired level. Such a formidable presence is enough to instill fear in any adversary, particularly with the 4 grandmasters leading the charge, who would not be shaken. Which dynasty dares to claim it can withstand the slaughter of such power? Even Chen, at this moment, feels an immense weight upon him. Outside the palace, can His Majesty prevail? The loyal ministers, deeply concerned, are filled with anxiety over the situation within the palace. Amidst the presence of so many formidable individuals, it is truly astonishing that the Luyun sect would mobilize such a grand display in order to confront the Xuantian Dynasty. Outside the imperial palace, several martial artists sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the powerful members of the Luyun sect who soared through the skies above the imperial city, leaving them utterly astonished. The multitude of strong figures from the Luyun sect, standing upon dark clouds, appeared as celestial beings perched upon the clouds. Is this truly the imperial city of the Xuantian Dynasty? These individuals are remarkably weak. Indeed, there is not a single worthy adversary in sight. We could easily vanquish them. They dared to slay senior brother Alfing. Today, we shall cleanse the imperial city in blood. Among the members of the Luyun sect, several impassioned young disciples engaged in fervent discussion, their words laden with the intent of slaughtering the city. Many disciples of the innate realm believed that the intervention of the elders was unnecessary. Their own strength sufficed. The emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty, come forth to meet your demise. Chen Changjiang stepped forward from among the Luyun disciples, standing tall and resolute, his gaze icy as he proclaimed, if you do not emerge, then I see no reason for this Xuantian imperial city to continue to exist. Chen Changjiang's overwhelming presence betrayed no regard for the Xuantian Dynasty. This was to be expected, as he had already attained the peak of the early master realm, on the verge of breaking into the mid-master stage. Such prowess granted him the right to disdain such a minor dynasty. Dog Emperor, come forth. Otherwise, we shall lay waste to the city. The disciples of the Luyun sect roared in anger, and the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, the air thick with their fervor. How shall we respond to this impending massacre? Where has His Majesty gone? He must come forth. The very words of slaughter sent a chill through the hearts of all within the Xuantian imperial city. They understood that should His Majesty fail to appear, these celestial beings from the Luyun sect would undoubtedly commit such a bloody act. Surely, His Majesty has not fled? Are we truly destined for slaughter? I am still young. I do not wish to die. Throughout the imperial city, unrest began to brew, as the absence of any response from within led to rising panic. In this world, few are truly unafraid of death. Voices of doubt began to echo within the imperial city. It cannot be. His Majesty has declared that a ruler must sacrifice for the nation, and that the sovereign shall defend the borders. He would never abandon us. Indeed, during the rebellion of the frontier army, His Majesty did not falter. Instead, he led the reserve troops into battle, embodying the principle that a ruler must sacrifice for the nation and defend the borders. He would never forsake us in such a manner. All we need do is trust in His Majesty. Within the imperial city, there were voices of skepticism, but also unwavering faith in Chen. It must be said that his recent proclamation, that a ruler must sacrifice for the nation, and that the sovereign shall defend the borders, had indeed won him the hearts of the people. Outside the imperial city, Chen remained oblivious to the murmurs. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon the dark clouds in the sky, aware that a bloody confrontation lay ahead. Should they falter, all their prior preparations would be in vain. If they withstand it, they would equally face the wrath of the Luyun sect thereafter. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Task issued. Annihilate the invading enemies of the Luyun sect. Reward. 1 chance for a lottery. The voice's mind caused Chen to focus intently. Chapter 48. That fool, I fed him to the dogs. The sudden voice in his mind illuminated Chen's thoughts. He had not anticipated that the arrival of the Luyun sect would trigger a mission. Chen was acutely aware of the substantial rewards that could be obtained through the lottery. His current prowess and foundation were acquired through the system's bounties. It seems that the Luyun sect is indeed a group of treasure-bearing fools. Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the formidable enemies of the Luyun sect hovering in the sky, akin to a treasure waiting to be unearthed. It appears the system also wishes for your demise. Today, you shall all meet your end. A tide of murderous intent surged within Chen's gaze. Gripping the heavenly sword, he fixed his cold stare upon the powerful members of the Luyun sect and spoke icily. Let us go meet these so-called celestial beings of the Luyun sect. Dharma and the unmatched Du Guqiu by closely followed behind Chen, stepping into the air. The three stood proudly above the Tai Chi Hall. Which rogue dares to intrude upon the Xuantian palace? Before the sovereign, should you not kneel? Du Guqiu by coldly glared at the powerful members of the Luyun sect floating amidst the dark clouds, his voice resonating with authority. Even though he sensed the formidable auras emanating from several figures among the Luyun sect that instilled a sense of danger, he remained unyieldingly dominant. Impudent, do you know whom you are addressing? We are of the Luyun sect. These 4 before you are our esteemed elders. Do you dare speak to our elders in such a manner? Are you seeking to bring about your own demise? A disciple from the Luyun sect, possessing innate strength, scornfully berated, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chen and his companions. Those who do not kneel before the sovereign shall be punished. Du Guqiu by proclaimed coldly, unleashing a surge of sword energy from the late innate realm, his eyes glinting with fierce killing intent. As one summoned by the system, he resolutely aimed to protect the dignity of his master, permitting no one to tread upon it. Shimen Changjiang coldly regarded Du Guqiu by, his eyes radiating intense murderous intent, pondering to himself, could it be that the late innate realm has slain Ao Feng? The strength exhibited by Du Guqiu by indeed suggested he could contend with Shimen Ao Feng. However, after some contemplation, Shimen Changjiang dismissed this notion. He held unwavering confidence in his son's capabilities. Not even a peak innate realm opponent, regardless of their numerous hidden cards, could slay Shimen Ao Feng. Are you the emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty of this generation? Shimen Changjiang's demeanor was haughty as he looked down upon Chen with disdain. Perceiving him as nothing more than the ruler of a mundane dynasty, his status inferior to that of an inner disciple of the Luyun sect. Moreover, the previous emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty met his demise at my hands due to his offense against me, resulting in the slaughter of numerous individuals, including those who claimed to possess innate prowess within the dynasty. A kingdom that has been nearly obliterated holds no merit for my respect. To my astonishment, I eliminated that fool from the Luyun sect yesterday, and today you come knocking at my door. It seems you possess some means to sense his demise. Yi Chen gazed calmly at Shimin Changjiang and spoke slowly. To rally such a multitude so swiftly for vengeance against the Xuantian Dynasty. It appears your connection with that fool runs deep. If my conjecture is not mistaken, you must be the master he spoke of, the war elder of the Luyun sect. As Yi Chen concluded, his voice turned chillingly cold, a terrifying killing intent igniting in his eyes. Indeed, Alfing met his end within your Xuantian Dynasty. How audacious of you to dare take his life. Yi Chen's words ignited a fury within Shimin Changjiang, his eyes ablaze with murderous rage. The realization that his son perished at the hands of the Xuantian Dynasty unleashed a torrent of wrath within him. He never anticipated that by acquiescing to the so-called surrender of the Xuantian Dynasty's Ming Wang, allowing his son to accept his supposed goodwill, he would ultimately lead Alfing to his grave here. Speak, where's his corpse? Shimin Changjiang ground his teeth, intent on retrieving his son Shimin Alfing's remains for a proper burial. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he fixed his serious gaze upon Shimin Changjiang and replied, "It appears the dogs had a feast. They may have digested most of the meat by now, but perhaps the bones remain. If you wish, I can direct you to the dog pen." Above the clouds, several elders of the Luyun sect and numerous disciples, upon hearing Yi Chen's response, instinctively gasped in horror, their pupils contracting. What a ruthless individual was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of those from the Luyun sect. Simultaneously, they instinctively turned their gazes toward the war elder beside them, sensing the turbulent energy emanating from him, the surrounding air growing increasingly oppressive. It was evident to all that the war elder was on the verge of a violent outburst. Shimin Changjiang trembled, a terrifying aura erupting from him as he fixed his fierce glare upon Yi Chen, enunciating each word with venomous intent. "You possess an audacity unmatched, daring to treat my son in such a manner." This declaration not only surprised Yi Chen, but left those disciples behind Shimin Changjiang in utter disbelief. Alfing was, in fact, the son of the war elder? How could this be? Was he not the war elder's most esteemed disciple? Why had he now transformed into his son? An overwhelming sense of shock, mingled with confusion, surged within the hearts of the disciples of the Luyun sect. Upon grasping this startling revelation, the disciples of the Luyun sect regarded Yi Chen and his companions in the distance, fully aware that the fate awaiting them would be dire. A series of explosive sounds erupted from Shimin Changjiang's clenched fists as he glared menacingly at Yi Chen, his throat releasing a furious roar. "I shall skin you alive and break your bones." Shimin Changjiang exuded a terrifying aura of mastery, causing the ominous clouds surrounding him to writhe and shift dramatically. It seemed as though his wrath could influence the very heavens. This overwhelming pressure permeated the imperial city, instilling fear in many who trembled at its might. At that moment, a solemn Buddhist chant echoed through the air as a towering figure beside Yi Chen stepped forward. Clad in monk's robes, Dharma ascended into the air, a halo of divine light forming a wheel behind his head, emanating an aura of mystery and power. Mastery of the realm. Gasps arose from within the clouds. The disciples of the flowing cloud sect erupted into a cacophony of noise. The Xuantian imperial city is not a place for your reckless abandon. I, a humble monk, have come to vanquish you. Who are you? I am Dharma, and I shall eradicate you arrogant fools. Do not disturb the emperor's peace. Dharma's gaze was cold as he regarded the formidable members of the flowing cloud sect. Arrogant? A mere initial stage master dares to threaten us? Shimin Changjiang sneered. I did not expect to find a master within the Xuantian Dynasty. It seems you are the one who has slain Ao Feng. Upon witnessing Dharma's mastery, Shimin Changjiang began to comprehend why his son had met his demise. Although strong in the late innate stage, he was but an ant before master. Since you have dared to kill Ao Feng, I shall send you on your way. Shimin Changjiang glared fiercely at Dharma, leaping forward with a ruthless intent to strike. Ba, your timing is fortuitous, Dharma proclaimed, showing no signs of retreat as he met the attack head-on. In an instant, the clash of blades erupted, with the two masters engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The ferocity of their confrontation sent shockwaves through the air, blood splattering amidst the heavens. A fierce battle between masters had ignited in an instant. Chapter 49. Dharma alone suffices when foes meet. Tempers flare. Shimin Chongjiang was resolute in his belief that Dharma was the one who had slain his son. "Prepare to pay with your life," he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage as he lunged at Dharma. "Oof. Regardless of your background, daring to slay my son means you must die today. Do you truly believe that breaking into the realm of mastery makes you significant?" Shimin Chongjiang retorted, his voice laced with fury. With his own son slain, Shimin Chongjiang's emotions surged uncontrollably. Dharma remained silent, wielding his long knife with unyielding force. An overwhelming energy swirling around him. With a ferocious blade strike, he shattered the incoming sword light with formidable might. Shimin Chongjiang, witnessing the devastating power of the blade, felt his pupils constrict in surprise, taken aback by the adeptness of his opponent's swordplay. In his vision, the bald figure before him seemed to transform into an indistinct blade. The essence of man and sword merging. Is it the unity of man and blade? Shimin Chongjiang pondered, a weight settling in his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a piercing strike with his sword towards Dharma. He could not believe that the person before him could achieve the state of unity between man and sword. For such a realm was only attainable by those who had transcended the mortal coil. A myriad of swords, 1,000 transformations. Shimin Chongjiang roared, and his long sword suddenly gleamed, unleashing a tempest of sword rays that surged forth with lethal intent. In the next moment, the area surrounding Dharma was enveloped by a dense veil of sword chi, countless beams of light launching toward him, only to erupt violently as they neared. Hiss! The ferocious sword energy struck, dimming the Buddha light that surrounded Dharma, and the faint, ethereal sword shadows that adorned his form were shattered into pieces by this overwhelming force. Striking arcs of sword light crisscrossed, leaving numerous tiny gashes upon Dharma's arms, from which blood flowed forth. Shimin Chongjiang's ferocious strike had indeed inflicted considerable damage upon Dharma. Such formidable sword intent was befitting of a master at the pinnacle of the initial stage. Dharma's expression shifted slightly as he vanished from his original position in a blink. When his form reappeared, he was already 100 paces away. In the face of Shimin Chongjiang's savage assault, even with his extraordinary combat talent, Dharma chose to evade the onslaught. "Your Majesty, should I intervene to assist Dharma?" Dugu Chiobai inquired, observing the retreating Dharma, a weight of concern evident in his gaze. Though he was of the innate realm, he possessed a killing move, a lethal technique forged through sacrifice, capable of severely wounding, if not annihilating, a master. Chen remained impassive, gazing calmly at the heavens. "No, Dharma can manage on his own." As Chen's words echoed, Dharma's eyes turned ice cold. A fierce, murderous aura emanating from his being, and a violent blade, chi, erupted forth. At this moment, the atmosphere around Dharma exuded an extraordinarily ruthless vibe. Entirely devoid of any semblance of a Buddha, he resembled a demon instead. Even the Buddha harbors wrath, Buddha's fury, the diamond wrath. Dharma voiced with fervor, as countless indistinct blade shadows blossomed around him, radiating like lotus flowers, the sharp sword energy expanding outward. With a chilling shout, Dharma, gripping the sword in his right hand, unleashed a powerful downward slash. The Buddha wields the butcher's knife. Bang! The sound of shattering air resonated as Dharma cleaved forth a radiant blade light, ferociously descending upon the oncoming storm of sword rays. With a single stroke, those rushing beams were utterly obliterated, unable to withstand the force of his strike. As the killing move was thwarted, a terrifying blade light surged through the air, causing Shimin Chongjiang's expression to shift in alarm. In a hasty reaction, he could only awkwardly raise his sword in defense. Bang! The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying as Shimin Chongjiang was sent reeling back several dozen meters by the might of Dharma's blow. Regaining his balance, breath slightly erratic, Shimin Chongjiang gazed at the approaching figure of the fierce demon, his tone heavy with realization. I underestimated you." As he spoke, Dharma's form was already in motion. A fleeting shadow, slicing through the air, darting towards him, once more raising his blade to strike. It appears that one intends to unleash a terrifying lethal strike to annihilate the individual before him. Aware of Ximin Changjiang's formidable prowess, Damo harbored no intention of granting his opponent a moment's respite or an opportunity to counterattack. Although Ximin Changjiang was indeed powerful, his prior arrogance had led to his downfall, resulting in a significant setback as he found himself overwhelmed by his adversary. A tremendous wave of blade energy surged forth from Ximin Changjiang, accompanied by a cold, unyielding voice from Damo. "If you wish to confront his majesty, you must first contend with me, Damo." In a frenzy, Damo unleashed a relentless assault, employing a reckless yet fervent fighting style that surprisingly subdued Ximin Changjiang, whose cultivation surpassed his own. How could this fellow's blade move so swiftly? As Damo's frenzied strikes rained down upon him, Ximin Changjiang inwardly lamented his predicament. If this brutal skirmish continued, he might truly falter against this madman before him. The fierce battle in midair left the disciples of the Luyun sect hovering above in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that a mere master emerging from such a small dynasty could suppress a war elder of such caliber, triumphing through sheer strength of will. Observing Ximin Changjiang being overwhelmed, an elder of the Luyun sect gestured to a nearby peak innate disciple. In the next moment, a radiant sword light erupted from above. Chen looked skyward to see a peak innate disciple of the Luyun sect descending rapidly. The sword light seemed to be aimed directly at him. In a mere flicker, the figure appeared before Chen, brandishing a long sword dripping with purple blood, fiercely thrusting it towards Chen's brow. The sword shot forth like lightning, astonishingly swift. "To capture the thief, first seize the king. Useless emperor, today you shall be killed by a true disciple of the Luyun sect, Shi Xiong. The approaching swordsman, brimming with the power of a peak innate practitioner, gazed at Chen with disdain and mockery. In his view, annihilating Chen, a late innate swordsman, was a trivial endeavor given his own strength. Just as Shi Xiong prepared to strike Chen, a calm voice interjected. "You lack the qualification to engage his majesty. Rather, let us spar for a while." A magnificent surge of sword energy erupted from Chen's side, swiftly slicing through the air with ferocity, clashing violently against the oncoming sword light. Infused with a potent sword intent, Du Guqiu's strike repelled Shi Xiong's assault. Such formidable sword intent. Du Guqiu's intervention caused the expressions of the Luyun sect's peak innate disciples to shift dramatically. Without the slightest hesitation, 5 more disciples, their strength comparable to Shi Xiong's, descended alongside him, encircling Du Guqiu. The 6, grasping their long swords, regarded Du Guqiu with grave expressions, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Faced with the encirclement of 6 innate swordsmen, each surpassing him in cultivation, Du Guqiu exhibited no trace of fear. The chilling aura emanating from his iron sword swirling around its blade, as a potent killing intent radiated from him. 6 foes, how fortuitous! Who shall I eliminate first? Chapter 50. Underestimating me may lead to death. Du Guqiu gazed coldly at the 6 individuals surrounding him, assessing these formidable foes. Strangely, he felt not like the prey, but rather like a hunter, having ensnared the 6 before him. It appeared that he had not been encircled. Instead, he had encircled them. As Du Guqiu stood amidst the encirclement, Chen remained composed, without a trace of concern. He understood well the might of Du Guqiu's sword. His blade was one capable of shattering the heavens and claiming lives. Within the realm of innate mastery, Chen firmly believed that apart from himself, none would dare assert they could withstand a desperate strike from Du Guqiu. As Du Guqiu's focus sharpened upon them, an overwhelming sense of peril compelled the 6 to remain silent and motionless. They had never anticipated that despite their superior cultivation, they would be intimidated by this swordsman from a small dynasty. This man's sword intent was of a lethal nature. How could it be that someone had cultivated such an extreme sword essence? They sensed that the sword intent of the individual before them had reached a state of extreme concentration. Should he strike, his blow would undoubtedly be a fatal one. Life is singular and precious. None wish to be the first to act and become Dugu Chiobai's target. Are you all too fearful to make the first move? Then I shall not hold back. With a cold snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Dugu Chiobai's eyes. He bent slightly, lightly pressing his feet against the ground. And with a flourish of his flowing sleeves, his figure soared upward. The long sword in his hand struck like lightning, unleashing a chaotic wave of sword energy that sliced through the air. As he made his move, the atmosphere reverberated with a piercing shriek. The razor-sharp sword light, accompanied by a whistling sound, lunged toward the Six, targeting Xuantian, who had previously shown disrespect to the emperor and attempted to assassinate him. Dugu Chiobai would not allow such a person to continue existing in this world. To insult a king is to invite death without mercy. In the face of Dugu Chiobai's lethal assault, the 6 elite swordsmen of Liu Yun's sect responded with a powerful counterattack, uniting to besiege him. They were wary of Dugu Chiobai's extreme sword intent, yet this did not equate to fear. The 7 swordsmanship prodigies clashed ferociously, their sword lights erupting as they were engulfed in a fierce battle. Dugu Chiobai and the 6 top talents of Liu Yun's sect exchanged blows, their invisible sword energies intertwining to form a tempest of sword intent. In midair, Damo, positioned high above, swung down with a fearsome strike of his blade, exuding an overwhelming power. Confronted with such a terrifying blade light, Shimin Changjiang snorted coldly, retaliating with his icy long sword against the incoming attack. He aimed to counter the bald-headed assailant's onslaught and alter the course of the battle. Bang! The sword energy collided with the blade light, mutually dissipating. Shimin Changjiang forced himself to stabilize his stance, his sword darting forth like an arrow, aimed at Damo. He intended to exploit this shift in momentum to neutralize the oppressive assault from Damo. Facing Shimin Changjiang's fierce attack, Damo's expression grew grave, his long knife cleaving through the air with unyielding ferocity. Boom! The domineering aura of the blade clashed against the long sword, forcing Shimin Changjiang to retreat. Do not presume that seizing a fleeting opportunity will suffice to contend with me. The disparity in our cultivation is insurmountable. Shimin Changjiang's figure spun in midair, his right foot stepping forward, and with a swift motion, his cold sword conjured a myriad of phantoms, hurtling towards Dharma's vital points with lightning speed. The sky was filled with a resounding symphony of sword energy, causing the very heavens to tremble. In that instant, Shimin Changjiang unleashed a force capable of obliterating the world, provoking astonishing changes in the celestial phenomena around him. Thunderous clouds churned in the sky as the razor-sharp blade cleaved through, leaving the onlookers in the imperial city utterly astounded. Many internally muttered, "The celestial being is enraged, and the heavens will punish the royal city." A sword that can split the clouds. Such power belongs only to the divine. Some even fell to their knees in reverence. Confronted with Shimin Changjiang's terrifying sword strike, Dharma exhibited no trace of fear, advancing rather than retreating. The celestial Buddha blade, the heavenly stalwart, Dharma resembled an enraged Vajra, delivering a ruthless downward slash. Boom! The terrifying blade aura shattered the brilliant sword light as the fierce blade descended from the void. Had it not been for Shimin Changjiang's timely evasion, this blow would surely have struck him directly. Behind Shimin Changjiang, the ground split open, forming a massive crevice that extended forward like a waterway. Buildings within this vicinity had vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless chaotic marks of the blade upon the earth. Though Shimin Changjiang evaded with remarkable speed, he still underestimated the ferocity of Dharma's strike. The blade aura grazed past him, inflicting significant wounds. He let out a pained groan, staggering back towards the gathered members of the Liu Yun sect. His robe, torn asunder by the earlier blade energy, revealed a body marred with numerous lacerations, droplets of blood erupting from the chaotic wounds. Gasping, Shimin Changjiang leaned forward, finally unable to suppress the torrent of blood that spilled forth. "Shimin Elder, are your injuries severe?" An elder from the Luyun sect gazed at him with concern. Worry etched across his features. "This bald man is formidable. You three join forces against him. I will first capture that useless emperor, using him as leverage against our foe, and then we shall confront him together." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shimin Changjiang fixed his solemn gaze on Dharma, who hovered above with his long blade, addressing the other three elders with gravity. The overwhelming power exhibited by Dharma compelled Shimin Changjiang to abandon any notions of underestimation, treating the situation with utmost caution. Meanwhile, he cast a fierce glare towards Yi Chun, believing that all this turmoil stemmed from the presence of this so-called waste. Had it not been for his incessant meddling and the foolish act of offering his own head, his son would not have met such a tragic fate. "Very well. The three of us will ensnare him while you make your way here," remarked a master of the Luyun sect with an expression of icy indifference. With the combined prowess of the three, capturing that bald-headed man would pose no challenge. Being of the same lineage as the war elder, they would naturally heed his directives. "Fear not. With my swiftness, subduing a worthless emperor will be a trifling task. Once I have him in my grasp, we shall together wield our formidable martial arts to swiftly vanquish that bald one," Shimin Changjiang declared through gritted teeth, his heart ablaze with wrath after suffering grievous injuries from Dharma. The three masters ascended into the air, converging upon Dharma with lethal intent. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Dharma's countenance grew exceedingly grave. Confronting three masters, even he felt an unsettling uncertainty. As the three masters charged toward him, Shimin Changjiang also sprang into action, darting towards Yi Chun with lightning speed. His right hand surged with the power of a master, aggressively reaching out to seize Yi Chun, displaying an arrogance that suggested he regarded his opponent as inconsequential. It seemed that capturing him would be effortlessly within his grasp. Just as Shimin Changjiang brazenly lunged toward Yi Chun, intent on crushing him, Yi Chun smiled. "Underestimate me, and you shall meet your demise." As Shimin Changjiang closed in, Yi Chun's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and the emperor's sword was suddenly drawn. In an instant, the sword gleamed, slicing toward Shimin Changjiang's throat. Not good. Shimin Changjiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated to evade the strike. Yet, his reaction was ultimately too slow. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and blood gushed forth. Chapter 51. I await your response. The sword light manifested with a chilling brilliance, cutting through the air and spilling a copious amount of blood. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a right arm plummeted to the ground. Shimin Changjiang let out a wretched scream, his figure retreating violently as he pressed his left hand against the severed stump of his right arm. Agony etched across his face. The fallen limb belonged to none other than Shimin Changjiang himself. This scene rendered all witnesses utterly dumbfounded, their faces marked by disbelief. Even the three masters in midair, who were jointly confronting Dharma, momentarily lost their composure at this unforeseen turn of events, taken aback by Shimin Changjiang's misfortune. Some harbored thoughts of rushing to aid Shimin Changjiang. However, despite being besieged by the three masters, Dharma's cultivation was commendable, allowing him to withstand their relentless onslaught with sheer tenacity. Perceiving the intentions of the esteemed masters before him, Dharma unleashed a ferocious barrage of lethal strikes, manifesting an extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess that ensnared the three masters of the Flowing Cloud sect. With the strength of a single individual, he bound these formidable adversaries, effectively severing their chances to assist Shimin Changjiang. How could this be? That worthless individual managed to sever the arm of the Elder of War? Am I hallucinating? The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. No one dared to believe that a master-level Elder of War could have his arm severed. After all, even the bald master had failed to achieve such a feat. How could this so-called worthless emperor accomplish it? You possess cultivation. You are actually a half-step master. Shimin Changjiang's face twisted in agony as he glared at Yi Chun, a low growl emanating from his throat. He realized he had been deceived manipulated by this seemingly powerless emperor who played the fool to ensnare the tiger. Only Shimin Changjiang understood what had transpired. He lunged at Yi Chun, intending to capture him in one fell swoop. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, this seemingly martial ineptitude sprang into action, wielding his cold blade with a sudden, fierce strike aimed at Shimin's throat. The prowess of a half-step master rendered that strike extraordinarily fearsome, moving with a speed that was almost terrifying. Had Shimin Changjiang not reacted in time, forcibly redirecting his vital energy to evade, that strike would have transformed into a lethal thrust rather than merely severing an arm. What? A half-step master? How is this possible? How could this insignificant Xuantian Dynasty possess a half-step master, especially one so young? Shimin Changjiang's words left the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect in a state of disbelief. People can accept that others may surpass them, but they are loath to acknowledge that what they once considered a worthless individual is, in fact, an extraordinary genius. Yi Chun embodied this paradox. You have shown remarkable restraint. I never expected you to possess such cultivation, enduring the title of worthless for so many years. Shimin Changjiang's eyes narrowed menacingly as he fixated on Yi Chun. In that moment, he realized that the most deeply hidden secret within the Xuantian Dynasty was none other than Yi Chun, who had long been branded as a fool. The day he had slain the sovereign of the Xuantian Dynasty, he had refrained from sending others to eliminate Yi Chun, knowing that this individual's reputation would lead to his demise amidst the power struggles of the dynasty. Unbeknownst to him, this had all been a ruse on Yi Chun's part. With a calm demeanor, Yi Chun regarded the wounded Shimin Changjiang, a hint of regret flickering across his face. What a pity, that strike should have been a fatal blow, yet you managed to evade your doom. Observing the dismembered Shimin Changjiang, Yi Chun realized he had missed a prime opportunity, the best moment to eliminate this master. Now, having let that chance slip away, any future attempt to slay him would likely result in a fierce and tumultuous battle. Yi Chun's expression was cold and detached as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the grotesque visage of Shimin Changjiang. You have slain my father, and today you shall pay with your life. If Shimin Changjiang had remained within the confines of the Liu Yun sect, Yi Chun might have found it challenging to confront him, for his current strength was insufficient to mount an assault on the sect. However, the fact that Shimin Changjiang had come to him was an opportunity he could not allow to slip away. Do you truly believe that a sneak attack, severing but one of my arms, could suffice to defeat me? Shimin Changjiang sneered in fury. Even without that limb, I can still extinguish your life with ease. As one would butcher a chicken, a half-step master is still worthless before a true master. With his left hand gripping the sword, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a chilling, razor-sharp edge aimed directly at Yi Chun. I await your demise, Yi Chun retorted coolly, unfazed as he executed a leisurely diagonal slash. This strike, though seemingly languid and graceful, met precisely with the oncoming blade of Shimin Changjiang. A violent force erupted, infused with the imperial dragon aura, and struck the advancing Shimin Changjiang, sending him reeling. Impossible. As he was forced back, Shimin Changjiang's pupils constricted in disbelief. That attack had been delivered with his full might, harnessing the formidable power of a master. Yet, this seemingly overwhelming strike had faltered against Yi Chun, inflicting significant injury and retreating him. The notion that he, a master, could be repelled by a mere half-step master was utterly inconceivable. A master? Is this all there is to it? Yi Chun's demeanor remained icy as he unleashed another strike. This one akin to a flash of lightning, accompanied by the ominous echoes of dragon roars, emanating from the imperial fortune of the dynasty. This location was the palace of the Xuantian Dynasty, where the dragon aura of the world converged. As the sovereign, Yi Chun could channel this royal energy to augment his own strength, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Here, Yi Chun's potential power exceeded that which he had displayed during his confrontation with Dharma by a third. This immense augmentation was the foundation of his confidence in facing Shimin Changjiang. How could a mere half-step master unleash such formidable strength? Shimin Changjiang's figure darted backward like the wind, hastily attempting to parry Yi Chun's ferocious onslaught, his heart filled with trepidation. The overwhelming ferocity of Yi Chen's attacks instilled a sense of fear in Shimin Changjiang, rendering him hesitant to engage directly. Is this the esteemed elder of the Liu Yun sect? With a disdainful smile, Yi Chen forced Shimin Changjiang back with a single stroke. As powerful true energy surged within him, he appeared before Shimin Changjiang in an instant. The emperor's sword radiating a terrifying lethality as it lunged toward the vulnerable spots of his adversary. Yi Chen's assault was relentless, his white robe billowing as the emperor's sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a fierce sword aura that dominated Shimin Changjiang, denying him any opportunity to catch his breath. Today, his singular thought was to sever Shimin Changjiang's head and offer it as a sacrifice to the emperor. Chapter 52. Those who offend Xuantian shall be executed without mercy. Yi Chen's countenance was cold and resolute as he wielded his sword. A formidable sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, each strike more ferocious than the last, bolstered by the fortune of the dynasty. Pressing down on Shimin Changjiang before him. How could this be? How could I, a master in my own right, be subdued by a mere half-step master? Shimin Changjiang had never contemplated that his mastery would be overshadowed by one who had not yet fully ascended. Yet, this scene unfolded before his very eyes. A multitude of sword lights pierced the air, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Yi Chen's speed was as swift as lightning, forcing Shimin Changjiang to retreat in haste. Brandishing his sword in defense. Clang! The clash of blades sparked, fierce energies erupting in all directions. The violent sword aura exploded forth, an overwhelming brilliance emanating from the emperor's sword. In the blink of an eye, several strikes were unleashed, leaving Shimin Changjiang in utter disarray and turmoil. The relentless sword energy inflicted ghastly wounds upon him, each encounter intensifying the severity of his injuries. As Shimin Changjiang found himself on the back foot, the elders of the other three masters from the Liu Yun sect became anxious, rushing towards Dharma, desperate to subdue him and seek an opportunity to assist Shimin Changjiang. However, at that moment, Dharma became even more frenzied. Anyone attempting to escape his grasp would face his lethal onslaught. Your adversary is me. That is the emperor's battle, and no one is permitted to interfere. Dharma, like a madman, wielded his blade with reckless abandon, vowing to fight to the death against anyone who dared to break free. With this ferocious spirit, he managed to stall the three masters before him. Meanwhile, the duel between Dugu Qiubai and the several innate realm fighters had reached a stalemate. His extreme sword intent, capable of taking lives at any moment, instilled great trepidation in the 6 disciples of the Liu Yun sect, resulting in a mutual restraint that achieved a delicate balance. This state of affairs was unforeseen even by Dugu Qiubai himself, with the fortune of the dynasty fortifying him. Yi Chen grew increasingly valiant. The slender, sharp emperoress sword cleaved through the air, slicing across Shimin Changjiang's chest and leaving a deep crimson gash. Had Shimin Changjiang not retreated just in time, that strike would have cleaved him in twain. The disciples of the Liu Yun sect, upon receiving their orders, sprang into action, determined to eradicate every soul within the imperial city, leaving none behind. Infuriated by the grievous wounds he had sustained, Shimin Changjiang's rage clouded his judgment, and he issued a decree to massacre the city. He sought to drive the Xuantian emperor to madness through such reckless acts. Moreover, Shimin Changjiang discerned that Yi Chen's extraordinary strength was underpinned by an unseen force, that very force known as fortune. The fortune of a dynasty is derived from the populace. Should the citizens of the imperial city perish, the destiny of the Xuantian Dynasty shall undoubtedly wane. Subsequently impacting Yi Chen, Shimin Changjiang's voice resonated throughout the imperial city, causing many to collapse in despair. It was over. The celestial beings were poised to unleash their wrath and lay waste to the city. Chaos erupted within the imperial city as numerous individuals hastily gathered their belongings. Desperate to flee, no one wished to meet their demise. Indeed, the disciples of the Liu Yun sect roared in fury, drawing their sharp blades and soaring towards the periphery of the imperial city, intent on slaughtering the innocent civilians. For them, The prospect of annihilating these ordinary people bore no weight. Just as the disciples of the Luyun sect prepared to storm out of the palace and wreak havoc upon the populace, a chilling command rang out. "We're the spectral cavalry. Block these intruders for me. Whoever dares to step beyond the palace shall face execution without mercy." A cold voice escaped from Yi Chen's lips. With a powerful strike, he repelled Ximen Changjiang, issuing his decree with an air of indifference. In the next moment, the sounds of iron hooves echoed around the palace as a vast contingent of cavalry galloped forth. Initially dismissive, the disciples of the Luyun sect did not perceive these minor dynasties' cavalry as a significant threat. However, upon discerning the nature of the approaching horsemen, their hearts skipped a beat. All of them were of the first-tier realm? How could this be? How could such cavalry exist? The disciples of the Luyun sect stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer number of horsemen converging from all directions. The sight was staggering, a vast sea of cavalry, numbering in the thousands. More alarming was the fact that these thousands were all of first-tier cultivation, despite their own innate abilities, with several possessing congenital prowess. They might have stood a chance against a couple of thousand first-tier warriors, but against 10,000, not even a master would survive. Furthermore, the cavalry appeared well-trained, capable of forming battle formations to engage in combat. The emergence of such a force caused the expressions of many masters from the Luyun sect to shift, as they were taken aback. Such a regiment, if utilized effectively, could indeed slay masters. How could there be so many first-tier warriors? Ximen Changjiang was left in stunned disbelief, momentarily lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ximen's momentary lapse, Yi Chen struck with ferocity. Ximen Changjiang felt a fierce wind rush past. Just as he attempted to evade, he was a fraction too late. A cry of agony escaped his lips. His face contorted with terror. Before him, blood dripped from the heavenly emperor's sword in Yi Chen's grasp. Ximen Changjiang pressed his hand against his neck, his eyes filled with despair. "Ximen Elder, Changjiang." In midair, the masters of the three great cloud flow sects let out furious roars, utterly astonished that just a moment ago they could withstand the ruthless assault of the Ximen Changkong, and in the next instant, he was silenced by a single stroke to his throat. Even at the master level, being struck down in such a manner leaves no hope for survival. Yi Chen paid no heed to the enraged shouts surrounding him, his figure darting towards Ximen Changkong. "For you have slain my father, and thus you must face the dire consequences of this day." With a flash of light, Yi Chen zipped past Ximen Changkong. In a single move, with a swift stroke, Ximen Changkong, clutching his throat, found himself unable to react before a blade had already severed his head. The chilling brilliance of the emperor's sword drew forth a gory arc. Ximen Changkong's eyes bulged in disbelief, as he had met his demise at the hands of a long-despised waste from such a humble dynasty. In a miraculous turn, Yi Chen, a half-step master, had slain a true master in full view of all. Grasping Ximen Changkong's white locks, he lifted the bloodied head into the air. A cold and resonant voice reverberated through the heavens. "Those who offend Xuantian shall face death without mercy." In this moment, Yi Chen shone with an extraordinary brilliance, capturing the attention of the entire city, especially with the decapitated head he held, which sent shockwaves through the hearts of many. The blood of the Xuantian Dynasty's citizens seemed to ignite within them, boiling and surging. Each individual murmured, "Those who offend Xuantian shall face death without mercy." The chant grew louder, reverberating through the imperial city like crashing waves. "Those who offend Xuantian shall face death without mercy." Chapter 53. The Celestial Token, a resounding voice echoed throughout the imperial city. It seemed as though the citizens were responding to Yi Chen's proclamation. Gazing upon the head held aloft by their sovereign, the people of Xuantian grasped the gravity of the moment. Even the immortals of the Cloud Flow sect could perish, and they, mere mortals, possessed the power to vanquish these celestial beings. The cries that reached their ears transformed the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloud Flow sect, their faces drained of color. The death of the war elder was an eventuality they had never envisioned. No one could have anticipated that the emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty would be so audacious as to slay one of their formidable members. Even more alarmingly, This audacious individual had effortlessly dispatched a master-level expert with a mere stroke, leaving the war elder with no time to react. Emperor of Xuantian, how bold you are to dare slay even an elder of our Cloud Flow sect. In the air, the three great elders of the Cloud Flow sect roared in unison, their formidable energy erupting forth. Clearly, they were incensed by Yi Chen's actions. I shall take his life. One of the elder masters, Li Jingyin, bellowed, seizing an opportunity to break free from the attack range of his opponent, charging directly towards Yi Chen, who held the head of Shimen Changkong. Yiming cavalry, heed my command. Form the array and annihilate these Cloud Flow sect members. Those who seek to enter the palace shall perish here. Yes, as the army surged forth, over 10,000 spectral cavalry swiftly formed a battle array, unleashing terrifying lethal strikes against the dozens of disciples from the Luoyuan sect ahead. Even in the face of these postnatal and even innate experts, they managed to suppress them through their formation. When an army's power reaches a certain threshold, and they are organized into a battle array, they possess the capability to slaughter formidable warriors. Dharma, Duguqiu Bai, annihilate them. Yi Chen spoke coldly, his hand already brandishing the emperor's sword, directing it towards a master elder hovering in the air. As you command. Dharma's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he madly charged at two figures, unleashing unmatched sword energy that radiated a terrifying brilliance. In that moment, his combat prowess erupted wildly, transforming his butcher's knife into a more ferocious weapon. With a single, powerful strike, Dharma forcefully subdued the two masters of the Luoyuan sect. Your Majesty desires your demise, and you shall meet it. Duguqiu Bai sneered, the sword intent emanating from him suddenly transforming into an extreme edge. While he might falter in defense, when it comes to offense, Duguqiu Bai's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Ignoring defense, Duguqiu Bai fought desperately, his sword instilling fear in the faces of 6 formidable adversaries, forcing them to retreat in disarray. In the distance, as Yi Chen soared into the air, a master elder, seeking vengeance for Shimen Changjiang, hurled a sword from afar, seemingly intent on vanquishing Yi Chen with a strike from a distance. In his eyes, the reason Shimen Changjiang fell to Yi Chen, a half-step master, was merely due to carelessness. He believed that with full focus and effort, Li Jingyin could eradicate Yi Chen. The chasm between a half-step master and a true master is vast, an insurmountable divide. Yi Chen, calm and unperturbed, raised his sword to meet the challenge. Sparks flying as a sharp clang resonated through the heavens, bolstered by the immense fortune of the dynasty. The might of Yi Chen's strike surpassed that which felled Shimen Changjiang, directly forcing Li Jingyin back. How can he be this strong? Li Jingyin's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes as he beheld Yi Chen. As Yi Chen repelled Li Jingyin, his figure shot forward like lightning towards the direction Li Jingyin had been thrust back. Not good. Li Jingyin exclaimed in alarm, suppressing the tumult within his chest as he retreated hastily. The previous exchange had already revealed the terrifying power of this Xuantian emperor. However, in terms of speed, he could not compare to Yi Chen, who was empowered by the dynasty's fortune. His form pierced the air, resembling a bolt of lightning, erupting with a thunderous crack. Yi Chen's figure closed in on Li Jingyin, the raised emperor's sword poised to strike down. You shall rule the world. A vast torrent of sword energy burst forth from the emperor's sword, radiating coldness, as a streak of white light descended from the heavens like a roaming dragon. Although Yi Chen's realm did not match that of a master, the quantity and purity of his true chi were not far behind, coupled with the dynasty's fortune. The might of this strike had reached the full strength of a mid-tier master. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as the master-level Li Jingyin was instantly cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Elderly, witnessing the brutal assassination of Li Jingyin, the two venerable masters engaged in combat with Dharma gasped in shock, their voices raised in alarm. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dharma unleashed a fierce, towering blade of energy, aiming to strike down the formidable adversary before him. Although the Master Elder attempted to defend himself, he was ultimately a beat too slow. receiving a devastating blow that left him grievously wounded, allowing Chen to pierce his heart with a single sword thrust. A shrill scream echoed as yet another master was felled. Within the blink of an eye, 3 master-level warriors had succumbed, and the remaining elder faced relentless assault from both Chen and Dharma, poised to meet the same fate. The disciples accompanying these elders to the Xuantian Dynasty felt a wave of despair wash over them. Lacking any will to fight back, they desperately sought opportunities to flee. However, their attempts to escape only hastened their descent towards the abyss of death, as the spectral cavalry swiftly dispatched them. After eliminating the innate and acquired realm disciples in the area, the spectral cavalry assisted Dugu Chiobai in annihilating all innate realm warriors present. The grand forces of the Flowing Cloud Sects surged towards the Xuantian Dynasty, and apart from one master elder, all were slaughtered. Just as Dharma prepared to strike down the remaining Flowing Cloud Sect master, the elder cried out in panic, "You cannot kill me. I am Muwuching, the young master of the Flowing Cloud Sect. If you slay me, my father will surely raise the Xuantian Dynasty to the ground." As he spoke, Muwuching tossed a token into the air, exuding a peculiar aura. Heavenly human chi. Dharma, gripping his long blade, cast a wary glance at the token, instinctively glancing towards Chen. A token imbued with heavenly human chi could only be activated by a powerful being in the heavenly human realm. The individual before him, possessing such a token, must undoubtedly have significant ties to a heavenly human expert. Indeed, my father is the sect master of the Flowing Cloud Sect, a formidable being in the heavenly human realm, Muwuching declared with a hint of arrogance, clearly proud of his lineage. "Spare me, and I shall pretend that nothing has transpired here today." His voice lowered, yet within, he fervently plotted, "Once I return to the Flowing Cloud Sect, I will seek vengeance against this wretched dynasty. Kill." A chilling voice emanated from Chen, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixed his eyes on Muwuching, seemingly unfazed by the latter's status. Upon receiving Chen's command, Dharma surged forward, blade in hand, charging at Muwuching. "How dare you?" Muwuching's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth in fury. He had never anticipated that, after revealing the heavenly human token, the Xuantian Emperor would still dare to threaten his life. Did he not fear the arrival of a heavenly human? As he beheld the advancing Dharma, Muwuching gritted his teeth and growled, "You leave me no choice." Muwuching formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a torrent of vital blood upon the celestial token. In an instant, the token radiated brilliant light, and a hazy figure emerged from within, exuding an aura of profound terror. "You have forced my hand. This token harbors a fragment of my father's soul, and you are doomed." Muwuching laughed maniacally, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Gazing at the apparition, he felt a glimmer of hope. "Is it so?" A chilling voice resonated in Muwuching's ears, abruptly halting his laughter. A flash of lightning streaked before him, revealing Chen by his side. He felt a sharp pain at his throat. "How dare you?" Muwuching gasped, clutching his neck in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that, despite activating the celestial soul left by his father for protection, he had been slain. Chapter 54. Decimation of a celestial soul. Despair etched across Muwuching's face as his body plummeted through the air, until his last breath. He could not fathom why the Emperor Xuantian dared to kill him. Did he not understand the nature of a celestial being? "Shunner!" A voice filled with rage echoed through the void moments after Muwuching's demise. Above the heavens, the clouds roiled violently, darkened and heavy, as bolts of lightning intertwined within. The celestial token radiated light, projecting a hazy figure. Clad in a Taoist robe and standing upon the cosmic clouds, the figure was enveloped in crackling thunder. An overwhelming presence loomed, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. This display of might rendered many in the imperial city breathless. The celestial spirit. To think that merely a fragment of a soul could emanate such terrifying power. Dharma regarded the figure with apprehension, although it was but a remnant. Its aura conveyed the essence of death. Even in his arrogance, Dharma did not presume to challenge a celestial soul. Upon witnessing the token, he had anticipated this moment. Yet standing before the celestial spirit and feeling its oppressive might, he truly grasped the terror of such a formidable entity. In stark contrast to Dharma's trepidation, Chen remained composed. Wielding the emperor's sword, he regarded the suspended figure amidst the thunder with an unflinching gaze, devoid of fear, even hinting at a sense of superiority. "You dare to take my Chun'er!" The apparition roared in fury, summoning a tempest of thunder that wreaked havoc across the imperial palace. The scene was apocalyptic in nature. The celestial being descended, akin to a divine entity, with every movement stirring the winds and accompanied by celestial thunder. Such a powerful figure could reshape the world with a mere gesture. To dare wreak havoc in the Xuantian palace, be it merely the child of a celestial or even your own kin, death awaits. Chen snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with ice, as he wielded the emperor's sword, striking out with unyielding ferocity. Even in the presence of the ethereal apparition, which was the soul of a celestial being, Chen remained unwaveringly resolute. Preposterous. With a sweeping motion of its colossal hand, the phantom's 5 fingers descended like a towering mountain, aimed directly at the imperial palace below, seemingly intent on obliterating it. The phantom aimed to crush Chen with a single palm strike, wishing to annihilate him. Just as the immense hand broke through the heavens to descend, Chen darted upwards with lightning speed, evading the grasp of the giant palm. "Oof! Where do you think you're going?" The palm, originally set to strike the ground, instantaneously altered its course, lunging towards Chen. Rather than annihilating the imperial city below, the celestial soul was more determined to eradicate the culprit before it, the one who had slain its own progeny with a sword. All hearts returned to the throne. The dragon's fate protects the nation. Chen raised the heavenly sun sword high, commanding the fortunes of the Xuantian Empire. At that moment, the gathering dragon energy of the realm answered his call. Surging forth with fervor, a colossal dragon of national fortune emerged, its overwhelming energy erupting forth. With a thunderous roar, the national fortune dragon charged fiercely at the ethereal apparition, its claws striking with ferocity, creating a cacophony of piercing howls. The collision of the national fortune dragon forcefully shattered the descending palm. The figure suspended amidst the storm clouds paused momentarily, a flicker of gravity appearing in its gaze. The dragon of destiny. With its celestial insight, it could discern the formidable origins of the dragon manifesting above the Xuantian imperial city. A dynasty indeed bears the will of its people, giving rise to the dragon energy of national fortune. Yet the royal might that these smaller dynasties could muster was not particularly potent. More crucially, the denizens of these minor dynasties lacked the ability to wield the royal dragon energy effectively. It was merely a tool for predicting dynastic changes. Only the most prestigious dynasties and beings in the celestial realm could harness such power. It was unexpected that this emperor emerging from a humble dynasty could summon the dragon energy of national fortune to engage in battle. Though the thoughts of astonishment flitted through Mu Changa's mind, they were but fleeting. Roar! The national fortune dragon, embodying the might of the dynasty, charged vehemently towards the celestial soul of Mu Changa, its claws striking fiercely and unleashing sharp, whistling cries. Under the assault of the national fortune dragon, Mu Changa's celestial soul found itself suppressed. Indeed, the celestial realm was powerful, yet Mu Changa was but a fragment of his soul, devoid of a physical form. To pit the strength of a soul against the collective will of an entire nation was a futile endeavor. Even a celestial being would be overpowered, unable to manifest its full potential unless its true self were to descend. The national fortune dragon struck with a ferocious force, and Mu Changa, besieged by relentless onslaught, found his already ephemeral form dimming. Faced with such lethal aggression, Mu Changa felt utterly powerless, for he was constrained by the national fortune of the land, unable to unleash his own strength. Chen commanded the national fortune dragon to continuously assault, ruthlessly targeting Mu Changa until the latter's form became increasingly shadowy. Very well. Consider this a stroke of luck for you. When my true self arrives, it shall be the day of your Xuantian Empire's downfall. Mu Changa laughed with fury, glaring hatefully at Chen. Originally descending with the grace of a celestial being, Mu Changa sought to rescue his son, only to find himself helplessly witnessing the murder of his own child. He intended to unleash his divine might upon this minor dynasty, with his son accompanying him in death. Yet, the adversary managed to wield the fortune of the nation, suppressing his celestial soul. As he felt his fragmented soul beginning to dissipate, Mu Changa could only emit a series of furious roars. Yi Chen, with a calm demeanor, coldly proclaimed, "I await your arrival." In that moment, Yi Chen abruptly hurled the heavenly sovereign sword, which transformed into a resplendent beam of swordlight, merging with the colossal dragon of national fortune in midair, charging toward Mu Changa with lethal intent. "Today, I shall slay the celestial soul to honor the late emperor," Yi Chen declared with a chilling voice. A resonating sword chant echoed through the heavens as the brilliant swordlight blazed forth. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome dragon of national fortune vanished, entirely absorbed into the heavenly sovereign sword. The sword energy surged, containing the essence of the nation's fortune, piercing the void with overwhelming force. A swift whoosh resounded in the sky, and in an instant, the ethereal form of Mu Changa, which had been suspended amidst the thunderclouds, disappeared without a trace. With a single strike, the celestial soul was obliterated, leaving no remnant behind. In the grand hall of the esteemed Flowing Cloud sect, a man clad in a Taoist robe suddenly changed countenance, his expression turning exceedingly grim. "My soul has been extinguished. Wu Chun is in peril." A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as an aura of terrifying murderous intent erupted from Mu Changa's being. "Someone investigate. Who has dared to lay hands on Wu Chun?" His furious roar reverberated throughout the grand hall, echoing across the entire Flowing Cloud sect. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, who stood in the imperial city of the Xuantian Dynasty, brandishing the heavenly sovereign sword and surveying the realm, declaring, "I am here. Xuantian endures." Chapter 55. The method of cultivating fortune. The Flowing Cloud sect launched a grand offensive, seeking to annihilate the Xuantian imperial city, yet they met their demise within its confines. Not only did the four eminent masters perish at Yi Chen's blade, but even the summoned celestial souls were obliterated by the fortune of the Xuantian dynasty. Yi Chen, before the eyes of the multitude, forged a legendary tale for the Xuantian dynasty. "The celestial beings from the Flowing Cloud sect have been vanquished. We are safe now." What celestial beings? Those were villains intent on slaughtering our city. It was His Majesty who saved us all. Indeed, it was His Majesty who rescued us. The Xuantian dynasty shall rise. Having repelled even the celestial beings, His Majesty is truly formidable. Cheers erupted within the imperial city as the citizens of the Xuantian dynasty rejoiced for Yi Chen. When the forces of the Flowing Cloud sect descended, most believed their doom was imminent. At the critical moment, His Majesty intervened, decisively eliminating those vile individuals who sought to massacre them, safeguarding the populace. Not long ago, the disciples of the Luyan sect were regarded as celestial beings. In this very moment, they have been denounced as vile brigands, an assembly of nefarious miscreants intent on their slaughter. Such is the nature of humanity. When you seek to take my life, how could I possibly revere you as a celestial being? This is utterly inconceivable. The citizens within the imperial city are fervently proclaiming their sovereign, and Yi Chen can perceive the fate of the Xuantian dynasty becoming increasingly profound and powerful. Indeed, as the populace's faith in the dynasty grows, so too does its fortune. Yi Chen gazes at the celestial aura above, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of insight. By employing his divination skills, he discerns that the dragon energy of the Xuantian dynasty has nearly converged entirely. Only a slender strand of dragon energy remains steadfast. It is likely that before long, Zhao Yun will eradicate all the rebellious vassal kings, restoring the grand unity of the Xuantian dynasty. Yi Chen gradually withdraws his gaze, surveying the multitude of corpses within the palace, and summons the neatly arranged spectral cavalry to cleanse the ground of this refuse. In his eyes, the bodies of the Luyan sect are but pollutants upon the earth. Dugu, ensure that these spectral cavalry find a place outside the imperial city to station themselves. Demo, Accompany me and serve as my protector. Prohibit anyone from approaching the Taiji Hall. Yi Chen speaks with an indifferent demeanor, assigning tasks. As you command. Respond Dugu Chiobai and Demo respectfully. After issuing his orders, Yi Chen turns towards the Taiji Hall. As he dispelled Mu Changa's celestial avatar, a mechanical voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. He has completed the task of annihilating the invading enemies, earning himself a chance at a lottery. Now, Yi Chen is intent on entering the Taiji Hall to partake in this lottery. After all, having eradicated so many elders and disciples of the Luyun sect, and with the involvement of a celestial progeny, Yi Chen knows it is only a matter of time before the Luyun sect leads a formidable array of experts against the Xuantian Dynasty. Unlike this occasion, the next assault from the Luyun sect may very well see the entire sect mobilized, with even the celestial Mu Changa himself making an appearance. Before that occurs, he must swiftly grow stronger, equipping himself with the means to contend with the Luyun sect. He hopes this lottery will not disappoint him. Yi Chen strides into the Taiji Hall, channeling his vital energy to close the great doors, and approaches the Dragon Throne. The recent lotteries have proven exceedingly rewarding. Whether in the form of the Jinui or the remarkable individuals and cavalry that followed, they have allowed Yi Chen to reshape the landscape. This time, he too harbors a heart full of anticipation for the lottery. Seated upon the Dragon Throne, Yi Chen's eyes gleam with excitement as he silently intones, "System, commence the lottery." The lottery begins. The mechanical voice echoes in Yi Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a scroll of the Fortune Sacred Dynasty cultivation technique." As the system's voice fades, an ancient scroll radiating golden light materializes within Yi Chen's consciousness. The Fortune Sacred Dynasty? Such a remarkable technique. Yi Chen's visage brightens with delight. In his mind, a torrent of information regarding the acquired cultivation technique surged forth. This technique was directly instilled into his consciousness, requiring him merely to practice it accordingly. The sacred dynasty of fortune is founded upon the auspices of the dynasty, forging an unparalleled divine court. As long as the dynasty endures, the cultivator shall remain immortal. When the dynasty falls, the practitioner is destined to vanish into oblivion. This method entails a complete fusion of oneself with the dynasty's fortune, cultivating the ethereal essence of the dynasty's luck. The mightier the dynasty, the more formidable the practitioner's cultivation and strength become. It can be asserted that even if Yi Chen refrains from direct cultivation, merely expanding the Xuantian dynasty and enhancing its fortune would allow his cultivation to ascend rapidly. However, this technique harbors a significant drawback. Should the sacred dynasty of fortune crumble, his cultivation would dissipate in an instant, and he himself would face annihilation. Practicing this method essentially binds his very existence to the rise and fall of the dynasty. It appears the system intends for me to sweep across the nations, subdue the various sects, and unify the realm, incorporating the entire world into my divine court. If we conquer this realm and consolidate the fortune of all beings, perhaps I might ascend to become the sovereign of heaven and earth. A spark of brilliance flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. He was immensely satisfied with such a cultivation method. A technique that empowers oneself is undoubtedly the finest of its kind. At that moment, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Acquiring this technique, knowing that he could enhance his cultivation in such a manner, even potentially becoming the master of the world through this path, left him almost foolishly ecstatic. Although he held the esteemed position of dynasty lord and had traversed through time, his heart remained youthful. He was uncertain of the extent of his power once he unified the realm, but it would undoubtedly reach an unparalleled level. Faced with such temptation, he maintained his composure, demonstrating remarkable restraint. With this method of fortune cultivation, it seems my strength will witness astonishing growth. Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with fervent determination. Despite possessing a superior physique that granted him faster cultivation talents than others, he believed that achieving the celestial realm through sheer effort would require at least a decade. This method of fortune cultivation seemed tailor-made for him, offering a unique avenue for expediting his progress. According to the practice of the sacred dynasty of fortune, I merely need to merge my life force with the dynasty's fortune to gain its augmentation, thereby enhancing my cultivation. If I were to fuse with the power of fortune now, would my cultivation leap directly into the master realm? A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Chen's eyes. He was filled with anticipation for practicing the sacred dynasty of fortune. The two characters, Xuantian, will undoubtedly become the sole title of this realm in the future. Throughout the land, all is royal territory. This sect, transcending the mundane era, shall be torn asunder by my hands. The world to come will be governed by the supremacy of royal authority. Regardless of whether they are cultivators, the esteemed sects of various schools, or the deities, immortals, Buddhas, and demons that exist in legends, all shall bow before my holy dynasty. Under the decrees I issue, none may defy the laws of the sacred realm. Chen spoke coldly to himself, an overwhelming intent to kill flickering in his eyes. Chapter 56. The soul merges with national fortune. Why do sects like the Liu Yun sect stand high above, treating royal authority as insignificant, viewing these dynastic powers merely as blood-sucking slaves? The crux of the matter lies in the insufficient strength of these dynasties. At the pinnacle of the pyramid reside the formidable sects. This is an era where sects bloom in abundance. Without power, the existence of a dynasty is merely a tool for these sections. What Chen aims to accomplish now is to overthrow this extraordinary hierarchy of sections. The system serves as his greatest source of confidence. He firmly believes that with its assistance and the cultivation method of fate he possesses, once he establishes a colossal tyrannical dynasty, he will be able to domineer over those exalted sects, compelling them to submit beneath his feet. It is time to test this method of cultivating fortune. I hope it does not disappoint me. With this thought, Chen closed his eyes within the Tai Chi hall, operating the technique that resided in his mind. As time gradually passed, with Chen's cultivation, the royal dragon energy that gathered above the imperial city, which should have been ethereal, began to coalesce. The dragon energy of fortune, initially drifting in the heavens, intertwined and converged towards the imperial city. Roar! As the fortune of the dynasty gathered, a resounding dragon's roar echoed above the imperial city, as if the true dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty felt the call and was exuberantly excited. In the clear sky above the imperial city, a dragon's roar resonated, drawing the attention of the citizens who instinctively gazed towards the palace. Your Majesty! Many called out Chen's name. In a mystical sense, they felt the national fortune becoming more concentrated. Had a celestial being been present, they would have observed a colossal five-clawed golden dragon roaring towards the palace above the cloudless imperial city, its voice brimming with excitement. This was a dragon of fortune, a golden dragon that had evolved from the collective fortune of the entire dynasty. Soaring above the imperial city, this dragon of fortune continuously roared towards the palace, seemingly responding to Chen within the Tai Chi hall. The dragon was drawn by the cultivation method circulating within Chen. Roar! A peculiar energy surged forth, and the golden dragon of fortune, soaring above the imperial city, let out a series of roars as it dove towards the Tai Chi hall. The golden dragon, bursting forth with the light of fortune, instantly penetrated the barriers of the Tai Chi hall and entered the grand hall. Under Chen's guidance, the golden dragon of fortune burrowed into his flesh, merging with his body, colliding with his soul. As the two intertwined, a remarkable scene unfolded. Chen's soul fused with the golden dragon of fortune, and he felt as though he had become the dragon itself, capable of distinctly sensing the existence of the Xuantian Dynasty's fortune. He seemed to possess the ability to perceive everything occurring throughout the Xuantian Dynasty through the currents of fate, and he subtly heard the voices of the people who believed in him. The cacophony of thoughts echoed in Chen's mind, instilling in him a sensation of being a sovereign of the heavens, commanding all within the Xuantian Dynasty. This experience was beyond the realm of imagination, a wondrous fusion with the national destiny. Chen murmured to himself. The immense golden dragon of fortune coiled around his form, accentuating his otherworldly presence. With a thunderous rumble, Chen's sea of qi trembled violently. A stunning spectacle unfolded as his cultivation surged uncontrollably. Mastery of the initial stage, the mid-stage, the late stage. In mere moments, Chen's cultivation leapt from the brink of mastery to the late stage, transcending several realms in the blink of an eye. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly leave many formidable figures dumbfounded. They had invested countless hours and immense effort to attain such levels of mastery in their time. Yet, Chen accomplished this in just a few breaths. Upon breaking through, Chen's consciousness awakened from its meditative state. Late-stage mastery? He never anticipated that the power of fate could grant him such a significant elevation. Chen murmured, his eyes glinting with brilliance. Even without harnessing the power of the dynasty's fortune, he now stood as the foremost expert in the Xuantian Dynasty. Despite the astounding enhancement of his cultivation, he felt only a flicker of joy, not excessive elation. He was acutely aware that his swift progress was due to his union with the golden dragon of the dynasty's fortune. A person's fate is intertwined with that of their nation. When the people perish, so too does the realm. As Chen's eyes shimmered with indifference, he reiterated to himself that from this day forth, he was one with the Xuantian Dynasty. Should the dynasty fall to ruin, he would suffer dire repercussions, and all he possessed today would dissipate into nothingness, akin to acquiring additional shackles. However, through his fusion with the golden dragon of fortune, if he were to engage in combat within the Xuantian Dynasty, he would possess an additional trump card, able to summon the dragon's might against formidable foes. With the backing of the dynasty's fortune, he felt confident in facing even those at the cusp of transcendence. At this moment, he feared nothing except the arrival of a transcendent being, especially as he envisioned expanding his dominion, conquering the neighboring two great dynasties. The fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty would soar, and his cultivation would ascend alongside it. At that juncture, he might well leverage that immense fortune to achieve a breakthrough into the transcendent realm. Once he transcended that boundary, he would possess the means to confront the esteemed Lingyun sect. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chen gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling of the Taiji Hall. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating the grand chamber, beholding the soaring golden dragon of fortune dancing through the vast skies. He could sense the subtle connection between himself and the auspicious golden dragon, which felt like his own alternative self. This fragmented fortune was destined to unite. Chen stared intently at the gap on the auspicious golden dragon, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The unification of Xuantian was imperative. As Chen gazed at the auspicious golden dragon in the heavens, a resolute determination to unify the world blossomed within him. At this moment, far away Zhao Yun, Shun Qinglong, and the multitude of troops sensed something amiss. It was as if they heard their sovereign's voice urging them to swiftly quell the rebellion of the feudal lords and achieve unification. Commander Shun, Zhao Yun said gravely, I can sense His Majesty's determination for unification. With only one day remaining until the deadline given by His Majesty, your intelligence must be expedited. Zhao Yun looked intently at Shun Qinglong, a palpable aura of ruthlessness surrounding him. Shun Qinglong's eyes flickered with a murderous glint as he responded solemnly, Very well. In 5 hours, I will uncover which of the remaining feudal lords harbors treacherous intentions. Zhao Yun, in a state of deep intuition, felt the sovereign's intent. And Shun Qinglong shared the same resolve. He would not allow the sovereign to be disappointed in him. Under the auspices of the heavenly network, I shall exhaust every effort to investigate and reveal the truth within 5 hours. Unbeknownst to Chen, who was immersed in contemplating the profound applications of the auspicious golden dragon, events were unfolding 1,000 miles away. At this moment, within the vast expanse of the Lingyun sect, a palpable atmosphere of menace permeated the air. Nearly 30 formidable masters congregated in the council hall of the Lingyun sect, each face marked by a grave demeanor. They were acutely aware of the upheaval that had transpired, a storm potent enough to shake the very foundations of the Lingyun sect. Chapter 57. 3 days later, the destruction of the Xuantian Dynasty in the council hall of the Lingyun sect. 28 figures sat, each bearing an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. At the head of the assembly sat the sect leader, Mu Changa, his face dark and ashen, his eyes swirling with boundless murderous intent. Beside him were the vice leader, Jiang Ziang, also at the celestial realm, along with a host of renowned elders. Among those present, the weakest possessed mastery of the Grandmaster realm, a testament to the profound heritage of the Luyun sect, an entity that transcends dynasties, governing a territory, revered as an immortal existence. Mastery-level experts, rare in the realm of dynasties, were not uncommon within the Luyun sect. This was the very reason why Shimin Changjiang could effortlessly lead 3 Grandmaster-level experts away from the Luyun sect to exact revenge on the Xuantian Dynasty for his son. Now that everyone is assembled, let us commence, Mu Changa said, his expression somber as he surveyed the numerous elders within the hall. His voice emerged hoarse, laden with gravity. My son is dead. What? How is that possible? The young sect master. A wave of commotion swept through the hall. As each individual exchanged shocked glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief. They had received the sect leader's summons, and, upon witnessing the presence of all the elders, a foreboding sense of calamity had begun to take shape. Some individuals ponder whether other major sects might be plotting against the Luyun sect. After all, events that warrant the assembly of the entire sect and summon the sect leader are exceedingly rare. They could not have anticipated that this gathering was prompted by the demise of the young sect leader. Isn't the young sect leader accompanying Elder Shimin on an expedition? Shimin oversees only those minor dynasties. How could calamity befall them? The hall erupted with a cacophony of astonished discussions among the numerous elders present. Everyone was aware that the young sect leader was training alongside the war elder, Shimin Changjiang, who managed affairs pertaining to 3 small dynasties, whose strongest warriors barely reached the celestial realm. Given the prowess of both Shimin Changjiang and the young sect leader, it seemed improbable that they would encounter peril amongst these minor realms. Could it be that someone from another sect has acted? Vice sect leader Jiang Ziang spoke gravely. Only a master can slay a master. These minor dynasties lack any masters among them. Thus the most plausible culprits must be individuals from another sect. The only ones with a deep-seated grudge against the Luyun sect are the Luoyuan sect. They're the most likely to commit such a reckless act. Mu Changa's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and declared, "No. The one who killed my son was from one of the 3 minor dynasties under our jurisdiction, the Xuantian Dynasty." The Xuantian Dynasty? How can this be? The assembly gasped in disbelief. Wasn't that minor dynasty nearly shattered, having lost most of its innate realm warriors to Shimin Changjiang? How could they possibly possess the strength to confront the young sect leader? All present in the hall turned pallid, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. They could scarcely fathom that the young sect leader had met his end at the hands of a minor dynasty. Sect leader, what exactly is happening? Could it be that the Xuantian Dynasty has colluded with the Luoyuan sect or other sects? Jiang Zhang inquired gravely. No, it was the monarch of the Xuantian Dynasty who killed Wu Chen. He wielded the power of national fortune and dragon energy. Even my celestial spirit was dispersed by his might. Mu Changa's hoarse voice resonated, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. As a celestial realm powerhouse, despite the dispersion of his spirit, some images from that moment had been transmitted back to his essence, revealing the events that transpired in the Xuantian Dynasty. The loss of his spirit was regrettable, yet it did not drive him to madness. What truly incited his wrath was the murder of his progeny, his only offspring, whom he had intended to cultivate as the future leader of the Luyun sect, had now perished at the hands of a minor dynasty, an outcome he could not accept. National fortune and dragon energy? How can that be? How could a monarch of a minor dynasty comprehend the manipulation of national fortune and dragon energy? Even the rulers of some empires can merely sense dragon energy. They cannot harness the power of national fortune, Jiang Zhang exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock. He never anticipated that he would hear such shocking news from the mouth of the sect leader. According to the leader's words, The newly appointed emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty not only possesses the ability to wield the national fortune's dragon energy, but can also shatter his own celestial soul with this power, implying that the emperor's combat prowess is on par with that of a half-step celestial being. How could this be possible? If such a small dynasty truly possessed such terrifying strength, how could their previous emperor have been so easily slain by Shiman Changjiang? The many formidable figures within the Grand Hall were all expressions of shock and disbelief. They found it difficult to accept such news. Yet they understood that since the leader had gathered them all to discuss this matter, it must indeed be true. Jiang Ziang, with a serious expression, gazed intently at Mu Chang'e and spoke with a respectful yet grave tone. Leader, if the people of the Xuantian Dynasty can truly harness the national fortune's dragon energy, we cannot allow him to live. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly lead to calamity in the future. The various masters in the hall nodded in agreement, all recognizing the implications of a dynasty's sovereign being able to wield such power. If not restricted, it would not be long before an incredibly formidable entity emerged from this dynasty, potentially swallowing the Luoyuan sect whole or even leading to its annihilation. With this thought, the atmosphere in the hall grew exceedingly heavy, and expressions of trepidation filled their eyes. They had never imagined that the sect's most formidable rival, the Luoyuan sect, had not instilled such a profound sense of crisis in them. Rather, it was a minor dynasty under their jurisdiction that posed such tremendous pressure. This is the true reason I have summoned you here. Mu Chang'e coldly surveyed the elders present, his tone laced with a sinister intensity. The Xuantian Dynasty has now become a significant threat to our Luoyuan sect. If we do not eradicate them today, once they develop further, we will be unable to contain them, and they may even bring about our downfall. Therefore, I propose we annihilate the Xuantian Dynasty, uproot it entirely, and disperse its dragon energy and national fortune to eliminate future threats. I concur, Jiang Zhang stated solemnly. I too agree. I second this. The command of Mu Chang'e received unanimous approval from the numerous powerful figures in the hall, and the Luoyuan sect collectively resolved to obliterate the Xuantian Dynasty. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, I shall now assign the task. Mu Chang'e surveyed the elders within the hall with a frigid demeanor and spoke. Jiang Ziang, you will personally lead the mission, commanding 10 grandmasters, 108 disciples, and 1,000 acquired disciples. 3 days hence, you shall proceed to the Xuantian Dynasty and raze the Xuantian imperial city to the ground, uprooting the entire royal lineage. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Mu Chang'e, revealing the extent of his resolve and the depth of his hatred towards the annihilation of the Xuantian Dynasty. He chose not to participate personally, but instead sent Jiang Ziang, who had recently entered the celestial realm, believing that his involvement would suffice. Understood. Jiang Zhang replied coldly. In 3 days, we shall destroy the Xuantian Dynasty. A chilling atmosphere of impending slaughter filled the Grand Hall, heralding an unprecedented storm about to descend upon the Xuantian Dynasty. Chapter 58. Martial might establishes a nation. Literary grace ensures peace unbeknownst to Yi Chen in the imperial city of Xuantian. A tempest brewed within the Luoyuan sect, plotting the downfall of the Xuantian Dynasty. Even if he were aware, what difference would it make? Bound to the fate of the nation, he had no avenue for retreat and could only confront adversities as they arose. After decisively vanquishing a multitude of formidable foes from the Luoyuan sect, Yi Chen found himself intertwined with the fortunes of the Xuantian Dynasty. Through this connection, he sensed the fragility of the empire, astonished to how far it had declined. His consciousness, tethered to the auspicious dragon of fate, allowed him to perceive the state of fortune across the lands of the dynasty. While the dragon's essence coalesced around Xuantian, he discerned that the strongest concentrations resided solely within the imperial city and a handful of major cities. In other regions, although they exhibited signs of allegiance, their derived fortunes paled in comparison. It appeared that the reverence, support, and sense of belonging to the Xuantian Dynasty in these areas were insufficiently robust. Yi Chen, having cultivated the art of auspicious governance, understood that the vitality of a dynasty's fortune is not solely predicated on its strength, but is equally dependent on the people's sense of belonging. through the auspicious dragon's resonance. Chen recognized that apart from the imperial city and a few urban centers, many citizens harbored a lack of unwavering allegiance to the Xuantian Dynasty. This situation was not entirely the fault of the people, but rather a reflection of the world's dynamics. The sects overshadowed the dynasty in the hearts of many. To them, these sects were akin to celestial beings, garnering greater respect than the imperial authority. Furthermore, despite the facade of stability over the years, the Xuantian dynasty was rife with undercurrents of conflict, leaving many citizens in dire straits. The populace, unable to find peace and prosperity, lived in constant dread of war, unsure of when conflict might erupt in their midst. Their lack of animosity towards the court was commendable, yet hardly fostered a profound sense of belonging. The formidable dragon aura emanating from the imperial city was attributed to its status as the heart of the Xuantian dynasty, where the fortunes of the realm converged like streams into mighty rivers. Additionally, Chen's recent endeavors played a significant role in this phenomenon. His emergence, marked by the decisive eradication of the Xuantian pavilion and his personal intervention to quell unrest, had garnered the wholehearted support of the citizens, fostering a deep sense of belonging among them. Moreover, his audacious display of power against the formidable immortals of the Luyun sect before the eyes of the populace reinforced their belief that the Xuantian dynasty had risen anew, capable of confronting such celestial forces. This perception, at least in the eyes of the common people, elucidated why the imperial city generated a more potent aura of fortune. It was evident that to strengthen the dynasty's fortune further, one must govern it well, ensuring the well-being of the populace and nurturing their sense of belonging. As Chen withdrew his consciousness from the auspicious dragon, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated his eyes. He is acutely aware that the fate of a dynasty is intricately linked to the character of its people. The more stable and prosperous a dynasty, the greater its fortune will be. Now that he has cultivated the art of fortune, the strength of the Xuantian dynasty's fortune directly influences his own cultivation. The stronger the dynasty, the more formidable he becomes, and vice versa. He has already bound himself to the Xuantian dynasty, and if he desires to grow stronger swiftly, he must fortify the dynasty itself. I shall take command of Xuantian, and in the future, all shall soar like dragons, Chen murmured to himself. As he spoke, the ethereal golden dragon of fortune above the heavens seemed to respond, letting out a resonant roar that echoed his grand aspirations. With a keen intent to strengthen the Xuantian dynasty, Chen also began to address its internal affairs. As the sovereign, he understood that in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, sheer strength alone cannot govern a nation effectively. Martial might secures the state, while scholarly wisdom stabilizes it. This is precisely why Chen refrained from executing all officials. He intended to retain them for the governance of the dynasty, whether they be schemers or virtuous men. To him, any individual capable of aiding the flourishing of the Xuantian dynasty, ensuring that the populace lives in peace and prosperity, enjoys sufficient sustenance, can marry, and is free from the fears of war, such individuals are deemed good officials. Seated upon the dragon throne, Chen surveyed the civil and military officials within the Grand Hall, listening attentively to their reports on various matters. He sensed their reverence towards him, evidently instilled by the display of his power when he publicly vanquished numerous formidable adversaries from the Luyun sect, instilling in them the understanding that their survival hinged upon their submission and diligent service to him. Your Majesty, I have received numerous petitions from the populace. General Zhao Yun is waging war against various regional princes, igniting internal strife within the dynasty. This action is detrimental to the stability of the state. I implore your Majesty to issue an edict commanding General Zhao Yun to cease these actions detrimental to the dynasty's stability, reported the Minister of War, Guyan Shan. With a grave expression, with keen interest, Chen regarded the kneeling Minister of War, responding in a tone devoid of warmth. Guyan Shan, are you genuinely responding to the people's petitions, or are you merely acting on behalf of those regional princes, seeking to absolve them of their misdeeds? Your Majesty, my heart is wholly devoted to Xuantian. I am solely concerned for the dynasty. The regional princes are branches of the imperial lineage, each possessing royal blood. If they are all eradicated, it may tarnish your majesty's reputation and cast you as a tyrant. I beseech you to reconsider, Xuantian stammered, perspiring profusely and trembling. Chen cast a cold glance at Xuantian, his voice devoid of emotion. Xuantian, those regional princes harbor treasonous intentions, with irrefutable evidence against them. Are you certain you wish to defend them? I dare not, Xuantian quavered, his body shaking, realizing that he truly did not know the extent of their treason, or else he would not dare speak in their favor. Internally, he cursed the prince who had coerced him into defending them, wondering if this was a deliberate push towards his demise. Who, after all, is your majesty? He is indeed a tyrant, resolute and merciless. Enough of your prattling. Were it not for your utility, your intercession on behalf of those sinners would suffice to condemn your entire lineage. Chen cast a cold glance at Xuantian, then turned his attention to the assembly of ministers, his voice icy as he declared, I am acutely aware of your past transgressions. The reason I have chosen to retain you is merely due to your remaining usefulness. I implore you to employ your abilities to foster the advancement of the Xuantian Dynasty. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The ministers bowed in reverence, responding, We shall obey. Chen presided over the court with authority, issuing various edicts and imposing substantial responsibilities upon each official, urging them to enhance the national strength through diverse means, ensuring a better life for the people. He envisioned a peaceful, stable, and robust Xuantian dynasty. This court session marked the first genuine assembly since Chen's ascension, during which numerous reformative decrees were promulgated, introducing policies aimed at economic development and strengthening the state. By the end of the day, Chen felt an unprecedented fatigue, one that surpassed even the exhaustion from his recent battle against a master, where he severed the soul of a celestial being. Fortunately, he only needed to relay these matters. The execution fell to his ministers. Otherwise, had he been required to manage everything himself, he would have surely perished from overwork. As he prepared to retire after the court session, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. The world is unified, and the fortune converges as one. The task is complete. You have earned one opportunity for a future draw. Chapter 59. The God of Slaughter. By Qi the world is unified? Did Zhao Yun and the others succeed? A hint of astonishment graced Chen's face, quickly followed by a glimmer of joy. He had not anticipated such delightful news. Zhao Yun and Shun Qinglong had swiftly eradicated all the rebellious princes, restoring unity to the Xuantian Dynasty. With his eyes gently closed, Chen directed his consciousness into the fortune golden dragon, sensing its exhilarated roar. The imperial dragon aura enveloping the imperial city coalesced from all directions, merging into the fortune golden dragon. Streams of dragon aura intertwined above the imperial city, and from the essence of fortune, Chen could perceive the admiration of the populace. Complete, the fortune golden dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty has unified. Chen's consciousness melded with the fortune golden dragon, allowing him to distinctly sense the shifts in the dynasty's fortune and the evolution of the imperial dragon aura. The once dispersed fortune that roamed the heavens and earth now gathered from the mountains and plains of the Xuantian Dynasty, converging towards the imperial city. The previously scattered dragon aura of the dynasty now intertwined towards the imperial palace. This is the fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty, where the dragon aura resides. The people's hearts are united, with their loyalty unwavering. The fortune remains steadfast. The dragon vein fortune, forged by the Xuantian Dynasty, ascends at a visibly rapid pace, growing ever stronger. With his tightly closed eyes, a spark of brilliance ignited within Chen, and he murmured to himself, with the fortune converging as one. Perhaps my cultivation will also see an elevation. Indeed, the fortunes of the world converge as the magnificent aura of the golden dragon of destiny surges forth, bestowing a peculiar force of luck upon Chen. Not long ago, he had just broken through to a new level of cultivation, and now he finds himself ascending once more. His mastery, previously at the peak of the Grandmaster stage, has astonishingly advanced further to the pinnacle of that realm, a rate of enhancement that defies the imagination and is utterly incredible. The pinnacle of Grandmaster. He could hardly fathom that the cultivation methods of this auspicious dynasty were so formidable, relying solely on the fortunes of the Xuantian Dynasty to elevate his prowess to such heights. He mused, if he were to annex the nearby Lanfeng Dynasty and the Taisai Dynasty, absorbing their fortunes, would his cultivation not soar directly into the realm of the celestial being? As this thought crossed his mind, a fervor ignited in his eyes. The elevation brought forth by luck filled Chen with an insatiable desire to sweep across the world and unify it under his command. The Luyun sect loomed like a mountain over the Xuantian Dynasty, and Chen was acutely aware that having slaughtered so many of their members, and even having slain the progeny of their leader before his very eyes, the sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. Time was of the essence. The Luyun sect had surely begun to act. Their retribution would be a tempest of terror, and the only means to withstand their forces was to obliterate those two dynasties, thus expanding the territory of Xuantian and enhancing its fortunes. Chen caressed the emperor's sword, a tide of battle intent surging within him. Since his arrival in this world, embodying the ruler of a dynasty, Chen had long aspired to emulate the first emperor of his past life, who swept across the realms and established his dominion. He too wished to wage war across the lands, to overturn this era that revered sects, and to establish a supreme, holy dynasty, achieving the status of a singular sovereign. Other matters could wait. He was eager to see what this round of the lottery would yield. Chen's eyes gleamed with golden light, his heart brimming with anticipation. The recent lottery had granted him the method to forge the auspicious dynasty, propelling his cultivation to new heights, and naturally, he looked forward to the surprises this next draw would bring. System, initiate the lottery. Chen silently commanded, as golden light radiated within his mind. A mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the war god by Qi at the pinnacle of Grandmaster cultivation. In a berserk state, he can unleash combat power equivalent to half a celestial being. The denser the killing intent he gathers, the stronger his battle prowess becomes. The war god by Qi. Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated drawing such a legendary figure. Now the armies of the Xuantian Dynasty would indeed have a capable and fierce commander. Chen was equally astonished, never having imagined his fortune would be so generous. Bai Qi was a legendary persona, undefeated in battle and throughout numerous engagements. He had never faced defeat. His most renowned accomplishment was the infamous slaughter of 400,000 enemy troops, earning him the titles of the God of Slaughter and the Butcher. Regardless of how others perceive his titles, with admiration or otherwise, it could not alter one undeniable fact: his exceptional leadership capabilities. It seemed the system also wished for him to sweep across the realms and vie for supremacy over the world. Otherwise, how could they possibly send me such valiant and battle-hardened generals? Chen felt a surge of excitement within, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had long harbored ambitions of conquering the world, first subduing the two great dynasties beside him. Now, with the system presenting him with the legendary general Bai Qi, was this not a response to his innermost desires? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen silently intoned, "Summoned Bai Qi." An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted within the Taiji Hall, a visceral sense of brutality and madness permeating the air. As one felt this ominous energy, blood surged chaotically within, and mental fortitude spiraled out of control. Such potent malevolence, truly befitting the god of death Bai Qi. Chen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed towards the figure that had materialized before him, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor. From Bai Qi, he sensed an extraordinarily terrifying aura, distinctly different from the murderous energies emitted by those who practiced the path of slaughter. This was the essence of one who had annihilated countless lives, a bloodlust that had become an intrinsic part of his being. Apart from Bai Qi, Chen had never encountered such a formidable aura in anyone else. "Your servant Bai Qi pays homage to your majesty." Upon his arrival, Bai Qi swiftly restrained his murderous aura and knelt before Chen with utmost respect. The system had thoroughly imparted to Bai Qi the circumstances surrounding Yi Chen and the realm they inhabited. Rise, General Bai Qi. Yi Chen regarded Bai Qi with a calm demeanor, noting that even though Bai Qi had deliberately suppressed his murderous energy, a powerful aura still emanated from him, as if it seeped from the very pores of his being. Indeed, you are truly my esteemed general. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, sensing that if he did not invoke the fortune of his dynasty, he might not stand a chance against Bai Qi. The presence of such a capable subordinate filled him with joy. With Bai Qi by his side, he felt emboldened in future confrontations with the Liu Yun sect. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, followed by a commotion outside the Taiji Hall, a request for an audience. Yi Chen instinctively recognized the unique sound as an urgent message from the Tianwang, a signal from a network's spies reporting critical information. This was the highest form of signal from the Tianwang, indicating that urgent matters were at hand. Announce it, Your Majesty. Lord Chen has sent an urgent decree. There are anomalies at the borders. The Genie Wei of Tianwang knelt respectfully in the Grand Hall, holding a letter. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Yi Chen's hand as he drew the letter towards him and unfolded it. Good, very good. Yi Chen's expression darkened with fury and mirth as he read the content of the letter. I never even moved against you, yet you dare to provoke me first. Chapter 60. The War of Nations commences. The information contained within the letter incited Yi Chen's wrath. If you two families are willing to serve as the lackeys of the Liu Yun sect, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Yi Chen crumpled the letter in his grasp, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The contents of this letter are derived from correspondences sent from the frontier, and the urgency with which the Sky Network has delivered it pertains to a singular matter: turmoil at the borders. The Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty have simultaneously mobilized their forces, launching an assault on the territory of the Xuantian Dynasty, with a portion of their armies already breaching the frontier, according to intelligence gathered by the Sky Network. The audacity of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties can be traced back to the influence of the Liu Yun sect. The Liu Yun sect has commanded both dynasties to marshal their troops against the Xuantian Dynasty, with the intent of razing it to the ground. While the involvement of the Liu Yun sect cannot be overlooked, the rapid mobilization of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties suggests a long-held ambition, their covetous eyes ever fixed on the Xuantian Dynasty. You are courting your own demise. Yi Chen muttered coldly to himself. Although he had already devised a plan to annex the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties, commencing with the unification of the surrounding territories, he had also contemplated granting their royal families a path to survival by relegating them to commoners. Yet now, by obeying the Liu Yun sect's commands and invading the borders of the Xuantian Dynasty, they were merely provoking their own destruction. Bai Qi, as turmoil brews at the borders. The elite forces of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties have amassed a combined army of 1 million, threatening our borders. I shall assemble an army of 500,000, including the Phantom Cavalry. Do you possess the confidence to repel these invading forces? Yi Chen regarded Bai Qi with a frigid gaze. When summoning Bai Qi, Yi Chen had already transmitted the current state of the Xuantian Dynasty, along with various pertinent details and intelligence about the other two dynasties, ensuring Bai Qi would have the necessary context for his judgment. In response, Bai Qi declared, Your Majesty, I am confident. Despite the million-strong forces of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties, Bai Qi had fought numerous battles where the few triumphed over the many. Moreover, the elite troops granted to him were unparalleled, all of them first-grade cavalry. Thus, his confidence was well-founded. If the Phantom Cavalry were utilized effectively, 10,000 could indeed contend with 1 million. Very well, Bai Qi. Take command of the Phantom Cavalry and proceed immediately to the frontier to rendezvous with Zhao Yun. You shall serve as the commander, with Zhao Yun as your deputy, to vanquish the million-strong invading army. I demand that you penetrate the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties, conquering them and incorporating their lands into the Xuantian Dynasty. I intend to make it known to the world that the Xuantian Dynasty is not to be coveted. Yi Chen's voice brimmed with lethal intent, his gaze ablaze with fury at the actions of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties. I understand. Bai Qi's eyes gleamed with determination. For Bai Qi, Yi Chen's command was paramount. Here, take this tiger talisman. Seek out Zhao Yun, and he will assist you. Chen projected a glimmering object into Bai Qi's hands, the Xuantian tiger talisman. Depart at once. I await your favorable news. Chen's chilling voice echoed within the Tai Chi hall, emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. I shall obey the command. Bai Qi swiftly departed from the Tai Chi hall, bearing the imperial talisman. As he watched Bai Qi exit, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Chen's eyes. The doomsday for the Xuantian Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty has arrived. Receiving the order, Bai Qi wasted no time and, under the guidance of a Jingyi guard from Tianwang, sought out the Nether Cavalry and the unparalleled Du Guqiu Bai. Presenting the imperial talisman to Du Guqiu Bai, Bai Qi spoke coldly. By the Emperor's decree, I am here to take command of the Nether Cavalry. Very well, the Nether Cavalry is entrusted to you, Du Guqiu Bai replied, recognizing that this formidable figure shared a similar origin with him. Bai Qi nodded slightly at Du Guqiu Bai, then surveyed the Nether Cavalry before him. His resonant voice rang out. Nether Cavalry, heed my command. By the Emperor's decree, you shall follow me to the frontier and engage in battle against the invading foes of the dynasty. We shall not return until the enemy is vanquished. Our mission is to flatten the Xuantian Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, transforming these two audacious realms that dare to raise arms against us into our territory. As Bai Qi spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet at an astonishing rate. Feeling the terrifying malice radiating from Bai Qi, Du Guqiu Bai silently marveled at the sheer intensity of it. How could such a formidable killing aura exist? Despite his mastery of the extreme sword and the sword of slaughter, he found it impossible to conjure such an overwhelming presence. Gazing upon Bai Qi, Du Guqiu Bai felt as if he were standing before a mountain of corpses, a tide of bloodshed crashing upon him. Just how many lives have been extinguished to emit such a killing aura? Du Guqiu Bai was utterly astonished by Bai Qi, overwhelmed by this terrifying malice. It was the most fearsome killing intent he had ever encountered. Not to return until the enemy is vanquished. The Nether Cavalry roared in unison, their spirits aflame with fury. Each eye sparkled with a sharp, deadly glint, seemingly drawn by Bai Qi's fervor, as a fierce air of slaughter surged into the sky. Observing the Nether Cavalry's fervent display, Bai Qi's eyes gleamed with approval, acknowledging their elite status. With such a powerful force, he felt confident in his ability to crush the Xuantian Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty. Forward, Bai Qi led the Nether Army, a magnificent force charging out of the city, destined for the front lines, to become the most terrifying specter of death. Unbeknownst to the Xuantian Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, as they recklessly assaulted the Xuantian Dynasty, a calamity of unprecedented proportions loomed on the horizon, and they would soon regret their every action. Watching Bai Qi recede into the distance, Du Guqiu Bai felt a heavy weight in his heart. The moment Bai Qi unleashed his murderous intent, he grasped the true depth of his opponent's prowess, a master at the pinnacle of cultivation, surpassing even the formidable monk Bodhidharma. The number of formidable individuals surrounding His Majesty is steadily increasing, prompting me to elevate my own powers post-haste. Otherwise, it will not be long before my inadequate strength renders me unworthy of following His Majesty. As the specter of defeat looms, the burden weighs heavily upon Du Guqiu Bai, igniting an even deeper yearning for strength within him. He is acutely aware that in the presence of His Majesty, he possesses no aptitude for leading battles. The only asset he can contribute is his own cultivation. Should he find himself lacking even in that regard, it seems there would be no alternative but to face elimination. Du Guqiu Bai's figure swiftly vanishes, consumed solely by the pursuit of power. Unbeknownst to him, Chen remains oblivious to the turmoil enveloping Du Guqiu Bai. Had he been aware, he would have taken measures to spur Du Guqiu Bai onward. For the latter's martial prowess is no less formidable than anyone else's. Only diligence is required for him to ascend to the ranks of the elite. A cataclysmic war that will engulf the three kingdoms is on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 61. The pressure of the Xuantian officials Bai Qi leads the infernal cavalry to the front lines, where the forces of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty are ruthlessly slaughtering the border populace. pushing the front deeper into the Xuantian Dynasty. For the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties, the Xuantian Dynasty holds no significance in their eyes. The historical balance among the three great dynasties was maintained solely through mutual restraint, as none wished to instigate conflict, fearing that a third party would reap the rewards. Now, however, with the celestial envoy from the Luoyuan sect issuing commands, the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties are compelled to unite in an alliance to obliterate the Xuantian Dynasty. Under such orders, both dynasties dare not harbor even a hint of dissent, swiftly forming an alliance with the intent to annihilate the Xuantian Dynasty. The coalition of these two great dynasties perceives the task of vanquishing a recently crowned Xuantian dynasty as devoid of challenge. Yet, they remain ignorant of the significant events transpiring within the Xuantian palace, unaware that the Luoyuan sect has already suffered the loss of 4 masters and numerous innate experts within the Xuantian dynasty. Otherwise, the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties might not possess such audacity. As chaos erupts at the front, numerous ministers within the imperial city receive intelligence regarding the situation. While the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties harbor grievances against us, the delicate equilibrium of the three-way standoff has deterred any reckless attempts to disrupt it. Why then have they suddenly allied to launch an assault against the Xuantian dynasty? It is likely that their unusual actions are tied to the Luoyuan sect, seeking vengeance for their fallen elders and disciples. This predicament is troubling. We can only await tomorrow's audience to see how His Majesty intends to address it. What options remain? The Luoyuan sect's mere command is sufficient to spell our doom. A palpable sense of impending storm hangs in the air. Fortunately, this information circulates only among a select few powerful officials, leaving the common folk of Xuantian City blissfully unaware. At this moment, the populace remains engrossed in the exhilaration of witnessing their sovereign's decisive eradication of the Luoyuan sect as formidable members, who sought to obliterate the royal city and enact slaughter upon them. They remained unaware that a far greater tempest was approaching, poised to unleash a fierce assault on the Xuantian dynasty. The following day, within the Tai Chi Hall, in the presence of the court, all the civil and military officials knelt respectfully to one side. Each countenance bore a weighty demeanor. My esteemed ministers, Chen addressed them, observing their solemn expressions. It appears your hearts are laden with complex emotions. Seated upon the dragon throne, he surveyed the assembly of dignitaries below. Given their usual methods, he surmised they were already aware of the tumult occurring at the borders. If they lacked the ability to ascertain such matters, Chen would indeed question their competence and their rightful place in this esteemed assembly. The Minister of War, Xuantian, stepped forth with hands clasped in reverence, kneeling upon the ground. Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Proceed, Chen replied. Xuantian spoke with clarity, Your Majesty. According to intelligence received by the Ministry of War, turmoil has erupted at the borders. The Lanfeng dynasty and the Tasi dynasty have allied, amassing a 1,000,000-strong army to invade our territories, aiming directly at our imperial city. I beseech Your Majesty to swiftly assemble a punitive force to confront the coalition at our gates. Chen regarded Xuantian with calm eyes and responded, Last night, I was already apprised of the situation at the borders. A contingent of elite cavalry has been dispatched to rendezvous with Zhao Yun, who commands the border forces. They will serve as the vanguard against the coalition of the Lanfeng and Tasi dynasties. There is no cause for concern among you, my ministers. Our emperor is wise, the officials exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with admiration. Indeed, the emperor had anticipated the upheaval at the borders, arranging for a military response before they even reported the news. Although the coalition was formidable in numbers, the Xuantian dynasty was resolute in its defense, and repelling them would pose no challenge. Yet, despite the fervent cheers, Xuantian's expression remained grave. He seemed to grapple with unspoken words, hesitating at the precipice of speech. He understood that what he was about to say could very well provoke the emperor's ire and potentially endanger his own life. Xuantian, if you have something to say, speak plainly. I detest those who beat around the bush, Chen urged. With a firm resolve, Xuantian replied, I submit to your majesty that the alliance between the Lanfeng and Ta-Si dynasties may be orchestrated by the Lü sect. Our peril extends beyond these two dynasties. It lies with the Lü sect. Chen regarded Gu Yunshan steadily and affirmed, "You speak true. This is indeed the machination of the Lü sect. Not long ago, I executed several of their esteemed masters and numerous disciples, even slaying their young sect leader." His declaration sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the Tai Chi hall, leaving even Gu Yunshan momentarily rigid. Just moments prior, he had contemplated whether to seek reconciliation with the Lü sect, perhaps negotiating reparations in hopes of obtaining their forgiveness. Now, he has abandoned that notion. They all understand the origins of the young master of the Lü sect, who is the sole heir of its leader. With the annihilation of even his only offspring, what possibility remains for reconciliation? Presently, they are left with but one path, which is to confront the Lü sect to the bitter end. Yet, does the Xuantian Dynasty truly possess the audacity to engage in such a confrontation? Are they truly of the same caliber? As for the matters concerning the Lü sect, you need not concern yourselves with them. Your duty is to propel the development of the dynasty. I desire for the citizens of the Xuantian Dynasty to live in peace and prosperity. I require you to cultivate talents for the Xuantian Dynasty and to enhance its infrastructure. As for the Lü sect, I have my own methods to deal with it. The ministers understood. Gu Yunshan and the other officials knelt in unison, pledging to fulfill the emperor's expectations, to exert their utmost efforts in fostering development, and to ensure the well-being of the populace and the prosperity of the nation. If there are no other matters to report, let's adjourn. Henceforth, we shall await good news from the front lines. Your task is to assist me in advancing the Xuantian Dynasty and to showcase your talents for my benefit. Chen gestured towards the assembled ministers. Adjourn. At this critical juncture, Eunuch Wang also stepped forward, his sharp voice resonating within the Tai Chi hall. We take our leave, your majesty. May you be at peace. The civil and military officials all knelt and withdrew. As he observed the officials gradually exiting the Tai Chi hall, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Yi Chen's eyes. And he mused to himself, the prestige of the Lü sect has lingered for far too long, deeply rooted in the hearts of these individuals. It appears that the only way to alter this perception is to utterly obliterate the Lü sect. Only then can the banner of the Xuantian Dynasty truly set sail. Chapter 62. Bai Qi arrives. War erupts after the court meeting concluded. The civil and military officials dispersed. Yi Chen, hands clasped behind his back, approached the entrance of the Tai Chi hall. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds howled, billowing his robes. Damo quietly followed, saying not a word, for he understood that his majesty was deep in contemplation. He chose to remain an invisible guardian. Yi Chen stood motionless, yet within his heart, countless thoughts surged. According to intelligence, the armies of the Lanfeng Dynasty and the Ta-Si Dynasty had likely crossed the border, invading the Xuantian Dynasty, with both dynasties acting in concert. This war would engulf the entire realm of the Xuantian Dynasty. The sudden outbreak of conflict would have dire consequences, particularly for the border populace, who would suffer brutal assaults. In a short span, numerous cities would fall, leading to dire straits for the inhabitants of the borderlands. Chen felt but a twinge of sorrow regarding this. In his eyes, the Lanfeng Dynasty and the Ta-Si Dynasty were merely inconsequential minor kingdoms, hardly worthy of his regard. The true adversary occupying his thoughts was the Lü sect, the only formidable foe. Before dealing with those from the Lü sect, the two pawns must first be eliminated. Yi Chen murmured softly, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He understood that in order to confront the Lü sect with confidence, it was imperative to first eradicate the two minor kingdoms. Given the current timeline, Bai Qi should have already arrived at the front lines. With his fearsome reputation as the god of slaughter, bolstered by the presence of the Nether Cavalry alongside the Yunyu Cavalry and hundreds of thousands of border troops, it would be a trivial task to dismantle the coalition of the Lanfeng Kingdom and the Ta-Si Kingdom. The only question that remained was how much time he would require to conquer the Lanfeng and Ta-Si kingdoms, thereby assimilating them into the realm of our Xuantian Dynasty. Yi Chen murmured to himself. He held unwavering faith in Bai Qi. If even the god of slaughter could not bear such a heavy responsibility, he could scarcely imagine who else might. Incorporating the Lan Feng and Ta Si kingdoms into the fold of the Xuantian Dynasty would likely bestow upon him sufficient fortune to transcend to the celestial realm. And even if he did not achieve that breakthrough, he would possess ample strength within the territory of the Xuantian Dynasty to contend with the leader of the Luoyuan sect. Meanwhile, far on the frontier, Zhao Yun led the border forces to the front lines, where a fierce clash erupted with the coalition of the Lan Feng and Ta Si kingdoms. With Zhao Yun's arrival and his formidable leadership, they successfully halted the advance of the coalition, preventing any further encroachment. General Zhao, I have dispatched urgent intelligence back to the imperial city regarding the battle at the border. His Majesty must be aware of the developments here and will undoubtedly devise a plan, Shen Qinglong remarked gravely, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Zhao Yun nodded slightly and replied in a somber tone. This alliance between the Lan Feng and Ta Si kingdoms caught the border off guard. Had we not dawdled on our way back, even this coalition would have found it impossible to breach the territory of the Xuantian Dynasty. The vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable. Our current task is to keep the coalition at bay beyond our borders while we await His Majesty's command. Shen Qinglong spoke with a weighty tone. As Zhao Yun organized the border troops to intercept the armies of the Lan Feng and Ta Si kingdoms, Bai Qi, leading the Nether cavalry, pressed onward day and night. After a day's journey, they finally reached the border. This was made possible by virtue of their exceptional steeds, and the fact that all members of the Nether cavalry were formidable first-grade warriors, capable of channeling their true energy to alleviate some of the horses' fatigue, allowing them to arrive at the front lines with remarkable speed. Someone was approaching. Inside the command tent, as Zhao Yun was strategizing, he suddenly lifted his head, and in the next moment, he and Shen Qinglong rushed out of the tent. With the instinct of a congenital warrior, Zhao Yun sensed the thunderous sound of galloping hooves from 10 miles away, and the noise was considerable. Within a brief span of 15 minutes, a formidable cavalry, exuding an aura of ruthlessness, appeared before Zhao Yun and his companions. Suddenly emerging from the rear, a staggering number of cavalrymen radiated a chilling presence, prompting Zhao Yun and his companions to feel a sense of impending danger. Before you stands General Zhao. I am Bai Qi, dispatched by the sovereign to subdue the coalition of the Lan Feng and Ta Si kingdoms. Bai Qi's voice resonated even before his figure arrived. His voice allowed the hearts of Zhao Yun and the others to ease slightly. I am Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun rode the mighty red hare, accompanied by Shen Qinglong, by Xiaohe, and several others, galloping forward. They soon encountered the rapidly advancing Bai Qi and his forces. Bai Qi clasped his fists in greeting to Zhao Yun, then spoke with an air of indifference. By the decree of His Majesty, Bai Qi shall serve as the commander, while Zhao Yun shall be the vice commander, leading the army to assault the Lan Feng dynasty and the Taz dynasty, with the objective of bringing them under the auspices of the Xuantian Dynasty. As he spoke, Bai Qi produced the imperial talisman. Zhao Yun accepted the command without a trace of doubt, for Bai Qi's cultivation far surpassed his own. He was a master of the highest caliber. Furthermore, the talisman in Bai Qi's possession resonated with the same aura as his own, emanating from the very system itself. However, Bai Xiaohe and the others were filled with astonishment upon hearing Bai Qi's decree. It was astonishing that His Majesty intended to incorporate both the Lan Feng dynasty and the Taz dynasty into the Xuantian dynasty. Bai Xiaohe was overwhelmed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that, faced with the joint offensive of the Lan Feng and Taz dynasties and the loss of the borders, His Majesty's response would not be to reclaim the territories, but rather to crush both dynasties. Such confidence seemed excessive. Yet, when they beheld the cavalry led by Bai Qi, their doubts dissipated. His Majesty had concealed his strength too well. Such a formidable cavalry could not be easily resisted. This cavalry was exceptionally powerful, all of them at the first-grade realm. With such an elite force, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the borders, the conquest of the Lan Feng and Taz dynasties appeared to be a matter of little difficulty. Bai Qi, leading the ghostly cavalry, approached the front line alongside Zhao Yun, gazing at the encamped enemy forces. Without further ado, he instructed Zhao Yun, General Zhao, summon all cavalry to follow me into the enemy's camp and strike thrice. The allied forces of the Lanfeng and Taz dynasties hoped to seize this opportunity to recuperate. They would soon learn whether Bai Qi would grant them such a chance. Yes, Zhao Yun replied without hesitation, immediately rallying the troops. Prior to Bai Qi's arrival with the ghostly cavalry, Zhao Yun had harbored confidence in holding back the million-strong army. Now, with the addition of the elite ghostly cavalry, he felt assured that they could annihilate the enemy forces. In an instant, tens of thousands of cavalry surged forth under Bai Qi's command, charging towards the encamped million-strong army. The cavalry obeyed the orders, crashing into the enemy lines, slaughtering all in their path with unyielding ferocity. Any foe was fair game. Kill. A chilling aura of death permeated the battlefield as Bai Qi, exuding a terrifying presence, led the charge. The commotion from the Xuantian Dynasty's forces caused the allied armies of the Lanfeng and Taz dynasties to change countenance. An enemy attack. The sounds of chaos and battle cries echoed across the field. Chapter 63. A triumph at the front lines amidst the turmoil of the borderlands. Bai Qi personally led the cavalry into the fray. A harbinger of death, a god of war, accompanied by a cavalry as fearsome as the Grim Reaper, along with other formidable horsemen, rendered even united forces of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Tars Dynasty, numbering in the millions, utterly defenseless. The fortifications erected by the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Tars Dynasty, seemingly impervious, were reduced to mere folly before Bai Qi. With a single, powerful strike, Bai Qi shattered their defenses, transforming them into a cascade of debris, easily obliterated. Slay them. Send them to hell. Bai Qi led the spectral cavalry into a ruthless charge, akin to wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers of the Blue Maple and Tars dynasties. The battlefield descended into chaos, with many soldiers unable to even brandish their spears before being swiftly dispatched. The cavalry, composed of elite warriors, wielded unparalleled lethality, cutting through the ranks of their foes with ease. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed a barrage of strikes, each swing claiming numerous lives. Those few who managed to escape the onslaught of the spectral cavalry found themselves trampled by the Cloud Feather Cavalry, led by Zhao Yun, who ruthlessly extinguished any hope of survival. Spare me. The cries of despair echoed through the tumultuous encampment. The million-strong alliance of the Blue Maple and Tars dynasties was powerless against the charge of Bai Qi's cavalry. Even their most elite forces, when pitted against an army composed entirely of transcendent warriors, were swiftly annihilated. The disparity in strength between the two armies was insurmountable. Bai Qi's aura of death radiated with the ferocity of a half-step celestial, while the mightiest among the allied forces merely reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, lacking even the qualifications to withstand his assault. With their commanders slain and their ranks decimated under Bai Qi's relentless charge, the once mighty coalition lost all courage to fight, fleeing in disarray. The key generals of the Blue Maple and Tars dynasties joined the retreat, their hearts filled with dread and regret for having ventured into this hellish battlefield. Bai Qi's onslaught had led to the complete rout of the Blue Maple and Tars dynasties, who now fled in desperation, devoid of any will to continue the battle. Bai Qi's relentless advances seemed to conclude only with the collapse of the enemy forces, who could no longer sustain their resistance. The million-strong army is far weaker than I had anticipated. Perched upon his majestic steed, Bai Qi's cold gaze fixated on the retreating forces. He had no intention of sparing them or granting them a chance to escape. The emperor's command was clear: to incorporate the Blue Maple and Tars dynasties into the realm of the Xuantian Dynasty. Those who obstructed our conquest could only be condemned to the abyss. A chilling declaration escaped Bai Qi's lips. Bai Qi perceived that allowing these individuals to escape alive would be a profound humiliation for himself. Let the entire army advance. Pursue them relentlessly. Annihilate them completely. Step into their kingdom and make them acutely aware of the sensation of being overrun. Charge into the territories of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, and conquer these lands, for they shall henceforth belong to our Xuantian Dynasty. His resounding voice echoed as the army surged forth. The cavalry of the Xuantian Dynasty was the first to engage in the pursuit, while the forces at the rear waved their battle flags, pressing forward. Such an opportune moment for military glory was one no soldier wished to forfeit. The grand army charged ahead, their eyes fixed on the fleeing targets of their potential achievements. Each filled with fervor, racing forward in fervent pursuit. They could not allow these victories to slip away. Leading the frontier forces, Bai Qi and Zhao Yun relentlessly pursued their enemies. Soon, they crossed the borders of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, opting to first assault the Blue Maple Dynasty before addressing the latter. The two dynasties, which had united their strengths in an attempt to obliterate the Xuantian Dynasty and divide the spoils, were thrown into disarray as news of the front lines' collapse reached them. Their royal courts were thrown into chaos. No one had anticipated that the Xuantian Dynasty was not the docile lamb they had assumed, but rather a ferocious wolf. How could it be? How could the Xuantian Dynasty possess such a terrifying army? A cavalry unit entirely composed of elite rank warriors. How is this possible? Even the Luoyuan sect would find it exceedingly difficult to assemble such a force. How could the Xuantian Dynasty have achieved this? Moreover, the emergence of a masterful commander. When the Xuantian Dynasty was believed to have only a handful of innate realm warriors, bewildered them further. Within the palaces of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, the sovereigns of the two realms gazed at the intelligence reports in their hands, their eyes ablaze with fury, teetering on the brink of madness. They had never anticipated that what initially seemed a promising endeavor was, in reality, a treacherous pitfall. The Luoyuan sect has betrayed us. Both rulers of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties roared in anger, realizing they had fallen victim to the machinations of the Luoyuan sect. They finally comprehended why the Luoyuan sect had ordered them to unite in their campaign against the Xuantian Dynasty. Had they known earlier about the formidable cavalry and the powerful warriors of the Xuantian Dynasty, they would never have dared to confront them, nor would they have had the audacity to step onto Xuantian soil. To them, it became clear that the Luoyuan sect was fully aware of the Xuantian Dynasty's strength, intending only to expend their soldiers in a futile attempt to weaken the enemy. However, unbeknownst to them, the Luoyuan sect was equally ignorant of Bai Qi and the Phantom Cavalry. Otherwise, they would not have urged the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties to take action, as they still needed these two pawns to gather resources for them. The news of Bai Qi and Zhao Yun's resounding victory over the coalition forces of the Blue Maple and Taz dynasties swiftly reached the capital. At the moment the report was received, Xuantian, the Minister of War, was left utterly astonished. They only mentioned to His Majesty yesterday in court the incursion of the million-strong coalition from the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty into the Xuantian Dynasty. To everyone's astonishment, news of victory from the border arrived just a day later. The forces of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty were met with overwhelming resistance, suffering heavy losses and retreating in disarray. While he was taken aback, Xuantian also breathed a sigh of relief. It is worth noting that during the turmoil at the border, with the two great dynasties joining forces to attack Xuantian's territory, Xuantian had scarcely slept these past few days, his mind constantly preoccupied with this matter. The swift arrival of the victory news was unexpected. The million-strong coalition had been repelled so easily that he felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Within the Yangxin Palace, Yichen also received the victory report delivered by the Tianwang. After Bai Qi had proceeded to the border, he did not require any strategies or formations. Simply leading a multitude of cavalry was sufficient to shatter the million-strong army. Truly, he was a god of death. A faint smile graced Chen's lips. Bai Qi's formidable nature resonated with his own temperament. One ought to be powerful and unrestrained, rather than subdued or modest. It seemed that before long, Bai Qi would bring him more good news, and the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty would soon be encompassed within the dominion of the Xuantian Dynasty. The following day, in the Taiji Hall, the civil and military officials approached the court with a sense of reverence. Ever since Yi Chun had decisively slain the Ming king, forcefully suppressed the border forces, and vanquished the celestial experts of the Luoyuan sect, the formerly dismissive officials had undergone a profound transformation in their perception. They understood that His Majesty retained them only for their utility. Otherwise, they would have been executed long ago. As Chen ascended the dragon throne amidst the awed gazes of the officials, he surveyed the kneeling assembly below with an imposing demeanor. "Esteemed ministers, do you have any matters to present?" Chen inquired with authority. "Your Majesty, we bring joyous tidings from the front lines," began Xuantian, the Minister of War, stepping forward to report. "The new commander, Bai Qi, alongside General Zhao Yun, has led our forces to a resounding victory against the coalition of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, annihilating nearly 300,000 enemy troops and seizing a substantial number of war horses and weaponry. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Commander Bai Qi is currently pursuing the remnants of the enemy, and it is believed that, before long, the million-strong coalition will be utterly destroyed. Bai Qi is truly a hero of unparalleled might, elevating the prestige of our Xuantian nation." As Xuantian delivered his report, the gazes of the numerous civil and military officials in the court shifted towards him with expressions of astonishment. This was the first time they had heard such news. They had previously contemplated how the border forces could possibly withstand the combined might of the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty. They had never anticipated that, merely a day later, victory would be proclaimed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations." The officials of the court, both civil and military, were overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, their emotions exceedingly heightened. They had not anticipated that merely a day had passed, and the front line had already secured such a significant victory. This marked the most monumental triumph since the establishment of the Xuantian Dynasty. Chen listened indifferently to the congratulations below, and with a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Rise, for this is merely the beginning. Once we have subdued the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty, incorporating them into the realm of the Xuantian Dynasty, then you may come to congratulate me." Hearing Chen's words, the officials, who had initially been moved to tears by the grand victory, suddenly froze, their expressions stiffening with a touch of embarrassment. They had not anticipated the emperor's aspirations to be so far-reaching, not only desiring to quell the turmoil at the borders, but also intent on integrating the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty into the Xuantian territory. Enough. There is no need to discuss matters at the borders any further. I'm more informed about the situation there than you are. What I wish to hear is how you, in your respective positions, will drive development, enhance the agriculture, commerce, and taxation of the Xuantian Dynasty, and improve the living conditions of our people. The recent natural disasters have severely impacted the lives of the populace. These are the matters you should be concerned with. Chen stated coldly. For Chen, expanding territory was the duty of the military generals. The role of the civil officials was to devise strategies and policies to stabilize the nation, bolster its strength, and ensure the well-being of the citizens. Your Majesty, regarding the natural disaster, I humbly beseech you to open the national treasury and allocate funds for disaster relief. Furthermore, the Ministry of Works should expedite the excavation of drainage channels to divert water from the disaster-stricken areas into the rivers, thereby addressing the flood issue. Simultaneously, we must open the government granaries in the major disaster zones to ensure the populace has access to enough food. If we can endure this half-year, the people can replant their crops, resolving the food crisis, one of the three dukes, the Grand Preceptor, said with a grave expression. As the emperor's mentor and one of the few loyal old ministers who had never betrayed him, the Grand Preceptor was among the few willing to voice concerns in the court. Currently, the southern regions of the Xuantian Dynasty were beset by floods, resulting in a complete crop failure and a dire famine. Should the disaster not be swiftly alleviated, it would not be long before civil unrest and rebellion erupted. Your Majesty, when the people reach a point of unbearable hunger, they will undoubtedly storm the government granaries, leading to significant upheaval. Thus, opening the granaries for disaster relief is of utmost importance, the Grand Preceptor declared emphatically. At this moment, the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty were amassing a million-strong army, charging forth. The focus should naturally be on warfare. However, since the emperor had stated that they need not worry about military matters and should concentrate on internal development, the Grand Preceptor boldly raised the urgent issue of the natural disaster for discussion. Only he dared to request the emperor to open the treasury for disaster relief amidst Chen's rising power and tyrannical demeanor. The Grand Preceptor initiated the discussion, and the Minister of Works also stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works is currently striving to produce various iron tools, ready to be dispatched to the southern disaster areas at any moment to assist with relief efforts. We seek your approval." Chen gazed down with a cold indifference at the two individuals kneeling in the Taiji Hall, gradually articulating his thoughts. The calamities in the southern regions, as mentioned by the Grand Master, indeed constitute a pressing matter of great significance. The establishment of the Xuantian Dynasty aims to provide a stable home for the populace. Yet now those afflicted by disaster suffer immensely. I command that the local authorities in the disaster-stricken areas open their granaries and immediately provide relief. Should the populace revolt, the local officials shall present their heads to me. As their superior, I shall impose severe penalties. Furthermore, all funds from the national treasury shall be allocated for disaster relief, and other local governments must promptly dispatch half of their grain reserves to the affected regions. Anyone who dares to tamper with this matter shall face dire consequences for their entire lineage. The ministers responded, "We heed your decree. Your Majesty is wise." In the Taiji Hall, the civil and military officials spoke in unison. With the emperor's command, even those with dissenting hearts would not dare to voice their objections. The last individual who defied the emperor's order has met a gruesome fate. They feared for their lives and thus refrained from any rebuttal. I hope the calamity in the south is swiftly alleviated, allowing the people to return to their normal lives. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient with you. Additionally, regarding the agricultural and commercial development, along with the taxation of various industries, present a proposal to me in 10 days. You may dismiss the court. Chen maintained an expression of cold detachment. Long live your Majesty. The officials retreated from the Taiji Hall. Chen sat quietly upon the dragon throne, his eyes gleaming with a spark of brilliance. He was acutely aware of the greatest crisis facing the Xuantian Dynasty. The Luoyuan sect represented the true threat to the Xuantian Dynasty. Chen believed that since the sect had incited two major dynasties to mobilize against Xuantian, it signified that their forces were also beginning to move. The tempest from the Luoyuan sect was likely approaching the Xuantian imperial city, and it would not be long before this storm unleashed its fury upon the capital. What caliber of powerhouse would come this time? Luoyuan sect master, shall you come forth? Chen's eyes radiated a chilling light, and a fierce killing intent erupted from him. Let me see how the Luoyuan sect can contend with me. Contemplating the threat posed by the Luoyuan sect, Chen snorted coldly. His heart brimmed not with fear, but with anticipation. Gazing beyond the Taiji Hall, Chen's eyes seemed to penetrate through the fabric of space, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Bai Qi, do not let me down. Whether you can deal with the Luoyuan sect depends on your ability to subdue the Lanfeng Dynasty and the Taisai Dynasty before the storm arrives. Come fort, tempest. Let it be even more ferocious. A palpable aura of battle surged from Chen, while the golden dragon of fortune above the Xuantian Dynasty roared mightily. At this moment, beyond the Xuantian imperial city, in the high skies spanning 100 miles, a colossal warship advanced rapidly towards the imperial city. Chapter 65. The arrival of the warship. The massive warship traversed the clouds, its surface enveloped in swirling black light, emanating an aura of malevolence as it hurtled forward at an astonishing speed, scattering the clouds in its wake. A colossal, translucent shield enveloped the warship, rendering it impervious to the fierce winds surrounding it. The great vessel soared through the skies, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing howls that echoed ominously. The shrill sounds of the wind reverberated across the expanse, evoking a sense of sharpness and severity. These noises possessed a terrifying penetrative quality. Their might sufficient to shatter gold and stone alike. Wherever the warship traversed, unwary birds caught in its wake were crushed into a mist of blood, exploding like fireworks in the sky. This was a heavenly-grade warship, crafted by the Flowing Cloud sect through an immense expenditure of rare materials and the collaborative efforts of numerous esteemed masters. It was a formidable weapon of unparalleled prowess. In the theater of battle, such a vessel would be deemed invincible. The massive warship darted through the high heavens like a bolt of lightning, heading directly towards the location of the Xuantian imperial city. "Look to the skies. A ship is flying," exclaimed onlookers in awe. This was no ordinary vessel. It was a warship capable of flight. It belonged to the Flowing Cloud sect, whose formidable members had recently suffered at the hands of the emperor, leading them to seek retribution with this aerial assault. Despite soaring through the clouds, the warship was visible to those on the ground, causing a stir among the populace. People gazed upward in astonishment, captivated by the sight of the flying ship, their expressions betraying a mix of shock and wonder. The strong warriors of the Flowing Cloud sect paid little heed to their discovery, as their intentions were clear. They had come without subterfuge, prepared to employ the most domineering tactics to annihilate the Xuantian imperial city and eliminate Chen, who had dared to provoke them. The immense warship flew at an astonishing speed. Within just 3 hours of its appearance at the borders of the Xuantian Empire, it had already descended upon the imperial city. As the formidable vessel descended ominously towards the Xuantian imperial city, a sense of dread enveloped the air. What a massive warship! The citizens of the imperial city gasped, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief, akin to country bumpkins witnessing a celestial phenomenon. As the warship hovered above the city, Chen, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. "At last they have arrived," he exclaimed, his gaze penetrating the heavens to fixate on the colossal warship. A celestial being, 12 esteemed masters, and hundreds of innate disciples. How highly the Flowing Cloud sect regarded him. With a mere glance, Chen discerned the formidable strength of the vessel's occupants. "Alas, you have arrived too late. I have already outmaneuvered you," he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with unspoken determination. As he observed the approaching warship with growing interest, he realized its potential as a significant asset for his dynasty's expansion. "This vessel shall belong to me," he declared, a spark of ambition igniting in his eyes. The warship soared majestically above the imperial city, gradually making its way toward the Xuantian palace. Stretching hundreds of meters in length, the vessel hung ominously overhead, instilling a sense of dread among the citizens below, akin to the very heavens descending upon them. This overwhelming presence stirred unrest among the populace, leaving them gasping for breath. It bore the insignia of the Luyun sect, unmistakably signaling their intent to exact vengeance upon the Xuantian Empire. Panic ensued. The magnitude of the situation suggested that a formidable force from the Luyun sect had arrived. The Xuantian Empire was gravely endangered. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. One believed in the Emperor's capability to repel these marauders. Indeed, if His Majesty could vanquish them once, he could surely do so again. Within the Xuantian imperial city, an air of turmoil prevailed as the warship's arrival instigated chaos. The officials, both civil and military, bore heavier hearts than the common folk, for they understood the true terror posed by the Luyun sect. How could this sect suppress the 3 great dynasties, rendering them utterly powerless? The answer was painfully evident. The Luyun sect was overwhelmingly powerful. The mightiest among the 3 dynasties were merely at the innate stage, while the Luyun sect boasted a plethora of masters, even transcending that with celestial beings capable of annihilating nations single-handedly. Faced with such formidable retaliation, could they truly muster the strength to resist? The officials of the Xuantian Empire silently questioned their fate, praying fervently that the emperor could indeed confront the Luyun sect, as he promised. Was this truly the Xuantian Empire, merely a collection of insignificant ants? Could the young sect master and the elder of war have perished in such a place? An inconspicuous dynasty could hardly harbor any true strength. It was highly probable that other sects were orchestrating events from the shadows, calculating their moves against them. Let us proceed. Ahead lies the palace of the Xuantian Empire. Capture that so-called Chen first, then obliterate this city to report back. They conspired aboard the warship. The elders of the Luyun sect exchanged glances, their faces devoid of emotion, their eyes glimmering with a menacing intent. The immense warship, laden with an oppressive aura, advanced toward the palace. Upon reaching the palace's entrance, they sought to breach its sanctum with overwhelming force. Who goes there? This is the Xuantian Palace. Entry is forbidden without the emperor's summons. Halt! A stern voice thundered from below the warship, as several figures, radiating formidable energy, ascended through the air. As they ascended, an overwhelming aura of ferocity surged toward the warship. 3 were masters of their craft, and 1 stood at the pinnacle of mastery. The once arrogant Luyun sect members, witnessing the fierce approach of these 4 figures, displayed a noticeable shift in demeanor. The 3 ascending figures emanated an astonishing presence, all being masters in their own right. The vice leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, standing at the bow of the warship, gazed at the 3 figures soaring into the sky, a frown creasing his brow. How could such a diminutive realm like the Xuantian Dynasty possess such profound depth? Who exactly are you, and from which sect do you hail? Are you unaware that this territory belongs to my Flowing Cloud sect? A cold, indifferent voice emerged from Jiang as a terrifying celestial pressure erupted, forcefully bearing down upon the 3 individuals who exuded a fierce and murderous aura, suppressing their burgeoning might. The 3 individuals, who had just recently returned upon the orders of Chen after conquering 2 major dynasties, were none other than Bai Qi, de Mo, and the undefeated Dugu Qiubai. Due to the catastrophic defeat of the million-strong coalition at the front lines, the Blue Maple Dynasty and the Tars Dynasty were heavily impacted. Bai Qi led an incursion into their territories, encountering little resistance, swiftly overpowering both dynasties and incorporating them into the Xuantian Dynasty's dominion. This was the very reason for Bai Qi's presence here. Dugu Qiubai, having utilized the past few days for rigorous cultivation, had ascended to the master realm. Apart from Chen, the Xuantian Dynasty now boasted 3 formidable masters. Zhaoyan was absent from this scene, as he was tasked with stabilizing the 2 newly subjugated nations to prevent further turmoil. Celestial realm experts loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, and the 3 exchanged solemn glances. For them, the existence of a celestial being was akin to a colossal peak, exceedingly difficult to contend with. Even if Bai Qi unleashed his full potential, facing a true celestial being would still pose an arduous challenge. Jiang stepped forth into the air, positioning himself before the warship and surveying the Xuantian imperial palace below. An arrogant and domineering voice echoed from him. Speak. Which sect do you belong to that dares to meddle in the affairs of my Flowing Cloud sect? Do you not fear instigating the sectarian war? Jiang was convinced that the 3 before him hailed from another sect. After all, it was inconceivable for a minor dynasty to produce 3 masters, let alone one who had attained the pinnacle of the master realm. The 3 remained silent, their expressions grave as they fervently circulated their internal energies, striving to elevate their power to its zenith in preparation for the impending conflict. Jiang's icy gaze swept over the 3 before shifting towards the palace not far away. I have heard that the ruler of the Xuantian Dynasty can wield the national dragon aura and has even shattered a fragment of the sect leader's soul. Yet, is he merely a coward hiding away? Jiang's eyes blazed with golden light, as if seeking to pierce through the void, fixating on Chen in the Taiji Hall. The celestial pressure surged forth, barreling towards the Taiji Hall with an aura that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Just as the celestial pressure neared the Taiji Hall, a resounding dragon's roar erupted, an overwhelming surge of fate rushing forth like a tidal wave. The previously formidable celestial pressure was instantly dispersed. How could this be? Such potent fortune. Jiang's expression shifted, his gaze fixed with gravity upon the direction of the Taiji Hall. In a fleeting clash, the Taiji Hall erupted with an exceedingly terrifying wave of fortune, dispersing his spiritual pressure. It is difficult to comprehend how one could shatter the soul of the sect leader. Yet the fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty has indeed reached such a formidable level. The sect leader was not mistaken. This individual can truly wield the power of national fortune, making him a formidable adversary. Jiang spoke in a grave tone, his eyes brimming with a tempest of murderous intent. The fortune emanating from the Taiji Hall filled him with a singular thought. the annihilation of this dynasty. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? A resounding voice echoed within the Taiji hall as a figure clad in a dragon robe emerged from the grand hall, stepping forth as if defying gravity. However, should the visitor be a thief, then only swords and blades shall suffice. As he spoke, Chen floated into the air, hovering above the warship. Gazing down upon Zhang and the members of the Luyan sect, his indifferent voice resounding. You possess audacity indeed, to stand before me without paying the respect of kneeling. Those who fail to bow before me shall face merciless execution. The booming voice reverberated through the heavens, and a terrifying dragon's roar echoed in the air, as if a majestic golden dragon coiled around Chen. This spectacle caused the approaching members of the Luyan sect to change countenance. Before their eyes, an immense creature appeared, a fearsome dragon glaring hungrily at them. How is this possible? How could such tremendous fortune exist? On the warship, a master-level expert looked up at the fearsome golden dragon of fortune and felt like an insignificant ant in its presence. The transformation of fortune into a dragon, was this not a phenomenon exclusive to dynasties? How could such a diminutive dynasty possess such a horrific golden dragon of fortune? A master-level warrior spoke with a trembling voice. They gazed at Chen, who loomed above them, and felt a sense of suffocation. In that moment, they finally understood why Elder War had been annihilated here. With such a golden dragon of fortune, and such a Xuantian sovereign, what difficulty would there be in slaying Shiman Changjiang and the others? Mastery at the pinnacle. A golden dragon of fortune. Jiang Ziang's expression darkened, and he spoke with a voice weathered by time. Given his cultivation at the heavenly realm, Jiang Ziang could clearly perceive Chen's cultivation level. The one who had been labeled a waste was, in fact, at the pinnacle of mastery. At just 20 years of age, if this is to be deemed a waste, then perhaps all within the Luyan sect, including himself and even the sect leader, are also considered wastes. You are Jiang Ziang, the deputy sect leader of the Luyan sect? Early stage of the heavenly realm, not too shabby. Chen regarded Jiang Ziang with an indifferent gaze, his words laced with a peculiar form of appreciation. Jiang Ziang glared at Chen, a fire of fury burning within him. This junior dared to assess him in a manner befitting a senior evaluating a junior. How dare this inexperienced brat critique me? Jiang Ziang fixed a murderous stare upon Chen, declaring fiercely, Do you truly believe that your pinnacle mastery grants you the right to be arrogant? The auspicious golden dragon is indeed remarkable, yet the ability to disperse a celestial being's soul fragment does not imply one can contend with a celestial being itself. Today I declare that the Xuantian Dynasty, under the tyrannical rule of its sovereign, has audaciously provoked the majesty of the Luyan sect and shall be met with annihilation. Henceforth, the Xuantian Dynasty shall cease to exist. A terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Ziang as waves of celestial energy surged and crashed toward Chen. He intended to shatter the auspicious golden dragon with celestial power, aiming to demonstrate to this ignorant youth that his reliance on such forces was merely an illusion, as insubstantial as a reflection in water. Huh! Chen chuckled, his eyes glimmering with derision. The auspicious golden dragon boldly shielded him from the oncoming celestial pressure as he took a decisive step into the air. The notion of the Xuantian dynasty's demise at the hands of the Luyan sect was laughable. While the Luyan sect may hold significance in their eyes, I have never regarded it as worthy of my attention. A chilling voice resonated, enveloping Chen in a menacing aura of murderous intent. Viang Xiang, se demenor irkit, Chen profondly. How dare this insignificant ruler of a minor dynasty provoke the upper sect? Jiang Ziang roared, his killing intent palpable as he fixed his gaze on Chen, unleashing his celestial power. Even though Chen exhibited remarkable prowess, and the Xuantian dynasty displayed the potential to ascend as a true dynasty, such meager foundations were insufficient to challenge the Luyan sect, a blatant disregard for one's own mortality. As Jiang Zhang's furious exhortations filled the air, a frigid killing intent ignited in Chen's eyes, the Emperor's sword shimmering in his grasp. Bai Qi, carry out my command. Eliminate them all. The cold voice emanated from Chen as he charged toward Jiangxiang. The emperor's sword swung down with fierce precision. How dare the insignificant Luyun sect claim superiority in my presence? Today, I shall use your heads to educate the Luyun sect as the sovereign of the Xuantian Dynasty. A presence akin to an emperor, Chen had previously engaged in dialogue with Jiangxiang solely to consolidate the Xuantian fortune, merging the auspicious golden dragon with his own consciousness. Now that this was accomplished, he could no longer tolerate this individual before him. In confronting such an adversary, Chen's only response was to kill. Cloaked in the auspicious golden dragon, his cultivation level instantaneously transcended the celestial realm, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. His eyes brimming with a terrifying murderous intent. A surge of celestial energy, as formidable as Jiangxiang's, erupted from Chen, igniting a transformative moment. How dare you? Jiangxiang's expression shifted drastically, his gaze reflecting a sense of suffocating disbelief. He never anticipated that this ruler of the Xuantian dynasty would not only display no fear, but would also strike first. Kill! Jiangxiang quickly regained his composure, bellowing in response. His figure leapt into the air, charging toward the descending Chen. The two forces collided mid-air, unleashing a ferocious display of celestial-level might. Chapter 67. Intense Battle of Celestials. Chen unleashed a powerful strike with his sword, its sharp edge slicing through the air, as the colossal five-clawed golden dragon lunged forth with ferocity. Roar! The golden dragon melded with the emperor's sword, as Chen transformed into an invincible deity of war, charging fiercely towards Jiangxiang. The oppressive aura of the celestial realm erupted, unleashing a terrifying sword light that cleaved through the air. The celestial realm's fluctuations. I never anticipated you to be of such caliber. Jiangxiang ascended, wielding his spear with fury. The energy waves of the celestial realm surged around him as he glared grimly at Chen, striking with all his might. His heart was filled with astonishment and trepidation towards Chen. He had never imagined that Chen possessed such celestial prowess. Even if it was due to the fortune of the dynasty, it was still a formidable capability. Chen's eruption of power instilled a profound sense of pressure in Jiangxiang, leaving him with a feeling of losing control. Bang! The two fearsome blades collided violently in midair, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the surroundings. The clash between Chen and Jiangxiang resulted in a stalemate, each equally matched in power. Such formidable strength. Jiangxiang regarded Chen with apprehension, his heart brimming with shock. Despite his own celestial-level cultivation, he found himself unable to contend with the ruler of this minor dynasty. Is this the essence of the celestial realm? Is this the source of your confidence? Chen, wielding the emperor's sword, gazed down upon Jiangxiang. Indeed, the power Jiangxiang unleashed was formidable. Had it been before Chen unified the three major dynasties, he would have had no means to confront such a powerful celestial adversary, lacking any confidence. However, circumstances had shifted. The three dynasties had been unified, transforming into the Xuantian Dynasty. The fortunes once belonging to the other kingdoms had now merged into the Xuantian Dynasty. The surge of fortune might not be significantly beneficial for most rulers, yet Chen was an exception, practicing within the auspices of the Fortune Sacred Dynasty. As the dynasty's fortune ascended, so too did his strength. With the fortunes of the two dynasties absorbed into the Xuantian Dynasty, Chen's cultivation had reached the threshold of half-step celestial realm. Coupled with a heightened fortune, his combat prowess was now on par with celestial-level warriors. Arrogance. Jiangxiang coldly scrutinized Chen, gritting his teeth. With such immense fortune, it seems you have devoured the other two dynasties. Though Jiangxiang was not a ruler himself, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming power a dynasty's fortune could wield. The fortune-laden golden dragon surrounding Chen was extraordinarily potent, surpassing what a mere dynasty could harbor, nearly rivaling that of an empire. Such a possibility could arise only from the Xuantian dynasty absorbing the two other dynasties. You are not entirely foolish, Chen remarked, his gaze icy as he directed the emperor's sword with forceful intent. In facing Jiang Ziang, Yi Chen remained resolute and dismissive. "Do not presume that this fortune grants you the ability to contend with me." Jiang Zhang, enraged by Yi Chen's brazen arrogance, fiercely swung his spear, charging towards him. As the vice master of the Flowing Cloud sect, Jiang Ziang had never experienced such disdain, nor had anyone dared to exhibit such arrogance towards him. Two formidable beings at the celestial level clashed ferociously in midair. Beyond the peak confrontation between Yi Chen and Jiang Zhang, Bai Qi Dharma and Dugu Qiubai also surged towards the masters of the Flowing Cloud sect. Dharma and Dugu Qiubai each faced off against a master-level opponent, engaging in a fierce battle. However, it was Bai Qi who truly astonished all. Frenziedly unleashing his murderous aura, Bai Qi seemed to transform into an invincible god of slaughter. Wildly wielding his cold blade and charging towards the other masters and elders of the Flowing Cloud sect aboard the warship. The violent aura surged, and, at that moment, Bai Qi's strength reached its zenith, unleashing the power of a half-step celestial. How could the Xuantian Dynasty possess so many powerful beings? This fellow is a half-step celestial. How is that possible? Bai Qi's full eruption struck fear into the hearts of the other masters aboard the warship, leaving them all in shock and awe. With sheer force of will, Bai Qi suppressed the others aboard the vessel, rendering them unable to step foot outside and forcing them to rely on the ship's power for defense. Faced with such a formidable half-step celestial, even a coalition of so many masters felt no confidence in their ability to defeat him. The Xuantian Dynasty is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to disrespect his majesty shall meet their demise. Bai Qi roared fiercely, his long knife imbued with astonishing murderous intent as he struck down upon the warship. The overwhelming aura constrained the vessel, preventing its occupant from escaping, forcing the members of the Flowing Cloud sect to rely solely on the ship's strength for protection. Confronted with such a powerful force, few possessed the confidence to resist. How could this be? A half-step celestial, and you still have another half-step celestial. Jiang Ziang, engaged in battle with Yi Chen, paled as he was shaken by Bai Qi's explosive might. From a moment he laid eyes on Bai Qi. Jiang Ziang sensed his extraordinary nature, yet he had merely regarded him as a peak master. He never anticipated that this individual would be a half-step celestial. With a half-step celestial dominating the warship, even the multitude of master-level warriors aboard would be of little consequence. Just as Jiang Ziang was engulfed in shock, he momentarily lost focus and was struck by Yi Chen's sword. The sword of the Emperor, imbued with terrifying power, cleaved into Jiang Ziang's shoulder, drawing forth a stream of blood. Had he not instinctively retreated at the moment of the sword's impact, the blow would have severed his arm entirely. To engage with me while daring to be distracted is sheer folly. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he advanced, each step accompanied by a sword strike, unleashing a series of terrifying killing moves aimed at Jiang Ziang. After wounding Jiang Ziang with a single strike, Yi Chen pressed forward relentlessly, determined not to grant his opponent a moment's respite. Yi Chen was confident in his strength, yet that confidence did not translate into arrogance. He was acutely aware of Jiang Ziang's formidable combat prowess. If given the opportunity to react, he would swiftly stabilize the current situation, thereby making this grand battle even more arduous. A flurry of icy glimmers pierced through the air as Yi Chen wielded his sword with unrelenting ferocity, summoning the mighty Golden Dragon of Fortune to suppress Jiang Ziang. The colossal Golden Dragon, with its menacing claws and fangs, resembled a living beast, fiercely assaulting Jiang Ziang, intent on crushing him with its formidable power. Under the oppressive force of the Golden Dragon, Yi Chen's heavenly sword carved ghastly scars upon Jiang Ziang's body, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid, his eyes filled with trepidation. What on earth was happening? How could the Golden Dragon of Fortune be so overwhelmingly powerful? Jiang Zhang's heart raced with anxiety as he realized he felt utterly helpless against Yi Chen. Damn it. It seemed he had no choice but to unleash that move. Jiang Zhang glared at Yi Chen with ferocity, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Heavenly Union, Flowing Cloud Transformation." Chapter 68. I am the deity in their hearts, Heavenly Union. Flowing Cloud Transformation. Jiang Zhang bellowed, as the spiritual energy within him became tumultuous at that moment. His blood surged within him as if boiling. Flowing cloud transformation. A top-tier secret technique of the flowing cloud sect serves to stimulate cellular vitality, unleashing a more potent force. Having suffered severe blows and feeling his power suppressed by this individual before him, a fervent rage ignited within Jiang Zhang, driving his desire to elevate his strength and overpower this monstrous Yi Chen. Flowing cloud transformation was Jiang Zhang's lifeline, a means to turn the tide of battle. Flowing cloud transformation? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, a glimmer of insight sparking in his eyes. He sensed an astonishing transformation occurring within Jiang Zhang. He could feel the surge of energy within him escalating dramatically. Was this akin to a blood escape technique? Yi Chen murmured to himself, as he wielded his cold sword with unyielding resolve, channeling the power of the golden dragon of fortune to impose upon Jiang Zhang. Despite the rising aura of Jiang Zhang, Yi Chen remained undaunted. The domineering golden dragon, under Yi Chen's command, surged toward the figure before him, driven by a singular thought, to obliterate this presence and send him to the depths of hell. You are doomed, young one. How dare you force me to employ flowing cloud transformation? If I do not flay your skin and shatter your bones today, I shall no longer bear the surname Jiang. Jiang Zhang roared in a fit of rage, as the tide of his power surged violently, his blood boiling and flowing. Miraculously, his cultivation advanced from the initial stage of the celestial realm to the mid-stage, achieving an extraordinary breakthrough. Once oppressed by the golden dragon of fortune, Jiang Zhang now wielded his spear with ferocity, pushing back against the golden dragon. The mid-stage of the celestial realm? What a remarkable secret technique! Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he intently observed Jiang Zhang, attuned to the fluctuations of energy emanating from him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Zhang possessed such astonishing prowess. Merely by employing a secret technique, he had remarkably enhanced his own strength, advancing from the early to the mid-stage of the celestial realm, significantly augmenting his combat power. Brandishing his spear, Jiang Zhang glared ferociously at Yi Chen, gritting his teeth and coldly declaring, "You left me in such a wretched state. Now it is your turn to experience this." As he spoke with an air of murderous intent, the spear in his hand radiated an extraordinarily terrifying power, lunging towards Yi Chen with deadly intent. The spear tore through the air, unleashing a dreadful torrent of energy that surged towards Yi Chen as if it sought to rend him asunder. The formidable strength derived from the mid-stage of the celestial realm rendered Jiang Zhang's lethal strike even more savage. The aura emanating from him surged exponentially at that moment. Indeed, the power of the mid-stage, celestial realm, was undeniably formidable. Yi Chen's figure retreated rapidly, deftly evading the onslaught, while regarding the advancing Jiang Zhang with admiration. Compared to their earlier skirmish, Jiang Zhang was evidently much stronger now. With a fierce glare fixed upon Yi Chen, Jiang Zhang unleashed a torrent of strikes with his spear. Laughing coldly, "Do not be overly astonished. Soon you shall perish beneath this power." The spear arced through the air, the violent winds howling as Jiang Zhang ruthlessly unleashed his assault, shaking the surrounding space. What a fortuitous timing. I shall witness how you wield this power against me. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he wielded the Emperor's sword with unyielding ferocity, the immense aura of the golden dragon of fortune surging forth alongside the sword, ready to confront the impending tempest. Boom! The two formidable attacks collided fiercely in midair, unleashing an exceedingly terrifying storm. A shocking spectacle unfolded above. The once sunny sky was now cloaked in ominous clouds, with bolts of lightning seeming to cleave the heavens as they intertwined across the firmament. This chaotic display of lightning evoked a profound sense of dread among the inhabitants of the imperial city, as though the very world were on the brink of collapse. Resembling the apocalypse itself, it was the wrath of the gods, a sight too fearsome to behold. Spare us, divine beings. In the imperial city, an elderly man trembled as he knelt upon the ground, holding 3 incense sticks and muttering prayers in a quavering voice. Observing his actions, Many nearby followed suit, kneeling towards the heavens, beseeching forgiveness from the divine amidst the flickering lightning. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? The emperor is battling those wicked thieves from the flowing cloud sect. The emperor is protecting us from those rogues. Indeed, the emperor is waging war. The divine being you speak of is none other than our emperor. We should not implore the so-called gods, but rather rally behind the emperor." Two martial practitioners regarded the terrifying thunder in the sky with grave expressions, their hearts filled with shock at the duel unfolding above. Yet, upon witnessing others beseeching the divine, they could not help but admonish them, striving to awaken their senses. They are acutely aware that their only salvation lies with the sovereign within the palace. Only if the emperor triumphs in this battle can they hope to survive this calamity. "Long live your majesty! Your majesty, prevail! Defeat these vile brigands! Long live your majesty!" As if influenced by the words of these two warriors, numerous citizens within the imperial city began to shout in unison. It seemed they had come to the realization that only the emperor could rescue them from this disaster. The deities they typically revered in prayer could offer no assistance in the face of such dire peril. The once quiet imperial city suddenly erupted into a cacophony of fervent voices rallying for Chen and hurling insults at the Luoyuan sect. Hearing the sounds surrounding him, Chen's smile grew ever more radiant. He could feel the faith and reverence of the populace, sensing the burgeoning strength of the dynasty's fortune. "Do you hear that? In the eyes of the common people, your Luoyuan sect is nothing more than a band of rogues. Chen mokingli adresestet viang ziang, dejdaring. I am the deity they hold in their hearts." As he spoke, Chen stepped forward into the air, his heavenly emperor sword merging with the essence of the golden dragon of fortune. His aura surged at an astonishing pace, rapidly ascending to a power that soon surpassed that of Jiangxiang. This is the national power of the Xuantian Dynasty, the unwavering resolve of the populace. What can a mere celestial being like you use to counter this? Chen gazed coldly at the figure before him, his sword transforming into a colossal dragon, viciously slicing downward at Jiangxiang. "Go forth, for this is the will of the people." Whoosh! A brilliant stream of light pierced the sky, the razor-sharp sword light descending in an instant. Roar! The direction of the sword light unleashed a deafening dragon's roar, an overwhelming sharpness aimed directly at Jiangxiang. How could this be? Jiangxiang trembled as he beheld the incoming sword light. Chen's strike filled him with the scent of death, and the will encapsulated within it instilled a foreboding sense that this blow could spell his doom. "No, it is simply impossible." Jiangxiang shrieked in madness, a glint of frenzy igniting in his eyes as he wildly brandished his spear. In that moment, he desperately ignited his own lifeblood, striving to elevate his power to its zenith, intent on blocking this lethal strike with his utmost force. The spear soared through the air, a tempest of fury sweeping forth to collide with the sword light slicing through the heavens. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, two immensely terrifying blades of light collided in the sky. A resplendent glow compelled all within the imperial city to instinctively shut their eyes in that fleeting second. Each heart was gripped with a singular question. In this clash, who emerged victorious? Chapter 69. The despair of the Luoyuan sect, the cataclysmic sword strike cleaved through the air. A colossal five-clawed golden dragon lunging ferociously at Jiangxiang, unleashing a terrifying might as the dragon savagely bit down upon Jiangxiang, who was desperately attempting to fend off the assault with his spear. A breathtaking scene unfolded in the heavens as a fierce sword light cleaved downwards, and a spray of blood ascended into the sky. How could this be? No. How could the vice sect master be defeated? The members of the Luoyuan sect gazed upward, their faces frozen in disbelief, trembling in shock. In midair, Jiangxiang brandished his spear, poised for attack, his visage twisted in a grimace, eyes radiating a murderous intent. Yet, despite maintaining this fervent assault, a horrifying line of blood marred his form, a line that cleaved his body in twain. The celestial realm? Is merely so. Chen's expression remained impassive as he stated this matter-of-factly. A surge of formidable energy erupted around him, the forceful wind crashing against Jiangxiang's attacking form. An alarming sight ensued, as Jiangxiang's body was bisected, plummeting to the ground. Dead. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable Jiangxiang, who had been a mid-stage celestial realm powerhouse, was now a lifeless corpse, reduced to two halves. A celestial realm expert could not withstand a single sword strike from Chen. Before the eyes of numerous elders and disciples of the Luoyuan sect, Jiangxiang was slain with a single stroke, his body severed in two. Despair surged within the hearts of all Luoyuan sect members, each casting fearful glances at Chen, who loomed over them like a terrifying demon, a true harbinger of death. Impossible. Our vice sect master is a celestial realm expert. How could he be slain by the ruler of a mere small dynasty? How could this be? Vice sect master. Cries of anguish resonated aboard the warship, as the elders and disciples of the Luoyuan sect were engulfed by sorrow and fear, unwilling to accept the grim reality unfolding before their eyes. His Majesty has vanquished his adversary. We must not disappoint him. Eliminate them. Bai Qi roared, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent as he swung his blade towards the warship ahead. Like a crashing wave, the force of his strikes battered against the ship's protective shield, each blow more powerful than the last, causing the shield to tremble. The warship swaying in the air, under Bai Qi's furious onslaught. This immense power threatened to shatter the ship's defenses. Indeed, we must not let His Majesty down. Slay them. Damo and Dugu Qiubai spoke coldly, fervently channeling their energy as they unleashed a brutal assault against the masters before them, intent on obliterating them with their utmost strength. His Majesty has already annihilated the formidable adversaries of the Luoyuan sect. If they could not dispatch the remaining minions, what face would they have to present to His Majesty? From above, overlooking the fierce battle below, Chen's mind resonated with a mechanical voice. Congratulations, host, for activating a hidden mission. Annihilate the Luoyuan sect. Upon completion, a reward of one lottery opportunity awaits. After Chen forcefully eliminated Jiangxiang, he finally reactivated a hidden mission. Listening to the voice resonating in his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chen's eyes. Narrowing his gaze, he murmured, "Is the hidden task to obliterate the Luoyuan sect? It appears this sect must cease to exist for the sake of the mission." A chill surged within Chen's eyes as he observed the multitude of Luoyuan sect members below, marking them in his mind with a singular fate, death. For the sake of his mission, they were afforded no chance of survival. I wish for these souls to find eternal rest within the Xuantian imperial city. Chen's voice echoed coldly. He took a step into the air, striding towards the Taiji Hall, showing no intention to intervene in the fierce battles occurring above. He seemed to possess unwavering confidence that the prowess of Bai Qi and others was sufficient to vanquish these adversaries without his direct involvement. "We obey your command." Bai Qi and his companions bellowed in unison, their speed in wielding their divine weapons accelerating as their unleashed energy surged exponentially in that instant. Particularly, Dugu Qiubai, reckless in his pursuit of power, invoked secret techniques to stimulate his blood, causing an explosive surge in strength, amplifying his lethality. They were determined to employ the most fervent measures to aid their sovereign in eradicating these chaotic rebels and sending them to the depths of hell. Dugu Qiubai and Dharma launched fierce assaults, utilizing their formidable combat prowess to decisively eliminate their adversaries after sustaining some injuries. Elsewhere, Bai Qi's eyes blazed crimson, his bloodlust rendering him ferocious. In that moment, he allowed the murderous intent to consume his will, transforming himself into a machine of slaughter, entering a state of frenzied rampage. As Bai Qi spiraled into this uncontrollable state, his strength surged at a visibly alarming rate, nearing the realm of transcendence. In such a frenzied outburst, Bai Qi struck fiercely against the battleship's protective barrier with his blade, leaving terrifying cracks in its surface. As if the barrier could not withstand such a horrific assault and was on the verge of shattering. "Maintain the barrier. Do not let it break, or we shall all perish." On board the battleship, many elders of the Master Realm turned red-faced, their throats emitting hoarse roars. At that moment, they poured all their strength into the formation of the battleship, pushing it to its utmost limits. Faced with Baiqi's terrifying onslaught, they understood that should the protective barrier fail to withstand his strike, the consequences would be dire. Death awaited them, as none possessed the confidence to confront such a formidable Baiqi, all recognizing that before this powerful madman, they were left with only a dead end. The members of the Liu Yun sect frantically channeled their strength into the battleship's formation, illuminating the barrier with an even more resplendent glow, enhancing its defensive power in that crucial moment. Yet, before any semblance of joy could emerge on the faces of those aboard the warship, a resounding crash echoed. A profound despair manifested on each countenance as their lifeline, the protective shield, was shattered by the madman wielding a bloody blade. No! Desperate cries of terror reverberated throughout the vessel, swiftly followed by a chorus of anguished screams. Blood rained down from the sky, as if a crimson storm had descended upon the palace. Amidst the cacophony of wails, the elders and disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect met their tragic demise. Even the esteemed masters, facing the inexorable advance of Baiqi, felt as insignificant as ants, harvested mercilessly by the sharp, ruthless edge of his sword. In that moment, the forces of both sides were not even comparable in their might. Baiqi rampaged through the warship, his speed of slaughter astonishing, leaving the crew no chance to flee. As they were swiftly cut down, blood flowed across the deck, and not a single elder or disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect escaped. All lay lifeless upon the ship. The tempest that the Flowing Cloud sect had unleashed upon the Xuantian Dynasty met with a dismal end. The Xuantian Dynasty revealed its most terrifying fangs to the world. Chapter 70. 3 days later, troops deployed against the Flowing Cloud sect. A rain of blood fell from the heavens, the stench of carnage wafting through the palace, audible to all within the imperial city. Some martial artists, with their keen eyesight, could discern the fierce battle unfolding above the palace. They stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Moments later, jubilant tsars arupta. Victory! His Majesty has triumphed, and all the vile rogues of the Flowing Cloud sect have been vanquished. Long live the Emperor! We are safe. The Flowing Cloud sect is nothing before our sovereign. The imperial city resounded with fervent cheers, and many martial artists roared with excitement, lauding Chen while denouncing the Flowing Cloud sect. The heavy burdens that weighed upon many hearts could finally be cast aside when the worship of the Flowing Cloud sect descended upon the palace. Each soul within the imperial city felt an overwhelming weight. Even breathing seemed laborious, suffocating. Many had resigned themselves to the notion of impending annihilation. For the reputation of the Flowing Cloud sect loomed large, akin to legendary deities, invincible and insurmountable. Faced with such a formidable sect-s retaliation, even with the miraculous feats accomplished by the Emperor of the Xuantian Dynasty, few truly believed that Chen could withstand such a terrifying adversary. The might of the Flowing Cloud sect had long been etched into the minds of the people. As they braced for annihilation, the Emperor, in a display of ruthless slaughter, conveyed an indomitable message. Before the Xuantian Dynasty, before Chen, the Flowing Cloud sect was but a mere shadow. The divine slayer of gods, the Buddha slayer of Buddhas, that was their sovereign. They had won. They had truly triumphed. The might of His Majesty is truly terrifying. The individual who was just slain was none other than the vice sect master of the Flowing Cloud sect, a being who is said to possess a celestial-like existence. It is astonishing that such a formidable figure could not withstand even a single strike from His Majesty's sword. The Xuantian Dynasty has given birth to a true dragon. Perhaps we shall assist His Majesty in ushering in an era of unprecedented prosperity, transcending mere dynasty to attain an imperial reign. The officials of the Xuantian Dynasty gazed in awe at the blood rain falling from the skies. They had witnessed the fierce battle above the palace and were profoundly aware of His Majesty's strength, feeling the transformative essence of the Xuantian Dynasty, while they did not fully comprehend the true depths of the Flowing Cloud sect's power. They understood that the elite dispatched to confront them represented a significant portion of their strength. Particularly, the celestial beings were few in number, even within the Flowing Cloud sect. If all goes as anticipated, the Flowing Cloud sect may now possess but a single celestial being. If even that singular entity could not withstand a single sword strike, could the so-called sect master of the flowing cloud sect fare any better? Upon reflecting on this, the ministers of the Xuantian Dynasty felt a surge of fervor ignite within their eyes. They recognized that an unprecedented golden age was on the horizon, heralding a transformation never before seen in the Xuantian Dynasty. Henceforth, it is imperative that we diligently fulfill every directive issued by His Majesty, ensuring that we become the backbone of the Xuantian Dynasty. Indeed, we must not disappoint His Majesty, should we excel in our duties. There lies the potential for us to ascend to positions of prominence within the imperial court. The multitude of ministers within the Xuantian Dynasty fervently encouraged one another, each heart ablaze with passion, driven to strive relentlessly toward the creation of value. Unbeknownst to Chen, this battle had invigorated the civil and military officials of the Xuantian Dynasty, who were eager to dedicate their every effort to the advancement of the dynasty. Following the overwhelming defeat of the Flowing Cloud Sects' many strong warriors, Chen returned to the Taiji Hall. He instructed Dugu Qiubai to lead the imperial guards in cleansing the battlefield of blood, for this vessel would henceforth serve as the ship of conquest for the Xuantian Dynasty. The once rampant Bai Qi had now regained his composure and stood respectfully alongside Dharma before Chen. Their reverence for Chen continued to deepen. As Chen toyed with a spatial ring, a curious smile graced his face. The formidable warriors of the Flowing Cloud sect who had perished at our hands likely represented a significant portion of their foundational strength. Even the Flowing Cloud sect would suffer considerable repercussions from such losses. As he contemplated the spatial ring, Chen remarked nonchalantly, "With the deaths of so many from the Flowing Cloud sect, our enmity has reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. I can only imagine the chaos that will ensue when they learn of these developments." Through the heavenly network's intelligence gathering, Chen had gained an understanding of the strong warriors within the Flowing Cloud sect. The casualties at the Xuantian Palace accounted for 2/3 of their formidable forces. Now, aside from Mu Chang'e, the Flowing Cloud sect was left with only a handful of masters, a few innate realm practitioners, and some postnatal disciples. I have decided to take the initiative. Chen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination as he coldly declared, "In 3 days, we shall mobilize our forces against the Flowing Cloud sect and reduce it to ruins." For too long, the Flowing Cloud sect had been the aggressor, while the Xuantian Dynasty found itself in a state of passive resistance against their relentless assaults. Although each skirmish ultimately ended in victory for the Xuantian Dynasty, the repeated targeting and forced defenses felt like a profound humiliation. Chen resolved not to endure such indignity any longer. As the sovereign of a nation and the emperor of the dynasty, it was his prerogative to wage war against others, and he would not tolerate any affront to his authority. Thus, he resolved to shift from a defensive stance to an offensive one. At that moment, within the Jade Tabla Hall of the Flowing Cloud sect, Mu Chang'e stood with his eyes ablaze, disbelief etched across his features. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His voice trembled as he spoke, and he felt a disquieting instability that even a being of his caliber, a celestial realm expert, could not shake off. The jade tablets housed within the hall had suffered catastrophic damage, with 2/3 reduced to mere fragments scattered across the floor. Even the jade tablet belonging to the deputy sect master, Jiang Xiang, lay shattered. Every elder who ascended to the realm of master within the Flowing Cloud sect possessed the right to forge a life jade tablet, infused with their essence. The sole purpose of these tablets was to glimpse the threads of life and death. When a holder of a life jade tablet perished, their tablet would shatter. Now, with 2/3 of the tablets in the Flowing Cloud sect as hall broken, it was evident that the elders dispatched to confront the Xuantian Dynasty had all fallen. What has transpired? How could this be? What power does the Xuantian Dynasty possess that even Jiang Zhang, a celestial being, has perished? Mu Chang'e trembled, his voice rife with agitation. As he contemplated the magnitude of the loss, his emotions spiraled out of control, leading to a furious outburst. "The Xuantian Dynasty. I shall not rest until we settle this." His wrathful cry reverberated throughout the Flowing Cloud sect, echoing through the surrounding mountains. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged skyward, intertwining in the air, causing the entire space to tremble as if shaken by Muchanga's fury. Chapter 71. The Conspiracy of the Flowing Cloud Sect. The Flowing Cloud Sect faced an unprecedented upheaval. The loss of a celestial being alongside numerous master elders was a calamity too grave for even the Flowing Cloud Sect to bear. In their grandest palace, Muchanga summoned all remaining master elders to convene and devise a strategy to confront the Xuantian Dynasty. It must be acknowledged that the foundational strength of the Flowing Cloud Sect was formidable. Despite the slaughter of many master elders, when Muchanga gathered the surviving ones, over 20 remained, underscoring the sect's status as a formidable entity, the capital of their supremacy. Esteemed leader, the audacity of the Xuantian Dynasty to slaughter so many formidable members of our Luyun sect cannot be forgiven. We must seek vengeance for Vice Sect Master Jiang and the other elders. Historically, it has been our Luyun sect that suppressed others. Never has anyone dared to confront us in such a manner. The Xuantian Dynasty's massacre of our kin is absolutely intolerable. Within the Grand Hall, numerous masters of the Luyun sect seethed with anger, their voices rising with ferocity. The loss of so many powerful figures has left the elders consumed by boundless hatred. They could scarcely believe that the Luyun sect had suffered such a grave defeat at the hands of a minor dynasty. Moreover, with even the Vice Sect Master falling to the Xuantian Dynasty, an individual of the celestial realm, does this not imply that the Xuantian Dynasty possesses the strength to annihilate beings of such caliber? One elder, his brow furrowed in concern, articulated this thought. Unlike most of the elders who had hastily returned from distant summons, he had remained within the Luyun sect and was acutely aware of the terrifying forces poised to eradicate the Xuantian Dynasty. Rather than succumbing to despair over the tragic losses, he chose to remind everyone at this critical juncture, lest their fury cloud their judgment. Indeed, the Xuantian Dynasty is even more formidable than we had anticipated, particularly the power that extinguished the Vice Sect Master. We must ascertain whether any other sects have intervened. If so, which sect could it be? Might it be the Luoyuan sect? The elders whispered among themselves, sharing their insights. Elder Chen, the most senior among them, gazed at the solemn and silent sect master seated at the head of the hall and inquired, "Sect Master, what is your perspective on this matter?" As the grand elder of the Luyun sect, Chen wielded considerable authority, second only to Muchanga and Jiangxiang. His cultivation level was likewise just below theirs, having grasped a hint of the celestial's essence. Upon his query, a profound silence enveloped the hall, all eyes turning towards the sect master. The decision to engage in battle, and the manner in which to do so, rested solely with him. Thus, the discussions among the assembled were of little consequence. A single word from the sect master held more weight than 1,000 utterances. Muchanga's eyes glowed crimson, infused with a fierce desire for retribution as he surveyed the gathered elders. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, echoed through the hall. "The purpose of our gathering is singular, to obliterate the Xuantian Dynasty and avenge the souls of our fallen brethren." The losses endured by the Luyun sect had ignited a tempest of emotions within Muchanga. "I possess some knowledge of the Xuantian Dynasty situation," he continued, glancing around at the assembled elders. "Their capability to slay Jiangxiang is likely attributable to the dynasty's fortuitous destiny." Fortuitous destiny? A wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. The faces of the Luyun sect elders reflecting shock. As elders of the Luyun sect, they were well aware of the significance of such a concept. These dynasties indeed possess the ability to gather fortune, much like the way the Flowing Cloud sect embodies its own unique destiny. However, it is noteworthy that the fortune of the Flowing Cloud sect far surpasses that of these minor dynasties. The fortune of a small dynasty is insufficient to even give rise to a master. How could such a dynasty's fortune possibly lead to the demise of a vice sect leader? The sect leader remarked, "Regardless of the strength of these minor dynasties' fortunes, they remain ephemeral and insubstantial. How could the death of the vice sect leader be attributed to fortune?" Chen spoke with a heavy tone. "If the vice sect leader had perished within the confines of a great dynasty, annihilated by the sovereign's fortune, Chen Shikai would find that quite plausible. Some powerful sovereigns have already learned to harness a fraction of their dynasty's fortune in battle, and when positioned at the center of their dynasty's fortune, they can unleash a combat power that exceeds 200%. Yet, the vice sect leader fell in a small dynasty, which seems rather implausible. Mu Chang'e observed the astonished expressions of those present and spoke gravely. The fortune of the Xuantian Dynasty has evolved into a fortune golden dragon. A fortune golden dragon? How can this be? Chen Shikai exclaimed in shock. Even among dynasties, only a select few top-tier ones have the potential to give rise to a fortune golden dragon. How could such a small dynasty possibly manifest one? Chen Shikai had previously undergone trials in several nearby great dynasties, and even those formidable dynasties had failed to condense a fortune golden dragon. So how could this small dynasty achieve such a feat? Mu Chang'e cast a cold glance at Chen Shikai, asserting, "The fortune golden dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty has indeed shattered my celestial soul. Thus this is beyond doubt. If the Xuantian Dynasty possesses the means to annihilate celestial beings, it is likely due to this fortune golden dragon." After all, before Zhangzhang and a multitude of elders descended upon the Xuantian Dynasty, the latter had, with a thunderous momentum, engulfed two neighboring dynasties, resulting in a substantial surge in their fortune. When summoning these elders back, Mu Chang'e had already dispatched individuals to investigate the Xuantian Dynasty and had learned of the annexation of the Lanfeng Dynasty and the Taz Dynasty. Through this event, Mu Chang'e connected it to the surging fortune golden dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty. A fortune golden dragon, a small dynasty, has actually given birth to a fortune golden dragon. This heralds the potential of an extraordinary dynasty. The Xuantian Dynasty likely harbors a more terrifying potential than our flowing cloud sect. As Chen Shikai spoke, his body trembled slightly. Like the other elders, he was deeply shaken by this revelation. Sect leader, if the Xuantian Dynasty truly gives rise to a fortune golden dragon, we must not allow this dynasty to persist. Otherwise, it will not be long before they grow stronger and inevitably pose a threat to our flowing cloud sect. Chen Shikai spoke solemnly, fully aware that once the Xuantian Dynasty attains the stature of a great dynasty, a great conflict with the flowing cloud sect is inevitable, as they would seek to expand their territory, which would undoubtedly encroach upon our own. It is far wiser to eliminate them now than to confront a dynasty-level existence in the future. Mu Chang'e surveyed the numerous elders within the Grand Hall, his tone laced with menace as he declared, "I propose that we mobilize the full strength of our sect. In 3 days, we shall invade the Xuantian Dynasty and utterly annihilate it, thereby establishing a new puppet dynasty." The sect master interjected Chen Shikai with a grave expression. "If we proceed in this manner, how shall we contend with the fortune golden dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty?" The Xuantian Dynasty had previously vanquished Jiangxiang of the Celestial Realm, and the sect master might not be capable of overcoming it either. Mu Chang'e produced a pitch-black iron chain, a cold smile gracing his lips. "With this artifact in our possession, the fortune golden dragon will be unable to stir up any tempest. 3 days hence shall mark the demise of the Xuantian Dynasty." Both Mu Chang'e and Yi Chen were in complete accord regarding the imminent war. Chapter 72. The prelude to battle. A palpable aura of impending slaughter enveloped the entirety of the Luoyuan sect, as preparations for the vengeful conflict to obliterate the Xuantian Dynasty were fervently underway. At this moment, within the Tai Chi Hall of the Xuantian Dynasty's palace, Yi Chen sat upon the dragon throne, listening to the reports of various ministers regarding the affairs transpiring within the dynasty. It must be acknowledged that, despite the fact that many officials had previously betrayed Yi Chen and engaged in corrupt practices, their capabilities were indeed commendable. They had adeptly managed the pressing concerns of the populace within the Xuantian Dynasty. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yi Chen turned his gaze towards the hesitant Minister of War, Gu Yinshan, and spoke with indifference. "Gu Yinshan, if you have something to say, then do so without reservation." Encouraged by the sovereign's words, Gu Yinshan rose and knelt, stating, "Your Majesty, we have achieved great victories on the front lines. The Lanfeng Dynasty and the Taisai Dynasty have been conquered by General Bai Qi and General Zhao Yun. These two dynasties shall henceforth become territories of our Xuantian Dynasty. How shall we govern these newly acquired lands? News of the border forces sweeping through the Lanfeng and Taisai dynasties and vanquishing their royal families had already reached them. As the Minister of War, Xuantian was naturally aware of the sovereign's plans and would mobilize the military to maintain order in the newly acquired territories and assist in their governance. Chen regarded Xuantian with a placid gaze and replied, "Concerning these two regions, consult with the other 5 departments and the 3 dukes. Expedite the dispatch of personnel to assume control, delineate them into new prefectures and counties, and arrange for their education. I desire that within a year, the inhabitants of these places come to regard themselves as citizens of the Xuantian Dynasty rather than viewing us as adversaries. Do you understand?" In his concluding words, Chen cast a sweeping glance over all the civil and military officials present. For him, the conquest of the 2 dynasties was merely a beginning. The ultimate ambition of the Xuantian Dynasty was to emerge as the sole sovereign within the realms, asserting dominion over all lands beneath the heavens. Wherever his gaze fell would become part of the territory of Xuantian. "We understand, Your Majesty." The court officials responded in unison, fully aware that the 1-year deadline set by the sovereign was not a mere suggestion, but rather an imperative. If they failed to achieve their goals within this year, the nature of their punishment remains shrouded in mystery. Xuantian, there's another task that requires your attention. Chen gazed seriously at Xuantian. Xuantian respectfully knelt, declaring, "Your servant is here. Please speak, Your Majesty." Chen, fixing his eyes upon Xuantian, slowly articulated, "The borders of the Xuantian Dynasty shall only expand. Given the current military strength of the dynasty, our forces are insufficient. I command you to swiftly recruit soldiers and send them to the major military camps for training, cultivating a multitude of elite warriors for me. We shall obliterate the 2 major dynasties and incorporate their territories into the Xuantian Dynasty. Although the fortunes of these 2 dynasties have merged with ours, their lands remain engulfed in chaos due to the ravages of war. Chen must dispatch a substantial force to quell this disorder and foster development. His ambitions extend beyond merely these 2 dynasties. Once he conquers the Luoyun sect, it will signify the transformation of a dynasty into an empire. I shall obey your command," Xuantian respectfully replied, acknowledging the gravity of the task assigned by His Majesty. Dismiss the court. After clearly outlining the matters at hand, Chen waved his hand, allowing the court officials to take their leave. While the affairs of the Xuantian Dynasty warranted attention, for Chen, the most pressing concern lay with the Luoyun sect. The annihilation of the Luoyun sect was of utmost urgency. Once the court officials departed, only Chen, Bai Qi, Damo, and Dugu Qiubai remained in the Grand Hall. The trio of Bai Qi could be considered one of Chen's assets in dealing with the Luoyun sect. 3 days hence, Chen would lead these 3 to confront the Luoyun sect. Now that the system has issued the task of your destruction, even if I wish to spare you, it is beyond possibility, Chen muttered to himself with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with a ferocious intent. The enmity with the Luoyun sect originated from the death of his father. Although the one who had slain his father was the war elder of the Luoyun sect, Shimin Changjiang, whom Chen had already executed, the animosity had since transformed into an irreconcilable vendetta. Only through the complete annihilation of one party could this conflict be resolved. Bai Qi, in 2 days, I will entrust the Yomi Phantom Cavalry to you. You must impart your knowledge of battle formations to them, enabling them to harness the power of these formations to combat those masters. They will become a formidable force in the bloodbath against the Luoyun sect, Chen stated calmly. Having acquired Bai Qi from the system, Chen understood that, in addition to his formidable strength, Bai Qi possessed extensive knowledge of powerful battle formations that could unite the soldiers' might and unleash unprecedented power. Your Majesty can rest assured, I will fulfill this mission. Bai Qi replied respectfully. He was acutely aware of the significance and difficulty of the impending battle, which would prove to be even more challenging than sweeping away the 2 major dynasties or defeating the enemies of the Luoyun sect. Chen gazed intently at the 3 before him, channeling 3 powerful auras into their bodies. This is the power of fortune from the Xuantian Dynasty. By refining this force, you shall enhance your strength, Chen spoke calmly. He was acutely aware of the impending clash with the Luyun sect and the terrifying nature of what was to come. Thus he felt compelled to assist these capable warriors to the best of his ability. The stronger the cultivation of these 3 individuals became, the more advantageous it would be for the forthcoming confrontation. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Bai Qi and the others knelt, their eyes shimmering with excitement. They understood the profound strength of the fortune that had been infused into their bodies and the immense aid it would provide to their cultivation. "Go forth, train diligently, and prepare well. A fierce battle awaits us," Chen said gravely as he gazed at Bai Qi and the others. Even with his confidence in the upcoming battle, he felt a tremendous weight upon his shoulders. "We understand, Your Majesty," Bai Qi and the others replied in unison. With a wave of his hand, Chen dismissed them. After they left the Taiji Hall, he sat upon the dragon throne, gazing out at the sky beyond the Grand Hall, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I am the Emperor, the Son of Destiny. You, Luyun's sect, dare to tread upon my head. I shall use you as the catalyst to sweep across the land, to conquer the realms, and to establish an unparalleled divine court." In his heart, Chen envisioned a resplendent tapestry, wherein the world lay within the Xuantian realm, with deities as his soldiers, and all things bowing beneath his imperial might. The Luyun sect would mark the beginning of this magnificent narrative. The citizens of the Xuantian dynasty remained oblivious to the imminent peak confrontation brewing between their dynasty and the Luyun sect, a war in which only one side could survive. The storm clouds of war were gathering amidst the 2 formidable forces, heralding the tempest to come. Chapter 73. Setting sail, marching 4th time passed swiftly, 3 days slipping by in the blink of an eye. In the Xuantian dynasty, a colossal warship ascended into the sky, surrounded by the battle flags of the dynasty. Today marked the moment when Chen led the might of the Xuantian dynasty's army to confront the Luyun sect. This battle would serve as the obliteration of the Luyun sect. The warship soared, and His Majesty marched forth. The Emperor embodied his words. The Son of Heaven protects the realm, and the monarch dies for the state. Whenever a significant battle concerning the dynasty arose, he personally took command. Indeed, who would have thought we would be graced with such a wise sovereign? I can already envision the future rise of the Xuantian dynasty. One soldier remarked, "With His Majesty leading the charge, glory shall surely be achieved once more. No one can withstand His Majesty's might." Absolutely. What of the Luyun sect? They have faced defeat at our hands multiple times, and their invading forces have been utterly annihilated by His Majesty. This time, we shall surely eradicate the Luyun sect. Another echoed, "Long live the Emperor, invincible in battle, victorious upon return." Invincible in battle, victorious upon return. Within the Xuantian imperial city, numerous citizens watched the immense warship in the heavens, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Each person fervently shouted, rallying in support of their emperor and the soldiers embarking on this campaign. The news of His Majesty's impending confrontation with the Luyun sect had spread throughout the entire Xuantian imperial city. In times past, the citizens of Xuantian imperial city would have vehemently protested, gathering before the palace to prevent His Majesty from undertaking such actions. After all, the esteemed reputation of the Luyun sect was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the populace. An unconscious voice within them would invariably warn against provoking such a powerful force. However, this subconscious fear has been utterly shattered by Chen through 2 monumental battles. In the hearts of the Xuantian dynasty's subjects, the Luyun sect is no longer an inviolable entity, but a force that can be vanquished. Once regarded as a divine presence in the minds of the people, the Luyun sect has now fallen, and Chen emerges as a new deity in the hearts of these citizens. Listening to the resounding cheers from below, Chen stood at the bow of the warship, his eyes gleaming with determination. At last, the backbone of the Xuantian dynasty has risen, shattering the reverence once held for the Luyun sect. He felt immense satisfaction from the fervent cries below, sensing the shift in mentality among the people and the elevation of the dynasty. For a dynasty to grow powerful, It must first stand tall. Once its backbone is straightened, fear dissipates, and in the future, more formidable warriors will arise. With a surge of martial spirit, the warships soared through the clouds, heading straight for the Luoyun sect. Have you heard? His Majesty is preparing to expand the army, recruiting soldiers on a grand scale. Those who pass the examination will have the opportunity to join the Imperial Guard and follow His Majesty. If one proves to be among the elite, they may even accompany His Majesty into battle, achieving great feats. I have heard the news and have already enlisted. I will report to the training camp in the next few days. Have you signed up? I plan to enlist today as well. But I came to the city wall to see His Majesty off, as I heard he is departing for battle. I too wish to join the army and follow His Majesty to conquer the lands. Excited voices erupted from Xuantian Imperial City as they watched the warship ascend and gradually vanish from sight. Everyone was fervently cheering, their desire to enlist swelling to exhilarating heights. On this day, the number of recruits for the Xuantian Dynasty doubled, astonishing the Ministry of War. In the past, such fervent enlistment would have been inconceivable. Yet today, this miraculous scene unfolded. The Xuantian Dynasty was brimming with martial fervor, while the Luoyun sect was permeated with an atmosphere of grim determination. The sect master has made all necessary arrangements. All disciples have been summoned back, and everyone is prepared for the annihilation of the Xuantian Dynasty, Chen said gravely to Mu Chang'e. This marked the first time the Luoyun sect had needed to mobilize so extensively against a small dynasty, with the entire sect entering a state of readiness. Upon learning of the fall of Deputy Sect Master Jiang Zhang and numerous elders at the hands of this minor dynasty, Chen understood that their total mobilization was entirely warranted. As this force stands to rival an imperial dynasty, it possesses a depth that, while not comparable to that of the dynasty itself, is nonetheless capable of competing with the Luoyun sect in numerous respects. In this impending conflict, Chen perceives it as a battle of equals. Listening to Chen Shikai's report, Mu Chang'e slightly nodded, a glint of fierce coldness flickering in his eyes. Prepare everyone in the Luoyun sect for battle, and at noon, they shall board the warships and set sail for the Xuantian Dynasty. In this world, no one can betray the Luoyun sect, nor can anyone dare to provoke it. The murderous aura emanating from Mu Chang'e was palpable, revealing the depth of his loathing for the Xuantian Dynasty. Indeed, the warships are already prepared, at your command. The disciples will board and march towards the Xuantian Dynasty. This time, we shall bring the battlefield to the imperial city of the Xuantian Dynasty and obliterate it entirely, establishing a new puppet dynasty in its stead. Chen Shikai stated fiercely, his eyes equally filled with a chilling murderous intent. The Luoyun sect, to him, was akin to family. Since its inception, despite enduring countless battles and facing numerous dynastic challenges, the outcome has invariably resulted in the overthrow of those dynasties. The dynasties below have changed hands several times, yet the Luoyun sect remains steadfast. The foundation of the Luoyun sect empowers them to scorn all adversaries. This loss is unprecedented for the Luoyun sect. Even their arch-rival, the Luoyuan sect, has never inflicted such devastating losses upon them. The annihilation of even a vice-master at the celestial realm incited Chen Shikai's fury. Moreover, there is a more pressing concern. The Xuantian dynasty dares to dispatch troops against the Lanfeng and Taisai dynasties, seeking to merge the fortunes of the three great dynasties, aspiring to unify them into a singular imperial power. A dynasty birthed from the auspicious Golden Dragon, should it continue to grow and transform into an imperial force, would pose a significant threat to the Luoyun sect, eventually leading to a confrontation. To avert such a scenario, Chen Shikai's mind is resolutely set on taking the initiative, to strike first and eradicate them before they can act. Mu Chang'e, observing Chen Shikai's equally fierce demeanor, nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let us proceed. We shall consolidate our sect's authority and depart on time." He instructed preparations for the expedition, unaware that at the moment they were set to embark, a colossal warship was traversing the clouds, drawing near to the Luoyun sect, intent on descending upon it. As they aimed to obliterate the Xuantian dynasty, Yi Chun, too, desire to descend upon the Luoyuan sect and eradicate them. A blood-soaked war is on the brink of eruption. Chapter 74. Troops at the gates of Luoyuan sect. The significant upheaval within the Luoyuan sect has stirred great tension in the neighboring Luoyuan sect, which regards the Luoyuan sect's aggressive maneuvers with considerable apprehension. The Luoyuan sect has summoned all its elders and disciples back. What scheme could they possibly be plotting? The master of the Luoyuan sect, along with numerous elders, sat solemnly in the grand hall, deliberating gravely. They were sworn enemies of the Luoyuan sect, each harboring a relentless desire for the other's annihilation. The various significant maneuvers of the Luoyuan sect were primarily directed against the Luoyuan sect. Now, with no prior indication, the Luoyuan sect had recalled all its elders and disciples from afar, leaving the Luoyuan sect in a state of bewilderment and anxiety. Master, what do you believe the Luoyuan sect is truly up to this time? Could it be that they have devised a grand conspiracy? Spoke the vice master of the Luoyuan sect, his tone heavy with concern. Having engaged in conflict with the Luoyuan sect for decades, they had never before witnessed such a wholesale summons of their ranks. The grand elder of the Luoyuan sect furrowed his brow in deep thought, expressing his doubts. Is it possible that the Luoyuan sect is facing some grave crisis that necessitates the consolidation of their forces? The vice master promptly dismissed this notion, asserting firmly, impossible. Behind the Luoyuan sect stand the Taiping Dynasty. Luoyuan's Mu Chang'e has ties to a princess of the Taiping Dynasty. Even if Mu Chang'e were to have a falling out with that individual, other factions would likely hesitate to provoke the Luoyuan sect, for it would surely offend the Taiping Dynasty. Besides our long-standing enmity with the Luoyuan sect, who else would dare to act against them? The Taiping Dynasty is a premier imperial power, recently striving to ascend further. Their influence far surpasses that of the Luoyuan sect, and the reason other factions refrain from antagonizing the Luoyuan sect is primarily due to their connection with the Taiping Dynasty. Investigate this matter immediately. We must ascertain the truth without delay, commanded the master of the Luoyuan sect, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He was eager to uncover what was transpiring. Unbeknownst to them, the upheaval within the Luoyuan sect was instigated by an emerging dynasty within its territory. At this moment, in the square of the Luoyuan sect, Mu Chang'e gazed darkly at the numerous elders and disciples soaring above on colossal warships. The vessels prepared for their expedition were formidable, crafted from materials of exceptional quality, second only to the ships seized by Chen. Suspended above the warship, Mu Chang'e rallied the spirits of the Luoyuan sect's disciples. The Xuantian Dynasty, arrogant and overweening, dares to slaughter our elders and disciples, provoking our very existence. We shall not coexist with the Xuantian Dynasty. Today, we march against them to obliterate their reign and avenge our fallen heroes. Do you possess the confidence to fight? His resonant voice echoed across the warship, reverberating through the surrounding mountains. Yes, shouted the disciples aboard the warship in unison, their voices filled with fury. As disciples of the Luoyuan sect, their fortunes were intertwined. Thus, they felt the sting of the provocation keenly. Annihilate the Xuantian Dynasty. Chen led the fervent outcry. Annihilate the Xuantian Dynasty. On the warship, numerous elders and disciples roared in unison, each aflame with fervor, their spirits brimming with a thirst for battle. They yearned to rush forth to the Xuantian Dynasty, brandishing their blades and spilling rivers of blood. Mu Chang'e surveyed the jubilant disciples of the Luoyuan sect aboard the warship, nodding in satisfaction. Gazing skyward, he bellowed, "Let us depart." The warship trembled violently, gradually lifting from the ground. Just as the vessel was about to ascend into the heavens, Mu Chang'e's expression shifted. He gestured to Chen to halt. Confused, Chen regarded the sect leader, yet complied with his wishes, bringing the ship's ascent to a stop. The multitude of elders and disciples aboard looked at their leader with bewilderment, noticing that he was staring intently at the sky, as if something extraordinary lay above. "What is happening?" "I do not know. Let us observe," they murmured among themselves, casting their gazes in the direction of Mu Chang'e's focus. Their hearts filled with perplexity and uncertainty. They speculated about what the leader had perceived. Such audacity! How dare you be so arrogant? Mu Changa's eyes glimmered with menace as his hoarse voice resonated. Under his gaze, a colossal warship emerged from the clouds, approaching the Luyun sect. This very vessel had been employed by Jiang Zhang and the elders when they ventured to the Xuantian Dynasty not long ago. With Jiang Zhang and the others already fallen, the sight of this ship, which should have fallen into enemy hands, reappearing above the Luyun sect signified something profound, a realization that Mu Changa grasped fully. The people of the Xuantian Dynasty had arrived, brazen enough to march against the Luyun sect. What audacity from the Xuantian Dynasty! Chen Shikai exclaimed vehemently, having witnessed the looming warship in the sky. Aware of the fall of the vice-sect leader and others at the hands of the Xuantian Dynasty, he understood that this dynasty was no ordinary adversary. Yet he could not fathom the audacity of the Xuantian forces to wage war against them. Look, there's a massive warship in the sky. Indeed, it is descending upon us. As the enormous warship loomed directly above the Luyun sect, its shadow enveloped the sunlight, becoming starkly visible to all. The titanic vessel descended slowly, casting an overshadowing presence that instilled a sense of dread among the disciples of Luyun sect. It is our flagship. How can this be? Why is the flagship here? Some disciples, having previously encountered this ship, gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sight before them. The immense warship descending evoked a sensation of suffocation among them. There are banners. The warship bears banners. The Xuantian Dynasty. This is the war flag of the Xuantian Dynasty. Some disciples, having discerned the ominous inscriptions upon the battle flag, erupted in exclamations. The formidable warship that had suddenly appeared above their Luyun sect seemed to be an emissary of the Xuantian Dynasty. Was it truly preparing to launch an assault? How dare they? The countenances of the many esteemed elders and masters of Luyun's sect darkened, their teeth clenched in indignation. They had anticipated a challenging confrontation today, but had never imagined that the battlefield would unfold within their own domain, as a small dynasty dared to challenge Luyun's sect. The warship descended through the heavens, hovering 30 meters above the Luyun sect. Yi Chun stood proudly at the forefront of the vessel, his gaze coldly surveying the gathered disciples of Luyun sect below, a faint smirk gracing his lips. It appeared that the sentiments of Luyun sect's members aligned with his own. With icy indifference, Yi Chun addressed Mu Changa and the others, his voice echoing ominously through the air. Luyun sect dares to offend the Xuantian Dynasty. Thus, the sentence of annihilation shall be pronounced. Chapter 75. The display of power, the arrival of the Xuantian Dynasty, and Yi Chen's formidable proclamation left the members of Luyun's sect in a state of shock. Gazing at the unyielding figure of Yi Chun, who looked down upon them from the warship, and witnessing the overwhelming sight of the vessel blotting out the sun, the elders and disciples of Luyun's sect were filled with alarm. How could they dare? The Xuantian Dynasty was exceedingly arrogant, audaciously challenging Luyun's sect, disregarding them entirely. They must be eliminated. Luyun's sect shall not suffer humiliation. A chorus of furious shouts resonated within the sect. The presence of the Xuantian Dynasty had ignited a fervent fury among the members of Luyun's sect, both elders and disciples alike, who felt an insatiable urge to soar into the sky and engage in battle with those aboard the ship above. Mu Changa's expression darkened, his eyes fixed upon Yi Chun, who looked down upon him with disdain, a tempest of animosity swirling within him. You are the sovereign of the Xuantian Dynasty, the one who shattered my celestial soul that day. Fueled by a surge of murderous intent, Mu Changa ascended into the air, refusing to allow anyone to look down upon him. Observing Mu Changa's ascent and his incessant muttering, Yi Chen remained indifferent, his frigid voice resonating. Kill for me. Yi Chen's resolve was unwavering, devoid of any intention to engage in further dialogue with Mu Changa. With both sides entrenched in an irreconcilable conflict, only one faction could emerge victorious. Yi Chen deemed it unnecessary to converse any longer. Kill! As Yi Chen's cold command echoed, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the warship. Figures descended from the sky, forming an imposing battle formation, resembling divine soldiers descending from the heavens. The ghostly cavalry no longer rode steeds. Instead, Every 100 soldiers formed a battalion, led by Bai Qi, charging downward with ferocity. Impudence. Witnessing the descending warriors, the elders and disciples of Lu Yun's sect turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically. The masters among them roared in fury, astonished at the Xuantian Dynasty's audacity to strike first. Chen Shikai fixed a fierce gaze upon a multitude of soldiers brandishing their lethal blades as they descended from above. Roaring at the disciples of the Lu Yun sect, they sought to annihilate these intruders, determined to uphold the dignity of the Lu Yun sect. In this vast world, all lands ultimately belong to the sovereign. The Lu Yun sect, so arrogant and presumptuous, dared to offend our Xuantian dynasty. Such transgressions warrant the extermination of all 9 generations. Eliminate them all. Bai Qi bellowed with a menacing aura, soaring downwards directly towards the formidable Chen Shikai, the leader of the Lu Yun sect. His long blade, enveloped in impalpable bloodthirst, fiercely struck at Chen Shikai. Bang! The brutal blow sent Chen Shikai staggering, his expression shifting dramatically. What formidable strength! A half-step into the realm of the celestial. Chen Shikai regarded the oncoming Bai Qi with a mixture of wariness and astonishment, never having anticipated such power from the Xuantian dynasty. State your name. I do not slay nameless foes, Bai Qi declared coldly, gripping his long blade as he fixed an unwavering stare upon Chen Shikai. The recent clash had convinced Bai Qi that this man was worthy of a name. With a dark scowl, Chen Shikai replied gravely, I am Chen Shikai, a name of little distinction, yet my strength is commendable. Bai Qi swung his blade again, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth as he aggressively advanced on Chen Shikai. The two figures erupted into a fierce battle. And to avoid collateral damage to the Lu Yun sect's mountain gate, Chen Shikai led Bai Qi into the air, where they clashed amidst the clouds. Damo and Dugu Qiu Bai also sought out 2 powerful masters, engaging them in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, the 10,000-strong Phantom Army formed a battle formation, encircling the numerous elders and disciples of the Lu Yun sect. Each 100 soldiers formed a unit, and 100 such units created an even more formidable formation, charging relentlessly at the elders and disciples of the Lu Yun sect. This 10,000-man formation unleashed a power not inferior to that of a half-step celestial. The Phantom Army aggressively suppressed the elders and disciples of the Lu Yun sect, forcing them to retreat in disarray. How could this be? These individuals were clearly of the first rank. How could they unleash such formidable power? What kind of formation is this? The many elders of the Lu Yun sect, while fending off the onslaught of the Phantom Army, found themselves in a state of shock and resentment as they voiced their disbelief. Initially, upon seeing these soldiers, despite their overwhelming numbers, the masters and even the innate disciples had dismissed them as insignificant threats. Only those of the acquired realm might have felt a modicum of concern. However, witnessing the astounding strength unleashed by the Phantom Army-S formation, even the elders of the Master Realm were taken aback, their hearts stirred by the might of this formidable force. A formation? High above, Mu Chang'e looked down, observing the seemingly unified Phantom Army and sensing the powerful energy coursing through them, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This was the first time he had encountered such a formation composed of tens of thousands. And it was also the first time he realized that over 10,000 first-grade warriors, harnessing the power of the battle array, could unleash a force formidable enough to threaten even the celestial realm. How could the Xuantian dynasty have undergone such a transformation? Such a battle array was likely beyond the means of any ordinary dynasty. Mu Chang'e gazed solemnly at the figure before him, Yi Chun, and found him inscrutable. Did the Taiping dynasty possess such a powerful battle array? Mu Chang'e could not help but recall the Taiping dynasty, with which he had some connections. It was a top-tier dynasty, boasting not only celestial-level experts, but also those who surpassed them. Yet, from what Mu Chang'e understood, the Taiping dynasty seemed to lack a battle array capable of unleashing power that could rival the celestial realm through the combined efforts of 10,000 first-grade warriors. If he could capture the monarch of the Xuantian kingdom and seize this battle array, perhaps he could utilize such means to help the Lu Yun sect forge several invincible teams. With this thought, Mu Chang'e looked at Yi Chen, and in his eyes, amidst the towering killing intent and fury, there was also a glimmer of greed. Gripping his sword tightly, Mu Chang'e stared fiercely at Yi Chen and declared with a fierce tone, "You are the monarch of the Xuantian Dynasty. How bold you are to dare come here to attack our Luoyuan sect. You are utterly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth." As the superior sect, being confronted by a dynasty under his jurisdiction filled Mu Chang'e with rage. He longed to tear the man before him apart. Yi Chen regarded Mu Chang'e, who was spouting threats with indifference. Without any warning, he suddenly swung his heavenly sword, launching a lethal strike at the figure ahead. Bang! The sword light tore through the air, clashing against Mu Chang'e's hastily raised crescent blade, sparking a shower of sparks. The overwhelming power of the celestial realm erupted, as Yi Chen forcefully repelled his opponent with a single stroke. "You dare to launch a sneak attack on me?" Mu Chang'e seethed with anger, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen, who stood before him wielding a long sword. "You speak too much nonsense." Yi Chen stepped forward dominantly, the heavenly sword slicing through the air with ferocity. Each swing resonated with the roar of dragons, the might of the celestial realm emanating from him unabashedly. He took the initiative, igniting the prelude to this confrontation. Chapter 76. The transformation into a dynasty. The fusion of soul and dragon essence. Yi Chen's strikes were decisive and swift. The heavenly sword imbued with the fortune of the Xuantian. Roar! The sword's brilliance pierced the sky, subtly accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, as its terrifying edge surged fiercely towards Mu Chang'e. In this battle, Yi Chen arrived with a resolve to kill. The power of the celestial realm, coupled with fortuitous destiny, was beyond what he had anticipated. How could you wield such fortune to this extent? As he wielded his long blade to block, Mu Chang'e surveyed Yi Chen. Feeling a weight upon his heart, he realized that this monarch of the Xuantian was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Yi Chen's ability to harness the power of fortune to slay his enemies had been apparent to Mu Chang'e since the moment his own soul fragment was shattered. However, in his assumptions, Mu Chang'e believed that even if Yi Chen could utilize the dynasty's fortune, it would only be effective within the borders of the Xuantian dynasty. And the further he was from the Xuantian imperial city, the less power he could draw upon. In the recent confrontation, Mu Chang'e realized that the situation was far from what it seemed. Yi Chen had cultivated to a level where he could integrate the fortune of the dynasty into his being, carrying the essence of the dynasty beyond the confines of the Xuantian dynasty. As he beheld the formidable Yi Chen charging toward him with lethal intent, Mu Chang'e's countenance darkened profoundly, a deep frown marring his features. He spoke with a fierce tone. "Now I understand why Jiang Zhang fell at your hands. I never anticipated that a mere lord of a small dynasty could wield the fortune of the dynasty to such an extent. It appears I have underestimated you. This ability to infuse fortune into one's body is a technique that even the most exalted dynasties would find difficult to replicate. Clearly, you have acquired an astonishing inheritance and an exceptional fate." Mu Chang'e's gaze burned with a hint of greed as he fixed his eyes on Yi Chen. As he spoke, his actions did not waver. He violently swung his long blade, unleashing a celestial force as he charged at Yi Chen. Although he desired the inheritance that Yi Chen possessed, it did not mean he would show mercy to his adversary. In that moment, he harbored only one thought: to employ his most formidable abilities to eradicate the villain who had slain his son, inflicting grievous wounds upon him, leaving him clinging to life by a thread. Yi Chen regarded the incessantly chattering Mu Chang'e with indifference, his eyes devoid of emotion. The heavenly emperor sword in his hand surged with an even greater potency of fortune, striking out fiercely against his opponent. "After today, there shall be no more Luoyuan sect." A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Chen as he swung the sword forward, its blade slicing through the air, a golden dragon of fortune swirling around him. Even against the leader of the Luoyuan sect, his power was poised to match evenly in battle. Arrogance! Mu Chang'e laughed with fury, incensed by Yi Chen's brazen words. A mere boy who relied on the fortune of his dynasty to attain the celestial realm dared to proclaim that the Luoyuan sect would cease to exist after today. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. He swung his long blade fiercely at Yi Chen's head, each strike infused with terrifying might, as if he intended to sever the latter's head from his shoulders. Do you truly believe that mastering the fortune of the dynasty grants you the right to stand alongside me? In my eyes, you are nothing but an inflated insect, utterly insignificant. Moreover, do you genuinely think the meager forces you have brought can annihilate our Luoyuan sect? A trifling trio of masters, accompanied by a horde of first-tier cultivators, relying on mere formations. Do you truly consider yourselves formidable? Mu Changa's eyes glinted with ferocity as he bellowed with rage. He was deeply displeased by Yi Chen's arrogance. Throughout history, it had always been the Luoyuan sect that dominated and aggressively targeted others. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Not even those sects that were equal in strength to the Luoyuan sect. A mere small dynasty dared to challenge the might of the Luoyuan sect? I hereby declare that after today, the Xuantian Dynasty shall cease to exist. You shall be subjected to a fate worse than death, your body fragmented beyond recognition. Mu Changa declared fiercely, his long blade swirling with an overwhelming force as he charged ferociously at Yi Chen. The might of the celestial being erupted with unparalleled intensity under the relentless onslaught of Mu Changa, manifesting an overwhelming strength beyond imagination. With fierce strokes of his blade, Mu Changa suppressed Yi Chen's assault. In the midst of the celestial realm, Yi Chen gazed at the explosive force of Mu Changa, a hint of gravity flickering in his indifferent eyes. From the aura emanating from Mu Changa, Yi Chen discerned that this individual was far more formidable than Jiang Ziang, whom he had recently vanquished. Remarkably, Mu Changa had yet to employ any so-called secret techniques, yet he already possessed the cultivation of the mid-celestial realm. Such power, if granted the opportunity to unleash secret techniques, could potentially elevate his combat prowess to that of the late celestial realm. Contemplating this, Yi Chen felt a measure of pressure. He understood very well that although he harbored the fortune of the golden dragon within him, allowing him to temporarily unleash combat strength on par with Mu Changa's, should the latter employ his secret techniques to elevate his strength to the late celestial realm, Yi Chen would be at risk of perishing today. Fixated on the approaching Mu Changa, who was executing a frenzied assault with his blade, a fierce glint ignited in Yi Chen's eyes as he murmured to himself, "It appears I must not grant this fellow the opportunity to employ his secret techniques. I must seek a chance to suppress him and annihilate him with the most ferocious of attacks." Roar! Within Yi Chen, the golden dragon of fortune howled, a powerful surge of fortune rising within him. The power of fortune could still be enhanced? How is that possible? Mu Changa observed the transformation within Yi Chen, his brow furrowing in concern. Although he had never established a dynasty, he had gleaned some understanding of the fortune associated with dynasties through his wife. According to common logic, even a sovereign of a dynasty could wield its fortune, but the further he was from the dynasty, the weaker the fortune he could harness would become. Moreover, upon leaving the dynasty, the ability to draw upon its fortune would gradually diminish with use. This young man from the Xuantian Dynasty was evidently quite extraordinary. Despite being distanced from the Xuantian Dynasty, his fortune not only persisted, but was now capable of further enhancement. Could it be that he practiced a peculiar technique related to fortune? Mu Changa pondered, his thoughts racing. If Yi Chen were aware of Mu Changa's speculations, he would likely commend him for his accuracy. There could be no prolonged battle with this opponent. A swift resolution was imperative. Yi Chen fixed his steely gaze on the approaching Mu Changa, fully aware that this confrontation must not be prolonged. With a forceful swing of the Emperor's sword, he engaged Mu Changa, continuously augmenting his own fortune to amplify his strength. The immense fortune of the dynasty surged forth, merging seamlessly with the Emperor's sword. Yi Chen's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as he embodied the dynasty, his soul intertwining with the dragon of fortune. With a domineering strike, Yi Chen cleaved through the air, transforming into an unparalleled dynasty, his spirit seemingly fused with the golden dragon of the Xuantian Dynasty. The sword's radiance erupted forth, unleashing an overwhelming might that was suffocating. The sword of fortune. Yi Chen's cold voice echoed as the Emperor's sword struck with lethal intent. This singular sword embodies the fate of the Xuantian Dynasty. As its radiant blade cleaves through the air, it instantaneously transforms into a colossal golden dragon, fiercely charging towards Muchanga. Founded upon the dynasty and sharpened by the faith of its people, Yi Chen's sword encapsulates the collective destiny of the entire Xuantian Dynasty. Chapter 77. The decisive battle awaits. Above, a tremendous convergence of fate amalgamates into one, all coalescing within the Emperor's sword. A deafening roar erupts, as if a dragon's cry reverberates through the air. Yi Chen stands like an invincible war deity, wielding his sword with overwhelming force. A brilliance more resplendent than the sun above, infused with cataclysmic might, surges forth violently towards Muchanga. What a terrifying sword aura! How is this possible? How could such an astonishing sword light exist? How could one from the Xuantian Dynasty be so powerful? As Yi Chen fiercely strikes with his sword, the cultivators of the Luyun sect, who are currently resisting the onslaught of the underworld army, witness the sword light blossoming in the heavens. That radiance, capable of inducing suffocation and despair, causes their expressions to shift dramatically, disbelief etched upon their faces. They cannot fathom that such a divine sword could originate from a once inconspicuous minor dynasty. They forget that the underworld army, which now threatens them, is also not something a mere minor dynasty could contend with. The era when the Luyun sect reigned supreme, overshadowing dynasties, has come to an end with Yi Chen's emergence. The many elders and disciples who behold the might of this sword below are awash in shock, utterly awed by its power. Especially Muchanga, who faces this sword directly. As the sword light tears through the air, Muchanga's countenance pales, a grave look in his eyes, and a hoarse voice emerges. The sword of fate. The pinnacle power of the mid-stage human realm. You have managed to wield the power of fate to such an extent. Confronted by such a formidable sword, Muchanga dares not underestimate it, fervently channeling his energy into his long blade. Sword energy surges forth like a tidal wave, a suffocating malevolence erupting as he strives to shatter Yi Chen's formidable strike with his own, drawing the sword to sever water, yet the water flows ever more fiercely. The long blade cleaves through the air, a dazzling light radiating wildly as Muchanga retaliates with his most powerful strike against Yi Chen. The energy of the mid-stage human realm explodes upon the long blade, transforming it into a torrential river, ferociously advancing to collide with Yi Chen's sword aura. Though Yi Chen's accumulated fate is formidable enough to contend with the human realm, Muchanga possesses greater confidence in his own combat prowess. As all watch in stunned silence, the clash of blade light and blood shadows ignites in the heavens. Boom! The thunderous explosion resounds, unleashing an overwhelming tempest. A maelstrom of winds intertwining as the energies swirl and surge. An extraordinarily potent force erupts in the skies, with lightning intertwining, and the surrounding mountains tremble violently. The very fabric of space quaking intensely. The frenzied energy enveloped the two figures suspended in midair. What was the state of the battle? Who would emerge victorious? Such a terrifying storm. Could the sect leader prevail? The numerous elders and disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect gazed up at the ominous tempest, each heart heavy with apprehension. Although they harbored unwavering faith in their leader, the overwhelming aura unleashed by the sovereign of the Xuantian Dynasty was equally formidable, instilling a sense of dread regarding their leader's safety. In stark contrast to the concerns of the Flowing Cloud sect by Qi, Dharma, and the other formidable warriors of the Xuantian Dynasty fervently wielded their divine weapons, launching fierce assaults against their formidable adversaries. They possessed absolute confidence in their sovereign, fully aware of their mission and their objectives. The leader of the Flowing Cloud sect was the target of their sovereign, and the elders and disciples before them were the obstacles they were determined to eliminate. Kill. Bai Qi's eyes blazed crimson, consumed by a frenzied state of emotion. In pursuit of a more devastating lethality to obliterate the Grand Elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, he willingly allowed the murderous intent to invade his consciousness, plunging himself into a state of uncontrollable rage. His killing was merciless, fueled by an unrelenting desire for destruction. In a moment of dire need for heightened power, Bai Qi was prepared to sacrifice even himself, all to unleash an unimaginable force of slaughter instantaneously. Bai Qi spiraled into a frenzy, his strength surging at an astonishing pace. Oblivious to his own life or death, he savagely swung his long blade at Chen Shikai. Kill! 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 Bai Qi's throat erupted with a hoarse roar, resembling a relentless machine of death as he wildly cleaved with his weapon, mercilessly targeting Chen Shikai. In that moment, his mind was consumed solely by the notion of slaughter. Bai Qi's frenzied assault was relentless, his blade crashing down with ferocity. Chen Shikai found himself suddenly besieged by such a terrifying onslaught. He was unable to evade, resulting in a brutal strike to his chest, blood gushing forth from the grievous wound. The sheer ferocity of this attack sent a jolt of horror through Chen Shikai's countenance. "You madman!" he bellowed in a fit of exasperation, clearly shaken by Bai Qi's violent display. He had never anticipated that someone could descend into such madness, channeling murderous intent into their very consciousness to stimulate their brain, thereby unleashing an even greater capacity for violence. Chen Shikai had witnessed others push to their limits, burning their own essence to employ various desperate tactics that harmed both foe and self. Yet in his view, none of those methods rivaled the astonishing recklessness of the figure before him, a veritable embodiment of a death-seeking maniac. Was it truly necessary to descend into such madness? Chen Shikai's heart brimmed with shock. He found it impossible to accept Bai Qi's actions. In this fierce confrontation, both sides were evenly matched, caught in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Under normal circumstances, they would have engaged in a battle of attrition, utilizing various lethal techniques to wear each other down and exploit weaknesses. However, the opponent before him eschewed conventional tactics, opting instead for a life-or-death struggle with a singular objective: to annihilate one another, leaving no room for survival. To achieve this, he resorted to extreme measures. Bai Qi, fueled by a murderous intent, thoroughly suppressed Chen Shikai, inflicting severe damage as the latter desperately wielded his blade in a futile attempt to defend himself, with no opportunity for recovery. While Bai Qi dominated Chen Shikai, on the other side, Dharma and Dugu Qiubai similarly unleashed their most formidable powers, forcefully overwhelming their adversaries, rendering them incapable of retaliating, and leaving them to merely parry the onslaught in a bid to preserve their own lives. In stark contrast, the battle elsewhere unfolded differently. A legion of 10,000 ghostly army soldiers formed an imposing formation, each strike emanating a force comparable to that of a peak half-step celestial being, rivaling Bai Qi's current might. Under such tremendous pressure, the numerous elders and innate realm disciples of the Luyun sect managed to withstand this terrifying force through their collective efforts, but the disciples of the acquired realm suffered greatly, being severely wounded by the ghostly army's combined might, with some even succumbing to the residual shockwaves. The ghostly army was relentlessly suppressing the elders and disciples of the Luyun sect. Despite their formidable strength, the Luyun sect appeared somewhat powerless under the assault of the Xuantian Dynasty. Nevertheless, everyone understood that the crux of this battle lay not with them, but above in the heavens. Chapter 78. Suppressing Mu Chang'e within the Luyun sect, scenes of bloody and ferocious combat unfolded. Each individual's eyes were filled with a terrifying, murderous intent, all sharing a singular goal: to annihilate their opponents and send them to the netherworld. This clash pertained to matters of life and death. Defeat equated to demise, and no one dared to exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Nor would anyone willingly accept being slain by the enemy. The fierce battle raged on, captivating all attention as above. The sky was filled with flashing blades and swirling energies, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and might shatter. Above the heavens, the violent storm gradually dissipated, and the flashes of blades and swords began to fade. Yi Chun and Mu Chang'e's figures re-emerged into the sight of the onlookers. The sect master, the elders and disciples of the Luyun sect gazed up in astonishment. At this moment, Mu Chang'e's robes were tattered in several places, and most shockingly, blood flowed from his arm, indicating he had sustained grievous injuries. How could this be? How could the sect master lose? The members of the Luyun sect looked up at the sky, their hearts trembling with disbelief. They were unable to accept such a conclusion, for the sovereign had suffered grievous injuries, while the lord of the Xuantian kingdom, though his robes lay tattered, bore no wounds upon his form, emanating an aura that pierced the heavens. Despite the deep-seated reluctance and dissatisfaction within the hearts of the people from Luyun sect, they understood that their sovereign had, in that recent clash, been defeated. High above in the celestial expanse, Chen did not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency after wounding Chang'e. Rather, he continued to wield the heavenly sword with fervor, empowered by the auspicious golden dragon, charging forth against his formidable adversary. Chen was acutely aware that the Luyun sect possessed a secret technique capable of instantaneously augmenting one's strength, as demonstrated by the vice-sovereign on a previous occasion. If the vice-sovereign could cultivate such power, then Chang'e, as the sovereign, surely could as well. To preclude Chang'e from unleashing that secret technique, Chen resolved to employ the most ferocious offensive, suppressing his opponent and denying him any opportunity to activate the technique. With fortune on his side, Chen's strength surged to the mid-tier of the celestial realm, and he swung his sword with an overwhelming ferocity, executing his attacks with resolute decisiveness. A force so powerful it took one's breath away. For Chen, this was a war. Only by utterly vanquishing his foe and reducing the Luyun sect to mere rubble could he deem the conflict resolved. Faced with Chen's relentless pursuit, Chang'e could only parry with his long knife, his countenance growing increasingly ashen in the wake of the battle. I cannot believe I have lost. In that full-force clash, I was subdued by a mere junior from such a minor dynasty. How could this be? Is the fortune of this small dynasty truly so formidable? Chang'e's heart brimmed with disbelief, his eyes reflecting a mix of horror and gravity. In that recent clash, Chang'e had been defeated, and he understood precisely where his failure lay. The sword wielded by Chen, infused with the fortune of the dynasty, matched the might of the blade he had unleashed. At that moment, their powers had erupted with equal ferocity, two exceedingly formidable forces of blade and sword intertwining in the air before dissipating. This confrontation should have been evenly matched, yet Chang'e ultimately fell. He succumbed to the overwhelming momentum imbued within Chen's sword, a strike that carried the weight of the Xuantian Dynasty's grand destiny and the collective faith of its people. This immense force bore down upon Chang'e, momentarily immobilizing him during the clash. Chen seized upon that fleeting opening, delivering a decisive blow to his arm, resulting in significant injury. Had it not been for Chang'e's swift reaction, feverishly channeling his internal energy and retreating, that strike would not have merely wounded his right arm, but could have severed it entirely. Is this fellow truly a sovereign of a dynasty? How could such a humble kingdom possess such vast fortune and the will of the people? Chang'e, parrying Chen's relentless onslaught with his long knife, wore an expression of profound consternation, shaken by the immense aura of the grand dynasty that emanated from Chen. He once engaged in fierce battles with various sovereigns of dynasties, yet the fortune that those sovereigns could summon paled in comparison, and indeed, it was even somewhat inferior to the fortune emanating from Chen at this very moment. Had Chang'e not been aware of the origins of the Xuantian dynasty, he might have presumed that the adversary he was now combating was a product of a supreme dynasty. However, how could Chang'e comprehend that Chen's immense fortune stemmed from his cultivation of the sacred dynasty of fortune, allowing him to consolidate the fortune within the dynasty? For other sovereigns, wielding 50% of their dynasty's fortune was already considered extraordinary, yet Chen, through his mastery of the sacred dynasty of fortune, could harness 90% of the Xuantian dynasty's fortune. This was the fundamental reason why the fortune embodied by Chen's golden dragon was formidable enough to rival that of a dynasty. He could not allow this individual to survive. He already possessed the fortune of a dynasty. If allowed to continue his ascent, the Xuantian dynasty would grow increasingly powerful, and his strength would become truly terrifying. If this continued, even he would find it difficult to suppress him. Mu Chang'e relentlessly wielded his long blade to counter Yi Chen's slaughter, his expression growing increasingly grim, teeth clenched in frustration. Yi Chen, with indifferent eyes, observed Mu Chang'e's dark countenance, the palpable hatred that seemed to wish to rend him apart. Despite the ferocity directed at him, Yi Chen remained unfazed, for after today, there would be no more Liu Yun's sect, no more Mu Chang'e. All who bore hatred towards him and sought his demise would meet only one fate: annihilation. However, merely suppressing this adversary was far from sufficient. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, and a violent aura of murderous intent surged within him. A frenzied thought emerged in his mind. It seemed that to eliminate him, some cost would have to be paid. Yi Chen regarded Mu Chang'e, who was continuously countering his lethal strikes, and he realized that such an assault would not suffice to slay him. "You are fortunate," Yi Chen said to Mu Chang'e with a calm demeanor. Mu Chang'e furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Chen. He did not understand the meaning behind Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen ferociously brandished the emperor's sword, striking at Mu Chang'e with a chilling calmness. "Since acquiring the nine-dragon emperor body, you are the first to witness the true capabilities of this imperial physique." The nine-dragon emperor body? Mu Chang'e's brow knitted in confusion as he muttered to himself. Although he did not comprehend Yi Chen's words entirely, he gathered that this individual seemed poised to unleash a formidable technique. Before Mu Chang'e could speculate on the meaning of Yi Chen's utterance, the next moment would make it abundantly clear. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Mu Chang'e's eyes. How is this possible? Shock washed over Mu Chang'e's face, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 79. Dragon Resonance, the Emperor's Path to Conquest. Roar. Above the clouds, a chilling dragon's roar reverberated all around. Yi Chen's form flickered, revealing the presence of 9 ferocious dragons. In Mu Chang'e's eyes, it seemed as though Yi Chen was shielded by 9 dragon souls. The notion of dragon soul protection, an innate imperial constitution, Mu Chang'e's heart was filled with astonishment. He realized that this seemingly minor sovereign could harness the fortune of a dynasty, condensing the luck of the Xuantian Dynasty into a golden dragon of fate. How could this be? Even a naturally born emperor, under the protection of fortune, would merely have a single golden dragon. How could he possibly possess the guardianship of 9 dragon souls? Staring incredulously at Yi Chen, Mu Chang'e was visibly shaken by the transformation he beheld. He had encountered individuals protected by the luck of the dragon before, such as the emperor of the Taiping dynasty, who, due to his extraordinary constitution, could command greater imperial fortune, thereby strengthening his empire. He was also aware of his own father-in-law, a natural-born emperor whose mastery of imperial luck, combined with his peak celestial cultivation, allowed him to confront even transcendent beings. To his surprise, this minor Xuantian dynasty had given rise to a natural-born emperor with 9 dragon souls as guardians. The 9 dragon emperor's physique. Were these 9 dragon souls genuine? Mu Chang'e murmured to himself, his expression turning increasingly grim. He was astounded by the manifestation of the 9 dragon souls and the exceptional constitution mentioned by Yi Chen. This represented a form of supremacy that transcended the ordinary imperial lineage. Yi Chen, unperturbed by Mu Chang'e's inner turmoil, bore a resolute glint in his eyes. A surge of essence blood flowed from his palm, entering the Tianzi sword without revealing any wounds. With blood as a conduit, the 9 dragons resonated, and the emperor's path was set. A cold voice emerged from Yi Chen's lips as the Tianzi sword swung fiercely forward. Roar! The 9 dragon souls intertwined around Yi Chen let out a furious roar, merging into the essence blood. With the enhancement of the 9 dragon souls and the imperial essence blood, the golden dragon of luck within the Tianzi sword surged with unprecedented power. Kill! Yi Chen spoke coldly. The Tianzi sword cleaved through the air, wielding an overwhelming force as it hurtled towards Mu Chang'e. An unfathomable power erupted, and the Tianzi sword, imbued with a cataclysmic aura of fortune, tore through the heavens. Gazing at the impending strike, Mu Chang'e's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a suffocating threat within that strike. The power of a late celestial being. The might contained within that blow reached the heights of the late celestial realm. How could this be? Muchanga swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. His pupils constricted suddenly, and a wave of terror washed over his face. Chen's move, the Tianzi's path, instilled within Muchanga a sense of fear and despair. The sword seemed to ensnare him, instilling in Muchanga an inescapable sensation. He harbored no doubt about this feeling, for it was the instinct of a formidable warrior. Unable to evade? Then I shall confront it head-on. You wish to take my life? That is an impossibility. I shall never concede defeat. After a moment of shock and terror, a flicker of madness and defiance ignited within Muchanga. He would not allow himself to perish at the hands of such a minor sovereign. Flowing clouds, transformation. Muchanga roared, his voice raspy yet resonant. The vigorous essence within him surged chaotically, boiling in an instant. Chen's near-path-cleaving strike instilled a palpable sense of death, compelling Muchanga to unleash his secret techniques, wildly augmenting his power. What the late stage of the celestial realm? What the innate imperial physique? To seek my demise, you are not yet worthy. With a heart ablaze with fury, Muchanga bellowed, his blood boiling, the fervent essence seeping through his pores, enveloping him in a crimson mist, akin to a fiery inferno consuming him. In a frenzied surge of energy, Muchanga transformed into a tempestuous figure, wielding his long blade with ferocity to confront the sword light slicing through the air. This was Muchanga's counterattack, after invoking the flowing clouds transformation. His cultivation soared instantaneously to the late stage of the celestial realm, his strength formidable beyond measure. This was why he possessed the confidence to combat Chen's nearly path-defying strike. In midair, two figures unleashed breathtaking lethal techniques, their clash drawing the attention of those engaged in battle below. Elders and disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, as well as the Dharma and the Underworld army, instinctively diverted their focus to the heavens. Amidst their skirmishes, their attention was captivated by the confrontation above. Everyone understood that the crux of this battle lay with the two combatants in the sky, and the pivotal moment of their duel was likely encapsulated in this very clash. Master, Bai Qi and Chen Shikai, amidst their struggle, exchanged glances skyward, the latter feeling a weight in his heart. Having reached the threshold of the celestial realm, he comprehended the terrifying might unleashed by the combatants above. At this moment, save for Bai Qi, whose consciousness was spiraling out of control in emotional turmoil, everyone instinctively focused on the two figures clashing in the sky. Boom! The tremendous strike that weighed heavily on their hearts erupted. Two brilliant blades colliding fiercely before the eyes of the gathered crowd. The deafening explosion resonated, a suffocating storm intertwining and rising. The colossal tempest collided, sweeping the surroundings with unrestrained ferocity, engulfing and submerging the two combatants. Whether Chen or Muchanga, both were consumed by this storm, laden with immense energy. Their fates uncertain. The very space quaked violently, and one could faintly perceive dark, rending fissures in the fabric of reality. The space trembles as the surrounding peaks succumb to the onslaught of formidable energy, shattering and collapsing under the weight of the collision's aftermath. Above, the firmament displays a grotesque vortex of energy, an exceedingly terrifying sight. Such a dreadful commotion weighs heavily upon the hearts of those present, all eager to discern the victor of the celestial confrontation, who shall ultimately remain standing. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberates continuously as the clouds above twist and contort, a terrifying energy hurricane rampaging across the heavens. As time progresses, the combatants below appear somewhat distracted, their thoughts scattered. All await the outcome of the monumental battle in the sky. Amidst the anticipation and scrutiny of the crowd, the storm of distorted space in the heavens gradually dissipates. The two combatants, engaged in fierce conflict, emerge before the eyes of the spectators as the tempest subsides. How could this be? The sound of astonishment echoes below. Chapter 80. The demise of the Luyun sect. A breathtaking scene unfolds in the heavens. Chen stands proudly amidst the celestial expanse, wielding the emperor's sword. His complexion appears somewhat pale, yet his robes remain unscathed, seemingly untouched by the earlier storm. What is truly shocking, however, is the transformation of Muchanga. His garments are tattered, and his body is marred by 9 ghastly wounds, resembling the aftermath of a ferocious beast attack. Most grievous of all is the utter disappearance of his right arm, which should have been brandishing a long blade, now gone, leaving only a horrifying spray of blood in its wake. It is severed. Muchanga, in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, has had his arm brutally cleaved by Chen's overwhelming prowess. Defeated, their leader has indeed fallen. The elders and disciples of the Luyun sect, witnessing the scene unfold above, are profoundly shaken. Their morale suffers a heavy blow, significantly impairing their combat effectiveness. Many elders and disciples, demoralized, fall victim to the relentless assault of their formidable adversaries, meeting a tragic fate amidst the chaotic battlefield. The Grand Elder, Chen, is particularly affected. The crushing defeat of their leader engenders a tumult of emotions, causing him to become distracted and vulnerable to a fierce strike from Bai Qi, resulting in severe injury. In that moment, he can only desperately wield his blade to fend off Bai Qi's brutal onslaught, employing every means to preserve his life. What began as an evenly matched battle now tilts precariously, the scales favoring the Xuantian Dynasty. The ramifications of Muchanga's catastrophic defeat plunged the Luyun sect into dire straits. In the sky, 2 figures hover, suspended in midair. Luyun sect? Upper sect? Chen, brandishing the emperor's sword, points at Muchanga and speaks with an air of indifference, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if the devastating blow to Muchanga had been entirely anticipated. The formidable power of the 9-dragon emperor body unfolds precisely as Chen had foreseen. Muchanga gripped his long blade tightly in his left hand, paying no heed to the blood that gushed from his right arm. His gaze, filled with hatred, was fixed upon Chen as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "The 9 dragon souls are indeed genuine. Your physique is terrifyingly formidable." The recent clash had instilled within Muchanga an escalating apprehension towards Chen, weighing heavily on his heart. In the wake of their confrontation, Muchanga had been rife with suspicion regarding Chen's manifestation of the 9 dragon souls, dismissing it as mere trickery. Yet now, all doubt had dissipated. He had suffered a grievous wound from Chen's overwhelming sword strike, paying a dire price for underestimating him. The 9 dragon emperor body. How could you possess such a monstrous constitution? No wonder you have ascended to this level within the humble Xuantian Dynasty. Muchanga harbored a duality of hatred and envy towards Chen, resenting him for slaying his own kin, for inflicting severe injuries upon him, and for severing his arm, while simultaneously envying the extraordinary nature of his being. "You have yet to fathom the depths of my power," Chen replied coolly, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed Muchanga, a formidable aura of killing intent radiating from him, locking onto his adversary. In Chen's eyes, Muchanga was already a doomed man. The moment their feud erupted, the fate of the Luyun sect was sealed. It was destined for obliteration. The fact that his previous strike had failed to end Muchanga's life was indeed surprising, yet it mattered little now. The next strike would be his last. A surge of potent fortune energy emanated from Chen, as a colossal golden dragon of fate roared defiantly towards the heavens. As the golden dragon appeared, it surged violently into the emperor's sword, while the 9 dragon souls within him instantaneously merged with the golden dragon of fate. Feeling the tumultuous flow of fortune energy within Chen, Muchanga's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying profound terror. How is this possible? Can that sword technique be unleashed again? The intertwining dragon souls and the overwhelming fortune energy radiating from Chen plunged Muchanga into a state of disarray. Although he had suffered severe injuries, he had remained relatively unperturbed, for he believed Chen's condition to be far from optimal. With his superior foundation and the cultivation of the celestial realm, he was certain he would emerge victorious. However, this assumption was predicated on the notion that Chen was incapable of contending with him. Now, The prospect of Chen wielding his sword once more was indeed alarming. "I shall see if you can withstand my lethal strike," Chen stated impassively, the emperor's sword in his hand brimming with cataclysmic power, ruthlessly directed towards the heavily burdened Chang'e. Heavenly execution. The cold, merciless voice resonated from Chen as the sword light shattered the air. With a swift motion, the radiant sword beam illuminated the heavens, akin to a majestic golden dragon of fate, charging forward with deadly intent. As Chang'e beheld the impending onslaught of the sword light, his eyes blazed with fury, and the blood within him surged tumultuously, unleashing a terrifying energy that cascaded through his veins. "Get away from me!" He roared in madness, his left hand, veins bulging, clenched the long blade tightly as he ferociously swung it forward. "Kill!" The flowing clouds transformed into a torrent of blood as Chang'e, in a frenzied state, wielded his long blade with fervor, aiming to cleave through the radiant light that approached him. With this strike, Chang'e poured every ounce of his strength into the blade, determined to block the impending sword strike. He understood all too well that should he fail to withstand Chen's blow, a tragic demise awaited him. A deafening explosion échouait. Yet contrary to expectations, there was no dazzling brilliance nor suffocating tempest. The brilliant sword light forcefully shattered the incoming blade's glow, continuing unabated toward Chang'e's forehead. In an instant, the sword light pierced through him and struck a nearby forest below, unleashing a thunderous roar as dust billowed and fragments of rock erupted, carving a vast chasm into the land. The potency of this sword was suffocatingly overwhelming. How could one execute such a formidable strike? Chang'e gazed at Chen with despairing eyes, acutely aware of the transformation within himself and the brutal fate he had just encountered under that sword. Chen regarded the fear evident in Chang'e's eyes with indifference, coldly uttering, "A frog in a well." At his words, Chang'e's eyes brimmed with intense resentment, his body trembling. A line of blood emerged from his forehead, extending downwards, marking his descent into despair. Before the horrified gazes of the members of Yun's sect, Chang'e's body split in two, crashing downwards. "Sectmaster!" The crowd erupted in exclamations, paralyzed by the shocking image of their leader's gruesome death. Their most formidable leader had been slain before their eyes by the ruler of a mere minor dynasty, cleaved apart by a single sword strike. It was over. Yun's sect was utterly doomed. This thought permeated the minds of both elders and disciples alike, as they recognized the arrival of their sect's demise. Chen sheathed the emperor's sword, coldly surveying the chaos below, his icy voice resonating throughout Yun's sect. "Kill for me. I desire a river of blood here." Chapter 81. The end of Yun's sect. The clamor of battle cries and screams reverberated through Yun's sect as figures fell one after another. The brutal demise of their sect leader struck a devastating blow to the morale of the sect members. The public execution of Chang'e, his body cleaved in two, shattered their collective spirit, leaving them feeling as though their very foundation had been obliterated. Despair blossomed in the hearts of each individual, rendering them hopeless. The emotional turmoil and pervasive hopelessness significantly hindered their ability to resist, leaving them bereft of the courage to confront the slaughter wrought by the Shadow Army and by Qi. Many sought to flee, desperate to escape Yun's sect and preserve their lives. The scene resembled an army in utter disarray, a defeat as catastrophic as a mountain collapsing. In stark contrast, it is the once dominant sects that now find themselves crumbling beneath the weight of the Xuantian Dynasty. "Spare me. I renounce the Yun sect. Do not take my life." The panicked and anguished cries reverberate through the mountains and forests surrounding the Yun sect. Confronted by the formidable warriors of the Xuantian Dynasty and the relentless advance of their forces, the terrified and despondent disciples of the Yun sect plead for mercy. In the face of death, few possess the fortitude to remain unflinching. Particularly among the disciples of the Yun sect, the dread of mortality is palpable, compounded by the fact that some are relatively new to the sect and harbor no desire to share its fate. "Please do not kill me. I can serve you. I could be your laborer." The cries for mercy echo throughout the forest as the disciples abandon their dignity in a desperate bid for survival. Even some elders of the master realm join in the pleas, for very few can maintain their pride when confronted with death. Chen Shikai, witnessing the disgraceful pleas of his comrades, feels a profound sense of humiliation for the Luoyuan sect. "You spineless cowards, show some backbone." He bellows at those pleading for their lives, his emotions surging with intensity. "We may perish, but we shall protect the dignity of the Luoyuan sect." His wrath directed at the others for their cowardice is palpable. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a formidable blade of light cleaves through the air and strikes him, shattering his armor and sending him crashing to the ground. Coughing violently, he struggles to push aside the debris pinning him down, his escape frantic. He is left in a pitiful state, blood streaming from horrifying wounds that reveal glimpses of bone and entrails through the crimson tide. Each cough expels remnants of his shattered insides, a testament to the devastating blow he has just endured. How is it that this foe only grows stronger with each encounter? Chen Shikai's heart is flooded with trepidation and confusion, shaken by the overwhelming power that Bai Qi has unleashed. If I were to surrender and offer my abilities in service to the Xuantian Dynasty, would there be any chance for survival? He endures the excruciating pain, burdened by heavy thoughts. Bai Qi's ferocious strike, nearly fatal, has imparted a visceral understanding of the terror that accompanies death. Having experienced the very brink of mortality, Chen Shikai finally comprehends the motivations behind the desperate pleas of others. The prospect of survival far outweighs the value of dignity. Yet, like the other elders and disciples of the Luoyuan sect, he remains oblivious to Yi Chen's true intentions. Upon their arrival, Yi Chen had already declared to the entire army the complete annihilation of the Luoyuan sect, with no acceptance of surrender. None shall escape. Thus, regardless of their desperate entreaties, the fate of all within the Luoyuan sect is sealed. They shall lie lifeless upon this ground, a testament to the bloodshed at their mountain gate. As he grappled with the thought of surrendering, a wave of unsettling dread surged within Chen Shikai. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, abruptly evading to the side. Bam! Just as he narrowly dodged, a blade imbued with ferocious intent cleaved through the air, crashing down upon the ground beside him, mercilessly splitting the earth and creating a deep chasm. Having narrowly escaped such a formidable strike, Chen Shikai trembled, retreating hastily. Panic flickered in his eyes as he roared at Bai Qi. "I surrender." In the face of life and death, he cast aside all notions of dignity, yearning solely for survival. Whoosh! The blade continued its relentless assault, forcing Chen Shikai to retreat further. As he beheld the advancing figure, his expression shifted dramatically. He could only wield his weapon in defense, desperately striving to preserve his life. This man had likely succumbed to a violent frenzy, resembling a ruthless machine of slaughter. Reasoning with him was futile. Chen Shikai gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his eyes ablaze with determination as he fixated on the oncoming Bai Qi. From Bai Qi's demeanor, he surmised that the man had spiraled into chaos. Aside from wielding his weapon to kill, he could hardly hear anything Chen Shikai uttered. Realizing this, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, observing Yi Chen standing at the forefront of the warship, surveying the land below. He bellowed, "Lord of Xuantian, I am willing to surrender and serve you." The only one capable of restraining the relentless pursuit was the formidable Lord of Xuantian, who had slain the master of the Muchang sect. Chen Shikai believed that, given his strength, if he chose to defect, the Lord would surely accept him, as he was undeniably a formidable half-step celestial being. Yi Chen regarded Chen Shikai's pleas with indifference, the latter's cries for mercy echoing in his ears. Yet, Yi Chen remained unmoved, standing still upon the warship, coldly observing Bai Qi's assault on Chen Shikai, without uttering a word of intervention. Were it not for the mission bestowed by the system, Yi Chen might have spared Chen Shikai, considering his status as a half-step celestial being, allowing him to serve as a pawn. Alas, the system's directive was to obliterate the Luoyuan sect, and Yi Chen had no intention of sparing those before him. Such is fate. Yi Chen gazed down with an air of detachment, confronted by Yi Chen's apathy and Bai Qi's frenzied onslaught. A profound despair welled up within Chen. He understood that today, survival was beyond his grasp. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Your actions are so ruthless. They will not lead to a favorable outcome. I refuse to accept this. Chen howled in madness, aware of his inevitable fate. His eyes gleamed with a fierce red as he swung his weapon toward Bai Qi, driven by a singular thought, to expend all his strength in an attempt to drag Bai Qi along with him into the abyss, ensuring that he would not walk the path of the afterlife alone. Bam! The fierce collision between the two parties erupted into a brutal melee, chaotic energies entwining with abandon, violently battering the surrounding mountains and forests. Beneath the harrowing clash, Chen ultimately met his demise, falling victim to Bai Qi's blade, which severed his head. His decapitated visage was a grotesque portrait of ferocity, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. Even in death, he bore the weight of resentment and fury within his heart. Within the Flowing Cloud sect, a ruthless massacre unfolded. The once pristine sacred mountain, characterized by its serene waters and verdant landscapes, was now suffused with the stench of blood. The ground stained crimson. Corpses lay strewn about, and the Flowing Cloud sect was rendered a relic of the past, with no one left standing. Chapter 82. The heavenly soldier camp. The acrid scent of blood permeated the entirety of the Flowing Cloud sect. Bai Qi and his comrades stood respectfully in the sect square, awaiting the emperor's command. Chen stood proudly atop his warship, surveying the surroundings. As the Flowing Cloud sect was obliterated, a mechanical voice resonated in Chen's mind. The mission to annihilate the Flowing Cloud sect was accomplished. Congratulations to the host for earning a chance to draw a reward. Chen's indifferent expression brightened at the sound in his mind. The task was finally complete. A faint smile graced his lips. He had mobilized considerable forces to the Flowing Cloud sect, leaving the borders of the Xuantian Dynasty to embark on this perilous mission, all for the sake of eradicating the sect and fulfilling this assignment. The Flowing Cloud sect had facilitated his opportunity for a reward. Thus, their demise was justified. Chen was unconcerned with whether anyone from the Flowing Cloud sect had survived. His sole focus was on completing the system's mission and obtaining the desired reward. He did not rush to draw his reward at that moment. Rather, there was an urgent matter that required his attention. With a calm gaze, Chen regarded Bai Qi, Damo, Dugu Qiubai, and the spectral army, standing orderly below him. He slowly spoke. The Flowing Cloud sect has been eradicated. This locale can serve as a sacred mountain, suitable for cultivating the strong. Such a treasure cannot be squandered. Bai Qi, he my command. Chen directed his gaze toward Bai Qi, who respectfully clasped his fists. Your servant is here. Chen continued. I hereby designate the Flowing Cloud sect as the training valley. It shall be entrusted to you for military training. I expect you to utilize this place to forge batch after batch of iron-blooded warriors. The first group of recruits shall come from the spectral army, and I expect each of them to reach the postnatal realm within a month. I seek only the elite of the elite, warriors capable of aiding me in the battlefield, hunting for supremacy across the land. Chen was somewhat satisfied with the prowess of the spectral cavalry demonstrated during the campaign against the Flowing Cloud sect. However, given their current strength, they were only capable of subjugating smaller sects akin to the Flowing Cloud sect. Should they encounter more profound and powerful sects or vast imperial forces, the spectral cavalry would still lack the requisite might. Chen's vision for the Xuantian Dynasty transcends the mere notion of a small kingdom. It is not an ordinary dynasty, but rather a supreme, holy empire destined to unify the world and dominate both heaven and earth. To forge such a divine empire, he must amass greater powers and a more formidable army. As for whether the Nether army can break through to the postnatal realm within a month, Chen harbors no concerns. The Nether army was summoned through the system, and although their talents may not rival those of legendary figures like Bai Qi, Dharma, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhao Yun, each soldier possesses exceptional aptitude worthy of comparison to the inner disciples of the Luoyuan sect in this realm. Given their talents, the conducive environment, and the powerful techniques available to them, achieving a breakthrough to the postnatal realm within a month is well within their capabilities. I accept your command and shall not disappoint your majesty. Bai Qi said respectfully, kneeling on the ground with unwavering determination. For him, his mission was to alleviate the emperor's worries. Whatever troubles the emperor faced, he would endeavor to resolve. If the emperor desired an elite army, he would dedicate himself entirely to their training. Moreover, Bai Qi was keenly aware of the soldiers' talents, understanding that, with their abilities, a breakthrough within a month posed no significant challenge. Very well, the Nether Army is entrusted to you. Additionally, I will soon mobilize more troops to this location for training and cultivation. I expect you to employ the highest standards of training and provide them with the finest techniques to rapidly enhance their strength. I demand an elite army capable of sweeping through thousands, Chen declared confidently. At your command, Bai Qi replied, clasping his fists together. Chen gazed at Bai Qi, nodding slightly. I have faith in you. He felt no pressure regarding Bai Qi's ability to train the elite army he envisioned. In the past, Chen would have struggled to find a suitable place to swiftly elevate the soldiers' cultivation. However, the situation had changed. Having seized the Luoyuan sect, a sanctuary brimming with spiritual energy, as long as the soldiers were not inept, with access to cultivation techniques and under Bai Qi's training, they would undoubtedly make remarkable progress and undergo a profound transformation in a short time. Chen entrusted the management of the Luoyuan sect to Bai Qi. With immense energy, he shattered the stone tablet at the sect's entrance and retrieved a massive rock from a nearby peak, using it as a blade of fate to carve 3 grand characters. Heavenly Soldier Camp. He felt a surge of anticipation in renaming this place, designating its practitioners as heavenly soldiers. Chen's ambition was to cultivate a cadre of divine generals to aid him in conquering the realm. Having entrusted the Heavenly Soldier Camp and the Nether Army to Bai Qi, Chen ascended with Dharma and Dugu Qiubai aboard the warship, soaring towards the Xuantian imperial city. For him, the enmity surrounding the Luoyuan sect had reached its conclusion, and the grievances between them dissipated entirely with the sect's complete annihilation. As Chen, accompanied by Dharma and the undefeated Dugu, made his way towards the Xuantian imperial city, Bai Qi mobilized the underworld army to cleanse the remnants of the Luoyuan sect, burying the corpses in hastily dug graves. Bai Qi, experienced in such grim tasks, had previously buried 400,000 soldiers alive, a testament to his ruthlessness. After disposing of the bodies, he ordered the underworld army to transform the area, aiming to create a suitable training ground for soldiers without disturbing the surrounding spiritual veins. All of you must strive harder. The upcoming training will be hellish. His Majesty demands the finest of the elite. The minimum requirement is to attain postnatal realm within a month. Should anyone fail, do not expect my leniency. Bai Qi bellowed at the underworld army, which was diligently modifying the landscape to his specifications, a fierce aura radiating from him. Having accepted the military orders, he was resolute in not allowing anyone to impede his progress. Understood. We shall not disappoint His Majesty. The underworld army responded in unison, their voices resonating with loyalty and determination. They were devoted to the emperor, fully committed to the tasks assigned, harboring no resentment. Meanwhile, Chen remained unaware of the events transpiring in the Heavenly Soldier Camp. Standing aboard the warship, he observed Du Gu and Dharma expertly manipulating the ship's formations, propelling it through the clouds as they returned to the Xuantian imperial city. Gazing down at the vast lands beneath the clouds, Chen mused. With the current accumulation of fortune, land, and foundation, Xuantian is poised to establish itself as an imperial dynasty. Upon our return, preparations for the grand imperial ceremony must commence. The Luoyuan sect had grown to rival an imperial force, and now, with the complete annexation of the sect, the Xuantian Dynasty possessed the capital and foundation of a true empire. Henceforth, the Xuantian Dynasty shall redefine its title as the Xuantian Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 83. Dispelling the people's mental barriers in the Xuantian Imperial City, Chen stood proudly aboard the warship, soaring through the clouds on his return to the imperial capital. The warship has returned. As the vessel, laden with the weight of their recent conquest, approached, a sense of trepidation lingered among the city's inhabitants. They were familiar with the warship, having witnessed its presence before, but were uncertain of the circumstances aboard. However, upon recognizing the emperor's silhouette standing on the ship. Their anxieties began to dissipate. A sense of speculation arose among them. It appeared that the emperor's expedition mirrored the last, heralding a triumphant return. As the warship hovered above the imperial city, Chen's resonant voice echoed from the heavens. From this day forth, the Luoyuan sect shall no longer exist in this world. Above and below, Xuantian reigned supreme. His proclamation struck the citizens like thunder from the heavens, shaking them to their core. Even those who had anticipated such an outcome were profoundly moved upon hearing it directly from the emperor. Victory had been achieved. The emperor had triumphed and returned in glory. The flowing cloud sect has been utterly vanquished, and our Xuantian Dynasty has bravely retaliated against the upper sect. In both heaven and earth, the Xuantian Dynasty stands in esteem. We have risen to prominence. When His Majesty returned bearing the news of the complete annihilation of the flowing cloud sect, the imperial city was engulfed in shock. Nobles and commoners alike, scholars and merchants, all rejoiced in exuberance. Many felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, unable to grasp the reality of such a monumental victory. Since the establishment of the Xuantian Dynasty, no one within its borders was unaware of the flowing cloud sect. Revered as the supreme sect, a celestial order. For the majority, the ultimate aspiration was not merely to serve in the dynasty, but to be chosen by the flowing cloud sect as disciples. To join this sect was a matter of honor. It was a dream cherished by all. This illustrates the exalted status held by the flowing cloud sect in their hearts. Now, this existence akin to a celestial realm has been obliterated by our sovereign leading the army. In this moment, they realized that what once seemed unattainable was, in truth, not so formidable. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Yet, the overwhelming sentiment was one of exhilaration at the Xuantian Dynasty's conquest of the flowing cloud sect, as they perceived a glimmer of hope in witnessing the rise of their dynasty. The reverence and fear they once held for the flowing cloud sect have been completely dismantled by this campaign. I shall enlist. I will follow His Majesty to conquer the world and achieve great deeds. I too will join the military. My presence shall surely be felt on the battlefield. I shall pursue my studies, take the imperial examination, and serve in the court, following His Majesty. The downfall of the flowing cloud sect shattered the admiration that the populace harbored for it, causing the deity they had once revered to collapse entirely. Their belief and sense of belonging to the Xuantian Dynasty grew ever stronger. Long live His Majesty, unmatched in glory. Long live the Xuantian Dynasty. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Chen stood proudly aboard the warship, heading towards the imperial palace. In the palace, within the hall of nurturing the heart, Chen calmly inquired of Shun Qinglong, "What was the reaction of the officials when I departed the imperial city to campaign against the flowing cloud sect, to report to your Majesty?" "Some officials were gripped by terror, believing your actions to be a path to self-destruction. A few even covertly relocated their assets, preparing to flee the imperial city to hide elsewhere. There were those who secretly contacted the Prince of Yan, eager to support him should news of your defeat at the flowing cloud sect arise, hoping to hasten his ascension to the throne." Shen Qinglong continued. "According to intelligence gathered by the Jinui, the Prince of Yan has disregarded these individuals. The heavenly net has been established, both within and beyond the imperial city. It maintains surveillance. Their capability for gathering intelligence and monitoring surpasses that of the original monitoring pavilion. The officials of the court are under the close scrutiny of the heavenly net. Their every action has long been observed." Listening to Shun Qinglong's report, Chen's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and then he chuckled. "Do you believe I am courting my own demise? Are they attempting to secretly conspire with the Prince of Yan to incite rebellion? Quite intriguing. Unfortunately, that fellow, upon witnessing the numerous princely deaths at my hands, would hardly dare to revolt unless he sees me fall. Your Majesty, should we eliminate those who are attempting to collude with the Prince of Yan?" Shun Qinglong inquired. Observing Chen, he had already positioned the agents of the Tianwang to monitor the civil and military officials. With a mere command from the emperor, their heads could be harvested. "There's no need for haste," Chen replied, shaking his head. "Now that I have returned triumphantly, they likely lack the audacity to stir trouble. Let them serve me for the time being." As for today's account, I shall deal with it gradually. Chen intended to eliminate those scheming officials, but not just yet, for they still held some utility. To cultivate the fortune of the Holy Dynasty, he needed to govern the nation effectively to allow the Xuantian Dynasty to accumulate its national destiny. These officials managed various departments and regions and were closely tied to the Xuantian Dynasty. If he were to eliminate too many at once, it would leave certain cities without leadership and create chaos. Though Chen possessed formidable strength capable of swiftly quelling such disturbances, he preferred to avoid turmoil to ensure the rapid enhancement of the Xuantian dynasty's fortune and to protect his own accumulation of destiny. As for those officials, he had ample time to deal with them. Eventually, he would summon some officials or promote loyal ones to replace them. Your Majesty, there is another message regarding Muchanga. Shen Qinglong stated, looking at Chen. About Muchanga? What is it? Chen asked casually. Shen Qinglong clasped his hands respectfully and replied, as per your command. I have gathered intelligence regarding the Luoyuan sect and discovered that the sect leader, Muchanga, appears to have certain connections with the Taiping dynasty. Taiping dynasty. Chen murmured to himself. From memories of his former self, he had gleaned a hint of its existence, realizing it was a dynasty even more powerful than the Luoyuan sect. However, those memories were scant, as his previous incarnation was merely a prince of a minor dynasty and had limited exposure to significant matters. Indeed, from the current information, it seems likely that Muchanga's wife is of royal blood from the Taiping dynasty. Other intelligence is still under investigation. Shen Qinglong continued to report what he had gathered. Understood, Chen nodded slightly. Continue to investigate their relationship and have Tianwang keep an eye on the situation regarding the Taiping dynasty. Now that we know Muchanga's wife may be of royal lineage from the Taiping dynasty, I shall keep a vigilant watch on this matter. Even though he harbored no fear of any adversary, he understood a fundamental truth: to know oneself and to know one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. If one is oblivious to the intelligence of the foe, it would indeed be a grave oversight. Indeed, Shen Qinglong responded respectfully upon hearing Chen's words. Very well. You may take your leave for now, Chen stated in a calm tone. Yes, I take my leave, Shen Qinglong replied with a bow, then exited the Yangxin Hall. After Shen Qinglong's departure, Chen silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, I wish to initiate a lottery draw.